to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network on a Tuesday. Great to have you along with us. Coming up in our final hour, we discuss the ever-changing college football landscape. Now that schools can officially pay athletes directly, we'll bring in Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN. In 20 minutes, back to the old stick and puck as we bring in Greg Wyshynski from ESPN to talk about the Panthers dominating the Oilers last night in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final and what is next. And then we'll bring you our favorite plays of the day and chat with the Dogster at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Welcome to our audience on Stadium as well. You can stream the final hour of our show on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. Chelsea, before we get to Adam, did I tell you I think I'm going to the Texas-Ohio State game to open the season? I'm very excited about this. Did I mention this? I think I did.
Yeah, I think you did, but you didn't elaborate. I think you just kind of threw it in there. So is it at Ohio State or is it at Texas?
It's going to be at the Shoe in Columbus, but my friend Sarah, who's pretty close to the program and has more connections than I do, we were talking on Friday, and I was meeting her, met her for drinks, and the lovely Catherine met us later, and she goes, "Are you going to Texas Ohio State?" And I was like, well, I'd like to, but I might have Commanders. I don't know. She goes, "Oh, I can just get us face value tickets. You should come." I was like, "What?" She goes, "Oh, yeah." She goes, "In fact, I got an Airbnb reserved. You guys should just come." I was like, "Oh, yeah." She goes, "Oh, we're also going to a Reds game the next day." So I guess they're going to go from Columbus to Cincinnati. She's a massive sports fan. And I was like, "Yeah, we're absolutely in." She goes, "Just get your flights. I'll take care of it." I was like, yes. So we just kind of fell into that. But I had to check because obviously can't work on, or I have to be back here if the Commanders are playing. But they are off that weekend, so I think it's going to work out.
Those are the best type of friends to have that like set up everything for you. And they're like, "Hey, just come." You're like, "Oh, you've arranged everything? Perfect." Yeah. Those are the best.
Yes, and especially the face value tickets, also something that I enjoyed hearing as well.
Yeah.
So I'm already excited about the upcoming season, and we've seen so many changes over the past couple years with NIL, and now revenue sharing is official in college football. So let's talk about that and the upcoming season with Adam Rittenberg, who is the senior college football writer for ESPN. Adam, thanks for your patience. Thanks for being with us this morning. So here we are, we get revenue sharing in college football, which is crazy to say. This is essentially a salary cap for the universities involved. How does this tamper down on the unregulated market?
Yeah, good to be with you guys. I think that's the big question, right? Because, NIL is still going to exist in some form. How it plays out exactly is difficult to tell. That there, along with the revenue share component, there's another component to try to regulate NIL and to have any deal over $600 have to be approved through Deloitte, and they're now involved. And but that's obviously something that can face significant legal challenges, and that's really been the story of the end of the amateur model and kind of where we're at in college sports right now. Is that there's been so many legal challenges, and that's why we're at this point with the House settlement. And so it's naive to think that just because this is in place that everything is suddenly going to be controlled and the playing field is going to be completely even though it does seem like there will be another layer at least of approval that athletes and their agents are going to have to get in order to obtain some of the massive NIL deals that have been part of the sport here for the last few years. So certainly all the major conferences that have opted into this settlement, they're going to be distributing relatively the same amount of money from the university to their athletes, but that NIL component and where it goes is going to be interesting. And I think you certainly can expect the same big time teams that have been able to offer those deals to likely be able to in the future.
All right, so what are the important nuances to be paying attention to here? Because I feel like for casual fans and just casual sports fans, it's a lot to digest for those of us who are not, fluent in legalese and some of these terms. So what should we be really paying attention to if you boil it down to like the most basic things?
Well, again, I think it'll be interesting to see how much having every team that, major conference team rather, paying out the same amount relatively to its athletes. That amount will obviously increase over the life of the settlement. But in theory, every school's dealing with about $20.5 million, $21 million to disperse to all of its athletes. Now we know the majority of that is going to go to football and men's basketball players who generate the most money for the schools, but there's others. One-off, Najee Kennedy got $1 million from Texas Tech to transfer there from Stanford to lead them to the Women's College World Series in softball. So you're going to have these one-offs that athletic departments are going to have to decide to pay, but that majority is going to go to football and basketball. So is there an evening of the playing field, or are some schools going to have still a big advantage because they have such established NIL setups and can maybe get around that layer of approval that you're going to need for some of your bigger deals for individual athletes? Another thing to look at is just how athletic departments are managed. You've seen a number of letters and statements that have gone out from athletic departments since the House settlement about downsizing and what this means for some of the sports that we just know are line item losers every year. They're great to have, but we're kind of out of that phase now. Like, this is making college sports even more of a business on the surface, not just hiding it behind the scenes. This is a business now, and a big chunk of revenue that could before go to support all these teams and build facilities and pay a lot of coaches and support staff. Now that money is obviously going directly to the athletes. So a lot of schools that maybe aren't a brand of, you mentioned Ohio State and Texas, are going to have to make some really difficult decisions with staffing, with sports, all the way down the line, because they're paying out a lot more of their money now.
We're talking with Adam Rittenberg. He's a senior college football writer for ESPN. Adam, so you mentioned Deloitte coming in, and any deal above $600, they're going to vet. So now do we have a potential for a lot of lawsuits if Deloitte says, okay, this is not a legitimate deal, and then the third parties come in and say, yes, it is, now we're going to court? I feel like that could be a real problem.
Right, and I think that's what we're all waiting for is when is the first time that a prominent athlete or a prominent school has an NIL deal that, again, the coaches all want to have approved and everybody that roots for that school wants to have approved, and it's denied. Then what happens? Because as you guys have known, I mean, the NCAA has been losing all of these cases for a number of years. That's why we're here. They never wanted to come here. They never wanted to. I mean, they can spin it however they want, but they never wanted to reach a point where schools are directly paying athletes. They're only here because they've lost so often in the courtroom, and it's hard to imagine that those won't continue, at least in some form. So that's the part of this that is fascinating is which deals are going to be approved, which deals are not going to be approved, and then what happens from there from a legal standpoint.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to the NCAA, like, forgive me, but sometimes it just feels like they don't have everything, wrapped up in a tight little package sometimes. What are some of the potential pitfalls of this? And I think you've kind of alluded to some. But what are the biggest sabotage factors? Because I've seen earlier with some of these NIL deals is that, there are verbal agreements. I don't know why people don't get these things in writing, but it feels like we are trying to do the same thing as pro sports, but it doesn't have as much of, things in place to keep it going. Like, there's no CBA, there's no players association. What are some of the potential problems?
Yeah, everything you just outlined is a problem. And I think one thing that will be interesting, because this is really an opportunity. I mean, whether you like this or you don't like this as a college sports fan, you have to acknowledge that there is a bit of a clean slate to create whatever college sports is going to become in the next 20, 30 years. And if that goes to a full employment model, like many will say behind the scenes, and some will say out in publicly that, hey, this is just a step towards making athletes employees of the school, but we're not there yet. And so what does that mean for all these other elements? I think that's going to be fascinating. I mean, they're trying to have more of an enforcement arm to NIL, and they just hired an executive for Major League Baseball to head up that operation to really enforce the rules. And I think that's what a lot of people in college athletics want is, hey, we may not like this, but just tell us what the rules are, have them apply to everyone, and then we can go forward and try to figure this out together. Because you're right, it's incredibly unregulated. I mean, one thing that a number of coaches and administrators have told me that they would love to see is something much like the NFL where you have certification for agents. There are a lot of uncertified agents who just operate however they want, and you don't know if they're legitimate or not, and there's money flying around like crazy here the last few years. So is there a standard or a way to make sure that anyone who's representing athletes has some level of credibility and certification? So that's one part of this that we could see possibly change. But again, the problem with college athletics, guys, is that there's so many schools, there's so many interests, and unlike pro sports, you have emotion-driven boosters who are driving the whole thing. I mean, that's where the money's coming from. The Dallas Cowboys don't need a booster to drive them. Ohio State does. Texas does. Georgia does. And those people are very emotional. And they want to spend money and they want to see success. And that's why it's very different than pro sports, even though in many ways it's becoming much more like pro sports.
Adam, we got about 3 minutes here, but I did want to get one football question in, not necessarily about the depth chart at Coastal Carolina or something like that. But is there a team early on, again, it's June, that maybe you've got an eye on that you're curious about? Could be a favorite or maybe a dark horse.
Right. Yeah, I like to think outside of the teams that we're always talking about, teams that have made the playoff regularly and always recruiting at a really high level. I'll give you a couple. I mean, the Big 12 is fascinating, right? I mean, the team that was picked to finish last in the preseason poll in 2024 ended up winning the league and going to the college football playoff and nearly knocking out Texas. That's Arizona State. But I look at a team like Baylor, Texas Tech. Texas Tech put a ton of money into its program, not just softball, but football, and they have a chance to really rise up and potentially make some noise. I think in the Big Ten, Washington is a team people should watch out for. They're only 2 years removed from playing from a national championship. And I think Jed Fish has shown with a little bit of time that he can get that roster in position to really do some things. And I think the SEC is fascinating, guys, because Alabama is no longer Nick Saban's Alabama. Georgia hasn't won a national title in a couple of years now. I think there's some opportunity. Florida, they bring back a young, exciting backfield and some other really good players on their defense. So I think Florida is a team that we're kind of watching after the way they finished last season. Can they finally make a run and get into the college football playoff?
He's the senior college football writer for ESPN. Follow him on X at ESPN Rittenberg. It is Adam Rittenberg. Adam, really great stuff, and thank you for taking what can be a very complex subject and explaining it in a way that is really easy to digest. We really appreciate it.
No doubt, and enjoy your trip to Columbus. It should be a great one, Labor Day weekend.
Looking forward to that. Thank you so much. I'm already getting excited. You can see the smile on my face. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, man. College football. What a wild time. I mean, just when I was getting accustomed to NIL, now you have revenue sharing in addition to NIL, and this is just going to kind of keep sort of flowing through the college football landscape. It's not easy to keep up with, and now you have these regulations in place like, well, if this deal is more than $600, then Deloitte comes in and they deem whether or not it's legitimate or not. It's crazy to think that this is college sports that we're talking about. A decade ago, this would have been unthinkable, but here we are.
Yeah, a decade ago, like, people were like clowning people who were like, yeah, athletes need to be paid. No, they get a free education and they get a meal plan. So yeah, we've come a long way, but I still think there is a long way to go. Because like I said, when you are dealing with millions of dollars and people who are getting paid these lump sums of money, there has to be regulations and there has to be stipulations. Like, it almost needs to go to one of these models that we see in the NFL or in Major League Baseball, to where like there are systems and there are rules and there are regulations. So I'm just wondering, and again, maybe I'm not giving the NCAA enough credit here, but I don't know. The track record with the NCAA handling things, I don't know, Jenks. I don't know if I trust them.
ultimately, the power is starting to shift, and it's really going to be these Power Four conferences that are controlling everything, whereas the NCAA is becoming less and less significant as we speak, which is why these rules are taking place, because the NCAA, as Adam was talking about, just keeps losing in court. They're not going to be around, I don't think, too much longer. Coming up next here on the show, the Panthers make a massive statement in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, but what does that mean for the rest of the series? Oh, yeah. Talk a little stick and puck with Greg Wyshynski from ESPN. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Tuesday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Tuesday. Always great to have you along with us. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East Double D. Ooh, stop at the dime. Coming up on the show, the Oilers trying to recover after that beatdown in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll bring in Greg Wyshynski, the senior writer from ESPN, to tell us what is next. Did you ever have a time when you were swimming at NC State? Not you personally, but maybe your team just got walloped. Like it was just a bad meet for everyone involved. And you're like, you know what? Burn the tape. We'll move on to the next one.
I feel like swimming is so time specific that it's like a quote unquote beatdown is like, okay, 0.2 of a second. So
Right.
it's just, there's not like a huge comparison there, because like, even if somebody like beats you by like half a length or whatever, it's like, okay, but I want my personal best time. So do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like swimming is such an individual sport that like, I don't know, you don't grade yourself based on like what somebody else does all the time. And like, that's what like swim meets are in college. But it is like different in that regard. It's not the same as like, you know, in a baseball game when you get beat like 20-2. Like it's not the same feeling, because everybody's times are so close to being on the nose just about every time.
What if you lost a 50-meter freestyle by a minute and a half?
That I don't think has ever happened. It's
I know.
not really possible.
Okay. I know. I just thought, well, you know, maybe if you're swimming against a toddler or something, like, yeah, I'm going to crush this kid. All right. I mean, you're right. They're two very different things. But, man, every now and then in sports, even at the highest levels, you see these massive beatdowns or one team just outclass the other. And you don't normally see it in the Stanley Cup. But, man, we certainly witnessed it last night in Sunrise. So let's bring in Greg Wyshynski. He is the senior NHL writer at ESPN, certainly a friend of the program, has talked stick and puck with us before. So, Greg, I mean, what is your takeaway from a performance where this Panthers club from top to bottom just dominated from the outset? It could be being the more physical team, the more aggressive team, the more disciplined team. They just did everything right.
Now, imagine you lose the 50-meter freestyle by a minute and a half, and then all the way through the race, you're getting punched in the face by the swimmer next to you. They're just reaching over the lane marker, and they're punching you in the face. And that's kind of what game 3 of this series was. Like, it's a really bad loss for Edmonton, because Edmonton's whole thing in this series was that they learned so much from their experience last year, losing in Game 7 to the Florida Panthers, and they had the right mindset, and they were mentally tough. And for 2 games, they didn't take the bait from the Panthers and you know, deal with extracurricular activities after the whistle or try to like play their game, and they did in Game 3. They fell right into the trap that the Rats had set for them. You know, not only in the physicality stuff, where, as Evander Kane of the Oilers pointed out last night, they seem to get away with more than we do, is what he said in a very telling comment. But also in just like the way the game was played. I mean, everything about that game last night was exactly how the Florida Panthers would have game planned it and schemed it out, and the Oilers just absolutely played right into their hands.
Yeah, so how many of these mistakes are correctable moving forward? Because to me, and I am a hockey casual, I will be the first to say that, it wasn't just that the Panthers like played a great game. And like sometimes in sports, like that happens, is a team has a great game and you tip your cap to it. But it feels like, you know, the Oilers also had a meltdown here. So moving forward, how much of this is something that they can actually correct and be better at moving forward?
I think they can correct some of the mental mistakes, like you know, you just don't get into the weeds with these guys. Like don't try to, you know, goon it up with them. I mean, you know, the third period of this game was very message sendy, so you can't really like look at that and say it's going to be indicative of what we see going forward. But this is 2 straight games where the first period was marked by a bunch of penalties and power plays. And I think that it sort of interrupts what Edmonton wants to do. It interrupts their flow. It doesn't really get them engaged in the game. And the Panthers' penalty kill has been quite good in the playoffs so far, so that's kind of an issue too. So that part of it I think is correctable. Just screw your heads on straight, figure out what it is that you need to do to not get goaded into this stuff by the NHL's best agitators and go forward with it. But my concern for Edmonton right now is there are some systemic problems creeping up in the last 2 games. Like Sergei Bobrovsky, the Panthers goalie, is playing really, really well right now. That's a problem. The Edmonton defense has been unable to handle the Panthers' forecheck. And we thought they'd be able to because they're fast and they're mobile and they can move the puck, but the Panthers have been on them like a jacket for the last 2 games. And then last night, and probably the most disturbing non-violent development, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, the 2 leading point scorers in the playoffs and Edmonton's 2 superstar players, for only the 13th time in their careers, both didn't have a point in the same game. And for only the 2nd time in Draisaitl's 93-game playoff career, he didn't even have a shot attempt in the game, let alone a shot on goal. So those are sort of the disturbing underlying things that I don't know how you correct them, but they're going to have to reverse course pretty quickly.
Greg, I think you hinted at this, and certainly we saw it last night, but when you go back to last season as well, are the Panthers just in the Oilers' heads? I mean, you can just kind of see it out there. Even Marchand at one point was, tapping the top of his head like, yeah, you guys are falling for the bait, just like you talked about.
Yeah, I picked the Panthers in 6 in the series, and doing so, I said, they're kind of built to be an Edmonton Oilers countermeasure. One in the sense that they do have that unique ability to agitate, but they also can hang with them offensively. They're better than them defensively. They have better goaltending than them. They're just kind of built to be the answer to all the questions the Edmonton Oilers can pose. And that's kind of a problem. To throw out a dated reference that still resonates in sports history, this is kind of the Detroit Pistons bad boys of the early 1990s against the Jordan Bulls. McDavid's a force of nature. He's an all-timer. He's going to go down as one of the best offensive players in the history of hockey, and he's playing a team that is unfazed by that. Connor can intimidate other teams. I mean, Dallas fell apart when the Oilers started to score goals and take over games. The Panthers are so patient and willing to wait until you show the crack that they can kind of exploit, and then they exploit it. They are a remarkable playoff team, and like I said, the arch villain in this series, and the one team that I think Edmonton is unfortunately not tailor-made to beat.
So you were just talking about Connor McDavid, and we're a betting show, so we're always paying attention to the odds. Sam Bennett's now the favorite to win the Conn Smythe Trophy this year. Do you think that holds up? Do you think somebody takes it away from Connor McDavid?
Yeah. I mean, if there's still a chance that McDavid could rally this team, and if he does, I said before the series, there was a non-zero chance that Connor could win a 2nd straight Conn Smythe for MVP in a losing effort. I mean, and that's still on the table given that he's leading the playoffs in points, and if he finds a way to get this team back and engaged in the series, I think it's still there for him. The interesting thing within the context of the Panthers right now is that, clearly Bennett with the goal total is going to have the leg up in the Conn Smythe voting. And also Bennett doing all the things that Bennett does, like falling on opposing goaltenders and goading the Oilers players to break their sticks on him, like we saw with Trent Frederick in Game 3. But the one name to watch here, I think, is still Brad Marchand. He has a double overtime game winner in Game 2. He scored the opening goal in Game 3, really kind of got this thing rolling for the Panthers. He's been a spiritual leader. And, as much as Bennett's been great, keep in mind it is the media voting on this thing. I have a vote. I don't know what I'm doing with it yet, but I will say that you have to keep in mind that sometimes narrative plays into it. And Brad Marchand being traded from the Boston Bruins to the Florida Panthers, playing a reduced minutes role on their third line, kind of swallowing his pride and then having a playoff that is defying his age. He's 37 and he's playing like he's 22. I wouldn't count out the idea that he could sneak in and win MVP if he has another big game.
We're chatting with Greg Wyshynski. He is the senior NHL writer at ESPN. Greg, I hate using cliches, but when you look at how this series has played out thus far and going back to last season, do the Oilers have to win on Thursday? It sure feels like they need to.
Well, I'm a writer, so I have no compunction about using cliches. And Game 4 is a must-win. They not only to ensure that you get a split. If you get a split in the first 4 games of the series, you're in good shape. You got home ice again. You're feeling good about life again. But also just because this thing feels like it's fallen down a cliff right now. And I said it on our show, The Drop, last night, that you can watch on the NHL and ESPN YouTube channel. If they're able to turn things around in Game 4, I might need a neck brace, because that is a level of whiplash that I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle, just because of how emphatic this felt and just because of how many things fell apart for them in Game 3. Like, if they're able to turn this thing around in Game 4, that does exhibit the mental fortitude and toughness and new outlook on the game that they swear they have after last season's experiences, but was nowhere evident in Game 3. So, it's a must-win for several reasons. The most being that a 3-1 deficit to the Panthers is almost, in my opinion, insurmountable, because I don't think they're going to let this thing slip away like they did last season.
Yeah, so another betting angle question is that we've seen high-scoring games, and I think at some point maybe it goes the other direction, but I don't know. With both of these offenses, do you think we start to see things kind of tighten up as the series goes on?
all that mayhem in the third period certainly made some bettors happy, because they snuck in the over with that late power play goal. So good on them for that, because it didn't look like it was trending that way, because the Oilers weren't going to score again. There's no reason to think that that's going to kind of go by the wayside, especially when you consider now, to just pile on the problems for Edmonton. They pulled their goalie last night, Stuart Skinner, in the after the 5th goal. A goal that, by the way, was completely his responsibility, because he took a delay of game penalty that set up the power play that resulted in that goal. So now all of a sudden, they haven't made a decision goaltending wise for Game 4. We should say that. I mean, I think we're all going under the assumption it's going to be Skinner again, because when I asked their coach Chris Knobloch about it after the game, he kind of indicated he didn't think that a lot of the goals that were given up were Skinner's fault necessarily. So that's a bit of an endorsement. But now all of a sudden you have a Panthers team that is just, cranked up offensively, putting an enormous amount of goals on the board every game, against an Oilers team that, one, just completely lost their defensive structure in Game 3, and then also might now have a little bit of a question mark insofar as their goalie's effectiveness going forward. So I think offense is probably still the name of the game. And just again, the chaos of these games just lends itself to goal scoring. And the most amazing thing about the first 2 games of the series was that there wasn't one where you could say it was poorly played defensively. Like a lot of the goals that we saw in the first 2 games were the product of good defense. So even when these teams do defend well, there's still goals being put on the board.
He's a senior NHL writer at ESPN. That is our friend Greg Wyshynski. Greg, thanks for being with us, and thank you for adding the swimmer in the next lane punching the person while they were swimming down in the 50-meter. We appreciate that.
I covered swimming as a high school reporter. I still love walking outside with the sting of chlorine in my nose after covering swim meets in high school. It was always fantastic.
We appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Anytime.
Oh, that was great.
Oh, man.
Leaning into getting your butt beat and you're getting punched at the same time. I bet that never happened to you. I'm losing and I'm getting punched. That's not the way you wanna go out.
Swimming is not a contact sport, Jenks. I think you would be swiftly down with the sport race. I think that's what, is it water polo? Like, water polo is that. It's basically like you are swimming for the ball and you can do whatever I think you want. Obviously I probably need to look into the rules. Maybe it's not everything you want, but I think it's extremely physical.
Yes, it is. Water polo is one of those sports too that, I don't know where I'd find it anyway. but it's one of those that I'll only watch during the Olympics. But it is fascinating to
Right.
watch, Always like it when, a guy will just, like, grab the ball and he's just, like, doing this the whole time. He's just, like, trying to find an angle, That's the only water polo move I know. If I did that, I'd probably just, like, sink down with the ball.
Right. You have to be like a really good swimmer
Yeah.
and really athletic to play the sport. It's just, I think most of our prime athletes probably play football or basketball or hockey or baseball.
I think you're right about that. Coming up in 5 minutes, time to rack up some of that late morning loot. Our best bets and the Dongster are coming up next. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us on Tuesday as we get ready to wrap things up. Best bets upcoming. Donkster's ready to go as well. Chelsea, how's that Ensure treating you? Didn't you have some warm Ensure to start your morning about 3 hours ago? I almost barfed on the spot.
Yeah, so I drank these protein shakes that are in these like little cartons, and I just threw them away during the break, so I didn't make the same mistake. But I had one from today, and I had one from yesterday, and they look exactly the same. So I wasn't looking, and I accidentally took a swig of old protein shake that was room temperature and chunky, and it was not an enjoyable experience, especially when you're not expecting it. Because, Jenks, I used to do this in college all the time, where, you know, you would pick up a water bottle on the floorboard of your car and you say, oh, I'm thirsty. It's not water, it is vodka. And you just chug vodka at a stoplight. Did you ever do this?
I have done that. That's my favorite kind of surprise, though. It's like,
warm vodka?
Well, true.
$8 vodka?
It's better than warm, chunky Ensure. I mean, if I had a choice between the two, I'll take the vodka. That's what I would say.
I don't think so. Like vodka that's been sitting in a summer car, and it's not the expensive vodka. Like, Jenks, I didn't spend over like $8.95 on a handle or like a fifth of vodka? Like we would get bottom shelf vodka. So imagine bottom shelf vodka, usually some type of flavor to it, you know, very warm. And you're sitting in a stoplight and you want to be refreshed. And listen, vodka does not quench your thirst. Absolutely it does not. And you don't have a chaser. So, like, I think I would go with the warm Ensure over the warm vodka.
Ooh. You know what we used to do? I mean, it was definitely bottom shelf. This is college, of course, when you're just exploring drinking for the first time. So you're like, how much sugar can I mix this with so I can digest it? And so we would go to 7-Eleven and get, like, just a massive Slurpee and then just pour vodka in there. And then all of a sudden you got like a vodka Slurpee. And, of course, the vodka was like Gilby's or something like that. Something that is super cheap. Didn't matter. It was booze, you know? And then all of a sudden you mix it with a cherry Slurpee. You're like, yeah, this is not too bad.
Oh, there are certain brands of vodka that I just like, my stomach just turns. Like Country Club, Pop Off. I think it was something called Bankers. But like our staple at our house was Burnett's. We had every single flavor. And this was back in the day where you would display your liquor bottles on the top of your cabinets. I don't know if this is still a thing. But like it was like a frat house. And we had every single flavor of Burnett's that was arranged, you know, in rainbow colors. It was like strawberry, orange, lemon, lime. And we were very proud of this.
I was just going to say, and you were so proud. Like, I feel like everyone, like, look at all this. We finished all these bottles, every single flavor.
Accomplishments.
Also, it's a nice decoration as well. It looks great in here. Matches everything. Well, Trey Hendrickson has plenty of time to drink some Bankers if he'd like, because according to Adam Schefter, not necessarily breaking news, but Adam Schefter says Hendrickson will not be attending the Bengals mandatory minicamp. He is at a contract impasse, wants a new deal, and the Bengals thus far have said, you're not going to get one, so he can sit at home, work out, and then polish off a bottle of vodka or two.
Don't know if that's first on the list of activities, but
not.
I want to point out, excellent use of the word impasse. I always think of like the Oregon Trail where at impasse, you've got to float the river or go up the mountain. What are you going to do? But yeah, this is something that obviously we will have to continue to pay attention to, but like, this is not surprising. It feels like Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals, like, this is one of those battles that I feel like is going to last a while.
I agree. Well, I cannot wait to hear what Sammy P and Kate Constable have coming up on Bet Sweats. They'll react to Florida's beatdown of Edmonton. They're also going to draft futures for this weekend's U.S. Open. Jeff Feinberg joins the show at 10. And how about this? 3-time NBA champion Danny Green will be along at 10:20. And let's make the people some money.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Give us some winners.
All right, so how about a play on one of the best teams in all of baseball at even money? Sounds too good to be true, does it not? But I'm going to try to sell you on it. So today we're going to take the Tigers at even money on the road at the Orioles. So a lot of this is a strong fade of the Orioles, who have not been good this year. Like, listen, we all had our expectations and thought, okay, maybe they won't be that great. They didn't add too much in the offseason. But the Orioles sit at 26-38 right now. Cade Povich is starting for the O's today. He's 1-4 with a 5.59 ERA. And the Orioles, the market has been way too high on this team all season long. And the proof of that is the fact that the Orioles, as favorites this year, are 13-21. So we've been giving them way too much credit. So when you give me a Tigers team that is 43-24, one of the best run differentials in all of baseball at an even money price, I'm going to take that team. I don't care who's starting. So today it's Gibson Long, who doesn't have much of a sample size here. Only one start, gave up 3 earned runs to the White Sox, which I will agree is not great. But still, it is a team game. You still have the bullpens in effect, and the much better offense belongs to the Tigers. So when you give me a good team at even money, I'm going to take it. So let's go Tigers, even money today on the road at the Orioles.
Nice. So I'm also on the Mets first 5 under. I'll let you talk about that when you hand out that play. I'll move on to another bet. Got a big card today. Went 2-0 last night. Why not? Reds first 5 money line taking on the Guardians. It's -125. We're fading Slade Ciccone. When he's on the card, we fade him. Been better recently. 2-run performance against the Yankees, though that wasn't a loss. Nice L, Slade. Where'd you get that gold chain, Slade? Yeah, I know about your Apple stock, Slade. No, I don't believe in him. Also, he has to face Andrew Abbott. Coming off his worst performance of the season against the Brewers, I expect some positive regression here. Before that outing, he had allowed 1 run or less in 6 straight outings. His ERA on the road, 2.05. Reds money line, -125.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I almost played it. I think it's very telling that the Reds are not favored in the game, but they're favored in the first 5 innings. I think that goes to show where the starting pitching matchup lies. And I think the favor goes with the Reds. All right, so the other play of the day for me is going to be the Nats and the Mets. First 5 under 4. You can get that for -102. This is squarely banging on both these starting pitchers. So Mackenzie Gore has been fantastic for the Nationals. Over his last 3 starts, he's allowed a total of 1 earned run. Over his last 3 starts, back-to-back shutout performances against the Mariners and the Cubs, 2 really good offenses as well, along with 8 and 7 strikeouts. So I think he can slow down these Mets bats, who have been one of the hottest under teams in all of baseball in general. If you look at their over-under record this year, 40, 24, and 2 to the under this year. And plus, you get Griffin Canning on the hill, who was good last time around, 6 shutout against the Angels. But again, he doesn't have to face too hot of an offense in the Nationals. I think he can slow him down just enough. So first 5 under 4 between the Nationals and the Mets is going to make the card for me as well.
Love it. I'll probably play it at 4.5, but I'll be on it as well. I am going Yankees, Royals under 9, -130. Max Fried going up against Noah Cameron. Max Fried now 8-1. To win the Cy Young behind Tarek Skubal and Hunter Brown of the Astros. He's dominated in every way possible. Noah Cameron is going for the Royals. Look at what he's done. Got called up a few weeks back, and the Royals are keeping him in the rotation despite the fact that Cole Reagans is returning because Cameron has been so good. Has not given up more than 1 run in any of his 5 starts this season. They're playing in Kansas City. Royals, 5th best under team in baseball. Under 9 is the play. And finally, Mariners money line, -115 at the Diamondbacks. I am fading Brandon Pfaadt. End of story. Giving up at least 3 runs in 5 consecutive starts, 17 runs in his last 8 2/3 innings pitched. I should have won last time out when he pitched against the Braves, but Atlanta crapped the bed in the 9th inning. Also, Brandon Wu going for Seattle, 2-1 on the road this season, an ERA of 2.53. Arizona, a much worse bullpen than the Mariners. Seattle on the money line is the play at -115. We got to get to Sammy P here shortly. Hear what's coming up on Bet Sweats. Donkster, get on in here, buddy.
I feel like you guys are settling into summer and missing all of the big stories out there. Baseball, hockey, water polo. When are we gonna get back to covering some tail on this show?
Oh. Doctor, I thought, well, you want more Jordan Hudson stories?
No, but you're getting warmer.
All right, some UNC co-ed?
You're way off, Dad. Linda Holiday, Bill Belichick's ex. 62 and ripe for the picking.
Okay, we're done here. Do you have a bet?
Braves, money line at the Brew Crew.
Okay. Well, what's coming up next on Bet Sweats? For that, we have to bring in our guy, Sammy P. Looking sharp as ever. Good morning, Sammy P.
Well, how do I respond to what I just heard?
You
Nobody
don't.
knows.
You just
keep
move
it
on.
moving.
You just ignore it. Keep it moving. Just keep it moving.
Fart!
Oh, man.
Every time I see that name on the card, fart, gotta fade
I
him.
think of you, and I just yell it. And one time I was at the gas station, and I just yelled, "Fart!" The lady looked at me like I had 3 heads. This is the power you have over me, Jenks.
I love it. Needs to become a thing.
All right. Right. Are you a big hockey guy? I feel like you might be. So have you been following the Stanley Cup, and what's your takeaways there?
Florida just feels like the perfect hockey team, doesn't it? They can score goals. They play good defense. The goaltender's awesome. The coach is probably a Hall of Famer. They can knock your block off anytime you want, and they've been to 3 straight Stanley Cup finals, and people were willing to bet against the best team because the other team has the best player, and never thought that was a good idea.
They were treating McDavid like a cartoon last night. Like, just like falling back because they were checking him all over the place. Unbelievable. Panthers look awesome. Sammy P, you look awesome. Have a great show. Thanks for being with us, buddy.
You got it.
That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Go out and have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. A lot of U.S. Open talk as we are getting ready for Oakmont. Should be an awesome test. Hopefully some carnage. Watching these guys struggle to make birdie going to be a lot of fun. Ryan Noonan going to join us here in moments, going to get his thought on the U.S. Open. We're also going to have Nick Henyon join us later on, get his thoughts as well. We got a full card of Major League Baseball. We'll give out some picks throughout the show. We also have Game 3 of the NBA Finals to preview and Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final after Florida absolutely dismantled Edmonton last night. Then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. We'll give out my full golf card for Oakmont, and we'll give out our favorite plays of the day. So make sure you guys are chiming in throughout the show over the next 30 minutes. Give us your favorite plays, your best bets, any questions that you have, certainly in the U.S. Open as well. Any golfers that you guys are kind of thinking about betting, let us know right in the chat, and we'll get to it throughout the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with Ryan Noonan, who joins us. Check out his work for 4 Bets and BetSperts Golf as well. Make sure you guys are following Ryan on X at Rye Noonan. Ryan, I'm fired up for the golf this week, man. Going to be an awesome test. I just want to know, like, when you're handicapping Oakmont, what would you say is the top thing that you're prioritizing this week? Is it guys just finding the fairway? Is it accuracy? Do you still want guys driving distance because it's such a big course? Elite iron play? What would you say is the thing that you're kind of prioritizing the most this week?
It's a great question in the lazy answer, but I think the important answer is that the U.S. Open test is really designed, and Oakmont specifically, tips to tails, to really, you need to have the whole bag, Pete. Like you can't really fake it out there. It is a unique, event in space, particularly because we've seen this event really cater to distance over the last handful of years in different U.S. Open setups. Oakmont is a little bit more challenging. It is from a par to yardage standpoint, it is a long golf course still. At 7,400 yards is a par 70. You obviously don't have those 2 extra par 5s out there, so par 4 scoring becomes really important. I just want guys that have done it on, whether it's majors, whether it's the new signature event format. I want to see some guys, that in terms of picking an actual winner, that you've really got it done against difficult fields and difficult tests over the last couple of years, more so than anything. It's going to be a combination of all of it. Lots of discussion in the last, 24, 48 hours around distance versus accuracy. The answer is both. Pretending that it's not both matters, is just you're kind of missing part of the handicap here. So keeping the ball in play, controlling the golf ball matters. We have a guy at the top of the board that does a pretty good job of controlling the golf ball, better than anyone else. These are very, very slopey, undulating greens and fairways, something I don't think the TV does a great job of picking up. We obviously hear a lot about how fast these greens are going to play as well. So, can you control your golf ball on fast greens? Those things are going to matter quite a bit as well.
Ryan, I'm going to throw some golfers at you before. I certainly want the guys that you like this week. Just want to get your thoughts. Kind of guys that I'm on the fence with. I could certainly put them in my card, not put them in my card. So I want to get your thoughts. We'll start with Sepp Straka, who's obviously having an awesome year. I mean, you mentioned Scheffler at the top. Guy controls his golf ball than anybody else. You certainly could put Sepp in the top 5 conversation right now with the way he's swinging it. Hasn't performed all that well in majors, though, throughout his career. And obviously, Oakmont's a big-time test. Would you play Sepp this week in any capacity, Ryan?
1,000%. Sepp has been very kind to me. I was on both of his wins so far this year, so I feel like I've really squeezed all the juice out of the Sepp Straka orange. For me to go back would be a difficult net number from an outright standpoint. I got beat down a little bit early in the week because it was there were 80s out there. It was a bad number, so he's kind of sitting in the 50 range. Finding whether it's a finishing position bet, you can find some matchups. I think Sepp is definitely competitive. Really good say. I mean, statistically, outside of Scottie Scheffler over the last 6 months, 2025, Sepp Straka is the best iron player in the world. Keeps the ball in play off the tee, and is a pretty solid putter on fast greens as well. Rated out a little bit higher for me than I thought he was going to. So yeah, having some Sepp on the ticket is a good way to go.
What about Joaquin Niemann, Ryan? He's kind of a polarizing one this week. I mean, the guy just wins on live every single week. It hasn't translated to the majors. Did have that top 10, though, at Quail Hollow, which I think has people thinking that maybe he can break through. This week, you doing anything with Niemann?
I'm going to explore it. I'm going to flirt with it a little bit. Might be a one and done selection for me if people are playing in any of those, because we have the limited options for the live guys. The problem is, it's talked about often. What do those live setups do to get you prepared for major championship golf? And it's really hard to say that they do anything for you, to be honest. Again, we have he won again in Virginia at RTJ, 15 under through 3 rounds, right? So we, kind of pull that out. That's a course that's, 20 under for a winner if you were to play a normal 72 hole event. They don't play a lot of, and you look at kind of where those live results are, high teens, and again, 3 rounds. So they're not necessarily difficult setups. They're not the elite golf courses. The game is there though, right? PG, long and straight off the tee. He has all the chops just from a raw skill set standpoint. So he's very interesting. You're paying the freight for it though, because he's priced as if he's done it before. He's a little too close to that real top tier for me. So I'm not sure how to play it, but he is of interest to me. Just the number, I don't think I like the pricing on Neiman right now.
What about Keegan Bradley? He's obviously the Ryder Cup captain. This is interesting. Keegan, I think, is a guy I want to target first round 3 ball, right? Like early on in the tournament. Don't know if I want to invest in him all 4 days. What do you make of Keegan this week?
Love Keegan. The high ball flight is going to fare well here. Obviously, these are, greens. You think about fast putting, like it's hard to hold too. So it really impacts the entirety of the game. It's not just off of, the fast putts. It's firm and fast on approach shots too. So Keegan's really high apex distance is a good combination here. Playing really good golf. Likes difficult tests, likes Northeast golf, finding ways to get in on Keegan. Maybe you're right. Maybe it should just be maybe some first round leader sprinkles, first round top 20, something like that, depending on what we see weather, if there's any weather draw stuff. I'll definitely have some Keegan. I'm a sucker for him, pretty much every week, to be honest.
I like it. Ryan, I think this guy's giving me the most trouble. Shane Lowry, you doing anything with him this week? I really could make the case for betting him or just staying away completely.
Yeah, not picking him to win, but, we roll back to 2016 and we look at the leaderboard heading into the final round, and Shane Lowry had a lead by margin. And if it ends up being a spot where maybe distance isn't as important and maybe accuracy is rewarded more, Lowry's just going to keep the ball in play. He's probably not going to play himself out with too big, big numbers. The putting could be real wonky. And that kind of keeps him out sometimes on Sundays where things get a little bit tighter. I would be very surprised almost to even not see him in the top 20. So finding ways to get down on Shane, again, matchups, finishing positions are the way to go. Not paying that price from an outright standpoint, considering that he just has trouble closing PGA National in February. So him doing it on a big stage is something that I can't pay 33 to 1 for. So, but again, he'll be in the mix. Fantastic fit.
We're talking with Ryan Noonan here on Send It In. Give Ryan a follow on X at Ryan Noonan. All right, so Ryan, I gave you some golfers that I'm interested in this week. Who are some other guys that you love this week at Oakmont that you'll be betting?
Going down the board, staying in that kind of that range of guys that you can get maybe a little bit further down. I think it's going to be a nice Russell Henley week. I think whether you're playing like daily fantasy or even, looking at, trying to build out your betting card, like skill stacking is something we should probably be thinking about. Like if we're not really sure if it's going to be distance or accuracy, I think kind of building around those structures of not knowing, pretending that you're right and, going all in, the Sepp Strakas, the Shane Lowrys, the Corey Connors, Russell Henleys of the world, who are fantastic golfers, top 25 golfers in the world, keep the ball in play off the tee, elite iron game, and pretty much don't have, a weakness, right? They might not have the distance to hang with the top of the board, but they're really going to be competitive. And we've seen this for Henley in particular over the last couple of years. Really strong showings. He's got a top 5 at the Masters in the last 2 years. Open Championship very much in the mix last year. Pinehurst, he was inside the top 10 to finish. Won at Bay Hill, of course, that people would not typically pick to be a Russell Henley track because it's just too long for Henley compared to where he is off the tee. But again, just doesn't being in the fairway at Bay Hill is paramount. And that I think is going to be the case this week. So, whether that's a top 20 bet or something like that, I think Henley is very, very much in play. Again, Corey Connors, another guy that I mentioned in there as well. Going a little further down the board, maybe a sleeper. Maybe you have, each way betting options, or you're looking for like a long shot in without Scheffler or without the big gun markets. I really like Bud Cauley this week. Bud Cauley's playing really, really good golf. When I use our rabbit hole at BetSports Golf to filter out some performances in like difficult scoring conditions or when it's difficult to gain in ball striking. Bud Cauley's inside the top 10 in the last 36 rounds of ball striking in difficult golf courses. He's a fantastic lag putter, particularly on fast greens. That's going to matter. These are mammoth greens, very tiered surfaces too. So, the 3-putt rate is like 3 times the normal event. And Bud Cauley's get some pretty positive stats in terms of lag putting. So I think that's going to matter quite a bit. You're going to be able to get like, I think he's over 2-1 even, right around 2-1 to finish inside the top 40. So Bud Cauley's one of my bomb sleeper sprinkles this week.
I like it. Anybody on the other side of the coin, Ryan, that you would look to fade, maybe that you're targeting in matchups, maybe you're betting them to miss the cut? Anybody you think could struggle this week?
Yeah, at the top, you're going to be able to find a good amount of options probably to get in against Justin Thomas. A little worried about Justin Thomas off the tee here, keeping the ball in play. He's aggressive, and sometimes that can be a real problem here because the problem that you're going to have here, it's going to bring doubles and triples into play, is when say a guy even takes less than driver off the tee, finds himself in the thick stuff, and then tries to get really aggressive with that second shot. And all of a sudden the third shot's also coming from the thick rough, and maybe you're even in a worse spot than you were in the second shot. So I worry about course management pieces here with JT, keeping the ball in play. I mean, he obviously has an elite skill set, but we're going to have to find reasons and skills that whether it's tendencies to cross guys off. JT is going to be very much available in matchups against the Russell Henleys of the world, against Keegan, against the Ludwig, Sepp. So those would be guys I'd rather have than JT to target this week.
Very good. Ryan, I'll leave you with this, sir. The winner of the 2025 U.S. Open at Oakmont will be?
By margin, Scottie Scheffler. Find ways to get in on Scheffler, whether it's wire to wire. Scheffler by 3+. I know, I'm sorry. It's boring. He's the best player in the world. He's like plus 280. It's not really fun. But the reality is he controls his golf ball significantly better than everyone else. When you look at strokes gained, difficult golf courses over the last couple of years, he laps the field. He really is in his own tier. So finding ways to get in on Scheffler by margin, I think, is an interesting way to go about it. I know it's not fun to root for the house in blackjack, but it is what it is. He's fantastic at the game, and you're going to watch it and you're going to want to have a ticket some way.
You know what is fun, though, Ryan, is cashing tickets. And Scotty's just that good. He's been certainly doing a lot of that here as of late. Ryan Noonan, make sure you guys are following him on X, at Ryan Noonan, and check out his work, 4for4 Bets and BetSperts Golf as well. Ryan, this was awesome, man. Enjoy the week of golf. We'll catch up again soon.
You too, PJ. Enjoy it while you're out there, buddy.
Yep, appreciate it, man. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. We got Nick Kenyon joining us here a little bit later on in the show. We'll get his thoughts on the U.S. Open as well. I told you guys a bunch of the golfers that I like, again, coming up at Oakmont. Bryson would be my pick. He's the guy that I'm looking at. He's won at Wingfoot. He's won at Pinehurst. He's won at two really difficult golf courses. And, I think he likes the challenge. I know he likes the challenge of Oakmont. It's all going to come down to the driver this week for Bryson, right? He obviously bombs it a ways, and the rough is brutal at Oakmont. So if he keeps it in the fairway, he's going to have a great opportunity. So I think he's going to be the winner this week. I like him plus 750, plus 800. He would be the guy that I would look at. Talked about Xander yesterday, last 8 U.S. Opens. He's finished top 15 in all 8 of them. So certainly look at Xander top 20, top 10 this week. I think he's a great guy to look at. Sepp Straka has been one of the better players in the PGA Tour that not enough people are giving credit for this week. Sepp's at 40-1. Certainly think there's a chance that he could win, but like Sepp, top 20, top 10 as well. And then some of the longer shots. Tommy Fleetwood, Tony Finau, guys like that. Guys that I would never bet to win a U.S. Open, but certainly guys that I would look at top 20, top 10. You look at Finau's career, guys, and he just plays well on tough courses. When the U.S. Open was at Shinnecock, when it was at Wingfoot, when it was at Pinehurst, Finau finished top 10 on all those golf courses at Quail Hollow at the PGA Championship. He had a great showing there when it was playing difficult. Tony plays well on tough courses. He doesn't win, but he does get inside the top 20, top 10, so I'd look at him there. Tommy Fleetwood, same thing. When the U.S. Open was at Shinnecock, he finished second there. He played pretty well at Wingfoot. Tommy is accurate. He's much like Russell Henley. They don't hit the ball very far, but they hit it straight. They keep it in the fairway. And Tommy just plays that steady game where he should be hovering around even par, 2 over, 3 over, give himself a chance. And then Patrick Reed's the long shot. I don't think a lot of people are talking about this week that I would keep an eye on. Patrick Reed, another one of these guys that plays tough courses extremely well, has one of the best short games in the world, good iron player. It's really all going to be about off the tee for Patrick Reed. If he can have a good week with the driver, he's going to be in contention, and getting him at 100 to 1, some of these prices, you can get him top 20, top 10. I think P. Reed could be worth a look. We got a question coming in here from the chat. Sports wager. PJ, would you choose Bryson top 10, Morikawa top 20, or Scotty top 5? I mean, it would certainly be Scotty or Bryson. I think, though, Bryson's price is a little better, and you're more room for error there at the top 10. So I would probably go with Bryson over Scotty, but honestly, sports wager, I mean, either of those choices, I think you'll be good. Would not take Morikawa this week. Hey, all right, let's talk some baseball here on Send It In. We got a full slate of games coming up today. Tigers and Orioles in Baltimore. This is a stinky line. The O's are favored today against Detroit with Cade Povich on the mound. Somebody knows something. Got to take the Orioles today on the money line against the Tigers. Reds and Guardians, also an interesting one. Andrew Abbott on the bump today for Cincinnati. He has a 2.18 ERA this season. He's 5-1, and he's going up against Slade Ciccone, who's not been good. Yet, the Reds are underdogs. Give me Cleveland on the money line today. Pirates and Marlins, Sandy Alcantara against Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller's been the much better pitcher, even though he's 1-8 this season. Can't get any run support. Sandy's been terrible. He's got an ERA over 8. I'd look at Pittsburgh, minus 140. Mick Abel and Colin Ray today in Phillies and Cubs. It's a pick'em. I'm looking at the total, though. Give me the over 9.5. Two pitchers that have been okay so far this season. I think they're due for some negative regression here, and I think we're getting a high-scoring game. Give me the over. Also like the over in Red Sox and Rays today, over 9.5 between Lucas Giolito and Ryan Pepio. But that game went to extras yesterday, went to 11 innings. Both teams got an opportunity to see each other's bullpens. Both bullpens are a little worn down right now, and same can be said for Phillies and Cubs with that game going to extras too. So I would look at overs in both of those matchups. Nats and Mets today. Give me the Nats on the money line with Mackenzie Gore on the bump at plus 125. Also look at Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 strikeouts at plus 100. In 75 innings pitched this season, Gore is 108 strikeouts, so give me the over 6.5 Ks for Mackenzie Gore. Nothing in Braves Brewers for me today. I am taking the Yankees on the run line at minus 1.5 and minus 125. Max Fried going for the Yankees, who's been awesome this season. Noah Cameron is going for the Royals, who's been really good. I think this is where the regression could start to hit, though, for Noah Cameron going up against this Yanks lineup and with Max Fried on the other side. I think there's a reason the Yanks are big favorites today, so I'll take New York on the run line, minus 1.5. Rangers, Twins, nothing for me. Tyler Mahle is on the bump, though, for Texas, but I can't bet them right now. Blue Jays and Cardinals, Miles Michaelis, we're getting him as a small favorite today, minus 115 at home against Chris Bassett. I'll take St. Louis. Give me the White Sox today, plus 145 with Shane Smith on the mound against Lance McCullers and the Astros. That is a spooky line. The Astros only minus 175 at home against the White Sox. White Sox been playing some good baseball. I think they win again today. Giants, Rockies, nothing for me in Coors Field. Athletics and Angels out in Anaheim. Going to pass on that one as well. And then Dodgers and Padres. The Dodgers haven't even announced a starter for today's game, going up against Dylan Cease and the Padres, and yet it is still a pick'em. So I would look at a Dodgers team total over, probably would take them on the money line as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. All right, you guys, time to check in now with our guy Nick Kenyon, who joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. Nick, we have another major to talk about this week, my friend. U.S. Open gets rolling on Thursday. We know that you already have John Rahm ticket in pocket that you'll be rooting for. Did you add anything else, any other bets to win this week at Oakmont?
Yeah, I'm going to be really boring this week. Rahm at 15-1. I bet Scotty at 3-1. I know it's the most square play of all time, but here's what I keep coming back to with Scheffler. in the last 3 months, he has gained more strokes tee to green than second place Tommy Fleetwood by the same margin as between Fleetwood and the 81st ranked player on the PGA Tour. Now, that obviously doesn't include Rahm or Bryson DeChambeau from the LIV Tour, but Bryson, we know he has struggled with his irons of late, and I think the U.S. Open setup, you really need to be really efficient with your irons to be able to contend. I'm already invested in Rahm, so I'm going to add Scottie Scheffler. Rory, I don't know what's going on with him. He struggled so much in Canada. If you're asking me whether I think we get a winner within the top 4 or outside of it, I just think you have to focus on that top 4. So Scottie at 3-1 and then Jon Rahm at 15-1, the only outrights I have in play this week.
All right, very good. Got to ask you about your boy Sepp Straka, Nick. I mean, anybody who watches the show know you are a member of the Sepp Straka fan club. He's playing some great golf. He had a great showing at Jack's Place at the Memorial a couple weeks ago, which could be a nice little test for what those guys are going to see this week. Sepp's at 40-1. Did you end up placing any bets on him this week?
I love Sepp this week. I'm going to be honest with you. If he does not play well, I will be very surprised. So the only thing suggesting that Sepp cannot win this week is history. 9 of the last 10 U.S. Open winners have a top 25 in a previous U.S. Open on their resume. Also, 9 of the last 10 U.S. Open winners had a top 10 in one of the year's first 2 majors. Obviously, Sepp does not fit that profile. Miscut at Augusta, miscut at Quail Hollow. His best U.S. Open finish is a tied for 28th, but if you look at his underlying stats, I basically built a ladder on Sepp as close to coming to win as possible without actually including the 40-1 price to win. So top 5 at plus 650, top 10 at 3-1, top 20 at plus 150. If you look at Sepp's record, the only places he has struggled this season is when driving distance comes into play more heavily than driving accuracy does. Miscut, as I mentioned, at Augusta National, you need to bomb it there. Miscut at Quail Hollow, you need to bomb it there. Miscut at Torrey Pines for the Genesis. Again, another bomber's paradise where length generally trumps accuracy off the tee. But at Oakmont, you're getting the opposite. Accuracy is going to trump length off here. I know the scorecard says it's just over 7,300 yards at Oakmont. It generally plays a little bit shorter than that. The average yardage of the 12 par 3s comes in at around 433 yards. That's actually shorter than both Wingfoot and Shinnecock. So something to note there. There's a lot of length carried in the par 3/8, which is 290 yards, and the 2 par 5s which both measure over 600. So Sepp, the big thing with him, can he keep it in the fairway? He's 8th on the PGA Tour this season in fairways hit percentage. When he hits the fairway, he is 1st on the PGA Tour in greens and regulation percentage. He's also top 25 in 3-putt avoidance from over 25 feet. I just don't see it. The tee to green game is too strong right now, and I don't really like the 40-1 to win the U.S. Open, but I did bet him at 66-1 to win the Open Championship next month. If my theory holds true and he contends here, he's heading to a Royal Portrush venue where he produced a really strong major championship finish at the Open, a runner-up across the pond in the previous try. So I would rather take the 66-1 shot across the pond than the 40-1 to win the U.S. Open.
Love it. Thanks. You made a great case there for Sepp Straka. I'll certainly be on him this week as well. I'm going to give out my full card here to wrap up the show. Nick, I want to know if there were any golfers that you ended up not betting this week. Maybe you were on the fence, you were deciding, going back and forth, but you ended up not pulling the trigger on a guy or two maybe this week.
Man, I'm so tempted on Morikawa, just strictly from the numbers standpoint. If he keeps drifting and a top 20 becomes available at plus 100 or better, I might have to take a nibble of Morikawa, who in his last 4 U.S. Opens, no worse than a tie for 14th in any of them. This is just a random sidebar too, but I watched this video where PGA Tour gave a bunch of tour pros the choice of whether they would just take even for the week or go out and play the course. There were about 10 or so guys in the video. Morikawa was the only one who said he would go out and play it. So he leads the PGA Tour in fairways percentage this season. What's really weird is he's like 92nd in greens in regulation percentage when he hits the fairway, so the approach game just hasn't really worked well, but he just seems to have a knack for these U.S. Opens, and I think it does sort his game where if he can just keep it in the fairway and avoid a disastrous putting week, I really think it could be a strong week for Morikawa at Oakmont.
There you go. Absolutely love it. Nick Kenyon, always great stuff. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. Nick, always appreciate it, my friend. Good luck to you this week.
Sounds good. Enjoy my hometown, PJ.
I'm looking forward to it, sir. Can't wait. All right, guys, let's talk some NBA Finals Game 3. We got Thunder, Pacers on Wednesday, coming up tomorrow. Over-under 228.5. Thunder minus 5.5 against Indiana. I'm going to take Halliburton 20 or more points. Told you guys this yesterday at plus 120. I think this is going to be the Halliburton game offensively. Games 1 and games 2, he's kind of tried to let the game come to him early on, get his teammates involved, and then he's looked for his shot in the fourth quarter. I think he's hunting his shot early on and throughout the game. So give me 20 or more plus 120 for Halliburton. Also like the first quarter over at 56.5. in Game 3. It's been the same number all 3 games. The under is hit in the first 2. Going back to Indiana, though, where you would expect the Pacers' offense to be much better than it's been in OKC. I think they maybe get 30, 35. I think OKC can get into the high 20s, low 30s as well. We're going over 56.5 first quarter points. Nothing for me, spread or total in Game 3. I do like Oklahoma City, though, to win the game. And then as for the Stanley Cup, give me Edmonton in Game 4, plus 125. This thing is going to be 2-2, headed back to Edmonton. Florida whooped them last night. You had so many penalties, so many minutes in the penalty box. I think it was like the 4th most ever for a Stanley Cup game. Edmonton's going to respond in a big way on Thursday night. So give me the Panthers money line at plus 125. All right, you guys, let's wrap up the show here. Favorite plays of the day. Also going to give out our golf card as well for the U.S. Open. Let's start with going streaking. Freddie Freeman is going to be our guy today. 5 for 11 in his career against Dylan Cease. Give me Freddie to get a base hit. Prop lock is going to be Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 Ks against the New York Mets at plus 100. Kenzie Gore, 108 strikeouts and 75 innings pitched this year. He's going to be my prop block today. Dog of the day, give me Shawnee Sharp's White Sox at plus 145 against the Astros. When Houston is up 5-0 in the second inning, I will immediately regret this, but let's ride the White Sox at plus 145. And then my best bet, folks, Bryson DeChambeau is winning the U.S. Open at plus 750. He's winning it for the 3rd time. He won at Wingfoot. He won at Pinehurst. Bryson put out a 48-minute YouTube video last week. I highly recommend everybody to go watch it before the tournament starts. He plays all 18 holes, and you really get to go through and see the course, and you also get to see how he thinks around the course. And Bryson played really well. He was hitting the fairways. His irons were good. His speeds on the greens were good, and he still shot even par. But if he shoots even par all 4 rounds, he's going to win the U.S. Open. So give me Bryson at plus 750. All right, let's get to the U.S. Open card at Oakmont. Told you guys I like Bryson. Also going to bet Sepp at 40-1. You heard Ryan make the case. You heard Nick make the case. I love Sepp at the price. That's the key. Give me Sepp at 40-1. Probably should be like 25 or 30-1. How about Bryson top 10 minus 135 sports wager? You were asking me earlier. I got Bryson in my top 10, so I love that one. How about Tommy Fleetwood as well? Now, I never bet Tommy to win a major championship, ever. But top 10, he absolutely can do that. Russell Henley, one of the most accurate golfers in the world. I'm going to take him as well at top 20. Keep in mind, Henley won at the Arnold Palmer Invitational earlier this year. Also very difficult golf course. Finau, keep telling you guys how good he is at these tough courses. And then Patrick Reed, taking a flyer with that one. I like the 30-1 price. Patrick Reed's been great in majors throughout his career. He's been great at Augusta, and he's been really good at difficult U.S. Open courses. So Patrick Reed, top 20 at plus 300. That's our card this week for the U.S. Open. Once again, Freddie Freeman's our play today and going streaking. Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 Ks is our prop block. Dog of the day, White Sox plus 145 money line, and Bryson DeChambeau to win the U.S. Open at plus 750 is going to be our best bet. I'm going to be out for the next 2 days, you guys. I'm actually heading to Oakmont for the U.S. Open. I can't wait, so I'll be there. Jake Hassan is going to be with you tomorrow and Thursday, so make sure you stick around for Jake. He's going to have some great shows for you the next couple days, and I will see you guys back on Monday. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. A lot of U.S. Open talk as we are getting ready for Oakmont. Should be an awesome test. Hopefully some carnage. Watching these guys struggle to make birdie going to be a lot of fun. Ryan Noonan going to join us here in moments, going to get his thought on the U.S. Open. We're also going to have Nick Henyon join us later on, get his thoughts as well. We got a full card of Major League Baseball. We'll give out some picks throughout the show. We also have Game 3 of the NBA Finals to preview and Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final after Florida absolutely dismantled Edmonton last night. Then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. We'll give out my full golf card for Oakmont, and we'll give out our favorite plays of the day. So make sure you guys are chiming in throughout the show over the next 30 minutes. Give us your favorite plays, your best bets, any questions that you have, certainly in the U.S. Open as well. Any golfers that you guys are kind of thinking about betting, let us know right in the chat, and we'll get to it throughout the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with Ryan Noonan, who joins us. Check out his work for Bets and BetSperts Golf as well. Make sure you guys are following Ryan on X at Rye Noonan. Ryan, I'm fired up for the golf this week, man. Going to be an awesome test. I just want to know, like, when you're handicapping Oakmont, what would you say is the top thing that you're prioritizing this week? Is it guys just finding the fairway? Is it accuracy? Do you still want guys driving distance because it's such a big course? Elite iron play? What would you say is the thing that you're kind of prioritizing the most this week?
It's a great question in the lazy answer, but I think the important answer is that the U.S. Open test is really designed, and Oakmont specifically, tips to tails, to really, you need to have the whole bag, PJ. Like you can't really fake it out there. It is a unique, event in space, particularly because we've seen this event really cater to distance over the last handful of years in different U.S. Open setups. Oakmont is a little bit more challenging. It is from a par to yardage standpoint, it is a long golf course still. At 7,400 yards is a par 70. You obviously don't have those two extra par 5s out there, so par 4 scoring becomes really important. I just want guys that have done it on, whether it's majors, whether it's the new signature event format. I want to see some guys, that in terms of picking an actual winner, that you've really got it done against difficult fields and difficult tests over the last couple of years, more so than anything. It's going to be a combination of all of it. Lots of discussion in the last, 24, 48 hours around distance versus accuracy. The answer is both. Pretending that it's not both matters, is just you're kind of missing part of the handicap here. So keeping the ball in play, controlling the golf ball matters. We have a guy at the top of the board that does a pretty good job of controlling the golf ball, better than anyone else. These are very, very slopey, undulating greens and fairways, something I don't think the TV does a great job of picking up. We obviously hear a lot about how fast these greens are going to play as well. So, can you control your golf ball on fast greens? Those things are going to matter quite a bit as well.
Ryan, I'm going to throw some golfers at you before. I certainly want the guys that you like this week. Just want to get your thoughts. Kind of guys that I'm on the fence with. I could certainly put them in my card, not put them in my card. So I want to get your thoughts. We'll start with Sepp Straka, who's obviously having an awesome year. I mean, you mentioned Scheffler at the top. Guy controls his golf ball than anybody else. You certainly could put Sepp in the top 5 conversation right now with the way he's swinging it. Hasn't performed all that well in majors, though, throughout his career. And obviously, Oakmont's a big-time test. Would you play Sepp this week in any capacity, Ryan?
1,000%. Sepp has been very kind to me. I was on both of his wins so far this year, so I feel like I've really squeezed all the juice out of the Sepp Straka orange. For me to go back would be a difficult net number from an outright standpoint. I got beat down a little bit early in the week because it was there were 80s out there. It was a bad number, so he's kind of sitting in the 50 range. Finding whether it's a finishing position bet, you can find some matchups. I think Sepp is definitely competitive. Really could say, statistically, outside of Scottie Scheffler over the last 6 months, 2025, Sepp Straka is the best iron player in the world. Keeps the ball in play off the tee, and is a pretty solid putter on fast greens as well. Rated out a little bit higher for me than I thought he was going to. So yeah, having some Sepp on the ticket is a good way to go.
What about Joaquin Niemann, Ryan? He's kind of a polarizing one this week. I mean, the guy just wins on live every single week. It hasn't translated to the majors. Did have that top 10, though, at Quail Hollow, which I think has people thinking that maybe he can break through. This week, you doing anything with Niemann?
I'm going to explore it. I'm going to flirt with it a little bit. Might be a one and done selection for me if people are playing in any of those, because we have the limited options for the live guys. The problem is, it's talked about often. What do those live setups do to get you prepared for major championship golf? And it's really hard to say that they do anything for you, to be honest. Again, we have he won again in Virginia at RTJ, 15 under through 3 rounds, right? So we, kind of pull that out. That's a course that's, 20 under for a winner if you were to play a normal 72 hole event. They don't play a lot of, and you look at kind of where those live results are, high teens, and again, 3 rounds. So they're not necessarily difficult setups. They're not the elite golf courses. The game is there though, right? PG, long and straight off the tee. He has all the chops just from a raw skill set standpoint. So he's very interesting. You're paying the freight for it though, because he's priced as if he's done it before. He's a little too close to that real top tier for me. So I'm not sure how to play it, but he is of interest to me. Just the number, I don't think I like the pricing on Neiman right now.
What about Keegan Bradley? He's obviously the Ryder Cup captain. This is interesting. Keegan, I think, is a guy I want to target first round 3 ball, right? Like early on in the tournament. Don't know if I want to invest in him all 4 days. What do you make of Keegan this week?
Love Keegan. The high ball flight is going to fare well here. Obviously, these are, greens. You think about fast putting, like it's hard to hold too. So it really impacts the entirety of the game. It's not just off of, the fast putts. It's firm and fast on approach shots too. So Keegan's really high apex distance is a good combination here. Playing really good golf. Likes difficult tests, likes Northeast golf, finding ways to get in on Keegan. Maybe you're right. Maybe it should just be maybe some first round leader sprinkles, first round top 20, something like that, depending on what we see weather, if there's any weather draw stuff. I'll definitely have some Keegan. I'm a sucker for him, pretty much every week, to be honest.
I like it. Ryan, I think this guy's giving me the most trouble. Shane Lowry, you doing anything with him this week? I really could make the case for betting him or just staying away completely.
Yeah, not picking him to win, but, we roll back to 2016 and we look at the leaderboard heading into the final round, and Shane Lowry had a lead by margin. And if it ends up being a spot where maybe distance isn't as important and maybe accuracy is rewarded more, Lowry's just going to keep the ball in play. He's probably not going to play himself out with too big, big numbers. The putting could be real wonky. And that kind of keeps him out sometimes on Sundays where things get a little bit tighter. I would be very surprised almost to even not see him in the top 20. So finding ways to get down on Shane, again, matchups, finishing positions are the way to go. Not paying that price from an outright standpoint, considering that he just has trouble closing PGA National in February. So him doing it on a big stage is something that I can't pay 33 to 1 for. So, but again, he'll be in the mix. Fantastic fit.
We're talking with Ryan Noonan here on Send It In. Give Ryan a follow on X at Ryan Noonan. All right, so Ryan, I gave you some golfers that I'm interested in this week. Who are some other guys that you love this week at Oakmont that you'll be betting?
Going down the board, staying in that kind of that range of guys that you can get maybe a little bit further down. I think it's going to be a nice Russell Henley week. I think whether you're playing like daily fantasy or even, looking at, trying to build out your betting card, like skill stacking is something we should probably be thinking about. Like if we're not really sure if it's going to be distance or accuracy, I think kind of building around those structures of not knowing, pretending that you're right and, going all in, the Sepp Strakas, the Shane Lowrys, the Corey Connors, Russell Henleys of the world, who are fantastic golfers, top 25 golfers in the world, keep the ball in play off the tee, elite iron game, and pretty much don't have, a weakness, right? They might not have the distance to hang with the top of the board, but they're really going to be competitive. And we've seen this for Henley in particular over the last couple of years. Really strong showings. He's got a top 5 at the Masters in the last 2 years. Open Championship very much in the mix last year. Pinehurst, he was inside the top 10 to finish. Won at Bay Hill, of course, that people would not typically pick to be a Russell Henley track because it's just too long for Henley compared to where he is off the tee. But again, just doesn't being in the fairway at Bay Hill is paramount. And that I think is going to be the case this week. So, whether that's a top 20 bet or something like that, I think Henley is very, very much in play. Again, Corey Connors, another guy that I mentioned in there as well. Going a little further down the board, maybe a sleeper. Maybe you have, each way betting options, or you're looking for like a long shot in without Scheffler or without the big gun markets. I really like Bud Cauley this week. Bud Cauley's playing really, really good golf. When I use our rabbit hole at BetSports Golf to filter out some performances in like difficult scoring conditions or when it's difficult to gain in ball striking. Bud Cauley's inside the top 10 in the last 36 rounds of ball striking in difficult golf courses. He's a fantastic lag putter, particularly on fast greens. That's going to matter. These are mammoth greens, very tiered surfaces too. So, the 3-putt rate is like 3 times the normal event. And Bud Cauley's get some pretty positive stats in terms of lag putting. So I think that's going to matter quite a bit. You're going to be able to get like, I don't know, I think he's over 2-1 even, right around 2-1 to finish inside the top 40. So Bud Cauley's one of my bomb sleeper sprinkles this week.
I like it. Anybody on the other side of the coin, Ryan, that you would look to fade, maybe that you're targeting in matchups, maybe you're betting them to miss the cut? Anybody you think could struggle this week?
Yeah, at the top, you're going to be able to find a good amount of options probably to get in against Justin Thomas. A little worried about Justin Thomas off the tee here, keeping the ball in play. He's aggressive, and sometimes that could be a real problem here because the problem that you're going to have here, it's going to bring doubles and triples into play, is when say a guy even takes less than driver off the tee, finds himself in the thick stuff, and then tries to get really aggressive with that second shot. And all of a sudden the third shot's also coming from the thick rough, and maybe you're even in a worse spot than you were in the second shot. So I worry about course management pieces here with JT keeping the ball in play. I mean, he obviously has elite skill set, but we're gonna have to find reasons and skills that whether it's tendencies to cross guys off. JT is going to be very much available in matchups against the Russell Henleys of the world, against Keegan, against the Ludwig, Sepp. So those would be guys I'd rather have than JT to target this week.
Very good. Ryan, I'll leave you with this, sir. The winner of the 2025 U.S. Open at Oakmont will be?
By margin, Scottie Scheffler. Find ways to get in on Scheffler, whether it's wire to wire. Scheffler by 3+. I know, I'm sorry. It's boring. He's the best player in the world. He's like plus 280. It's not really fun. But the reality is he controls his golf ball significantly better than everyone else. When you look at strokes gained, difficult golf courses over the last couple of years, he laps the field. He really is in his own tier. So finding ways to get in on Scheffler by margin, I think, is an interesting way to go about it. I know it's not fun to root for the house, like root for the house in blackjack, but it is what it is. He's fantastic at the game, and you're going to watch it and you're going to want to have a ticket some way.
You know what is fun, though, Ryan, is cashing tickets. And Scottie's just that good. He's been certainly doing a lot of that here as of late. Ryan Noonan, make sure you guys are following him on X, at Ryan Noonan, and check out his work, 4for4 Bets and BetSperts Golf as well. Ryan, this was awesome, man. Enjoy the week of golf. We'll catch up again soon.
You too, PJ. Enjoy it while you're out there, buddy.
Yep, appreciate it, man. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. We got Nick Kenyon joining us here a little bit later on in the show. We'll get his thoughts on the U.S. Open as well. I told you guys a bunch of the golfers that I like, again, coming up at Oakmont. Bryson would be my pick. He's the guy that I'm looking at. He's won at Wingfoot. He's won at Pinehurst. He's won at two really difficult golf courses. And, I think he likes the challenge. I know he likes the challenge of Oakmont. It's all going to come down to the driver this week for Bryson, right? He obviously bombs it a ways, and the rough is brutal at Oakmont. So if he keeps it in the fairway, he's going to have a great opportunity. So I think he's going to be the winner this week. I like him plus 750, plus 800. He would be the guy that I would look at. Talked about Xander yesterday, last 8 U.S. Opens. He's finished top 15 in all 8 of them. So certainly look at Xander top 20, top 10 this week. I think he's a great guy to look at. Sepp Straka has been one of the better players in the PGA Tour that not enough people are given credit for this week. Sepp's at 40-1. Certainly think there's a chance that he could win, but like Sepp, top 20, top 10 as well. And then some of the longer shots. Tommy Fleetwood, Tony Finau, guys like that. Guys that I would never bet to win a U.S. Open, but certainly guys that I would look at top 20, top 10. You look at Finau's career, guys, and he just plays well on tough courses. When the U.S. Open was at Shinnecock, when it was at Wingfoot, when it was at Pinehurst, Finau finished top 10 on all those golf courses at Quail Hollow at the PGA Championship. He had a great showing there when it was playing difficult. Tony plays well on tough courses. He doesn't win, but he does get inside the top 20, top 10, so I'd look at him there. Tommy Fleetwood, same thing. When the U.S. Open was at Shinnecock, he finished second there. He played pretty well at Wingfoot. Tommy is accurate. He's much like Russell Henley. They don't hit the ball very far, but they hit it straight. They keep it in the fairway. And Tommy just plays that steady game where he should be hovering around even par, 2 over, 3 over, give himself a chance. And then Patrick Reed's the long shot. I don't think a lot of people are talking about this week that I would keep an eye on. Patrick Reed, another one of these guys that plays tough courses extremely well, has one of the best short games in the world, good iron player. It's really all going to be about off the tee for Patrick Reed. If he can have a good week with the driver, he's going to be in contention, and getting him at 100 to 1, some of these prices, you can get him top 20, top 10. I think P. Reed could be worth a look. We got a question coming in here from the chat. Sports Wager, PJ, would you choose Bryson top 10, Morikawa top 20, or Scotty top 5? I mean, it would certainly be Scotty or Bryson. I think, though, Bryson's price is a little better, and you're more room for error there at the top 10. So I would probably go with Bryson over Scotty. But honestly, Sports Wager, I mean, either of those choices, I think you'll be good. Would not take Morikawa this week. Hey, all right, let's talk some baseball here on Send It In. We got a full slate of games coming up today. Tigers and Orioles in Baltimore. This is a stinky line. The O's are favored today against Detroit with Cade Povich on the mound. Somebody knows something. Got to take the Orioles today on the money line against the Tigers. Reds and Guardians, also an interesting one. Andrew Abbott on the bump today for Cincinnati. He has a 2.18 ERA this season. He's 5-1, and he's going up against Slade Ciccone, who's not been good. Yet, the Reds are underdogs. Give me Cleveland on the money line today. Pirates and Marlins, Sandy Alcantara against Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller's been the much better pitcher, even though he's 1-8 this season. Can't get any run support. Sandy's been terrible. He's got an ERA over 8. I'd look at Pittsburgh, minus 140. Mick Abel and Colin Ray today in Phillies and Cubs. It's a pick'em. I'm looking at the total, though. Give me the over 9.5. Two pitchers that have been okay so far this season. I think they're due for some negative regression here, and I think we're getting a high-scoring game. Give me the over. Also like the over in Red Sox and Rays today, over 9.5 between Lucas Giolito and Ryan Pepio. But that game went to extras yesterday, went to 11 innings. Both teams got an opportunity to see each other's bullpens. Both bullpens are a little worn down right now, and same can be said for Phillies and Cubs with that game going to extras too. So I would look at overs in both of those matchups. Nats and Mets today. Give me the Nats on the money line with Mackenzie Gore on the bump at plus 125. Also look at Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 strikeouts at plus 100. In 75 innings pitched this season, Gore is 108 strikeouts, so give me the over 6.5 Ks for Mackenzie Gore. Nothing in Braves Brewers for me today. I am taking the Yankees on the run line at minus 1.5 and minus 125. Max Fried going for the Yankees, who's been awesome this season. Noah Cameron is going for the Royals, who's been really good. I think this is where the regression could start to hit, though, for Noah Cameron going up against this Yanks lineup and with Max Fried on the other side. I think there's a reason the Yanks are big favorites today, so I'll take New York on the run line, minus 1.5. Rangers, Twins, nothing for me. Tyler Mahle is on the bump, though, for Texas, but I can't bet them right now. Blue Jays and Cardinals, Miles Michaelis, we're getting him as a small favorite today, minus 115 at home against Chris Bassett. I'll take St. Louis. Give me the White Sox today, plus 145 with Shane Smith on the mound against Lance McCullers and the Astros. That is a spooky line. The Astros only minus 175 at home against the White Sox. White Sox been playing some good baseball. I think they win again today. Giants, Rockies, nothing for me in Coors Field. Athletics and Angels out in Anaheim. Going to pass on that one as well. And then Dodgers and Padres. The Dodgers haven't even announced a starter for today's game, going up against Dylan Cease and the Padres, and yet it is still a pick'em. So I would look at a Dodgers team total over, probably would take them on the money line as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. All right, you guys, time to check in now with our guy Nick Kenyon, who joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. Nick, we have another major to talk about this week, my friend. U.S. Open gets rolling on Thursday. We know that you already have Jon Rahm ticket in pocket that you'll be rooting for. Did you add anything else, any other bets to win this week at Oakmont?
Yeah, I'm going to be really boring this week. Rahm at 15-1. I bet Scotty at 3-1. I know it's the most square play of all time, but here's what I keep coming back to with Scheffler. in the last 3 months, he has gained more strokes tee to green than second place Tommy Fleetwood by the same margin as between Fleetwood and the 81st ranked player on the PGA Tour. Now, that obviously doesn't include Rahm or Bryson DeChambeau from the LIV Tour, but Bryson, we know he has struggled with his irons of late, and I think the U.S. Open setup, you really need to be really efficient with your irons to be able to contend. I'm already invested in Rahm, so I'm going to add Scottie Scheffler. Rory, I don't know what's going on with him. He struggled so much in Canada. If you're asking me whether I think we get a winner within the top four or outside of it, I just think you have to focus on that top four. So Scottie at 3-1 and then Jon Rahm at 15-1, the only outrights I have in play this week.
All right, very good. Got to ask you about your boy Sepp Straka, Nick. I mean, anybody who watches the show know you are a member of the Sepp Straka fan club. He's playing some great golf. He had a great showing at Jack's Place at the Memorial a couple weeks ago, which could be a nice little test for what those guys are going to see this week. Sepp's at 40-1. Did you end up placing any bets on him this week?
I love Sepp this week. I'm going to be honest with you. If he does not play well, I will be very surprised. So the only thing suggesting that Sepp cannot win this week is history. 9 of the last 10 U.S. Open winners have a top 25 in a previous U.S. Open on their resume. Also, 9 of the last 10 U.S. Open winners had a top 10 in one of the year's first 2 majors. Obviously, Sepp does not fit that profile. Miscut at Augusta, miscut at Quail Hollow. His best U.S. Open finish is a tied for 28th, but if you look at his underlying stats, I basically built a ladder on Sepp as close to coming to win as possible without actually including the 40-1 price to win. So top 5 at plus 650, top 10 at 3-1, top 20 at plus 150. If you look at Sepp's record, the only places he has struggled this season is when driving distance comes into play more heavily than driving accuracy does. Miscut, as I mentioned, at Augusta National, you need to bomb it there. Miscut at Quail Hollow, you need to bomb it there. Miscut at Torrey Pines for the Genesis. Again, another bomber's paradise where length generally trumps accuracy off the tee. But at Oakmont, you're getting the opposite. Accuracy is going to trump length off here. I know the scorecard says it's just over 7,300 yards at Oakmont. It generally plays a little bit shorter than that. The average yardage of the 12 par threes comes in at around 433 yards. That's actually shorter than both Wingfoot and Shinnecock. So something to note there. There's a lot of length carried in the par 3/8, which is 290 yards, and the 2 par 5s which both measure over 600. So Sepp, the big thing with him, can he keep it in the fairway? He's 8th on the PGA Tour this season in fairways hit percentage. When he hits the fairway, he is 1st on the PGA Tour in greens and regulation percentage. He's also top 25 in 3-putt avoidance from over 25 feet. I just don't see it. The tee to green game is too strong right now, and I don't really like the 40-1 to win the U.S. Open, but I did bet him at 66-1 to win the Open Championship next month. If my theory holds true and he contends here, he's heading to a Royal Portrush venue where he produced a really strong major championship finish at the Open, a runner-up across the pond in the previous try. So I would rather take the 66-1 shot across the pond than the 40-1 to win the U.S. Open.
Love it. Thanks. You made a great case there for Sepp Straka. I'll certainly be on him this week as well. I'm going to give out my full card here to wrap up the show. Nick, I want to know if there were any golfers that you ended up not betting this week. Maybe you were on the fence, you were deciding, going back and forth, but you ended up not pulling the trigger on a guy or two maybe this week.
Man, I'm so tempted on Morikawa, just strictly from the numbers standpoint. If he keeps drifting and a top 20 becomes available at plus 100 or better, I might have to take a nibble of Morikawa, who in his last 4 U.S. Opens, no worse than a tie for 14th in any of them. This is just a random sidebar too, but I watched this video where PGA Tour gave a bunch of tour pros the choice of whether they would just take even for the week or go out and play the course. There were about 10 or so guys in the video. Morikawa was the only one who said he would go out and play it. So he leads the PGA Tour in fairways percentage this season. What's really weird is he's like 92nd in greens in regulation percentage when he hits the fairway, so the approach game just hasn't really worked well, but he just seems to have a knack for these U.S. Opens, and I think it does sort his game where if he can just keep it in the fairway and avoid a disastrous putting week, I really think it could be a strong week for Morikawa at Oakmont.
There you go. Absolutely love it. Nick Kenyon, always great stuff. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. Nick, always appreciate it, my friend. Good luck to you this week.
Sounds good. Enjoy my hometown, PJ.
I'm looking forward to it, sir. Can't wait. All right, guys, let's talk some NBA Finals Game 3. We got Thunder, Pacers on Wednesday, coming up tomorrow. Over under 228.5. Thunder minus 5.5 against Indiana. I'm going to take Halliburton 20 or more points. Told you guys this yesterday at plus 120. I think this is going to be the Halliburton game offensively. Games 1 and games 2, he's kind of tried to let the game come to him early on, get his teammates involved, and then he's looked for his shot in the fourth quarter. I think he's hunting his shot early on and throughout the game. So give me 20 or more plus 120 for Halliburton. Also like the first quarter over at 56.5. in Game 3. It's been the same number all 3 games. The under is hit in the first 2. Going back to Indiana, though, where you would expect the Pacers' offense to be much better than it's been in OKC. I think they maybe get 30, 35. I think OKC can get into the high 20s, low 30s as well. We're going over 56.5 first quarter points. Nothing for me, spread or total in Game 3. I do like Oklahoma City, though, to win the game. And then as for the Stanley Cup, give me Edmonton in Game 4, plus 125. This thing is going to be 2-2, headed back to Edmonton. Florida whooped them last night. You had so many penalties, so many minutes in the penalty box. I think it was like the 4th most ever for a Stanley Cup game. Edmonton's going to respond in a big way on Thursday night. So give me the Panthers money line at plus 125. All right, you guys, let's wrap up the show here. Favorite plays of the day. Also going to give out our golf card as well for the U.S. Open. Let's start with going streaking. Freddie Freeman is going to be our guy today. 5 for 11 in his career against Dylan Cease. Give me Freddie to get a base hit. Prop lock is going to be Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 Ks against the New York Mets at plus 100. Kenzie Gore, 108 strikeouts and 75 innings pitched this year. He's going to be my prop block today. Dog of the day, give me Shawnee Sharp's White Sox at plus 145 against the Astros. When Houston is up 5-0 in the second inning, I will immediately regret this, but let's ride the White Sox at plus 145. And then my best bet, folks, Bryson DeChambeau is winning the U.S. Open at plus 750. He's winning it for the 3rd time. He won at Wingfoot. He won at Pinehurst. Bryson put out a 48-minute YouTube video last week. I highly recommend everybody to go watch it before the tournament starts. He plays all 18 holes, and you really get to go through and see the course, and you also get to see how he thinks around the course. And Bryson played really well. He was hitting the fairways. His irons were good. His speeds on the greens were good, and he still shot even par. But if he shoots even par all 4 rounds, he's going to win the U.S. Open. So give me Bryson at plus 750. All right, let's get to the U.S. Open card at Oakmont. Told you guys I like Bryson. Also going to bet Sepp at 40-1. You heard Ryan make the case. You heard Nick make the case. I love Sepp at the price. That's the key. Give me Sepp at 40-1. Probably should be like 25 or 30-1. How about Bryson top 10 minus 135 sports wager? You were asking me earlier. I got Bryson in my top 10, so I love that one. How about Tommy Fleetwood as well? Now, I'd never bet Tommy to win a major championship, ever. But top 10, he absolutely can do that. Russell Henley, one of the most accurate golfers in the world. I'm going to take him as well at top 20. Keep in mind, Henley won at the Arnold Palmer Invitational earlier this year. Also very difficult golf course. Finau, keep telling you guys how good he is at these tough courses. And then Patrick Reed, taking a flyer with that one. I like the 30-1 price. Patrick Reed's been great in majors throughout his career. He's been great at Augusta, and he's been really good at difficult U.S. Open courses. So Patrick Reed, top 20 at plus 300. That's our card this week for the U.S. Open. Once again, Freddie Freeman's our play today and going streaking. Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 Ks is our prop block. Dog of the day, White Sox plus 145 money line, and Bryson DeChambeau to win the U.S. Open at plus 750 is going to be our best bet. I'm going to be out for the next 2 days, you guys. I'm actually heading to Oakmont for the U.S. Open. I can't wait, so I'll be there. Jake Hassan is going to be with you tomorrow and Thursday, so make sure you stick around for Jake. He's going to have some great shows for you the next couple days, and I will see you guys back on Monday.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. It's a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on our final hour, we've got some baseball news for you. What happened last night in the Bigs? The Rockies, the Colorado Rockies, got to win their 10th of the season. We'll discuss that then in 20 minutes. How about this? We're going to talk some June baseball with the great Buster Olney, the senior Major League Baseball writer for ESPN. And you know what time it is in 40 minutes, our best bets, along with the Donkster. So we've talked a little bit over the past few weeks. We talk about TikTok a lot because, I mean, look, people get influenced. We see trends all of the time. And I have to say, once again, the lovely Catherine, here we go. First, it was buying this $90 keyboard that she's been typing away on. And now, yesterday, I was trying to take a nap, and it was sort of working out for me. She was working from home yesterday, and she hears me milling about upstairs. I just say milling about. God, so old. She hears me milling about upstairs, so she comes running upstairs. She's like, hey, I got TikTok influenced again. I was like, oh. I was like, what is it this time? She's like, pickled garlic. Doesn't that sound delicious? I mean, think about it. Ooh. Garlic is usually really garlicky, but apparently the pickle sort of takes kind of that edge off, so it's really delicious. So I ordered some. I was like, all right, babe, we're going to do it. I mean, our household is going to, I say this sort of tongue-in-cheek, like I think it's cute. It doesn't really bother me. But our place is going to be filled with TikTok items, like over the next year or two. Oh, and Double D says, it's so good. Can I sell you on some pickled garlic, Chelsea, via TikTok?
Well, I don't like pickles and I don't like garlic. So one would think that I probably won't like pickled garlic. Am I wrong here? I hate pickles. I'm not a pickles person.
Oh, really? Okay. Catherine loves pickles. Loves pickles. Like, obsessed with pickles. So this makes perfect sense to me that, but what are you going to do with pickled garlic? I guess you just, like, crunch it, eat it? I don't know.
Yeah, is it a condiment? Like, I don't understand the usage of it. Do you put it on a sandwich?
I think you just eat it individually. Like, apparently it's crunchy. Double D, you want to get in here and talk about pickled garlic for a second? I mean, we're getting it's a so good. Why did I say that like he's Super Mario? It's a so good. Is it good, Double D?
So good.
It's a so
Have we
good.
been canceled yet?
So
it's a good.
It's a good.
It's a so good. Yeah. You can eat it individually, or you could add it to something that needs a little brininess and a little garlic to it. You multitask with it, Jenks. You multitask with it, man.
Smart man. Okay.
Yuck.
That makes sense.
Briny?
Do you care either way? I'm trying to get.
I mean, I'm intrigued by it. I'm not like the biggest pickle person, but your boy does like a little garlic, so I'm intrigued by it. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it something I can buy? Because the thing that discourages me is the very hard work of pickling, of putting 3 things together in water. That's a lot.
That's true. That is work.
Leg work there.
Chelsea, you seem like someone who would pickle something. You know,
No.
you're a gardener.
I don't like pickles.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that like the basis of it?
I guess that's true. Fair enough. Okay. I like pickles. I guess I'll give it a shot. You know, I got to bring in everyone here. I want to include the whole crew. Dylan, you want to break the tie here? You want to give us some insight on pickled garlic, if you're even there? Do you care? In your spare time, do you pickle
He's eating
things?
oatmeal squares.
He probably is. He's like, gosh, you're getting me at the worst time right now. All right. Come back
He
to
might not be even be at the computer.
He's probably not. All right, fair enough, Dylan. I wanted to give you a chance, but that's coming to our household. And apparently there's regular and then there's jalapeno flavored as well. I was like, you ordered both, didn't you? She's like, yep, sure did. So it's coming our way. I'll let you know how it is. Maybe I'll bring some in. I mean, I did have the Joe Thomas beef sticks. Those were delicious. But that's a much more rudimentary snack.
Where's my meat
garlic.
sticks, Jenks? I will continue to say that on the show until somebody sends me some meat sticks.
You only need a robe and meat sticks. It's not that big of an ask. I wear my robe, you have your beef sticks, everyone's happy. It's not that big of a deal. We're going to talk about Giannis here in a second and whether or not he could leave the Milwaukee Bucks. But before that, can we just give some quick credit to the Colorado Rockies? I feel like yeah, come on. There it is, Rocks. There it is. Now it's time to make a run. Now we make a run. Here it is. 2 straight. Let's make it 2 straight. I think they can make it 2 straight, by the way. Will I bet on the Rockies making it 2 straight? Absolutely not. But they beat the Marlins yesterday. 6-4.
The Marlins?
Rocks.
Who's next?
Who's next on the hit list? The Yankees and Dodgers and Tigers in that order? What's next for the Rockies? Is this when the dynasty begins? You know, they get that win over the Marlins, and you're like, I don't know if I believe in these guys. And then they got another one today against Sandy Alcantara. Worst start since 1901 in Major League history. And then you look up a month from now, Rockies have won 9 straight. Look up a couple months from now, it's like Rockies could slide into the playoffs. Couple more months from now, how did we end up Rockies-Dodgers in the World Series? And I don't know, after the Fall Classic, your 2025 world champion Colorado Rockies. Is this when it starts? Is this when the run gets going for the Rockies? Of course not.
I mean, Jenks, they only are 26 games back of the LA Dodgers for the lead in the NL West, and we sit on June 3rd. They have 50 losses to their name already. Their win percentage is $167. So I hate to crush your dream there, bud, but I don't think they're making the playoffs.
They are not. But let's give them some credit for yesterday. They won 6-4. Overhit, set it 8.5. Hunter Goodman, 2 home runs. Go ahead, shot in the 5th. And then it's Sam Hilliard coming through in the 9th with a little insurance.
This ball down the right field line, and it is fair. Sam Hilliard getting it done. Here are scores to make it 6-4. Sam Hilliard coming through.
Rockies announcers sounding like they're going through a divorce at the same time they're calling a game. And there is Sam Hilliard. Oh, that's fair. That is fair. Hold on. I got a call from my lawyer here. Just no excitement whatsoever. Rockies Sports Network with the call. Rockies improved to 10-50 on the season, like you were saying. Again, this is the worst 60-game start in the modern era since 1901. A game ahead of your 1904 Washington Senators and the 1932 Boston Red Sox. But I will say, with Sandy Alcantara on the mound today and his 8.47 ERA, they have a shot to make it 2 in a row. Seriously.
They have a shot, but am I counting on the team that has a total of 10 wins through June 3rd to get it done twice in a row? Probably not. So I know Sandy Alcantara has not been good this year, but if there is a lineup that maybe even he is capable of shutting down, maybe it's the Colorado Rockies, especially on the road, because usually in past years when the Rockies have been bad, they've at least been like decent at home, because obviously your hitters should get a boost because you're playing at altitude there. But this game is in Miami. So I don't know, Jenks. We will all be waiting with bated breath. NBA Finals? Who cares? We are following the Rockies' win streak.
Damn right. Damn right we are. All right. Well, someone who cannot be stopped, unlike the Rockies, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Could he leave the Bucks? We're hearing more and more information now that maybe he could. Shams Charania from ESPN said earlier this season, Giannis is open-minded to the idea of leaving the Bucks. And according to Doug Smith, now of the Toronto Star, Giannis and the Raptors have mutual interest, although Smith also added that the idea that the Raptors could potentially outbid other teams is probably unlikely. So if you're looking at odds to where Giannis might go, these are not at BetMGM, but the Bucks are the favorites for him to stay in Milwaukee at plus 105. The Spurs are plus 470. Rockets 8-1. Raptors 11-1. Nets are 18-1. Didn't really expect that. I mean, this is the basketball offseason, almost. This is sort of the calm before the storm before we get the NBA Finals, obviously. But this is going to be a big storyline. Could Giannis really leave Milwaukee? I did not think he sort of had it in him to leave Milwaukee, but it looks like I'm way off on that because we keep hearing, yeah, I think I might. What would be a good fit for Giannis?
Well, to be clear, Milwaukee is still the favorite to keep control of their superstar. And when I look at this list, like what's strange to me is that I feel like if I'm Giannis, which I know I'm not, I would want to go to a team that can contend because that's why you'd be leaving the Bucks, right? I don't think that it's all for money. Like that's the crazy thing about this day and age with NBA free agents. It's not that they are necessarily chasing money. A lot of these guys are chasing rings and they want to be a part of a contending team. So when you see a team like the Raptors and you're like, did the Raptors make the playoffs this year? No, they did not. I understand they have some good young pieces. And maybe that's where you look at the Spurs and you say, okay, the Spurs with Wemby and with some of those pieces that they have now traded for, maybe that's interesting. Although maybe, the place underneath the basket would be a little crowded with Giannis and Wemby, but still it could definitely work. It's just kind of strange to me, the teams that kind of fill out this list. I thought that Shaq had a really interesting take on this because in years past, you see these big name free agents and they want to go to big cities and they want to go to big markets because it's not just about winning championships. It's about marketability. It's about quality of life. But Shaq was saying this is not the 90s anymore. You can go to a smaller market team and still be a marketing juggernaut because of social media. Yeah. This is such a different day and age that it doesn't really matter where you go. And we've seen that in Milwaukee. Giannis is still a global superstar despite playing for a team in Milwaukee. So maybe those big cities don't matter as much anymore, but those aren't the teams that are on the favorites list. So I really don't know.
This is crazy. Didn't put this in the chat. And I wondered about this, but thank you for clarifying this. The Nets have at least 5 extra first-round picks because of the Mikal Bridges trade. Like, that is wild to think about. Now, also, if you're the Nets, you're sitting on a gold mine, right? You have the opportunity to build your franchise, maybe around a superstar, maybe around the draft, maybe around both, right? How are you going to dole out those picks? How are you going to use this capital that you have to put your team together? Nets would be interesting at 18-1. What I wonder with Giannis is that, I mean, I feel like he's championship motivated, but also I feel like when you've won a title, it depends on the player. And I feel like Giannis is that guy that wants more titles, but also I feel like there are some players who are more motivated by the bag. I don't think Giannis is that guy, but then again, he's already won a title. So I wonder if he just goes for the most money possible or he goes somewhere where, okay, maybe I'm taking a little less here, but also this gives me the best chance to win another championship. I don't have the answer to that question. I mean, you mentioned it, the favorite is still for him to stay in Milwaukee. But right now, as the Bucks are currently constituted, like the Bucks, I don't want to say they need a rebuild, but they kind of need a rebuild.
Oh, they definitely do. Because we've seen it in the postseason. You need more than one player. And more than ever, doesn't it feel like depth is the main thing in the NBA? Like, look at the Celtics who won it last year. Look at both the teams that are in the NBA Finals this year. The Pacers and the Thunder are two teams that pride themselves on depth. And, of course, they have the superstars that lead the charge. Of course, SGA won the MVP this year. But they have, like, these deep rotations to where the way that the postseason is constructed, it's almost like its own separate season. So when you have a team like, even like, look at Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Like, they gave the Thunder a pretty good run for their money, but at the end of the day, they ran out of gas because they just don't have that deep of a rotation, and they don't have that good of a bench compared to the Thunder.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. Trends evolve, games evolve, and I don't know if we're seeing the death of the super team, but we're certainly seeing less and less of it. Now we're seeing more team-oriented basketball teams with more depth, teams that are built to the draft more traditionally, as opposed to just signing a big-name player or two and saying, okay, we can win this way, because that really has not worked out. Coming up next on the show, how are things going to work out for the Kansas City Royals with Jack Caglione making his debut in Kansas City tonight? We will talk about that and more with ESPN's Buster Olney. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Ty, I know you said that.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip. Great to have you with us. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up very shortly, we will talk with the great Buster Olney, senior Major League Baseball writer for ESPN. We are going to ask about Jack Caglianone making his Major League debut tonight for the Kansas City Royals. Chelsea, I mean, your husband did play Major League Baseball. Do you remember what that was like when he got the call up for the first time?
Oh, yeah. It's such a special moment, especially for somebody like him who was not one of these super prospects. Because in the world of baseball, especially in minor league baseball, there are these guys who are first-round picks, and they make like $6 million on their signing bonus. And these guys are kind of propelled through the minor leagues because obviously these big league clubs have big investments in these type of guys. My husband was a 7th-round pick, and he was somebody who doesn't throw, 99 miles an hour. So he had to really put up numbers that could not be ignored in the minor leagues in order to get his call up. So I'm not saying that like anybody deserves it more than anybody. It just felt like he was one of those guys that really had to grind in the minor leagues to get his shot. And so when he did, I was very proud of him.
As you should be. And Jack Caglianone will get his shot tonight for the Kansas City Royals. With that, we bring in Buster Olney, the ESPN senior Major League Baseball writer. If you know baseball at all, you know Buster's work. Buster, first of all, thank you for joining us here on this Tuesday morning. And secondly, everything we hear about Jack Caglianone is that he's this physical specimen, can't miss prospect. And you were saying during the break that he really forced Kansas City's hand here because his performance thus far in the minors just could not be denied.
That's exactly right. He had a great spring training, and during that, we all began to speculate, would he make the team out of spring training? And the Royals absolutely were saying, no, we want him to go to the minor leagues. We want him to get some work down there. He starts in Double-A, and he's raking right away. And then we're all excited, and we're like, when's he going to get called up? And the Royals, behind the scenes, are like, hey, he's still got some work to do. He expands the strike zone. He can swing at pitches out of the zone. He gets moved up to Triple-A. He's raking again. He's taking balls the other way. And in the last week, the Royals sent some evaluators to sort of embed them with their Triple-A team to watch Caglianone. And he was doing great. He has been working out in the outfield, as you guys know, 2-3 times a week, playing in games 2-3 times a week, working out every day with Rusty Kuntz, one of their outfield instructors. He forced his way to the major leagues with his performance, which is the way teams want it to happen for their young guys.
Yeah, so let me ask, do you think he can make an immediate impact for a Royals team that is in win-now mode?
I do, to the degree that I texted my son yesterday. He's 20 years old, and we would do a fantasy team together. I'm like, pick up Cags. You got to pick him up because he could be one of those guys who right away when he gets called up, he's going to do some damage. Now, there's probably going to be a lot of swing and miss. He kind of reminds you, physically of a young Aaron Judge because he's so big and he's so strong. But you remember, it took Aaron Judge some time to get acclimated to the big leagues. There's some ups and downs. When you're that big, opposing major league pitchers are going to take advantage of him at sometimes. But, man, when he makes contact, it's going to go. And the Royals are invested in this. They've had one of the worst outfield offenses in baseball in recent years. They have tried a lot of different combinations. So Caglianone is going to get absolutely a fair run right from the get-go.
We're talking with Buster Olney, the ESPN senior Major League Baseball writer. Buster, we've heard Aaron Judge a couple times now when it comes to comparisons. Is that sort of his ceiling, that type of player?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, Aaron Judge right now is the best right-handed hitter that we've ever seen. So I would never put something like that on Caglianone, that kind of ceiling. But I think the challenges are very similar in learning how to adapt to swing, to cover that big of a strike zone. But the pure power, I mean, when he, like Judge, when he hits the ball, it's just different. I remember when Judge won the home run derby back in 2017 in Miami, the next day I was standing next to the batting cage, and Joey Votto and I were talking about Judge and what he did, and he said, I don't think people realize how tough it is and how rare it is for somebody to have that kind of power. Well, Caglianone has Judge-type power.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about, I don't know if this is a trend or an anomaly, where we see these guys who are drafted almost like the year before they make it to the big leagues, and they just go through the minors so quickly. I feel like this didn't used to be as much of a thing, like, say, 10 years ago. And now we're seeing these super prospects who don't spend much time in the minor leagues, and we've seen guys have success. Paul Skeens looked good from the jump, being a really young guy that came up through the minors very quickly with the Pirates. I know pitching is a little different, but do you see this as a trend moving forward with some of these guys who are drafted out of college?
100%. When you talk to evaluators around the sport, they really feel like that young players are better prepared than they've ever been once they reach the big leagues. First and foremost, it's about exposure. 30 years ago, if you were a high school prospect or a college prospect, you probably hadn't even seen, been around, major league instructors that much. You probably hadn't, seen a lot of interviews with players. You weren't comfortable as as players are now for sure. And I think especially when it comes to players coming out of the elite conferences, Southeastern Conference, like Jack Caglione, he's going to be more prepared because the level of baseball is that much higher. And especially now in this NIL world, players are, I think, compelled to stay in college longer. And I think that competition has gotten more acute.
So, Buster, wanted to ask you about the rest of Major League Baseball. And as we sit here this morning, the Tigers are in control of their division, best record in baseball. How good really is Detroit?
They're the best team in the American League. The fact is, and I'm sure you saw the numbers, that since August 10th of last year, they've got the best record in baseball. On any day that Tarek Skubal pitches, they are the best team in baseball. He has become, to Major League Baseball what Pedro Martinez used to be, what Tom Seaver used to be, Bob Gibson used to be, Randy Johnson. On the day that he pitches, Detroit can beat anybody. I don't know if you guys saw that start he had against Cleveland 9 days ago, where he threw 5 perfect innings, allowed a hit, and then in the 9th inning, he was throwing 103 miles per hour. He just keeps getting better and better and better. And their offense, I think, is better than expected, in part because of the improvements this year of Spencer Torkelson, the former number 1 overall pick, who had such a tough season last year, went in the offseason, worked with an old hitting coach. He's made changes. He's now been an anchor in that with that lineup. Riley Green, Zach McKinstry has been a really good player for them. And how about Javier Baez, who I know I left him for dead at the end of last season. He goes and has surgery, comes back, he's healthy, moves to center field. He's been great. So to me, right now, Detroit is the best team in the American League. And given the pitching struggles that the Dodgers have right now, you can make a case that they're the best team in baseball.
Yeah, and what I love about Tarek Skubal is the old school pitcher mentality that he has shown when he says, hey, I want to make it really difficult for AJ Hinch to take me out of this game. I want to go long in these games. I don't want to be one of these pitchers that pitches just 5 innings. But I wanted to ask you this because I feel like in baseball, some storylines are kind of, they're just not covered as much for people who don't follow the game very closely. So we hear about the Dodgers, we hear about the Yankees, of course, we hear about the Mets. Yeah. What's an underrated storyline this year in baseball that you think not enough people are talking about?
So, and it's funny because you just said, we talk about the Dodgers a lot, yet I don't think people realize how fragile their situation is right now. If their pitching injuries are to a level that, all that, of course, all the conversation about them maybe winning 120 regular season games, that's gone. Now I think the question is, will they win their division? Will they make the playoffs? If you go back to May 3rd, the Dodgers ranked 25th out of 30 teams in the majors in ERA. Like, Yoshinobu Yamamoto is a Cy Young candidate, their ace, and they are so beaten up with the rest of the staff, and the bullpen has absorbed so many innings. Their relievers throwing more innings than any group of any team in baseball, that the Dodgers right now, they're being propped up by this great offense that they have. And I don't know if that's going to be sustainable throughout the year, right? You're going to have, for the next 2 months, they have a difficult schedule. They're waiting for Shohei Ohtani to get to a point where he can help their rotation. They're hoping that Blake Snell can come back, that Tyler Glasnow can come back. But it's going to be tough. And I don't think anybody anticipated that at any point for this team, that they might actually have to fight their way to get into the playoffs.
Buster, the Braves are fascinating to me because they had that awful start to the season, difficult schedule. They get Acuna back, but now Smith-Shawver's out for the year. At some point, are they going to make a run? I feel like we keep waiting, but maybe they don't.
I think they will at some point. They just have too many great players. You would assume now that Ronald Acuna Jr. is back and Spencer Strider's back, they'll go on a run, because between Matt Olson and Marcell Ozuna, up and down that lineup, a lot of great players. Jurickson Profar, who's not going to be eligible for the postseason. At some point, he's going to be back, but it's got to happen soon, right? They're now double digits behind the Mets in the National League East. They're 5.5 games out in the wild card, I think, for the third wild card spot. They believe that it's going to happen, but at some point, it's actually got to happen. The biggest difference is 2 years ago, remember how great that offense was? They were blowing out everybody, scoring a ton of runs in the first inning. They really haven't gotten on that roll that we anticipated that they would after they had that great season 2 years ago offensively. Guys have struggled up and down that lineup.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the Rangers, because I think before the season, they were a team that had enticing odds for a lot of bettors, just because it feels like the upside is there. If you got something from Jacob deGrom, if they can stay healthy, and their lineup looks like they should be putting up good numbers, but we just haven't seen it from their offense this year. But they only sit 4 games back from the Mariners in their division. Is this a team that could turn a corner, or do you see some of the injuries like Nathan Eovaldi? I know some of that was maybe preemptive, putting him on the injured list. Is this a team that can rebound?
And I think you framed it perfectly. Like, going into the year, the big question was about the pitching, and we knew they were going to score a ton of runs, and it hasn't happened. And it's a shock, I know, to people within that organization. I remember talking to Bruce Bochy, their manager, after Jock Peterson signed, where they felt like, man, this is a perfect piece to drop right in here, and Jake Berger added. And then the season starts, and Jake Berger winds up being sent back to the minor leagues. Jock Peterson went like 3 weeks without getting a hit. And what we're seeing right now are the Rangers making significant changes, like desperate times calling for desperate measures. Marcus Semien being dropped from the leadoff spot, moving down to the 8th spot. Adolis Garcia is effectively benched. He's going to have to hit his way back in. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if they're going to hit because you look at the back of the baseball cards for all these guys, and you assume at some point it's going to manifest. But it hasn't. They're a little bit like the Atlanta Braves in that regard. You keep on waiting for the team to coalesce and come together. I know this. Chris Young, their head of baseball operations, among the 30 GMs, I would say he's the guy least likely to want to sell. He's hyper competitive. He's going to be fighting for solutions here over the next 6 weeks, leading up the trade deadline. And at some point, they have to hope that they turn this around offensively.
He's as good as it gets, the ESPN senior Major League Baseball writer. Find him on X at Buster_ESPN. It is Buster Olney. Buster, we appreciate the time this morning. Great insight, as we would expect. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Fun to talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Great chat. Got me pumped about tonight. Caglione going. I mean, it's amazing. I'm glad he sort of clarified, like, let's not put him in the same category as Aaron Judge. But it's got to be, imagine being a player of that magnitude. You're a kid. And we've heard Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, like just being mentioned in the breath of two of the greatest to ever play the game has to sort of add to the pressure. I would imagine you have to zone in on what you're doing and tune that out as much as possible.
Oh, I'm sure. But I think a lot of it is just the size comparisons, because in baseball, we don't see every player who is that big. Like, Aaron Judge looks like a beast out there, and he's 6'5"? And I'm not saying that baseball players are short, but it just, you see it, and that's going to be the comparison just because they look similar, and the power comparisons. So I think the challenge is going to be, can he put up the numbers average-wise to contend with somebody like Aaron Judge, because he's putting up little league numbers right now. Like, what I'm saying is that it feels like he's facing little league pitching because some of his numbers just pop off the page when it comes to his average. So maybe the power will be there for Jack Caglione, but I think the challenge will be, can he be as good as an overall hitter as Aaron Judge? Because that's what makes Aaron Judge dangerous. It's not the fact that he can go yard. It's the fact that he's also a very good all-around hitter.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Oh, the lights came on in here, Chelsea. Good thing the show's wrapping up. The old Tuesday Odyssey Conference meeting is coming up soon. But before that, we're going to continue talking about baseball because we definitely have some bets on the card today. That's going to be exciting. Hopefully, we can keep handing out some winners, and we'll find out what in the world the Donkster is up to. Now, what a transition here from Buster Olney and then the Chalk Donkeys here. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Give me something up with D. Huh. Oh, yeah. Coming up on the show, we'll tell you our best bets of the day. Donkster's here as well. Chelsea, what was the story we never got to earlier about a zebra being loose? In your area, your neck of the woods there? What is going on?
Yeah, this is a local news all-star. And Jenks, you've worked in local news and you know like what stories really take over the newscast. And this is one. So apparently somebody has a pet zebra in Christiana, Tennessee, and it got loose. So the zebra was filmed running around neighborhoods. In fact, somebody's Ring camera even picked up on it. Like, imagine you're checking your Ring camera footage and you see a zebra running by. Do you think that you're on some sort of drug? Because that would be very strange. So I have a lot of questions here. First of all, who has a pet zebra? I don't know. I feel like this is a very strange thing. Maybe it's not a large jump because one would think zebras are very similar to horses in that regard. I don't know if she had to pay or he or she had to pay a ton of money to get the zebra, but apparently the way they're phrasing this is that the zebra is still at large.
What?
So we're on zebra watch in Middle Tennessee.
Oh my God. I saw some headline, loose zebra causing ruckus in local Tennessee community. This zebra's causing a ruckus. I hate it when people have these wild animals. Like even a pet expert was saying, or an animal expert was saying, these animals live on savannas. They're not accustomed to being in sort of a fenced area. Like, who in the world has a fenced-in zebra in there? How do you even make that happen? I thought that was, like, illegal.
I'm sure they had to get some type of permit for it, but, like, is it really that different than horses? Like, horses probably don't want to be, like, corralled up either. And, Jenks, I'll give you an example that's right down the road from us. Okay. Somebody has a pet buffalo. So they have a buffalo, and I think they breed them because the other day I saw a baby buffalo, and I was like, oh, my God, that's so cute. God. But it's in a relatively small pen, and it looks like it sits all the time. So I thought buffalo roamed. I don't know if this was like a song lyric or something, but like this buffalo is either lazy or depressed, or both.
That's so sad. I hope somebody let that zebra out. Be free, zebra, be free. I hope it just runs across, and then they'll return it. This thing needs to be in Africa, you know, roaming around, avoiding lions, free space. Other zebras. I mean, come on.
But you don't have to avoid lions. Like, that has to be a plus, right?
That's the circle of life. That's nature. Wouldn't you rather be with other zebras and say, hey, you got to be careful here. We live in the wild. We live freely, as opposed to saying, yeah, I live here in a fence by myself. There's a pig here that always annoys me. He's kind of okay. Oh, my God. I would hate that. I'm trying to think of anyone that I ever knew that owned a wild animal or something crazy. Well, my friend Amy, her parents had a live iguana in the home, like in the home, not in any sort of container. And my mom is terrified of, I do not like iguanas, lizards either, but my mom is terrified. But she said she went into her home once and she heard this rustling. She's like, what is that? What is that? And she looked up and there was almost like not a metal beam, but something similar just across the ceiling, hanging from the ceiling. And she looked up and the iguana, a massive iguana, was just planted on it, just sitting there above her head. And she freaked the F out and lost her mind, which I would too. I don't want to be close to iguanas. Whenever we go on vacation, we'll go to an island somewhere, and there'll be iguanas around, and Catherine loves, she'll put an iguana on. She doesn't care. She loves that kind of stuff. I do not. So I'll kind of let her play with the lizards and whatever, but I don't want any part of that. How would you feel about that?
Well, especially when it's like a sneak attack. Because I think any animal, if it's hanging from the rafters, is quite a shock because you think, oh my gosh, this thing's going to aerial attack me, right? So I don't know. I don't know where we draw the line between like pets that are acceptable and pets that are not, because sometimes it's like very similar, like I'm saying with like zebras and horses, like the care can't be that different. And it's like, what type of lizard is acceptable? Because, maybe you have like a normal lizard. I think maybe when it gets into the like 6-foot category, maybe you say, hey, this looks like a dinosaur. Maybe this is something I should not have. I have seen Jurassic Park. So I don't know. It is a conversation that I feel like we should be like smoking for.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm terrified of Komodo dragons. No way, man. No way. Absolutely not. Terrified of those things. That's exactly right. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Oh, CBP. They look forward to Jack Caglione's debut tonight for the Royals as they visit St. Louis, and they'll get you set for the Stanley Cup Final as well. Then our good friend Alex Gold will be along. He's from the Fan 96.5 in Kansas City and also the BetMGM Network. He joins the show at 9:40. Will Hill from Fox Sports will be along at 11 a.m. I just want to say that Denton put in the chat, and he is right, no lizards, just get a dog. That's exactly the way to do it. Just take the lizard out of your home. Get a pet. A real pet. Now, we got that out of the way. It's time to hand out our favorite plays of the night.
Time to place your bets.
Elsa Messenger. Looks like a squad play. Love this play. What do you got?
Yeah, going back to the well on Rangers unders. The Rangers have been one of the best teams to the under in all of baseball all season long, and it feels like all the factors kind of line up in this game because not only do we get two teams who have been hot to the under, the Rangers sitting overall with a record of 40, 19, and 1 to the under. And then you look at the Rays, who I understand that the narrative for Tampa Bay or, Tampa, wherever they're playing, has been that Steinbrenner Field is more hitter friendly. But if you look at the numbers, maybe it's built into the price because they've still been a team that's hot to the under at home. 21-13-3 to the under at home this season. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that both these teams have good pitching staffs and both of their offenses are middling at best. Tampa Bay sitting in the middle of the pack when it comes to their offensive numbers. And then the Rangers bats have been abysmal this year, sitting with the third worst OPS in baseball. And then you look at the pitching matchup, which again points towards the under for me. Both these starters have been flat out fantastic. You look at Tyler Mahle this year for the Rangers, has an ERA under 2. And if you look at Drew Rasmussen, he hasn't given up a run in 3 starts. He's on a stretch of 18 scoreless innings for Tampa Bay. So I think the combination of the bad offenses, the trends, and both these pitchers being on their game, let's go under 8 between the Rangers and the Rays.
Yes, I am definitely on that as well. You mentioned Drew Rasmussen, how good he has been. Tyler Mahle has made 11 starts this season, has allowed more than 2 runs in 1 start. And in that terrible outing, he allowed 3 runs. He's been spectacular. Rangers, best under team in baseball. Tampa, 5th best record to the under. So I am with you. Under 8 in Tampa is the call. Guys, don't forget, we're also on YouTube. You can check out Daily Tip, along with each and every show on the BetMGM Network. Just like and subscribe. And you can listen, of course, on the Odyssey app. I have one more play for today, and this is going to keep going up, guaranteed. Cubs money line, -142 here in D.C., taking on the Nats. I always have to qualify it. I don't like betting against Washington, but this is a bad spot for the Nats with Trevor Williams on the mound. Oh, man, we are fading him. He has been a dumpster fire at home this season. Just came off a great start on the road against Seattle. 5, 6 scoreless innings, but that is an anomaly for him. I think we see some negative regression tonight. At home, he's 1-2 with an ERA of 6.48 across 5 starts. This Cubs lineup rakes against right-handed pitching, 4th in OPS, 4th in slugging this season, and over the past 2 weeks, the Cubs have the number 1 bullpen in baseball. Cubs are also 17-11 away from home. They've won 12 of 15. There's value on the Cubs at this price. Cubs money line, -142, and that is the card, Chelsea.
Ooh, I like that. I kind of wanted to tell you there, but I don't know that much about Cade Horton. Like, I think the price on the Cubs there, like, the Cubs are just the better offense by far, as opposed to the Nationals. Like, the Nationals have been scrappy, but as soon as you see Trevor Williams starting for the Nats, it's a no thank you for me, especially got this price. I think it was right on the cusp of, like, being bettable for me. So I think if you found something under minus 150, that is a very good bet.
I did, and it keeps going up. It will definitely continue going up throughout the afternoon. I have no question about that. I had no question that the Donkster has something dumb to say, so let's hear from him before we get to Sammy P. Donkster, get on in here. Hello.
Yeah, I just have to say, all of this talk about Saquon being on the cover of Madden is pretty disappointing.
Why? He just won a ring with the Eagles.
Who cares? It's old news. Has anyone seen the cover of Hustler this month?
No. No one has seen that.
It's just a picture of me with this caption. The Donkster, how he keeps things fresh.
I don't want to know. Please give us your bet so we can get to Sammy P.
Rays money line minus 140, taking on Chuck Norris and the Texas Rangers.
Roundhouse kick.
Oh, how about that? Okay. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, of course, we got to bring in our boy Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning, buddy.
Have either of you tried the Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwich yet?
No.
No.
That's a very surprised no there by you, Jenks. So apparently they're only at Walmart. One of the guys on our crew has gone 3 times. They've been sold out every time. They have 3 flavors. It's brown sugar, cinnamon, strawberry, chocolate fudge. We cannot find them. So we need to find this Pop-Tart ice cream.
That sounds amazing.
Can you not make these? Like, it shouldn't be that hard, right? Vanilla ice cream, Pop-Tarts?
Sammy P.
I'm leaving.
What? I don't understand the outrage.
It's just not going to be the same.
A solution to your problem, and you walk off the set. This is going on your employee report card.
See if Sammy P joins the show or not. He might be out.
Okay,
he might be done for gun. That's it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network for Sammy P. R.I.P. Chelsea, I'm Jenks. Have a great Tuesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also, make sure to watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so. It's Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have at the network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. Got Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha. Nick Costos is out today, but filling in for Nick. You know him, you love him, you see him each and every Friday here on You Better You Bet. It's our guy, Jared Smith, who you can follow on Twitter at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, what's happening, buddy? Usually we do this dance on a Friday, but happy Tuesday to you and yours, man.
Happy Tuesday. I got the call late last night. I got the call from the bullpen. We got to bring in the lefty. Got to bring in the lefty. Nick
got to bring him
in. Gallivanting around New York City somewhere. No, we wish him the best, and I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see him the rest of the weekend, and I'll be back on Friday as well. But excited. I'll be honest. After watching the Florida-Edmonton game last night, I mean, it was a very one-sided affair, but we are definitely reloading, getting back in the saddle for another fun NBA game, too, tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. It's just a great time of the year on the sports calendar in terms of, like, high-level games. Now, there's not as many, which is the tricky part, and like we spread these bad boys out because like from a content standpoint, like I get it, like, hey, spreading it out makes it easier for us to talk about some things heading into next week. But like, man, it's like we got 2 days off in between games and they're not even changing locations. It's like, come on, like let's play some games, damn it. And the games are important and we love the games and we'll talk about them here at the top of the hour. But we want to let everybody know because we're going to discuss Stanley Cup final last night, NBA Finals Game 4 coming up tomorrow, or sorry, Game 3 coming up tomorrow night in Indianapolis. I'm losing track of the games talking about all these high-level games that we have going on. NFL mini camps underway today. Getting a lot of football on the timeline, which I love. Not quite like training camp when like, you get that first week of training camp and you're just like mainlining all these guys just out there like running routes 7-on-7 stuff. But it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid in June to get this much football on the timeline. We will discuss it all. And if you miss any of it, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. We have 3 guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours. Starting 40 minutes from now, NBA writer at The Athletic, Zach Harper, returns to You Better You Bet. He'll give us his thoughts on tomorrow night's Game 3 between the Thunder and the Pacers as the series shifts to Indianapolis. We'll see if the Pacers can get off the mat after getting beat down in Game number 2. Then at 5:40 Eastern, golf betting and fantasy expert Pat Mayo checks in with us here on You Better You Bet, host of the Pat Mayo Experience. He'll give us his best bets for the U.S. Open at Oakmont. And at 6 o'clock Eastern to kick off the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, longtime SportsCenter anchor for ESPN, our friend Linda Cohn returns to You Better You Bet. She'll be in Sunrise for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Oilers and the Panthers. We'll chat all things Cup with Linda Cohn at 6 o'clock. And then our NBC and Peacock teammate Brad Thomas will join us at 6:20 Eastern time to share his thoughts and his bets, his opinions on the U.S. Open, which we are very much looking forward to. The U.S. Open will be on NBC and Peacock. We are happy to be a part of that coverage as being here on NBC and Peacock, just doing our small part here on You Better, You Bet. But we want to know from you guys as well over on social media. And this one's not on the You Better, You Bet page. It's actually on the BetMGM Network page. So once again, go to @BetMGM Network over on Twitter. And we want to know, you have a 12-hour flight. Which BetMGM Network host do you want to sit next to on that 12-hour flight? You can sit next to yours truly. You can sit in between Nick Costos and Brad Evans. You can sit next to Sammy P. You can sit in between Chelsea and Joe O. Like, whoever you want to sit next to, Ryan and PJ. Like, just go out there, tweet us at BetMGM Network. We'll reveal the results later on in the program. We'll also talk about it later on in the program because shout out to our social team for putting that together. I think it's a really, really fun conversation that will be had coming up a little bit later on during hour number 3. But Jared, let's get into last night's game in the Stanley Cup final because, boy, we've been saying these two teams evenly matched. It's a war, razor thin, like it's nip and tuck. Last night was anything but. The Florida Panthers destroyed the Edmonton Oilers 6-1. Now, like, are they that much better than Edmonton? No, nobody would ever say that. But it's obviously an important win for the Florida Panthers to go up 2-1 in the series and maintain home ice, at least in the interim. And like the biggest takeaway for me from watching the game, and it was early on, you could tell, and I'm someone who bet the over, which I'll get into here shortly. Hello, penalties. We had an abundance of penalties in that game. Like from Jump Street, it's like, oh, power play. Oh, another power play for Florida. Oh, now our power play for Edmonton. Guess what? Another power play for Florida. We got 4-on-4. I'm like, dude, like they're calling everything, man. And I'm sure as the series goes on, you'll see the whistle tighten, especially after what happened last night. I don't think the league is going to want to have that like the rest of the series. So it actually might be a good time to go ahead and zag and bet the under perhaps. But boy, the penalties were insane. In Edmonton, they recorded the most penalty minutes in a Stanley Cup final game since 1986 with 85 penalty minutes. Like they were out of their skis. Like I don't know what was going on with the Edmonton Oilers. It was a full-blown crash out for the Edmonton Oilers last night, the way that they were performing, especially in that third period. And Florida, the great agitators of the sport, agitated the hell out of the Oilers, and they made them play Panthers hockey, and they got it done in dominant fashion as they now have the 2-1 series lead. Jared, your big takeaways from last night, because, that Panthers team that we saw last night, they look like they were poised and primed to be a repeat Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah, not very easy on the eyes, which is something you don't say too often about playoff hockey. Usually, and we discuss this all the time, right? It's always the NBA versus the NHL because the postseasons happen simultaneously, which is the better watch, which is the more entertaining product in the playoffs. More often than not, we are going to say the NHL. I think especially the elimination games have been significantly tighter than the NBA, which have just seems like they've been blowouts in one direction or the other with those late series elimination games. We're not quite at that point yet with the NHL, but it seemed like last night the Oilers tried to out-bully the bullies. And that's, usually you bullies don't like it when you bully them. We talk about this, especially in college basketball. Teams that press don't like to be pressed. But I don't know if the same transitive property applies to hockey. Because when Edmonton tried to play that style last night, like when you think of and I'm not a hockey guy. I'm not an expert on the sport. But when I close my eyes and I think about how the Edmonton Oilers play, it's Draisaitl, McDavid, it's more free-flowing, it's more offense, it's more up and down. Whereas the Panthers obviously are a little bit more of the physical bully-type team. Well, Edmonton tried to take a page out of Florida's book last night, and it did not go well. Now, does that mean the rest of the series will look like that? I sure hope not. I hope Edmonton gets back to what they were doing in the early part of the series and what they did very successfully when they won 3 straight in last year's Stanley Cup final, which is to get up and down the ice, score a bunch of goals, and to try to keep Florida on the back foot. The penalties just kill you. They committed 15 minor penalties in that game. Evander Kane was like the Joker. What got into him last night? Like it was crazy.
He was in the penalty box the whole game.
It's ridiculous. I'm curious if that was actually the strategy before the game. Like if the coaching staff gathered everyone around and said, "Hey guys, listen, we're just going to beat the crap out of Florida tonight and hope for the best, and we're not really going to play any actual hockey." And I'm assuming if that was the strategy, there will be a shift in that mindset heading into game 4.
Yeah, and Evander Kane was asked after the game, like, if the Panthers got in the Oilers' head, and he said this quote, which I found a little bit interesting because, like, if you watch the game and you read this quote, there's no way that you're like, okay, these two things are married together, because he said this: "No, I don't think so. I think the game obviously got out of hand at the end there. That stuff is going to happen. You look at some of the calls and whatnot, and obviously some of them are frustrating. They seem to get away with it more than we do. It's tough to find the line. They're doing just as much stuff as we are. There seems to be a little bit more attention on our group." That's what Evander Kane said. I don't know if I like the sound of that, where it's like, okay, like, oh, well, like they're like, for some reason, they're being able to do whatever the hell they want and we can't do it. It's like, dude, man, just play your game. And to your point, Jared, it's like, it felt like they tried to play the Florida game. You're not the Florida Panthers. You are not going to out-agitate the Florida Panthers. Like, Matthew Tkachuk was put on this earth to annoy the hell out of hockey players. Like, that's why he was put on this earth. Like, you're not going to out-agitate Matthew Tkachuk. So, like, why are you trying to do that? Or why are you trying to do that with Sam Bennett, who, like, every series there's a questionable hit from Sam Bennett, who we'll talk about in the next segment, as he's now the new favorite to be the Conn Smythe Trophy winner. Like, these dudes are like, I don't want to say that they're goons, because that's not the style of hockey that's out there now in 2025. But, like, I mean, they're the 2025 version of it a little bit, where they're just kind of just pissing people off, and that's what they do best. And Edmonton tried to do it, and they got destroyed in the game.
You know, it's funny. So when I was a big hockey guy, fun fact, I played hockey growing up, actually. 2 sports I played growing up, football and hockey. I was a goalie. Big Rangers fan, obviously, growing up. Big Mike Richter fan, that 94 team. Those 90s years were just awesome, at the Garden. The Rangers had a player like this, Jeff Bukaboom. That was the guy. He was the agitator. But they also had Brian Leach, who was the offensive defenseman. They also had Adam Graves, who scored 50-plus goals. Like, you have to if you do have that, to my point with Florida, if you do have those agitators, you have to balance them out with the offensive scores, which Florida has. Edmonton is not that kind of team. So if Edmonton is going to try to play that style, this series could be already over. Like, if Edmonton tries to run that back again in game 4 and all of a sudden it's another 5-6-1 blowout, I don't know if the Oilers have the ability to come back from a big deficit like they did last year. And it's kind of funny because we were talking before the show. Yeah, it's hard to count Edmonton out because of what they did last year. But when you fall down 3-0 in a best of 7, just getting back to a game 7 is almost impossible. So I don't think the Oilers want to fall into a 3-1 hole or even a 2-1 hole. But here they are, and now we have to adjust. The biggest question is, and we discussed this too pre-show, do we think the number for game 4 has moved a little bit too much? And are we now getting that, hey, we saw the best of what Florida is and the worst of what Edmonton is? If you go back and analyze the other 9 games these teams have played over the last year plus, they've all relatively been tight. It's been a very tight series between these two teams. We saw the one blowout, but is that really indicative of what these teams are? And I think that's the question we have to ask ourselves as we spin things forward to the next game.
Yeah, I the part of what Evander Kane said is that I agree with is that the game clearly got away from them. It got out of hand. Yeah. Like, I don't think that that's what's going to be the norm going forward here. But just from a psychological standpoint, it's hard for me to look past, like, why did they try to do this, like, going into the game of being like, oh, like, they think they could punk us? We're going to punk them. It's like, no, you're not going to punk them, dude. Like, you're just not. like that's like, these guys are champions. Like this isn't the Carolina Hurricanes or something like that. You know, like, you're not going to punk the Florida Panthers. They're too smart. They're too good. They're too talented. And I think the biggest difference last night, and it's kind of been the difference so far in this series, is that in the Western Conference playoffs, Edmonton's depth was really like the shining star. Like, McDavid and Draisaitl, they were doing their things, but McDavid is not on like the torrid pace that he was on last year in terms of like the goals and the assists. It's been the collective from the Edmonton Oilers. It's been the collective. It's been other guys like Bouchard stepping up. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who I know was hobbled out there, was still able to give it a go last night. It was a game-time decision. It's been like the others, as Shaq calls them in the NBA. Those have been the guys who have been helping McDavid and Draisaitl in this run. In this series, Florida's guys are the ones that are dominating. Like, that Florida depth of Brad Marchand scoring the overtime goal the other night on Friday in Game 2? Or how about Sam Bennett, who seems to score every single game? Like before the series started, I talked about Sam Bennett, 3+ goals at plus 200 in the series. He already has it. The guy has 4 goals in the series. It's insane what he's been able to do. There's so many contributors like Seth Jones for the Florida Panthers that their depth has outshined the Edmonton depth. And if that happens, I don't think that Draisaitl and McDavid can overcome it. We already saw that last year, and they weren't able to do that.
And Marchand's been fantastic, too. How about that?
Yeah.
I mean,
they traded for the dude, and he's might win Conn Smythe.
It's been awesome. I really hope things tighten up for the next game, and I think they will. But what we saw last night was just not sexy hockey in any stretch of the imagination.
No, yeah, the final hour of the broadcast, you could tell everybody was pretty annoyed by what we were watching, and I was pretty annoyed as I was somebody that was just rooting on the over to finally hit and just needed one more power play, and we got it there with the over once again. We'll spin it forward to the Game 4 markets and talk Conn Smythe as we now have a new favorite here in the Stanley Cup Final. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I'm going to go with Coco Gauff because I'm an American. But I love the storyline from start to finish here. First of all, she's the first American woman to win the French Open since Serena Williams in 2015. And she also said, look, I didn't know if I could do this. These were really windy conditions, not great conditions for tennis. But she admitted afterwards she doubted whether or not she could win this match. But she overcame those doubts. She got it done. And, we don't pay as much attention as Americans to tennis as we did in the 80s and 90s, and especially when the Williams sisters were dominating. So I think this will help elevate things, particularly on the women's side. And also, she deserves full credit for this win. One thing I did not like when this was over was Sabalenka trying to, I think, sort of deride what Coco Gauff did. Because Sabalenka was saying, yeah, this is the worst final I've ever played. The conditions were awful, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It was because Coco Gauff was running you all over the court because she's so fast and so athletic. She wasn't willing to give Coco Gauff the credit that she deserves. Coco Gauff now has 2 majors. She's only 21. She's only going to get better. She's an American. This was a hell of a win. Great comeback win. Coco Gauff, MVP.
Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, coming at you guys on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith hanging with you guys. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Zach Harper of The Athletic as we will break down the NBA Finals. I'm watching right now on ESPN. They have NBA today. Everyone's in Indianapolis, folks. Series now shifting to Indianapolis for games 3 and 4, Wednesday night and Friday night. So only one day in between the two games, which is actually kind of a nice little of a mixture there for us that we have to look forward to here. But game 3 coming up tomorrow night. We'll talk to Zach Harper about it. And also, what's going to happen with Giannis Antetokounmpo? Like, I saw a report out there that says it sounds like Giannis more likely to stay in Milwaukee than be traded. Is that the right move? What do the Bucks want to do around Giannis? We'll ask Zach in 20 minutes. But, Jared, let's keep talking some Stanley Cup final here. After last night's 6-1 victory by the Florida Panthers, they now have a 2-1 series lead. And as we were wrapping up, we were kind of talking about how, like Edmonton felt like they weren't really being true to themselves in Game 3. We now spin it forward to Game 4, where the betting market currently has this one as Florida minus 145, Edmonton plus 125 on the money line. The total sitting at 6.5, juiced heavily to the under. There is a place that has 6 and it's juiced to the over. So kind of your first kind of initial thoughts when you see side and total Game 4 coming up on Thursday night in Sunrise.
Yeah, it seems like this, and I went back and I looked at the prior games, not only this postseason, but last postseason as well. And this would be right near the peak of what the pricing would be. I saw Edmonton was a plus 135 dog in one of the games last year on the road. And that's kind of where we're kind of floating in that range right now. And I would not be surprised if we saw some Florida money between now and then to kind of push that Panthers number higher. Because, let's be honest, after what you saw last night, I'm assuming there won't be a massive appetite within the public. I think, the people who bet professionally obviously might consider Edmonton at a better bet, but the public is probably not overly enthused to hop on the Oilers bandwagon after what we saw last night. Same thing with the total. And we were kind of talking beforehand, I think we are going to get a 2-1 game at some point. We are going to get one of those games that just the puck isn't finding the net. We've had a lot of goals, especially Florida being able to score 4, 6 over the course of this series. They have been very active on offense, and they're a very active offensive team. So maybe it won't happen tomorrow night when they're at home. Maybe it'll be Game 5 back in Edmonton. But I would expect an under at some point. But you're going to keep riding that over train, and I don't blame you because the first 3 games, we haven't been given a reason not to bet the over yet. Mm-hmm. But based on how, A, these two teams have played prior series, and B, at some point you see the zigzag, especially with the total, especially when puck luck is involved. I would expect an under to take place at some point in the next couple of games.
Yeah, at some point it probably will, and at some point maybe you see it juiced up to like a 7. Now, I don't know if we'll get there because like the odds makers desperately do not want to ever put a 7 up there because they know everyone's going to slam the under. But like, I mean, even just watching the game unfold, how many chances did Florida just like kind of like let go by the wayside in the first period? Like Sam Reinhart had one where it's just like, dude, just tap it in, buddy. Like the goal is completely like the face is open. Like Skinner's been beat here. Like just tap it in, and he just shoots it off to the wide. Like exactly, yeah, like Happy Gilmore. Like Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, he had an opportunity as well when Bobrovsky was beat, and he kind of shoots it wide. So like, the goal-scoring high-danger chances are there. So that's why, like, I keep going back to the over and watching this series play out between these two teams. It's like, okay, yeah, are there going to be as many penalties? That seems unlikely. And I think the refs are also going to probably be told, hey, let's chill out with the penalties because nobody wants to just see penalties the entire time. We want to see 5-on-5 hockey. However, like even in the 5-on-5 hockey, you still see opportunities and high danger chances. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the well with the over in Game 4. Like I'm going to keep betting this thing until it goes under. Like we've done it the first 3 games, Games 1, Game 2, Game 3. It has gone over in all 3 of them. Like if I get beat in Game 4, all right, whatever, we'll reassess in Game 5. But like, I have just seen nothing so far with the way these two teams played, not just in this series, but in other series as well, that would lead me to go at the under right now at this current time. Like these teams are lethal, and what Florida did last night with all those opportunities with the power play, of course, they got their end of it. Edmonton, like I think they were just fighting a demon last night, trying to like do this bully ball thing. Once they get back to playing their style of hockey, you're going to see those 3-4 goals from the Edmonton Oilers like we saw north of the border in games 1 and 2. But yeah, I think for me, initially, it's got to be a bet to the over here until I see otherwise. So that's how I'm going to attack this thing. The side, though, I think is where it really gets interesting because I am Mr. Florida Panther in this series, at least. Like, I have not been Mr. Florida Panther in the playoffs. I wish I was. But in this series, I liked Florida at the beginning. I don't think you can bet Florida game 4. I think this is Edmonton or pass. And I think being a Florida guy and somebody who bet the Florida Panthers series price prior to the start of this series, I think I'm actually going to bet Edmonton come Thursday night and bet that plus 130, plus 125. This feels like a really nice spot to back the Oilers to bounce back when they got blown out and everyone's saying, oh, what's wrong with Edmonton? This is the time to buy, I think, as it's kind of backs against the wall, not wanting to go down 3-1 heading back home for a game 5.
Mr. Stanley C. Panther, the Panthers mascot? Or would you be more of a Victor E. Rat? Those are the names. I just looked that up.
Is that Victor E. Rat? Those are the rats on the ice that they throw.
That's the name of the mascot. I don't know. That's what the
Victor
Mr.
E.
Met,
Rat.
Mrs. Met, Victor E. Rat, Stanley C. Panther. There's also a mini Stanley that I saw them roll out at some point. Another mascot that made an appearance. I don't know, at some point. So apparently in the 2008 season, they ran out a mini Stanley Sea Panther. Now there's
R.I.P. mini Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that either, especially considering the cup is named the Stanley Cup, and you're not supposed to touch it or even talk about it until you win it. Although Florida did win it last year, so I guess maybe that jinx is broken. I think the most interesting, X factor to consider is now the travel bug starts to factor in, right? We had the 2 games in Edmonton, and now we're going to have the second game in Florida. But after this game, it's boom, 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 back and forth, right? Game 4 will be in Florida, 5 Edmonton, 6 Florida, and then, God willing, we get a game 7 back in Edmonton. But the cadence of the series is unique. Extra day of rest for Lord knows why between game 3 and 4, even though there's no travel, right? They played Monday. They won't play again until Thursday. And then they don't get the extra day between game 4 and 5, even though they're transversing the country from South Florida to Alberta, Canada, or I guess almost international. And then you don't get the extra day between game 5 and 6, Saturday to Tuesday. Or actually, no, my math is wrong. You do get the extra day there. So the between game 4 and 5, no extra day of rest, I think is unique. And then the extra day when teams are home, when there's no travel right now, like to me, that favors Edmonton because I think the longer you are in one place, you completely reset what you saw in game 3. So I would say if the line moves too much, and maybe it already has, the Oilers have to be a play in game 4 or bet them to win the series. Because then if they do win game 4, then they will go back with momentum to Canada and have game 5 on home ice. And if they win game 5, then they'll be up 3-2 and be favored to win the series probably. So I think this is a very interesting pivot point coming up on Thursday. And I think that extra day of rest with them staying in South Florida, my gut says that favors the team that got their butt kicked last night and didn't play their style. Gives them an extra day, and it kind of spaces out that momentum a little bit longer.
Maybe an extra chance to rally the troops. Yeah, one of those things. Let's hey guys, let's have the come to Jesus meeting. Let's lay that because Connor McDavid. This is where your legend is born, man. This is the inspirational speech that he has to give before Game 4. Because if they go down 3-1, I don't think too many people are going to like their chances. But right now at BetMGM, you can get Oilers plus 200 on the series price. Is that a bet that you would make right now before Game 4 Thursday night?
Yeah, I mean it's probably priced right. If you had to space it out, Edmonton will let's say Edmonton wins tomorrow night and gets back to even at 2-2. They were around minus 120, minus 125 in game 1 at home. That's probably going to be what the price is in game 5. And then in game 6, it'll probably flip and be right back on its head. So I think the bookmakers at this stage of the series, I always say the later we get in a series, the less likely I am to want to bet the series price because essentially it's just one game. Like when you shorten that time horizon, the more you shorten it, the more volatility exists between each game. So I get why you'd be enticed at the 2-1, but just bet plus 135 or 130 for them to win tomorrow night.
Get your money on Thursday.
Exactly. And then you can reinvest it in Edmonton the next day, for game 5, because the price moves so dramatically from game 4 to game 5, and it's going to move even more dramatically between game 5 and game 6. You're essentially just betting on each individual game anyways, because if you bet the Oilers, let's say you bet the Oilers to win the series tomorrow, and then they win game 4. Well, you probably can come back on Florida and make money the next day. Like, it's such an individually priced bet anyways, because of how short the time horizon is. There's only 3 games left in the series after Thursday. It's like, to me, it's just like the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I'd rather just bet in which direction I think the series will go and just bet that individual team.
Yeah, I'm going to find myself on the over and on Edmonton in game 4, I think, just looking at these betting markets. If this is what it's going to be, now we still have some days before we get to Thursday. And also, we don't know who's going to be in goal as of right now. Chris Knobloch, the head coach of the Edmonton Oilers, after they pulled Skinner last night, the fans chanting, "We want Skinner," like all that stuff. Like, he made it seem like this was a total team breakdown last night. So he's not putting all of it on Stuart Skinner, but they have their options of Calvin Pickard or Stuart Skinner. What do they want to do? It was the first game in a while where we've seen Skinner really get roughed up. So that's another thing to keep in mind ahead of Thursday's game. Who's going to be in goal between the pipes for the Edmonton Oilers?
Does that matter for you? Like if Skinner's not in net tomorrow, would you not bet the Oilers? Because I don't think that really matters to me as much.
Like, it feels like whenever they go back to the next guy just plays well. Like that's what happened with Pickard. Like Pickard was out there, played poorly. Skinner, who came in maligned after last postseason, he plays well. He gets hurt. Pickard comes in, plays well. Skinner comes back. So it's like, I don't know if it really truly matters who's in net for the Edmonton Oilers. Like, I think I trust both guys equal amounts, which is less than Bobrovsky, but equal amounts. Yeah. So I'm not going to really go one way or the other based on what Chris Knobloch ultimately decides to do. I do think the Conn Smythe market, though, is interesting right now, where we have a new favorite, Jared, in the Conn Smythe market. It is no longer Connor McDavid. It is now Florida Panthers sniper Sam Bennett, who is plus 165 over at BetMGM. Connor McDavid now plus 230. Brad Marchand plus 360. Had the game winner on Friday night in game 2. Continues to score goals in this series. Sergei Bobrovsky plus 550. Draisaitl 11-1. Big drop-off then to Alexander Barkov at 45-1, and then a massive drop-off to the rest of the crew in the triple digits. Based on how I would bet this market, if I had nothing in it, I might be stubborn. I still think that Sergei Bobrovsky has a path to winning the Conn Smythe. I know Bennett has really kind of asserted himself as the top dog in terms of the goal scoring. He leads the playoffs with 14 goals, and he seems to score in every game, which if he's going to score in every game, he's probably going to win it. Now, is that going to continue to happen? The chances are no. You look at him in the betting markets on any given night to score, he's not minus 110, to score a goal in the anytime goal scorer market. He's in the plus 200, plus 180 range or whatever. It's not like he has to score in every game. And if he slows down, and let's say he doesn't score Thursday night, let's say he doesn't score in game 5, is there still that momentum to give Conn Smythe to Sam Bennett? Because he's not one of the top dog guys on the Panthers. Bobrovsky is. Bobrovsky's a 2-time Vezina winner. Bobrovsky's a guy that people want to kind of crown. I think at plus 550, Bobrovsky is a bet if you don't have anything in the Conn Smythe market. I would be looking to bet against Sam Bennett because his movement in the market is purely tied to him scoring in every single game, which if that continues, you tip your cap. But if it doesn't continue, then what happens? I think that's how you look at this Conn Smythe market right now if you like the Panthers to win the series.
Here's a very interesting nugget. And again, I'm not this big hockey expert that has all these X's and O's and inside it's just not my biggest sport. But when I read things, and I do read, I try to when I try to educate
Can we just
myself
clip that?
about what's happening.
Jared's saying I do read. Let's clip that.
I read a lot of other smart people that I think are smarter than me, and I saw a nugget this morning. Christopher Hennessy wrote this up for Yahoo, and I didn't know this, and this is always intriguing when I learn something about an awards market that can impact my wallet. Sam Bennett is trying to become the first player in the history of the league to win the Conn Smythe the same year he hits the open market in free agency. It's never happened.
It's a great time to be Sam Bennett.
Great time to be hitting the open market, right? And when I read something like that, it makes me, obviously there's I mean, obviously he's motivated to win the cup. I'm not saying he's more motivated to score because he wants to win the Conn Smythe when he's hitting the open market. But if you're telling me, like, if I'm his agent, I'm like, hey, Sam, you play better in this series, you win that Conn Smythe. Whew, that money's coming, brother. To me, that is just right. If we're trying to find, and these markets are priced pretty well at this point. We've had 3 games of the series priced pretty well. If you're looking for just that little extra edge, maybe that's it right there for Sam Bennett. But I would say if the Oilers win the series, it has to be McDavid.
Yeah, I think McDavid's the clear choice for Edmonton. For Florida, that's where it gets a little bit murky, which I think that's the more fun conversation when it comes to the Conn Smythe Trophy. On the other side, we'll turn our attention to the hardwood. Zach Harper from The Athletic joins us to break down the NBA Finals between the Pacers and the Thunder, coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I'm going to go with Coco Gauff because I'm an American. But I love the storyline from start to finish here. First of all, she's the first American woman to.
Paul Skeens is having an incredible run where he's had these incredible games, but we know the Pirates, they're not going to give him any type of run support. The fact that Paul Skeens is 4-6 with a 1.88 ERA this year, like this is what Jacob deGrom used to have to go through. You remember back in the day when Jacob deGrom like had all these great starts? He had like, Bob Gibson numbers. And like, well, he didn't win the game. I remember from a betting standpoint, you couldn't bet on his games because they never gave him any type of run support. And I understand this has to be depressing as a pitcher, but I don't think it's one of those things that will take him out of contention to win a Cy Young. Don't you feel like it's more of an individual award? Like we've seen MVPs in baseball come from the worst teams in the league. Mike Trout has won MVP playing for the Angels, who never compete for anything. So as bad as it sucks to be 4-6, attached to your name, despite all these great games, I still think that Paul Skeens demands the respect. And I think that he is fully capable of winning some of these awards, even if he doesn't win a bunch of games.
I totally agree. Like, what else is he supposed to do? What else is he supposed to do? He's pitching at an insane clip right now. I mean, you mentioned the numbers. He's been as good as it gets. So, look, the guy is not Shohei. He can't pitch and then also get to the plate and help himself out. But as far as being a Cy Young Award candidate, yeah, you have to just put the Pirates' numbers aside. He can't do anything about that and just look at what he's done. And what he's doing is incredible. He's even better than he was last year, and he'll continue to evolve and polish his game. So I agree.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith hanging with you guys on this Tuesday. Momentarily, we'll be joined by Zach Harper of The Athletic to break down the NBA Finals with the Thunder and the Pacers series now shifting to Indiana. But, Jared, I wanted to just bounce this off of you. Easy enough for me to say here on this Tuesday, but we just saw some of the insiders reporting this news out of the NFL. Not J.K. Dobbins, we'll get into that a little bit later on. But new Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, a newlywed. Aaron Rodgers confirming that he is married, because I don't know if you saw the photo. I think it was a couple days ago. Yeah, they posted the photo of him signing, and he had the ring. But people wear rings for all sorts of things now. Like there's Aura rings, there's all these other rings. You don't know. You might have just put it on in his left hand on that ring finger that usually signifies a wedding ring, but you never know. But he did confirm with the media that he is married. So maybe Aaron Rodgers' new perspective on life can go ahead and lead the Steelers back to the playoffs in 2025.
Well, first of all, congrats. I've been following Aaron. I listened to that whole 3-hour podcast with Rogan a couple weeks ago. He didn't mention that once. Did not mention that once. He's usually, and I respect everyone's privacy. Obviously, it was a private, but you would think when someone gets married, hey, I got married. It would be some noteworthy news that we might see at some point. The ring it definitely caught me off guard. Do we know who he got married to? Like, do we know who this person is? I don't think we know. Yeah. I'm not sure who it is. I don't. Maybe the next time he goes on McAfee, we'll learn who it is, or maybe it's just like a private citizen. It's not a celebrity or anything like that. So I'm sure we'll find out at some point. I'm happy for him. It's just another distraction from him. To not pay attention to the Steelers and their playoff hopes this year. It's added to the list of distractions with McAfee, Rogan, with all that stuff. Throw it onto the fire there.
Hey, it'll be interesting. It'll certainly be interesting. Aaron Rodgers with the Pittsburgh Steelers with his first day in Pittsburgh, which we'll get into a little bit later on in the next hour, talking all things NFL mandatory mini camp with all the 32 teams reporting, and most importantly, who's not reporting. That's the big news of the day. The guys who decided to skip mini camp, and in terms of trying to get a new contract, because that's how things operate in the National Football League. But we'll save the football for a little bit later on in the next hour. Let's get to the hardwood and talk all things NBA Finals with our buddy who joins us right now, NBA writer at The Athletic, host of the Count the Dings podcast, our friend Zach Harper, who you can hit up on Twitter at Talk Hoops. Zach, thanks for hanging with us. NBA Finals off and running. We're 2 games into this bad boy, tied up at 1. I'm not sure many people expected that, but that's where we sit right now. And in your opinion, what do you think is more likely? That this Indiana team can kind of extend this series out to 6, maybe 7 games, or OKC wins the next 3 and we're done in 5 next Monday?
Well, I had Thunder in 6, so this doesn't surprise me, but also I can be very wrong. So that maybe it is Thunder in 5. Maybe we should expect a shorter series than this. But no, I mean, look, Indiana's really good. I know people have just kind of assumed that this is like last year. It's like, it's probably injuries why they're here. No, this team's really good. This isn't the same team as last year. This team can actually defend. This team can play a little bit more of a balanced offense than what we saw. They got Pascal Siakam in the middle of last season. We're kind of just piecing things together. This year, they have a full season, a full preseason training camp of getting all those pieces together, and they have figured out their identity. They've been one of the best teams in the league since the turn of the calendar year, and they weren't getting past Milwaukee and Cleveland because of injuries. They kicked their butts. Like they were going to beat them regardless. They beat the Knicks fair and square, and they beat the Thunder in game 1 by doing what they do. They just kind of hang in there. They played good defense. They turned the ball over a lot, but they didn't give up points off those turnovers. And when it came down to it, they started hitting shots in the fourth quarter. Even though they were giving up a few points, they were trading 3 for 2, 3 for 1 throughout the majority of that fourth quarter run. And then it's close. You give that ball to Hallie, he's gonna do something that the other team doesn't like. And so it doesn't surprise me that they've been competitive. I think it's going to be competitive the rest of the series, but I do also think the Thunder are going to get this done.
Zach, what did you make of Dagnall's lineup switch in game 1? And I guess he did it again in game 2, although we did see the two bigs play a little bit more together in game 2 than we saw in game 1. Frankly, I thought Holmgren looked fantastic. We saw a Hartenstein alley-oop to Holmgren at one point. Mm-hmm. I was surprised that they went away from that lineup in game 1, considering the Pacers, deficiency on the glass. do you expect to see more of the two bigs together on the floor, or is Dagnall going to stick to his guns and separate these guys for the rest of the series?
I think he has to go with the two big lineup a lot more. I believe they were +6 in game 2 together. They didn't play. I don't think they played a single second together in game 1. And so I was shocked. To adjust before game 1 even tips off and change your starting lineup. And look, they can feed all the propaganda. Oh, we've done this during the regular season. This is reminiscent of Avery Johnson panicking against the We Believe Warriors in 2007 in the first round and changing his lineup right away and everything. And because of being worried about the matchups, no offense to Miles Turner, but I can't imagine that you are so worried about this matchup. And I know they didn't want Chet Holmgren stuck on Pascal Siakam, but I can't imagine you're so worried about this matchup with the big men that you have to change that lineup going into game 1. I do think it's the reason that they lost, because not playing their normal, regular big lineup, they got hammered on the boards, right? Like, it didn't hurt them at the beginning of the game, but it hurt them at various times in that game. And so when we saw them play bigger in game 2, and we saw more of a rotation that you're used to, Hartenstein and Chet both played extended minutes from what we saw in game 1. Yeah, they play bigger. They can handle a lot more of what Indiana wants. They can shut off the paint a lot better, which is what they did. And that led to fewer open shots, especially in that corner where Indiana was just peppering them in game 1. And I think that if they're going to handle Indiana a lot better in this series and not allow those big runs throughout the rest of the series, I would expect them to play bigger, because that is where they are at their best. They can play any size. They can play small, medium, and large, but they are at their best with that regular lineup.
I just find it funny that we call it the double big lineup when this is just playing with a center and a power forward. Like, this is like the NBA
but we can't do that anymore. Yeah, you don't do that anymore.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't play with two bigs. Oh, the double big lineup. You mean a center and a power forward? Like, right. I don't know. That's the basketball that I grew up with. This is You Better You Bet. Femi and Benfei, Jared Smith. We're hanging out with Zach Harper, NBA writer at The Athletic, host of the Count the Dings podcast on Twitter at Talk Hoops. So what happens coming up Wednesday night? We right now have Oklahoma City 5.5-point favorite. The total sitting at 228. Do you think the Thunder cover, which they have not been able to do on the road this postseason?
No, I think Indiana wins the game. I think they win game 3, and I think they put a lot of pressure on the Thunder. I do think the Thunder win the next 3. Like, I do think the Thunder win in 6, and I think they'll make the necessary adjustments. But again, the Pacers are good. Like, I know people just don't see superstardom with Halliburton. They don't see this team as a great team. They're incredible. And I think Rick Carlisle will have good adjustments. I think you'll see the role players get cleaner shots in the corners, get cleaner shots on the wings, and find those shots to go in, because we do see role players at home historically do better, especially in the postseason. I do think that's gonna fall for them. The Thunder aren't a great outside shooting team. They're very inconsistent. We've seen that in the postseason. They're normally able to make up for that by forcing turnovers, getting points off turnovers. But even last game, they still didn't do a great job of getting points off turnovers. I think they had 14 points off of 15 Pacers turnovers. It was better than the first game in terms of the points, but this is also a Pacers team that doesn't really turn the ball over. I know game 1 was dramatic, but 11 points off of 25 turnovers is kind of a crazy ratio, especially for a team that was averaging 24 points off of opponent turnovers in the postseason going into game 1. So I think the Pacers are going to handle that well. After that, I do think the Thunder are going to figure it out. They're going to turn it on, and I don't think we'll see many lapses from them the rest of the series. But yeah, I like the Pacers to win game 3 outright.
It's an interesting take, because it seems like you are very bullish on OKC, but also, tipping your cap to what Indiana can do. Is there something about the home crowd that maybe OKC would have some issues with? Because to me, when I look at the Thunder, I still think Thunder in 5. When I watched what happened in game 1, and I saw what it took for Indiana to win that game, and then just how easy of a time they had it in game 2, I still think OKC is the vastly superior team. So what is it about this particular spot tomorrow night that you think favors the Pacers?
Well, here's the thing, is that everyone's made this big deal, and rightfully so, that the Thunder haven't lost back-to-back games, in the postseason. The Thunder have only lost back-to-back games twice this year. I think once was in November, and then once was towards the end of the season when they already had the 1 seed back, locked up. The Pacers haven't lost back-to-back games in this postseason. Like, the Pacers adjust really well to these losses. Rick Carlisle and his staff come out with a very good game plan. They get focused, and I think the type of game that Tyrese Halliburton had in game 2 will kind of influence and inform how he attacks in game 3. He wasn't really turning the corner. I think they're going to set higher picks early on in that transition game, or that secondary transition, as he brings the ball up the floor. So he has more space and more vision to operate, where it's not so much pushing him out to the side or causing him to retreat dribble to where he's not getting momentum towards the basket. When they made their run in the fourth quarter, he was getting the ball into the middle of the floor, and he was, passing, and they were swinging the ball around. They were getting to the shots that they needed. I expect more of that for Indiana. And it's nothing against OKC. OKC is excellent. OKC is the best team in the league. I just think Indiana's awesome. Like, Indiana's just really good. They're really good at home. They're going to feed off that home crowd. I don't think OKC is going to be scared of the Pacers crowd. I don't think it's anything like that. I don't think they're unable to go win on the road. I just think that there's a respect for the Pacers that will be there. I think this Pacers team will feed off that home crowd. And then I think the Thunder will adjust. They are the better team. Their defense will acclimate the rest of the series. And maybe they have another blowout win. But I just think this is a competitive series. Everyone went into this thinking, Thunder in 5, Thunder in 4, and it still may be Thunder in 5. Like, I don't kick that out as a possibility, but I do think that this Pacers team is way more competitive than people are giving it credit for.
Last one, Zach, before we let you go in about 20 seconds. Is Giannis going to end up staying with Milwaukee? Because it sounds like the trade requests aren't really out there for Giannis to leave the Bucks after how long he's been playing there with a decorated career.
I think all of us want the drama of a trade request. I'm not sure that he wants this. I think this is just something that we've assumed, because we look at this summer and we're like, really? Miles Turner is going to be the main free agent, or Julius Randle, and the Nets are the only one with cap space? Like, that doesn't seem like fun. We need someone to request a trade here. I think Giannis ultimately will look at it and be like, I don't know if I want to do that yet.
Yeah, maybe it's the trade deadline. Maybe that's what we're waiting for here. But I just don't think it makes sense he stays in Milwaukee. That team's going nowhere fast. And Damian Lillard, who knows when we'll see him back out there on the court after the devastating Achilles injury. He is Zach Harper, NBA writer for The Athletic, host of the Count the Dings podcast at Talk Hoops over on Twitter. Zach, we appreciate the time, buddy. Be well. We'll talk soon.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
That is Zach Harper from The Athletic. We'll continue the NBA conversation to start the second hour of the show on the other side here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Happy Gilmore 2 coming out right around the corner. I'm looking forward to watching that. I'm also looking forward to watching this guy run, but I think the number is too high, and that is the cover of Madden. Is the curse real? I don't believe in it, but there are a lot of people that do, and they're going to be fading him as a result. Give me the under on Saquon Barkley, 1,500 and a half rush yards at a minus 110 juice. Numbers is way too high. Now, I understand last season he ran for 2005. Could have, broken the single season record, had an opportunity. to tack on more, but sat the last game of the year, and for good reason, because the Philadelphia Eagles had a bigger opportunities to play, and that being to win the Super Bowl, which of course they did. He had 345 attempts last season. Is he going to break down? I think there is a decent chance that could be the case. Regression is going to kick in. Mike Clay believes that based on his algorithm and his projections. He's got him forecasted for 283 rush attempts, 1,367 rush yards, 10 rushing touchdowns. Got him RB2 for fantasy football purposes. Yes, he has the easiest projected strength of schedule of any fantasy running back entering the regular season. And yes, he's got an elite offensive line. We know that. Finished number 12 in the YAC per attempt last year, number 2 in total missed tackles force, number 7 in total yards created. I just don't buy Saquon is going to stay healthy the entire year. I think regression is going to kick in. That monster exists. So this number, sky high at 1,500.5, I think is a wee bit too high for me. I'm going to live in the land down under on those rush yards, tied to Saquon Barkley at a minus 110 juice. Brando, hood, hood.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is our number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with Jared Smith here on this Tuesday. Nick Costos is out, but will be back with us tomorrow. But Jared's been hanging out with us, rocking it in the first hour. We're going to rock it in this second hour as we talk a lot of National Football League coming up there with mandatory mini camps underway. Aaron Rodgers, his first day as a Pittsburgh Steeler. TJ Watt, absent from minicamp. Troy Hendrickson absent from Bengals camp as well. Like, there's a lot to get to from the National Football League, which we enjoy. I mean, like, we love football. It is America's not past time. It's America's current time, and probably America's future is this sport of football, which we'll get into throughout this hour and into next hour as well. As it's probably the last big content week for football, because after minicamp, everyone takes summer vacation before training camp coming up in about 4 or 5 weeks. And then we're really back. We're back until February with the football season. But we'll talk some football coming up in about 20 minutes. Thank you to Zach Harper, who joined us in the last segment to close out the first hour of the program. If you missed that, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Zach does a tremendous job for The Athletic as our NBA writer, host of the Count the Dings podcast. We broke down the NBA Finals He likes the Pacers tomorrow night to win Game 3. I love that take. It's spicy. I don't necessarily agree. I think OKC grabs control of the series, but I love that he's thinking about this thing differently and gives me some more things to consider before placing some bets ahead of tomorrow night's Game 3 in Indianapolis. But let's go ahead and discuss the NBA Finals and some other news and notes from around the association. Jared, right now the betting market over at BetMGM for tomorrow night's Game 3 is the Oklahoma City Thunder, currently a 5.5-point favorite. Total sitting at 228.5. You can get Pacers plus 180 on the money line. To me, it felt like in the first 2 games of this series, OKC has dominated. Like, I understand Indiana won, Halliburton hit the shot, but like OKC dominated a lot of that Game 1, and they dominated all of Game 2. It's hard for me, as somebody who sees how these two teams have kind of fit together and has seen how they've gone throughout these playoffs and the regular season for that matter, where OKC, like you look at all the numbers, are a historically great team. It's hard for me to think that OKC is going to be all of a sudden in some dogfight series with the Pacers. And that's no shade to the Pacers. It's more so praise for the Thunder and how great they've been so far this season. Like, I find it hard to believe that this is going to all of a sudden be 2-2 heading back to OKC for Game 5 and all of a sudden maybe like a Game 6 situation where the Thunder have to close it out on the road. So I like the Thunder to win tomorrow night. Like, I think they cover. They can get their first cover at the window in a road game in the playoffs. And like from a prop standpoint, like, hey, Isaiah Hartenstein with the rebounds. I'm going back to the well. Like, bet him before the series started, plus 550 to lead the series with rebounds. He's now like a co-favorite with Pascal Siakam and like that plus 150 range, over 7.5 rebounds. It's no longer plus money. Now you got to lay a little bit of juice, but I still think it's good because Hartenstein's really, really good on the glass. And I think it's a nice bounce back spot for J-Dub. Jalen Williams, who has been mediocre at best through the first 2 games of this NBA Finals. I think he has a bounce back spot over 1.5 3-pointers. And I think I like to go over 19.5 on the points as well for Jalen Williams. I think he really kind of puts his imprint on these NBA Finals.
Love it. I love Jalen Williams. I went on Brad and PJ's show last night and gave out an SGP that involved him, and I'll get to that in a minute. The spread and total, we do have a little bit of a baseline to go off of, right? We've got 2 prior games, even though they were at OKC. These teams did play at Indiana earlier this year, back in December. OKC was a 5-point favorite. Total was 228. So, again, that's pretty much what the number is tomorrow night. So you're not getting that initial, oh, wow, this number has moved significantly more based off of the last game. Like, that's usually what we see, not only in the NBA, but in the NHL when you have these longer series. You have one game go decisively in one direction, and then you see the number swing, kind of like we're doing with Florida and Edmonton, swing very far in one direction, and then the value opens up on the other side. I don't think that's the case tomorrow night. It feels like we've kind of found our level, right? We had an under in Game 1, 230. We had an over in Game 2 at 227, although that one, by the skin of our teeth, got home on the over. So now we're kind of sitting in that 228 range. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was on the over. I did not think we had much of a shot to hit that.
Same here. I was sweating that thing out to the end, man. Shout out to James Johnson with that last layup.
James Johnson. I did not have James Johnson winning a bet for me in the 2025 NBA playoffs on my bingo card. But again, here we are. In terms of how I feel about the game, do you agree that if Indiana wins, it's going to be tight? And if OKC wins, it's probably going to be an OKC cover. Like, I don't see OKC winning a 1-2 possession game. OKC tends to get their distance when they win. And when Indiana wins, it's a freaking nail biter, man, down to the last second. So it feels like if you like Indiana to cover tomorrow, just bet the money line. If you like OKC to win tomorrow, you should feel comfortable laying it. The Jalen Williams prop that I love is the assists. And I think as high and low as we've seen his point outputs, kind of, he's had bad shooting games, good shooting games, his assists in the playoffs have been wildly consistent. So I did the math this morning. 15 out of 18 games in the playoffs, he has had 5 or more assists. And he hasn't had one of those 10, 11 assist games. It's been 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6. He's only, again, the 3 games that he's gone under 5 assists in the playoffs. One of them was that hellacious blowout against Minnesota in Game 3. So you throw that one out. He didn't even play in the fourth quarter. The other 2 were both in the Denver series, which I think has been the best defense, or at least the best team top to bottom that OKC has faced in this postseason, and he had 4 in both of those games. So he was 1 off of that threshold, that plateau of 5. So I gave this out last night. You bet OKC on the money line or the spread, and then you take it with the Jalen Williams 5 or more assists. You pair that together, you're getting some pretty decent plus money there. So if you don't want to lay it with OKC, you're a little bit worried about the spread, you don't want to lay over $2 on the money line, I think OKC to win and Jalen Williams to have 5 or more assists, plus 130, plus 140, somewhere in that range feels like a pretty decent bet for tomorrow night.
Yeah, and I agree with your premise that, like, if OKC is going to win, they're likely going to cover the number. Now, like, the one pushback will be that there was a game in Minnesota where, like, I think they won by 3 and they were laying 3.5 in the game. So, like, that's the one time it's, like, fell within the number where it's like OKC still wins, but they don't cover. I just think that they're going to cover. And if Indiana keeps it close, Indiana probably just wins because, like, if there's one, I guess, kind of like nitpick for the Thunder, it's that, okay, like, what happens in close games when everybody knows SGA has the ball, and now we need Jalen Williams to step up, we need some of these other guys to step up on this stage. We've never seen them have to do that, and, like, we've seen it be a little bit clunky on, like, the playoff stage. Now this is the finals, so, like, do you actually trust them? Like I ask you, 3 minutes, or sorry, a 3-point game, 1 minute to go. Do you feel good if you're back in OKC, or do you actually love it if you're on the Pacers side? I think you'd love it if you're on the Pacers side. If you're only down by 3 or if you're up 3, like, they just have so much more experience and they have so much more, I guess, data points of having proven that they can kind of win those close, grinded out games.
Confidence too, right? Like when you get late in those games, like when you have a 48-minute game, if OKC just plays to their average and Indiana plays to their average over a course of a 48-minute NBA game, OKC is going to win. That's why they're a 5+ point favorite on the road. But when you, again, shorten that time horizon to 1 or 2 possessions late, yeah, you trust Indiana a little more because they've kind of been like the TOD, the team of destiny in this postseason, hitting crazy shots, going off the backboard, flying in with Halliburton making all the plays. I still think OKC is capable of making big plays down the stretch. But if you ask me which team would I prefer in a 1-possession game final 30 seconds, I'd rather have Halliburton because I think he has that unconscious assassin-like ability where SGA relies a little bit more on getting to the line. He relies a little bit more on his teammates. He is, to me, not as gifted of a shooter as Halliburton, who's a better 3-point shooter. Like, I just think if it's a close game, I'd favor the Pacers. And that's not to say, again, OKC isn't the best team on the floor, but they're more of the juggernaut that prefers to kind of play at an arm's length. And I think Indiana is a little bit more comfortable being uncomfortable in those late game scenarios.
Yeah. Indiana, they're kind of a little bit like Denver. If you want to look back to that OKC Denver series, like Denver, when they won, more often than not, it was a close game. And when OKC won, more often than not, it was a blowout. Like that's kind of what Indiana's like because they have a playmaker, an elite playmaker in Tyrese Halliburton. When the game gets late, you can trust will find a good shot, similar to Denver, not to the same extent because Jokic is like the best playmaker probably in the league currently. But like Jokic, you knew you were going to get a good possession late in the game, and like that's how Denver has thrived in these
Jamal
prime
Murray.
Jokic years. Yeah, and Jamal Murray as well. Like
clutch.
Yes, a lot
Yeah, they have
of
two
experience.
clutch players on Denver's team. I would spot Siakam in that category too.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's why Denver's been lethal, to be honest. Like now, like they have to figure out all the other stuff, but like that's why that combination's been lethal. But yeah, Indiana with Halliburton and Siakam's won a title. Like, you know, the only person that's won a title on the Thunder is Alex Caruso, who was a role player for that Lakers team in the bubble. Like, not to say that's not a legitimate title, but like the roles were different. Like, you know, Siakam was like, they needed him to produce in Toronto. The Lakers didn't necessarily need Caruso to produce offensively to go ahead and win that title in the bubble. So, yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting setup. I agree. If you like the Pacers, plus 180 on the money line. You like the Thunder, lay the 5.5. Maybe you also look at laying some alts, like maybe Thunder laying 9.5 or Thunder 12.5 or something like that, to where you get some nice plus money on OKC to get it done. Let's get to some other news and notes from around the NBA, though, Jared, because this one is interesting, and it's actually has to do with your team, the New York Knicks, because we saw a report from ESPN earlier today saying that there is interest from the Knicks in Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd, and maybe perhaps Kidd has a little bit of interest in the New York Knicks job as well. You are a fan of the Knicks. The Knicks are going to be a topic of conversation all throughout this offseason because they're an interesting team in a wide open Eastern Conference. Does Jason Kidd move the needle for you as head coach of the Knicks, replacing Tom Thibodeau, who was just fired last week?
Yeah, so much has happened between now and when Jason Kidd last coached. It's almost hard for me to really remember what the vibe was. He's taken some time off. I don't like that matchup personally. But
he was just in Dallas this past season. I mean, like,
but yeah, and then he took
the Mavericks took time off
right
as a
after,
team. Yeah, the Mavericks after trading Luka Doncic.
Yeah, and that's also true. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between what the Knicks really need and maybe what Jason Kidd can provide. At least that's how I feel about the situation. Again, I don't know him. I don't know if the situation is really that hot and heavy or if this is just rumors, but I would say no. I would vote no on the Jason Kidd signing.
You know what's interesting to me is that, like, Jason Kidd, if he's legitimately interested in this job, clearly means because he has 2 years left on his Mavericks contract. He might just be like, I don't know what the hell this Nico dude is up to. I don't want to hitch my wagon to this situation. Let me get the hell off this ride. Like, that might be where he's coming from. But, like, if you look at the Dallas Mavericks, I tell you what, like, as much as we give Nico Harrison a lot of bleep, like, if that roster was ever fully healthy, they got some good players, man. Like, Kyrie's really good. Anthony Davis is really good. Klay Thompson can still give you like 14, 15 a game, especially if he's hitting his threes. And now you insert Cooper Flagg. Like, that's a player that I think all of us think is going to be like a generational kind of player. Like, nobody's saying he's going to be the best player in the league, but like, he's going to be like, I don't know, like a perennial all NBA guy, which is what you hope for when you're picking first overall. Like, it's surprising, not surprising, but I think it's very interesting that Jason Kidd is probably considering all of that and is still saying to himself, and maybe it's just reports, we don't know if he's saying this 100%, but the reports out there that he's interested in the Knicks job, but he might be saying to himself, yeah, all that's great, I still don't want to be here. And I want to go to a Knicks job that has a lot of pressure attached to it. Tom Thibodeau just took them to heights that they have not gone since 2000. And what did he do? He got fired. So, like, unless you're going to go to the finals, everyone's going to be looking around being like, okay, can you get over the hump? Like, that's a tough gig to enter after the guy just went and took him 2 wins away from going to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I still don't think it's a great match, too. I don't think anything's a great match for. I know they're saying this because of the Brunson connection, right, with Dallas, and maybe there's a little bit of a vibe there. I get it. I understand why he would be the first name on the list. I don't see it.
Who would make you excited? Would it be like, what, Jay Wright coming out of retirement?
No, I don't think any. And I've had this conversation before. I don't really think there is any coach where I'm like, well, that's it. They're set now. Now they're going to win the title. Like, that's just not how I view the coaching job in the NBA. It's all about the players. It's all about the players and what you can get out of them. And the Knicks still have really good players. I don't know who the right button pusher is, but and also you have to ask yourself, who would you rather, work for in this scenario? Do you want to work for James Dolan, who just fired Tom Thibodeau after getting to the top of the mountain, essentially, or right near the precipice of the mountain? I feel like they're going to go in a direction that's a little bit more younger, a little bit more up and coming than an established name like Kidd. But I'm wrong all the time, so who knows?
Yeah, could be Johnny Bryant, a guy that was an assistant for the Knicks a couple of years ago. In terms of players, maybe they'll go out there and get Kevin Durant. Maybe that'll get you excited about the New York Knicks, because that's also swirling in these NBA circles. We'll talk the NFL circles coming up on the other side. Mandatory minicamp, who skipped? We'll get into it next year on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
more people I talk to that are close to the game and that cover the game and have connections around the sport, they don't feel good at all about the roster. And yes, Belichick is maybe the best to ever do it, but he always had players, especially on defense. They always had players on D. If they don't have up to par talent on that roster, which is very possible, this could be a disaster. And now you have him potentially distracted. I thought the comment that Gronk made, I think Gronk was on Julian Edelman's show recently, and they were jiving about how Bill used to get livid at the players when they brought any scent of distraction into the locker room. He's the biggest distraction in the sport right now in college football. So it's just very ironic how things have changed. And I had one guy tell me, Kate, this is an entirely new team. Like from last year to this year, there aren't these returning starters that you feel great about. He is inheriting and working with basically a brand new slate. And there's no stability. They don't know his system. They don't know what he wants to do. And now he's running around with a girl that's the player's age. So it's a very weird time.
I think it starts with Mike Tomlin. I mean, I've been a fan of his for a long time. There's a few iconic franchises in the NFL. I played for one of them for 18 years. This is another one of those. There's something special about, obviously, this area. So many great quarterbacks are from Pittsburgh. I feel like Pittsburgh has been a part of my career from the beginning. Playing for Mike McCarthy for 13 years, having Tom Clements, or Tommy Clements, depending on how old you are, as my quarterback coach forever. A lot of Yinzers in my life.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
There's going to be a lot more Yinzers in Aaron Rodgers' life as the new quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That, of course, sound from Aaron Rodgers in his first media availability as Steelers QB1. This is You Better You Bet, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Jared Smith here on a Tuesday. Wow, that is Aaron Rodgers, which I don't know if it feels surreal because we've just been waiting for this for so long. Rodgers to put pen to paper and sign with Pittsburgh. Because usually quarterback changes teams, especially like a legendary quarterback. It's like, whoa, that doesn't look right. But how many Photoshops have you seen of Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform over the last 2 months to where it's like, okay, it's more like, finally, He's their quarterback. And Mike Tomlin earlier today at his media availability made it very, very clear. There's no quarterback competition. Rodgers is here to be QB1. He is here to be the starter. So sorry, Mason Rudolph. I'm sure they told Mason Rudolph in advance that he was not going to be the guy if Rodgers stuck with the plan and ended up signing there. But no QB competition or controversy in Pittsburgh. It will be Rodgers as now we're off and running. He's out there running around, throwing passes, and I'm kind of excited for this team, Jared. Like, I don't know, maybe that's a contrarian opinion. I think a lot of people are probably over Aaron Rodgers' shenanigans, which, yeah, I could easily see how that'd be very, very annoying. But, like, just looking at it from a football perspective, he's better than what they had last year, and the team is still pretty good. Now, there's some other things they need to sort out this offseason, which we'll get into as well in this segment, that being the best player on the team, TJ Watt. But just on the surface, at the most important position on the field, it's an upgrade. It's an upgrade, so I have to feel at least as good, if not a little bit better, than I did about this team in 2024.
Totally agree. I can't argue that Aaron Rodgers is better than, or not better than Mason Rudolph. I cannot make that argument. That is not a. That I'm not going to go out on that limb. I guess you could make some kind of argument about Russell Wilson versus Aaron Rodgers. I would still choose Rodgers, but I think that is
could you?
More. It would be at least a somewhat of a discussion, but I would still
I'll tell you this. I think Sierra is the only person making that argument there, Jared. I don't know anybody else that's making that argument. Who knows? Maybe there's some big Russ people out there, but I'm like, nah. Rodgers is better.
I think it's more about how marginally better, right?
That's
where
fair.
It's from Mason Rudolph. If you go into the season with Mason Rudolph, we feel drastically different compared from the Russell Wilson to Aaron Rodgers upgrade, which I would agree is an upgrade, but not a significant upgrade to where all of a sudden Pittsburgh is like, light years ahead of everyone. So I did refresh the ratings last week when this news broke. And I also do quarterback ratings. And I was going back and forth on where to slot Rodgers, because I think you have to keep two things in mind. A, it's not only just the quarterback, but also kind of the system that he plays in and what the vibe is and what the situation is. I put Rodgers slightly ahead of Justin Herbert on the same tier as Brock Purdy and Tua. How do you feel about that rating?
I'm sorry.
2.5 points better than an average quarterback.
You have Rodgers slightly ahead of Justin Herbert.
By 0.5 point.
Wow.
Am I crazy?
So you're really high on Rodgers. Or are you just like really, really low on Justin Herbert?
I'm lower on Herbert. That's, yeah. I'm lower on Herbert.
So where do you have him ranked? Like because you said 2.5 points or 0.5 point better than him. So like where is that? Like are you talking about like mediocre quarterbacks?
I'll give you my quarterback ratings right now. I have Mahomes number 1. He's 8 points better. I have Lamar Jackson 7.5. Josh Allen 7.5. Burrow's a 7. Hurts is a 6. Then Stafford at 5. Jaden Daniels 4.5. Goff 4. Baker 3. Jordan Love 3. Dak 3. CJ Stroud 3. I have a bunch of guys at 3. Tua, Brock Purdy, and then Rodgers at 2.5. So essentially he's slightly above average in terms of all of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL, about 2.5 points better than an average quarterback. And I have Herbert just behind him at 2.
Justin Herbert shade. Now I will say this:
it is
like,
Justin Herbert shade.
I get it. He has not proven it in January. And like, this is not where the conversation was ever planning to go, but I think it's a little bit interesting that you said that Justin Herbert's like a somewhat below average quarterback, or at least maybe an average quarterback. When I think the consensus opinion,
I would say average.
Yeah.
I
mean, even
think,
that
like
is lower than the consensus opinion.
Club is Bo Nix. That is my straight average quarterback. Sam Darnold, Geno Smith. Those are my average quarterbacks. And then Michael Penix, Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence. Those are like the tier right beneath that.
Wow. Herbert. Average.
Yeah, I'm down on Herbert.
So there are people who are like way, way in on Herbert. I'm not one of them. I'm in on him, but I'm not like he's a top 5 quarterback. I'm not one of those people. But those people do exist. I think you're shortchanging the guy a little bit. He is incredibly talented. That dude is throwing freaking missiles out there on the field. Now he's got to win, which I think he will do this year 2 with Jim Harbaugh. But like, the guy is incredibly talented. Big-time athlete, big-time arm, sharp, goes through the reads. The Chargers are just, they got some loser energy, which I think Harbaugh will fix here in 2025. But let's get back to Rodgers. I was stunned when you said that. So I had to follow up on that one. But Rodgers, who you have better than Justin Herbert, Like this, it's got to
By
be a
half
nice
point.
upgrade. Though.
Not like
By half point.
significantly better. By half.
Well,
Point. It's like,
but still, I think most people would rank Herbert ahead of Rodgers after what we saw last year. But you have him slightly better than Herbert. So like you're also like me, kind of in on this Pittsburgh Steelers thing. At least to like go over the win total or be competitive.
Steelers are up there. Yeah, like I think the Steelers are definitely a team that I wouldn't bet under on 8.5 wins with Rodgers. I wouldn't bet under. I'm not running to the window to bet over, but I would not bet an under on an 8.5 with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback.
I think I want to run to bet the over. I think I want to do that. Now, I haven't done it yet, so I guess technically I don't want to do it since I haven't done it yet. Because I just think that people are going to want to bet the under because I think a lot of people are sick of it.
If you want to go run to the book and go bet.
By run, I mean put my phone up and start betting. But like honestly, I think a lot of people are sick of him and like they're sick of his antics, and like which I totally get. Like, I'll tell you what, he doesn't seem like a guy I'd want to have a beer with. I'll just put it that way. But like, just on the football side of it, like. Their quarterback play was not good last year. It was below average. Like how can it not be at least the same with Aaron Rodgers, if not a little bit better? And if they just, as long as they don't screw up this TJ Watt situation, which I think that's kind of the big thing here for the Pittsburgh Steelers, because Rodgers is going to get the headlines. It's his first time there, and like everyone's excited to see him and see him back on the field. But like TJ Watt being absent from minicamp, like, how long does this contract thing play out? Is it going to go like the last time when he didn't sign until like the Monday of week 1 and then played 5 days later? Like, is that what it's going to be? Or are they going to get him out there for training camp? Because he's now 30 years old. This isn't signing 25, 26-year-old TJ Watt. This is now signing 30-year-old TJ Watt. But even at his age of 30, still the best player on the team. And still one of the best defensive players in all of football. I would be stunned if they ever traded him or this thing went into the regular season, but like you still want to check this thing off the list before you dive headfirst into betting Pittsburgh Steelers stuff. I think at least.
I agree. And to be fair, like they did draft 2 defensive linemen in the first 4 rounds. They drafted Derek Harmon, who obviously plays the interior, not a, apples to apples comparison. But then I think Jack Sawyer, a lot of people are excited about him, and he kind of fits the mold.
You bet favorite, Jack Sawyer.
Oh, absolute rock star. I know it was because he had that interception right in that Ohio State Michigan game where Gus Johnson lost his mind and then Ohio State still ended up losing the game. I think there is a certain vibe to the Steelers culture that they'll get this sorted out, right? Like I think they will, but I agree that you don't want to lock your money up for a long period of time when you don't know. The only situation that I can put it in that's kind of comparative in the Steelers vein was Le'Veon Bell just decided he's going to take the whole year off and never really came back. I don't think Watt's that far off the reservation. Like, I think they're going to figure this out. It seems like it's just a matter of when.
Yeah. Le'Veon Bell, that's a special case right there. That is an outlier, and that's there's a reason why we don't see that too often anymore because it kind of nuked his value and nuked his career there. Although he did get paid by the Jets, but did nothing with the New York Jets.
Of course,
that was your team. That was your team that went ahead and did that.
So did Aaron Rodgers, who also got paid.
So did Aaron Rodgers. And did you see the comments from Myles Garrett earlier today? Like Myles Garrett, Browns edge rusher. Yeah. Defensive Player of the Year a couple years ago. He was asked about Aaron Rodgers joining the division, and he said, quote, "Good opportunity to put him in the graveyard," is what Myles Garrett said. Myles Garrett is, he just said, you know what? I'm putting the bulletin board material out there. I'm that dude, and I'm about to end Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people have been tweeting about, like Steelers, Browns, they play, da-da-da. It's like, the Browns are not going to be good. They're not going to be good, but Myles Garrett is, I guess, going to put his money where his mouth is, and he's got a lot of money. And Myles Garrett's very, very good. So he says he's going to the graveyard, and that being for Aaron Rodgers. So that's one edge rusher from the AFC North. Another one absent, in addition to T.J. Watt, Trey Hendrickson. This should not be a surprise for those who have been following the NFL news cycle throughout the last couple of months. Trey Hendrickson wants a new contract, and he and the Bengals are at odds. They have not been able to come to an agreement on said new contract. Hendrickson wants some extra years, and he wants the money as coming off a season where he led the league in sacks, their best defensive player by far. He was absent from minicamp, which he will be fined for being absent as well as TJ Watt. I think it's up to $100,000 is what the total fines are if you miss these 3 days. It feels like there's no end in sight with this Trey Hendrickson thing. Like, doesn't sound like he wants to budge. And we know the Bengals, Mike Brown, he doesn't budge a whole lot. Like, if he's like dead set on an opinion or dead set on a number, I don't think he's going to come off of that to where the more and more we get into the offseason, the more and more we get into the summer months and get close to the training camp, I think the likelihood of Hendrickson being on another team continues to rise versus go down, and maybe he just holds out the year. Like, I think that Hendrickson is available for anybody that wants to get him. It's just that, do you want to give him the big contract and do you want to give up the assets? Because I'm assuming the Bengals probably want a pretty penny in return.
Breaking news, I just bumped up Justin Herbert in my quarterback ratings. Your bullying worked. It worked. I bumped him up by a half a point. So he's not even.
You got to stand 10 toes down. You got to stand 10 toes down, man.
No,
like,
listen,
it's your rating, not mine.
I'm flexible to it. And I was like, you know what? You're probably right. Having Aaron Rodgers in front of Justin Herbert probably doesn't make a ton of sense. So so now they're even. So now I'll let the results speak for themselves in week one. No, the Hendrickson news, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal if Shamar Stewart's situation wasn't as disastrous as it's now becoming. Like, if you come right, we talk about cluster injuries all the time and how one player at one position might not move the needle. But when you have a cluster injury at defensive line, at edge rusher, it all of a sudden becomes a big problem. Obviously, we're not talking about an injury here. We're talking about a cluster holdout, which is even more rare than a cluster injury. But Cincinnati just seems to figure out a way. It really is. Like, because if you're the Bengals and you're Duke Tobin and you're like, all right, we know Hendrickson is unhappy, disgruntled, we might have to move him. Maybe we should try to make the guy we just drafted to replace him a lot happier than the previous guy. And it seems like they're continuing this cycle of vicious, dealing with the contract situations where they're thinking that they're getting ripped off for whatever reason for not paying Hendrickson, which is absurd because I think he accounted for like half of their pressures last year and like 30% of their sacks. So he's kind of an important player. But if you're saying, okay, he's not worth the squeeze anymore, we're going to turn our attention to the future. We're going to draft this stud edge rusher in the first round, bring him in, and he's going to be the new Trey Hendrickson. Wouldn't you want to get him under contract like right away? But you're dealing with the same thing over and over again, and it's really setting up to be a bad situation for a Bengals defense that's already going through a bit of an upheaval because you go from Anarumo to Al Golden, who I think Golden's going to be better, or at least marginally better. But give him all the pieces, give him the toys to compete, because right now he doesn't even know who he's going to have at edge rusher, which is the most important position on the field when it comes to defense.
Yeah, and for those who might not know, like Shamar Stewart, the first-round pick for the Cincinnati Bengals, like he has not participated in any off-season activities like rookie camp, OTAs, and now mini camp has not participated because they're at odds with this contract talk. And Shamar Stewart had immediate availability earlier this afternoon. And he said this quote, which Jay Morrison, who covers the Cincinnati Bengals for Sports Illustrated, tweeted this out there. And I think it's a really, really fascinating quote from Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart said, quote, "I'm 100% right. I'm not asking for nothing y'all have never done before, but in y'all case, y'all just want to win arguments more than winning more games. The y'all he's talking about is the Cincinnati Bengals front office. This is a guy who's been on the team for about 6 weeks, and we're already here. Like, that's terrible. And I don't think it's that terrible on Shamar Stewart's end because, hey, he wants to go out there and get paid, and he doesn't want to be shortchanged on the language of the guarantees and, like, the voids and all that stuff. Like, that's what he's fighting for, and the Bengals are just like, yeah, no. Like, we're not going to give you the guarantees. Like, every other first-round pick is getting them.
Duke Tobin's been the GM of this team since the turn of the century. And outside of Jerry Jones, he's the longest tenured GM in the league. And Jones is in an outlier class because he owns the freaking team. Maybe there's a time. Maybe it's time to kind of, reset the front office structure in Cincinnati.
Yeah, well, as long as Mike Brown is there, I don't think that's going to be happening. And Bill put in the chat, our executive producer, that no Bengal has ever gotten those guarantees. Stewart is fighting to be the first. Good luck, buddy. This might be a Joey Bosa situation for those who remember Bosa missing the first couple games of his rookie season. We'll talk more about this and other NFL news on the other side. It's You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Trout's a senior citizen now these days. He's like me. He's up there. What is Trout now? 33. Jeez, I remember I was there in Chicago.
Yeah.
His first game ever on the South Side, or maybe it was his first series ever. He was such a young baby-faced kid. We're in there when he's, making the rounds, doing the media stuff pregame. So he's, 20 years old at the time. 2022. He was second in the MVP, first in Rookie of the Year. He got a base hit. He stole second. He got to third because he kind of juked the second baseman out and advanced on a pickoff play. So he gets the base hit, steals second. There was a pickoff throw to second. He takes off for third, and then he scores on a sac fly to shallow center field. He quite literally created that entire run, and you're like, who is this guy? And then he eventually added the power numbers. He hit 40 a couple of times. Awesome player, Trout was. And he defensively was a very, very great defensive fielder until he, dealt with some injuries. And as we know, Father Time is undefeated. But Denzel Clark, to put a bow on this, made an insane catch. And if you haven't seen it, go check it out after the show.
I don't give a about what I feel. My job is to react and control my controllables and make sure that people are moving in one direction appropriately. Business is business. The opportunity that business does provide in the off season is a rep to the team about handling noise. What do I define noise as? Things that don't have to do with what actually you're there to do and you should be focused on doing because you'll be held accountable to do.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
That is the voice of Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel, which we'll get into here shortly. Jake, make sure you bring that soundbite back. I want to call for it a little bit later on because I want to go back to what the end of that soundbite was because that man just sounded like he was just saying words. But as we were heading to break in the last segment, this is You Better You Bet. Femi Bedfay, Jared Smith hanging out with you guys. As we were heading to break in the last segment, I messed up the Shamar Stewart angle with the guarantees of the void. Bill put in the chat that no Bengal has ever not gotten the guarantees in their rookie deals. That's what Mike, I don't know, I keep calling him Mike. I do know, I think I was reading the chat. It's not what Shamar Stewart was. He's not arguing for something that's never happened before. Shamar Stewart essentially is arguing for something that every other Bengal first round pick has gotten, and the Bengals, for some reason, do not want to give it to him. So Shamar Stewart is kind of frustrated, and I think anybody would be if you were drafted by this organization, and all of a sudden they're just saying, you know what? this thing that we've been doing for so long, we're actually not going to keep doing it. And it starts with you. Like, you would look around and say, like, what the hell's going on? What did I do? Like, why am I the guy where the buck stops? You know what I mean? So that's why there is this impasse with the contract for first-round pick Shamar Stewart and the Cincinnati Bengals, and you put that on top of everything that's going on with Trey Hendrickson, and you have a no-good situation in Cincinnati with that defense. But, hey, at least they signed Chase and Higgins, right? Go score 45 points a game, I guess, just to win 9 games in the season. That's what it feels like Cincinnati is going to be doing this year in 2025. But that Mike McDaniel sound, Dolphins head coach, Jake, can you play that again, actually? Because it sounds insane what he was saying towards the end. This is Mike McDaniel talking about the frustrations of the Jalen Ramsey trade rumors and when that's going to happen and how he feels about the whole situation.
I don't give a about what I feel. My job is to react and control my controllables and make sure that people are moving in one direction appropriately. Business is business. The opportunity that business does provide in the off season is a rep to the team about handling noise. What do I define noise as? Things that don't have to do with what actually you're there to do and you should be focused on doing because you'll be held accountable to do.
What in the world is that, Jared? We're controlling the controllables. Business is business. We're trying to block out the noise. What's noise? Noise is things that have to do with stuff that's not what you have to do. Like this man is just saying words. Like, this is where Mike McDaniel, this is the guy that Coach Capri, as Mark Schlereth has called him here on You Better You Bet. Like, this is the guy that had the sunglasses, drives the nice car, was on Hard Knocks, the in-season version, Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky, running to the locker room at halftime, and now he's controlling the controllables. Like, that's what we're at right now in 2025. It sounds like a man that knows the seat is hot as hell down there on South Beach. Like, that's not a good situation in Miami, and it feels like a team that is teetering towards kind of blowing up and heading into a next chapter as opposed to rallying the troops with this McDaniel, Tua, Tyreek Hill version of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, it's June 10th. By the way, happy birthday to my sister, June 10th.
Hey, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Jordana. Love you. I will go out on a limb right now and say Mike McDaniel will be the first coach fired in the NFL this year. That's just the vibe I get. I think calling that a word salad would be disrespectful to lettuce. I honestly do. I don't know what else you really could call that. I don't give a bleep about how I feel. I want to control my controllables. How you feel is something you can control, by the way, Mike. And I understand like the psychology, and I'm big into the spirituality these days. Big part of my, my move out here. I'm convinced the desert has healing powers. I won't go down that road. But what I will say is when you, I'm sure you're going to follow up on that one later, bud.
No, you're good with that. I was like, I'm sure that has to do with maybe his Rogan pod, or I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you never know these days what's going to come out of my mouth. That's why you guys keep asking me back on the show. I like Mike's approach. Control what you can control. I get that. But how you feel and how you react is the only thing that you can control. Here's what you can't control. Whatever happens outside, whatever questions you get asked, whatever absurd drama this player's getting into or this team is trying to trade this player, that is not in your control, Mike. The only thing that is in your control is how you react to it and how you respond to it. That is literally the only part of this equation that you can control. So to go off on this tangent, like I don't give a bleep how I feel, it makes it seem like there's something else happening under the surface that we can't see behind the scenes, in the locker room, in the negotiation room, wherever, that is rubbing you the wrong way. And then you feel the need to lash out. Like, to me, the way I view Mike is he's kind of a cool customer and nothing gets under his skin. He sounded like something's getting under his skin. When you start cursing and bleeping this and bleeping that and saying, I don't give a bleep how I feel, it sounds like something is going on. Again, that we're not privy to, that is kind of pushing him towards this cliff of, I don't want to call it an outburst, but it was a very off-putting answer. Like he didn't really say anything, and he sounded very angry and vindictive in the way that he said it, his tone. So I don't know what the heck's going on, but I do know, Mike, you can control how you feel. It's actually the only thing that you can control.
I'll tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like a guy who does care how he feels. That's what it sounds like. Like, he can tell me he doesn't care. I think he cares 100%. Like, he's like, I don't give a damn how I feel, or I don't give a bleep how I feel. It's like, no, you care. Like, you care, buddy. Like you're not getting that one past us here. But is there a chance? Because, like, the vibes in Miami do not seem like they're really good. Their win total's at 8.5 right now at BetMGM. Is there a chance when you look at this team, this Dolphins team that, I mean, shoot, this time last year I thought could be a potential AFC East winner and be a team that is in the conversation for being like a top 2, top 3 seed. And here we are now talking about Mike McDaniel potentially first coach fired. Do you think the Dolphins are the 4th best team in the AFC East? Like, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Say what you will about the New York Jets. Like, Justin Fields is not a good quarterback. Tua is clearly better than him. But the vibes are at least good at Jets camp. Like, you know what? Like they got 2 guys in Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner who want contracts and have been there every single day of the offseason activities. OTAs, they're there at mini camp. Like, the vibes at least are a lot better. They're buying into what Aaron Glenn is selling. I don't know if those Dolphins guys are buying into what Mike McDaniel is selling. And if the season gets off to a rocky start, this thing can really get off the rails to where you might be right with the prediction that you just gave here on June 10th that Mike McDaniel is the first coach fired. I think there's some last place vibes with the Miami Dolphins right now.
And we'll get it right out of the gate. If they go into Indy week 1 and lose that game to Daniel Stinkin' Jones, and I don't know if it's going to be Daniel Jones, it might be Richardson, but right now I would say there's a lot of uncertainty on who's going to be playing quarterback for the Colts. That's a different story for a different day. But we have seen on multiple occasions teams with uncertain situations play really well week 1 because it's like, hey, we're gearing up for this one game and we win this one game and then the rest of the season kind of goes off the rails. But that is going to be a very supercharged atmosphere week 1 at Indy. And then you look at their schedule, and I know they get the Patriots early in the season at home. That is always an advantage. So I always put a check mark or a big yellow sun next to the early season games in Florida that are outdoors. You give, I would say, at least a half a point to a point edge to a team like Miami getting New England at home in September because they're going to be on the shaded side of the field down there in Miami Gardens, and New England's going to be on the sunny side of the field. And if you've ever been in the South Florida area around September time, I think sticky would be an understatement is how I would describe the humidity. Then they go to Buffalo on a short week. Then they play the Jets. So weeks 2, 3, and 4, divisional opponents. You lose that game to Indy, and then you start off with the division. Let's give them 1-2, and your season is 1-3 to start, and you're 2 games behind the 8 ball in the division. Whew, not a great start. And then let's go to the back end of the schedule because that is when things always get rocky for the Dolphins. Why? Because you go outdoors in cold weather. They're at the Jets week 14, at Pittsburgh on a Monday night the following week, and then they close the season week 18 at Foxborough. That is 3 outdoor cold weather games from week 14 on. I mean, you're talking about a bookend there that could be really tough at the beginning and then bitter cold at the end. I do not like the prospects of Miami to have this outstanding season. The vibes are one thing, but then you look at the schedule and you also, I would say, have to downgrade them a notch.
Who do you think is the beneficiary of a Dolphins, like, just disaster season in that AFC? Because obviously Buffalo, like, I think regardless of whether the Dolphins were good, bad, and different, like, I think a lot of people think the Bills are going to have a really good season. Their win total is like 11.5. They're expected to win a lot of games. But amongst the other 2 teams, New England, who I think a lot of folks are excited about, Mike Vrabel now there as the head coach, Drake May year 2, Stephon Diggs. When he's not on the boat, Stephon Diggs can still be a productive player. And then you have the New York Jets, where Aaron Glenn, where, there's a lot to rebuild in Florham Park, but still, that defense has a lot of talent, and Aaron Glenn, a defensive-minded coach. Like, between the Patriots and the Jets, who do you think is the beneficiary of a potential disaster season for the Miami Dolphins?
That's a very good question because I think it's really hard to determine of those 2, which is the better. My gut says Jets because that's the team that nobody expects to be good, right? Like if you take, like New England's favored in, I think 11 out of 17 games. We think New England is going to be better this year. I'm not saying I'm buying New England, but I think the general consensus is maybe too much consensus. New England is that second team that we expect to ascend with Drake May this year in the AFC East. So if you were going to ask me, the Dolphins have a chance to be as high as, I'm not going to say 1. The ceiling for Miami is 2. The floor is 4. We all kind of think the Jets are the bottom feeder in that division. So if Miami is now the bottom feeder, I think the Jets would be going from the cellar to not the cellar is, I would say, a pretty positive expectation there for New York.
The New York Jets win total sitting at 5.5, juice to the over, but 5.5. So not a high bar for that team to clear. Like 6-11, you win your bet. Like it shouldn't be asking for a whole lot. But Justin Fields is the quarterback, and so far in his career, he's been a walking turnover, and that is what loses people games. We'll see if he can cut down on the turnovers in 2025. We'll get to Anthony Richardson, the latest with his shoulder issue, to begin hour number 3 here on You Better You Bet. Femi Benfe, Jared Smith coming at you here on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, the Steelers are interesting because you have one of these all-time great coaches now with a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers. They're the team that has spent the most on their defense in the last 3 years. This team is stacked on defense. So if Rodgers can get this offense to just be okay, a little bit above average, and I think this team has a chance to make the playoffs, but I just don't see them in that division doing much more than that. You got the Ravens. I thought the Ravens had an excellent draft. Malachi Starks was a safety I loved. Mike Green, I went out to the Senior Bowl. This guy can straight up play. The reason he fell into the 50s in the second round was off the field stuff. This guy's going to step right in. I wouldn't be surprised if he got 10 sacks this year. I didn't think he was that far off of Abdul Carter. Unbelievable watching him as a tight end. This guy is going to pay dividends. You still got Roquan Smith. You still got a solid defense. Obviously, Derrick Henry coming back a little bit older, but you still know what to expect from him. Let's not forget they got DeAndre Hopkins, Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, and they are going to run away with this division. And Joe Burrow. I don't think you can keep Joe Burrow down 2 years in a row. They extended Chase. They extended Higgins. You got Andre Iosivas. You got Mike Gesicki. You got an excellent offense. Obviously, we don't know what's happening with Trey Hendrickson. Are they going to keep him? Is that defense going to be able to stop anybody? But you have Joe Burrow. In my opinion, with those two quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers is still the third best quarterback in the AFC North. I don't know if you put him above Burrow or Jackson. I don't think you can at this phase. I think obviously they're better than the Browns. Thought the Browns did some good things in the draft as well, but Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, I don't know who you starting there. Shedeur Sanders? I don't think so.
But Clay, haven't you seen the training camp stats for Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
He's 91 for 100, no picks, 17 touchdowns.
Yeah, I like what they did by drafting Mason Graham and trading back and getting a lot of capital. You still got Myles Garrett, who just got an absolute bag, so they can do some damage on that defensive line. But I don't see the Steelers doing better than the second in the division. I'm picking him third just because Joe Burrow is that good. I don't think he's going to miss a playoff for a second straight year.
You ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is hour number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. Femi Abebefe hanging out with Jared Smith. Jared doing an awesome job filling in for our guy Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us tomorrow on Wednesday ahead of Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. But we're 2 hours in, 2 hours to go here on this Tuesday, and we have a fun third hour on deck for you guys as well, because coming up 40 minutes from now, our buddy Pat Mayo from the Pat Mayo Experience, golf betting and fantasy expert, will join us to give us his thoughts on the U.S. Open over at Oakmont. Gets underway Thursday as a custom on the golf schedule, the U.S. Open Father's Day weekend. So we're very much looking forward to that, where Scottie Scheffler is the favorite. Is it simple as Scotty's just going to win this bad boy, or is there another golfer we should be betting on? We'll ask Pat Mayo coming up 40 minutes from now. We'll hear from our golf aficionado, Tyler Morales, coming up in 20 minutes. He will be boots on the ground later this week at Oakmont. Looking forward to that one. We will get Tyler's thoughts on the course and some updated betting opinions ahead of golf bets later on during Gambling Night in America at 6:40 Eastern Time. We'll also hear from Jake Hassan, our baseball aficionado. MLB.com came out with their new Cy Young poll last night. Is there a bet to be made? We'll ask Jake. And also, I know the Brewers called up a big-time prospect as well in the National League Rookie of the Year race. We'll talk some MLB awards as well as our social question in about 20 minutes. And you have still time to weigh in over at BetMGM Network on Twitter. And it's a very simple one. 12-hour flight. Which BetMGM network host do you want to sit next to? You can sit in between Nick and Brad. You can sit next to me. You can sit next to Sammy P. You can sit in between PJ and Ryan Horvat. Like, whoever you want to sit next to, let us know, and we will give you a shout out later on during the program and have some fun with that coming up in the next segment. But let's begin and kick off this third hour of the program with news out of Indianapolis, where Indianapolis Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson is seeking a second opinion on his AC joint shoulder injury that has plagued him early on in this spring phase of the offseason. Last week, Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, said that there's no timetable for Anthony Richardson, and now he's going back out to LA to talk to Dr. Neil ElAttrache, who, like, if those who don't know, is now one of the famous sports doctors now. Like, I know back in the day, it was with Dr. James Andrews that always did the ACL injuries, like, or he had some big time surgery. It was Dr. James Andrews down in Alabama that you had to see. Now it's Dr. Neil ElAttrache, who I think did the Aaron Rodgers Achilles injury. Richardson's going to go see him in LA, and he's the doctor who performed the AC joint surgery for Richardson 2 years ago when he missed a lot of his rookie season. Second opinion, Jared, when you hear that, it's usually not a good thing. It usually means you didn't like the first opinion. That usually means that maybe you need another surgery. We'll see what happens with Richardson once we find out the diagnosis from Dr. Neil Elatrash, who's getting a lot of run here on You Better You Bet. But man, I said it last week, and I feel even stronger now. I don't know if this dude's going to play in 2025. Like, this feels like this shoulder injury, that right AC joint, that's a big-time thing, man. And the Colts might be in his position where it's Daniel Jones or maybe another veteran quarterback who they want to throw into the mix ahead of a very pivotal season for general manager Chris Ballard and the head coach Shane Steichen.
Well, I know that we'll get to Kirk Cousins at some point, but I think, Kirk Cousins has entered the chat if this news does kind of continue to swing in that negative direction, even though I think we discussed this last week, the Colts offense, right, who they drafted, the quarterbacks that they currently have on the roster, Shane Steichen's offense over the last couple of years is not necessarily in sync with what Kirk Cousins brings to the table, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't want to make a joke about this, but I have to. Is there an accuracy doctor that Anthony Richardson could visit? Because I think
kicking a man when he's down.
I know, but to me, if it's already a shoulder injury and you already have accuracy problems, even if he does come back, what's the ceiling? What's the tippy top ceiling that you can expect from him, knowing that you have these issues and knowing just how awful he has been in his first 2 years. He was the worst quarterback in the league in terms of the EPA and the completion percentage over expectation. Last season, he got benched. He took himself out of a game, which took a lot of crap for that. It's just the vibes around him have been very, very negative. And now there is a big reason why he might not be fit to play this year. So I think if you're Shane Steichen, if you're the Colts, you're Chris Ballard, you are doing everything possible to fortify this position heading into the season, because the news obviously isn't good. I agree with your assessment. You don't go for a second opinion unless you think the first opinion, the doctor, that guy's like a quack or something. You're like, no, this guy's wrong. I'm going to go get another opinion. That's the whole reason why you get that second opinion, is because you disagree with the first. If the first doctor said, hey, you're good to go, then that's it. We don't hear anything else from this story, and we just move forward. So I think there is not only cause for concern, but the evidence that is being sent back to us is even more concerning. And Indy is definitely going to be doing a lot of soul searching in that room. How about a Daniel Jones, Tua Tagovailoa week 1 game between Indy and Miami? Would that move the needle for you there, Femi?
I mean, it's an NFL football game and it's June 10th. So yes, it does. It does move the needle for me. But that's a nightmare scenario for the Indianapolis Colts and that regime, which we know heading into this year, they're on the hot seat. Those guys, you could have made a great argument, and I made the argument that if I was running the team, I would have fired them last year. Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen, after the way last season ended, losing that game to the Giants, that debacle in Denver that happened when Jonathan Taylor dropped the ball short of the goal line, and that kind of set off the chain of events that cost them that football game. I don't know why they brought him back, and the fact that they did, this was always supposed to be, hey, this is to help out Richardson. This can develop Anthony Richardson, which from a larger standpoint, betting aside, this is horrendous for him, not just because he's going to miss time, but the whole point of drafting him was that, hey, he needs to play. He needs to get reps. He needs to develop. He's had one season his rookie year where he only played 4 games, I believe it was. Yep. Last year he got benched, then got brought back on the field after tapping out like you mentioned. And now this year we're already talking about maybe needing another surgery on that AC joint or needing to get a second opinion, which I'm sure it's because the first opinion wasn't what he wanted to hear. If he misses significant time again, this is a guy who only played 13 starts in college. When is he? This feels a little bit like the Trey Lance story. Maybe that's extreme. We've at least seen Richardson play more regular season games, but it does feel a little bit like we're headed down the Trey Lance path with Anthony Richardson, to where whether he was good or bad or we don't know, we're just not going to find out, and he's never going to get the opportunity to develop, because who else is going to attach themselves to him outside of this regime that drafted him?
Yeah, I think and you're right, 4 games last year. He's played 15 games in the NFL. He's thrown 13 interceptions, and his completion percentage is basically 50%. Coin flip, which in the NFL, that's not good. You want to be in the 65-70% range. That would be where the elite quarterbacks usually lie. Anything below 60 is just not going to cut it in the NFL. It's just not with the way that the game is played these days, where the passing game is so important. I know we talk about age a lot when we're drafting players, and the preference is you want younger players in the NFL, especially at those tougher bully positions, running back, defensive lineman, like those, really physically imposing positions. You want less tread on the tires. But at the quarterback position, and Jaden Daniels is a perfect example of this, I'd rather have a guy that has an extra year. I'd rather have a guy that has an extra season, an extra 10, 15 games of starts under his belt. I know that's more tread on the tires, more wear and tear on your arm, but I think experience at that position allows you to assess these players better. This isn't the first time we've seen this happen. Again, you just mentioned Trey Lance. There's plenty of other examples throughout history if we've really dug in and saw quarterbacks drafted a year before they were matured, right? A year before the bread in the oven is still baking. It's not quite there yet. And the coaches get this mindset of, hey, I'm going to bring him in. We're going to coach him up. We're going to, extract every ounce of potential we can. But we've never seen that potential. It's pie in the sky. You hope he can achieve that ceiling. But the quarterback position is such a cerebral position. Sometimes these guys just don't develop. And now you're throwing in a shoulder injury where he's already an inaccurate quarterback. I don't see a scenario here that plays out well for the Colts, at least, unless they go in a different direction.
Yeah, I don't see one either. And to your point, the NFL is no longer a developmental league. There's not enough practices. The CBA has structured it to where there's no more two-a-days. There's a lot of off days in the off season. You ain't going there to develop. You better be out the box ready to roll. And it's one of the reasons why I think last year's draft class had so much success. You had all these older prospects, which we used to make fun of those guys. Oh, look at this guy, grandpa coming into the league. Hey, Jaden Daniels was an older prospect. He lit the league on fire. Bo Nix was an older prospect. He had a really good rookie season. Michael Penix Jr., he was an older prospect. You only saw him play 3 games, but he showed flashes in those 3 games. Caleb Williams is more of your traditional kind of 3-year college guy who showed flashes. Drake May in the same vein as well. But they all played multiple seasons starting big-time college football. Richardson did not do that. Richardson was in a quarterback competition with Emory Jones. What's he up to these days? And I'm not saying that to shade him. I'm just saying those are the facts. You know what I mean? Those are the actual facts. This guy who has all this talent, who people were comparing to Cam Newton coming out, which looking back on it just sounds so egregious. Cam Newton won the freaking Heisman and won the national title. Anthony Richardson won 6 games his last year at Georgia or at Florida. It's is that Cam Newton? Is it? Is it like Cam Newton? I don't think so, guys. I don't think it's like that. But yeah, and Tyler even put in the chat Mitchell Trubisky, another one of those guys that didn't play a whole lot, played 1 year at North. And he couldn't. I forgot the dude. Was it Marquise Williams or what was the guy's name that he couldn't beat out at North Carolina? And finally, when he graduated, was when Trubisky played and had a couldn't Yeah, Marquise Williams is the guy. And it's he only played 1 year at Carolina,
Levis?
Man.
I'll throw Will Levis in the mix too. Couldn't beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State.
That's
it.
And at one point, people thought he might go in the first round. Yeah.
Full stop. They thought he was
and in 2 years, he's been replaced.
Overall.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. Will Levis couldn't beat out Clifford, went to Kentucky, wasn't that great. And for some reason, we're shocked that he's not that great in the NFL. In fact, he's bad. But yeah, it sucks because I want all these guys to be good because the product of the league is better when we have great quarterbacks all across the league. And we still have great quarterbacks and positions in a healthy place. But man, yeah, Richardson was a guy I think we were all excited about, but I don't think it's ever going to come to fruition. I think that thing is done. I am ready to close the book on Anthony Richardson right now. And it sounds crazy because he's only 22 years old, 23 years old, whatever it is. But no, he's not going to be able to play. And if he can't play, what are they going to do? And what are the Colts going to do? Are they going to call Kirk Cousins? Because that's the guy right now who is being the good soldier and is avoiding the fines. He has reported to Atlanta Falcons minicamp. So Kirk Cousins is there, and he says he is willing to be a good backup quarterback for Michael Penix Jr. Now, he's saying all the right things because I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to set the world on fire and set it ablaze and try to force his way out of there. But you got to believe he wants to get out of there, and maybe the Colts are the team for him to go and have that viable opportunity to start this season. Let's just play the hypothetical. If Kirk Cousins is on the Indianapolis Colts, do you feel better? Do you feel the same? Or do you feel worse about their prospects in 2025?
I feel better than Daniel Jones. Let's leave it at that. I definitely feel better with Kirk Cousins over Daniel Jones, for sure. If we're removing Richardson from the equation and his potential upside, and that is now something that we are removing from the equation completely. Because I think if you were going to ask me, Richardson still has that shadow of maybe we get the potential, whereas Daniel Jones, we know, we've watched, there is no more mystery around his game.
Yeah.
Maybe you can make the case that Steichen's going to get something different, but Brian Dable's a quarterback whisperer too. Dable and Steichen are both on the same level in terms of their offensive prowess, I would say. So I don't think it's going to magically turn into this, Daniel Jones is going to magically morph into this new quarterback from Steichen when he had Dable as his coach the last 4 years. But the one thing that Cousins brings is stability. At least there's a veteran floor where you think, I know the ceiling might not be as high, but at least there is some level of stability when you bring a guy like Kirk Cousins in. And I think that does make sense. You want to spin it positively for Indy? You want to spin it positively from a betting standpoint? How about Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year? Because to me, this is the entire script, right? This feels like the Cleveland Browns script from a couple years ago with Stefanski. This feels like the script from last year, not quite to the extent with Darnold in Minnesota. But if you bring in, let's say they bring in Kirk Cousins and the Colts make the playoffs or, God willing, win the division over the Texans, just give Steichen Coach of the Year now. I think that's kind of the path, right? Uneasy quarterback situation, mid-tier win total in the 7-8 range. You bring in a new quarterback that has to pick up a new system like Darnold last year, and all of a sudden, you're a playoff team. That's the positive spin, I think, for Indy.
Yeah. I think the negative spin, Kirk Cousins might just be cooked. I think that's the negative spin.
Absolutely.
He might start games, but I would be willing to bet against it. I would bet the under on the Indianapolis Colts. It's 7.5 right now. If that's the win total with Kirk Cousins, take my money. I'm betting it under. I don't think that guy can move anymore off the Achilles injury. We'll talk some golf and baseball on the other side. It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The immediate reaction when the Aaron Rodgers news broke was, oh, he's going to crush the Jets week 1. Oh, Steelers, Jets week 1. Aaron Rodgers is going to crush the Jets. Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. Aaron Rodgers looked old last year, and you could blame that being the same old Jets this, Jets that. I think he still has some flash moments in the tank. I'm not even sure which way I'm going on the over-under with the Steelers yet. But I know that when he felt like practicing and didn't take off in his helicopter out of Florham Park, that Jet defense, of which there's plenty of people left, saw him every day. Maybe only once, not necessarily the walkthroughs. Wink, wink. But I think Justin Fields will get the better of him on the offensive end. I think Aaron Glenn will have a nice little moment in week 1. Now, am I being a little scaredy cat with the money line? Well, talk to me in 13 weeks. Maybe I'll change my tune. But right now, if everybody in the immediacy thinks Aaron Rodgers is going to roll the Jets, they're only laying 3. I think you're wrong. I think Aaron Rodgers gets off to a rough start just like he did in each of his first 2 games with the New York Jets the last 2 years. Now, the first one obviously was a little more gripping with an injury. But give me the Jets +3 in week 1. I'm already on an NFL cake here, Pat.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday. Femi and Buffet, Jared Smith hanging out with you guys on the BetMGM Network. It is You Better You Bet. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Pat Mayo, golf betting and fantasy expert, to talk all things U.S. Open with the year's 3rd major on deck starting Thursday over at Oakmont. I'm fired up for this one. Scottie Scheffler is the favorite. U.S. Open, the toughest test in golf is how it's billed every single year. This is where you see these guys get absolutely just like the stress test with what's around the greens and like around the bunkers, the rough. I'm watching SportsCenter right now. They're chipping out of the rough. Like, that thing is thick, dude. Like, it has not been cut in a while. I know they've been showing us that people are mowing stuff. I don't believe that they're actually taking anything off that rough, all right? And it looks like it's just for show, Jared. I don't think anyone's doing anything. Like, if your ball lands in there, dude, you can just add a couple strokes to that bad boy. I think, like, it is difficult stuff. And we've seen the videos circulating across social media talking about and showing how difficult it's going to be all throughout this weekend.
I'm stoked for it too. I mean, there's not a lot of golf tournaments that I really get up for these days. Obviously, the Masters being the big one. I didn't even get that jacked up for the PGA, but this is on the list. I mean, this is especially because the venue. It's the most popular of all the U.S. Open courses. I believe this is the 10th, or they've had 10 U.S. Opens prior, which is the most. Like, this is the quintessential U.S. Open course, the way that it's laid out, the format. You mentioned the rough. And I'm excited to ask Pat some very pressing questions about not necessarily who to bet on, but maybe who to fade. Because when you get to a course like this at a major championship, it's more about who is more prone to the blow-ups than it is who's going to play well. Who am I staying away from compared to who am I betting on? Those are, to me, the most fascinating questions to ask when we get to a tournament and a course of this magnitude.
And we will ask those questions 20 minutes from now when Pat Mayo joins us here on You Better You Bet. But joining us right now is our golf aficionado, Tyler Morales, who is in them golf betting streets and will be giving out his golf bets later on during Gambling Night in America at 6:40 Eastern. Tyler, so let's not do any bets. I want to talk about what you have on deck this week because you're going to be there. Boots on the ground, like we've mentioned. What's the schedule? You're going tomorrow for the practice round, and then you're going Thursday as well. Like, what are you doing this week? Let the viewers and listeners know what's on the Morales itinerary for the U.S. Open.
It's actually, me and PJ aren't going to the practice round anymore. I'm driving 5 hours to Pittsburgh. I'm actually picking up PJ, our guy, the glass man, from the airport. There we go. And we're going to one of his buddies' house. Then we're going to be staying there, and then we're going to go Thursday, Friday. Like, me and PJ have already talked about this. Like, Bryson tees off at like 7:15. We're going to be there. We're going to watch every shot of Bryson most likely. So we're going to be there nice and early, boots on the ground, see how the rough's feeling. It's going to be great. Maybe have a few beverages, some first-round leader bets. Like, me and PJ, like, we've been talking about this for like a few months. Like, we're going to get after it with the bets. We're going to see it all in person. It should be a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys see us on TV. I'll say what I'm wearing. Maybe you guys will see us in the broadcast. But it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited.
Yeah, wear a bright colored shirt and bring a ruler to measure the rough. That'd be good content right there. Put that ruler right down in there and see how thick that rough is.
So I'm going to bring my own golf ball and just drop it in the rough as well. We can get it like everyone does. We're going to do that.
Do it for the social media content. So, like, let me get this straight. So, like, tomorrow you're picking up PJ from the airport. Like, is he flying into Pittsburgh or where is he? Because that's where this is taking place. So you're picking him up from the airport. You're going to PJ's buddy's house who lives in that area, I'm assuming? Or
yes. I haven't asked any questions yet. I just know pick up PJ, go to this guy's house. That's all I know so far.
Along for the ride.
Yeah, I'm just showing up. I got the car.
You have the car. So you have a lot of the power. So then Thursday, Friday, you'll be at hell yeah, dude. That sounds like an awesome weekend. And I can't guarantee that we won't call you. I'm not going to guarantee that. But I think he will. I think he will call you on either Wednesday or probably Thursday. He's going to give you a call mid-round. So I don't think the phone restrictions are as strict as like Augusta National. So like you should be able to pick up. But yes, enjoy the hell out of it. We're absolutely fired up that you're able to go there. Now let's talk golf. This rough, I'm sure you saw the videos of the mowers all around the rough today that everyone's been talking about. Everyone's been sharing that. It doesn't look like they're doing anything to me. like maybe they're taking a quarter inch off the top, half inch off the top, but like this is going to be some punitive stuff if guys end up in there and don't land this thing on the green.
Yes, it's going to be rough, like you just said, and no pun intended. It's going to be really thick if you miss the fairway. And like Jared was saying, like golfers to fade, I think that's his comment about that was like actually like a perfect question for Pat because there's going to be a specific skill set you're going to want to fade here. It's guys that are super inaccurate off the tee or short. And here, example, Justin Thomas is as inaccurate as a driver as you will ever see on the PGA Tour. He is someone that you'd want to fade because he's prone to blow-ups, and we're going to see a ton of this. If the ball hits the rough, it's going to be a layup for most of these guys, unless you're like Bryson or Ludwig or Hovland, who swing the golf club really hard. Someone like Justin Thomas and Rory McIlroy as well. He has not been hitting the driver well. He's going back to the driver he used at the Masters, which why would you ever change it? You won the Masters. Why would you switch the driver? But he's going back to that one. So maybe we see something different with him, but I'm going in fading Rory all I can do. So guys that are inaccurate off the tee or short, I want no part of. You got to hit it. It sounds basic, but this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to hit it long and straight and hit the play from the fairway because if you play from the rough, it's almost going to be a penalty.
Yeah, after what happened to Rory last week, I would have been very much against betting on him this week. What's your vibes with Scheffler? I mean, he hasn't won the U.S. Open yet.
I mean, he's the deserving favorite. To me, when I looked at this golf tournament, I thought two things stood out to me is that driving accuracy and driving distance, obviously. And this is, I think, going to low-key be a putting contest because a ton of guys are going to have to grinding for pars. And this is going to be like even -1. So obviously Scheffler's not really like built for those kind of those kind of tournaments. He should be the rightful favorite. He's the best golfer in the world by like a mile. I'm just not going to bet him at that price. I think it's kind of nuts in a golf tournament, especially in a golf tournament like this where like you could, if he has one bad round, he could shoot like 6 over. I mean, I don't think he's going to do that. He doesn't make many mistakes. But if you're telling me that this could turn into a putting contest, at Scheffler at plus 275, I'm good. I'm just going to stay away and just ignore him, and hopefully he doesn't beat me at the end. I'm going to stay away from Scheffler in all these markets.
So we're staying away from Scotty Scheffler. Last one for you, Tyler, because I know we'll give out the golf bets later on at 6:40 Eastern during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. What do you think the winning score is going to be this weekend? Because U.S. Opens, like sometimes you get even par. I mean, 2 years ago, there was 10 under, which was insane in L.A. But it tends to be a lower scoring major in comparison to like the PGA Championship, the Masters, etc. What do you think the winning score will be on Sunday?
So with like the modern technology and like the golf balls these guys are using and like how good these golfers are, I still think we're getting under par. I think like -3, -4. Dustin Johnson, when he won this in I believe 2016, was 4 under. So I still think we'll get a couple guys under par. I know this going around like, oh, we're gonna have an over par major. We always say that. Don't think that's gonna happen. I think we'll get a couple guys under par. I'll say at most we'll get 4 under, but I don't think we're gonna see like winner at +1. I don't think that has any chance.
Gotcha. So 3 under, 4 under, which I think is like the perfect U.S. Open in my opinion. I don't like some people really like the gluttony, like where it's like 6 over or 5 over. I know Bill is in that camp where he likes it. The guys that really struggle, but yeah, the carnage that's out there. I think 3 under, 4 under is a perfect U.S. Open. That is Tyler Morales, our guy, golf aficionado, boots on the ground this week at Oakmont. Let's go ahead and bring in our baseball aficionado, our guy, Jake Hassan here, who's been killing it in the baseball streets, not just Major League Baseball, college baseball as well. But today, let's talk about the big leagues because this morning, or I should say late last night, MLB.com hit us with their most recent Cy Young poll. And the results are as follows. There's 40 voters who participated in the poll. Tarik Skubal was your runaway favorite in the American League, 37 of the first place votes. Shout out to Chris Bubich, who got a 1 first place vote, came in 5th. And then in the National League, Paul Skeens with 32 of the 40 first place votes. Zach Wheeler, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Logan Webb, each getting 2 first place votes. Jake, you see the poll last night, early this morning. You think what? And what does it make you want to bet?
I think it's just right. And I hold my Hunter Brown tickets and I weep and I cry. It's just, this is just right. It makes a lot of sense. I think there was a little bit of slippage with Paul Skeens like a month or so ago, especially after that Cubs game where he gave up 3 home runs. And all he did was respond by being awesome, even better over the next 6 starts. He's gone into the 8th inning in 3 of those 6 starts. So while I do think it's closer, it's a little bunched up more with the NL. Like, I think you could still make a case for Zach Wheeler or Yoshinobu Yamamoto, but they're also your second and third favorites. So it's just kind of, there's nothing much to do there. I did like seeing Logan Webb get a couple of first place votes there, and he's still 13-1. So maybe that's the bet. Like, if you have nothing in this market, Logan Webb is probably the guy that you're betting on right now because he's the longest price. He did get a couple first place votes. He's gotten better. He's setting career highs and or lows this year. Positive mentions in both of those, obviously, but or I guess not obviously, but Logan Webb's probably the guy that you would bet on if you're looking for something to bet or if you have nothing in the market. But I think it's just right. Skeens is probably your likeliest winner right now. Something could happen, of course. He could have another bad start and it gets even closer, but that just seems right. Like, season ends today, Paul Skeens win, especially because he's getting a bunch of sympathy points for having a terrible record in these games that he starts because the Pirates don't give him any support. So he's going to get, the Jacob deGrom 7-10 award from a couple of years ago, about almost 10 years ago at this point. So that's just right. And AL, I think, is just way right. Like, Skubal is far and away the guy. Like, he's putting miles between him and the guys chasing him because he won last year and now he's even better this year somehow. It's ridiculous what he's doing. He hasn't even stumbled a little bit. Max Fried, great, good story. Hunter Brown, great, good story. Just not even close to what Skubal's doing right now. So I think there's absolutely nothing to do in the American League, and I think you have a little bit of wiggle room to do something in the National League.
Yeah, I put Sandy Alcantara's name too. Won the Cy Young with the Marlins a few years ago. That team was not very good either. Like, the Cy Young is not a team success award, whereas maybe other awards. Although we've seen MVPs, Trout and Ohtani with the Angels. Like, it's a different animal in Major League Baseball than in the NFL. I'm interested. AL Rookie of the Year is intriguing. We just saw Jack Caglione get called up. I know that there were much better prices available recently, a couple weeks ago, 40, 50-1. Now we're in the 12-1 range. Jacob Wilson's been the runaway so far to start the year, Jake. But can you see Caglione, making up that ground and maybe even winning this award?
I mean, sure. How great do I feel about it? I think you could tell by my tone of voice. Not very, Jared. I don't feel awesome. I don't feel great about the bets that I have on CAGs from 70-1 and even longer than that with some stuff from the NFL season. Not awesome because, and I said this yesterday, if you were sitting there and you're saying, I knew Jacob Wilson was going to break Ichiro's records from his rookie year, you're lying. Stop. Was Jacob Wilson going to be a contender? Yes. Did we think he'd be historically great? No, nobody did. There's still time. Wilson could tweak a hammy. Something could happen, but he's a 3-win player already. It's June 10th. Like, CAGs has to go nuclear and something has to happen to Wilson. That's basically it. Otherwise, we're talking about a nothing burger here, which talk about holding your tickets and cry, which is what I've been doing for a week.
Yeah. I mean, that's a similar scenario with our guy Roman Anthony. Anthony Day did not go that great last night for the Boston Red Sox. He gave up that silly error there in the outfield. That is Jake Hassan, our baseball aficionado. Thank you, Jake, for your contributions with the MLB awards because, it's not that great. And honestly, I'd argue that Tarek Skubal might be the second most likely player to win MVP if you're looking at this whole thing from a 10,000-foot view. But let's go ahead and get into our social question, which we put up on BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We appreciate everybody who weighed in. And it was a really simple question. Pick an airplane seat to sit in on a 12-hour flight amongst the BetMGM Network hosts. Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, joining us now to reveal some of the results. Bill, what did the real ones have to say?
Yeah, so it's worth checking it out if you go to the to You Better You Bet or the BetMGM. You can see the seating chart, so to speak, and the available seats. So here we go. There's a ton of responses. Here's a few of them. Refuse to Lose says 1E or 3E. Sammy P or Team Femi are the only options.
Okay.
Steve Janikowski says 1E as well. He says Nick Kostos wouldn't like me sharing his armrest. And then we've got one here from Mr. McBags who says 1B without question. That's the spot next to in between Nick Kostos and Brad Evans. So Mr. McBags, I'll follow up that one with one from @the_Kostos who says, I love me and I wouldn't choose 1B on a 12-hour flight.
Nick doesn't even want to sit next to himself.
Nick knows.
Jared, who are you sitting next to? Who are you sitting next to, Jared, when you look at the seating chart? Like I mean, you got to answer. I can't answer. I'm a part of it. I got to sit in my own seat. But where are you sitting?
Well, first of all, of the people on this list, I would say I know you and Brad the best personally. Like, friends. Like, I would consider you both friends. We've hung out. I've broken bread with you. I've met your wife. Same thing with Brad. I've spent time with him. So I think those conversations would be very natural. It wouldn't be a miserable 12-hour flight. But sitting in between Brad and Nick in a middle seat sounds awful.
It's tough.
It sounds absolutely terrible. So we're going to move away from that. I think if I had to rank these, and by the way, I'm an aisle guy. So me sitting in a window seat for you, that's a big deal. And I think Jenks, man, I'd be hanging out next to Jenks. I'd get some good conversations. Jenks a chill guy. I think that would be my choice, either next to you or next to Jenks.
There you go. I'm more of a window guy, so we can swap seats. How about that? if you want to go out that route.
Now it's perfect. Now I'm sitting next to you.
There we go. They put me in the aisle. I don't like the aisle. Andrew should know that by now. All right. On the other side, Pat Mayo joins us to break down the U.S. Open here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
It's the CMC Football Factory. Gonna make you sweat. Bum, 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 baby. Yeah, that's Christian McCaffrey, comeback player of the year. I think he wins that award in the NFL this season. Plus 370 on that juice. It may not be the sexiest, but it's worth sprinkling and firing off some action on. McCaffrey, according to Kyle Shanahan, as healthy as he can be. That's a direct quote. Come from the head coach. I know a lot of people have been critical. Some of the videos that have surfaced and made the rounds on social media saying, oh, he doesn't have the agility, he doesn't have the cutting ability from what they've seen in shorts that he used to, but it's early, folks. And, he may be as healthy as he can be, even at, maybe 90% or 85%. Christian McCaffrey could still make guys whiff in the open field, and a guy that still has enough power to penetrate the invisible pool repeatedly. He gets a ton of red zone usage. We saw that a couple of years ago, coming off the bilateral Achilles tendonitis of last year. I think he's going to be good to go. May not have as vigorous of a workload, but around probably 16, 18 touches per game is my guess. Garindo will have a vigorous workload in his own right, probably around 9 to 11 touches per game. But San Francisco still has a top 10 offensive line in my estimation. And according to Full-Time Fantasy, they have the 8th easiest overall projected fantasy strength of schedule for a running back. Mike Clay at ESPN has got it projected for 992 rush yards, 7 rushing touchdowns, 60 catches, 506 receiving yards, and 3 receiving touchdowns, the 4th best value in fantasy. In fact, he's going 17.67 overall. Discount City, middle of the second round. I would clack and roll the dice on Christian McCaffrey. I think he's going to have a stellar bounce-back campaign. He wins comeback player of the year at plus 370.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet. Femi and Pepe, Jared Smith, hanging out with you guys on the BetMGM Network here on a Tuesday. 20 minutes from now, we'll begin the NBC Sports Now Power Hour over on Peacock, where we'll be joined by ESPN's Linda Cohn. She'll be in Sunrise for Game 4 Thursday night's Stanley Cup final between the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. So we're very much looking forward to speaking with Linda Cohn about the Stanley Cup final. Very much looking forward to speaking with the guest joining us right now here in this 540 segment. It's our buddy Pat Mayo from the Pat Mayo Experience, golf betting and fantasy expert, to help us preview this weekend's U.S. Open at Oakmont. You can hit him up on Twitter at VPME. Pat, thanks for hanging with us at another major. We'll start off with thoughts on the course, man, because that's what everyone is talking about yesterday, today, with all the videos of the mowers trying to at least tame the rough somewhat. But by my eye, I don't think a whole lot's happening. That rough's going to be real punitive coming up here starting on Thursday.
Oh.
Wow.
Is clumpier, longer grass because it folds over. That's why they're cutting it. So because the longer grass folds over onto itself, so you might get the ball to sit up on it. The more you mow it, it has its consistency. So when the ball hits it, it falls to the bottom, which sucks.
Oh,
interesting.
I mean, that's insane. So they're making it tougher.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that. So actually, we don't want to see them mow it, I guess, is the interesting point there. So I was looking through, by the way, you did a fantastic write-up on your X page, and I was going through that article this morning. And we're all looking for the Wyndham Clark 100-1, right? We're all looking for that long shot bet. But is it as simple as just scanning through some of the guys that kind of check boxes in terms of the driving distance, the accuracy, all that stuff? Or is there a specific long shot bet that maybe catches your eye in this particular tournament?
So there's a couple guys that I like, but I think listen, the U.S. Open is not particularly attuned to giving us big winners. You had Wyndham Clark, like you mentioned. That was at a course that no one had played before and wasn't really a U.S. Open when you got to L.A. Country Club. It didn't have all the classical features of a Winged Foot or an Oakmont, like what we think of when we think about the U.S. Open. The other one was Gary Woodland at Pebble Beach, and he just played amazing that week. He just kept chipping in. He actually made putts for the only time in his career. But if you look behind him on that board, it was Brooks, it was Rose, it was Scott, it was everyone you would expect to be there. It's just Woodland ended up having that magical week. But that's two winners of the past 10 years. So maybe there's an outlier. Honestly, if you're just investing a little bit into this tournament, take two of the top 6 guys, bet them. You're probably going to have at least one of them in the mix come this week. But of course, I like to throw my money away. So I got like Seb Straka, who has been bet down from 80-1 to 30-1. I would not bet him at 30-1. If you can still hang a 50, a 55, sure, take that. But what I'm looking for is sort of like, I don't know, like the Alibaba or the Temu version of Scotty Scheffler. What does Scotty do better than everyone else besides, just being way better than everybody else? Well, he has plus distance, but he's not the longest driver. But he also has plus accuracy, which most of the top guys do not have. In fact, there's 4 players in this field who, coming into this tournament over the past 4 months, rate inside the top 50 in driving accuracy and driving distance. Scotty Scheffler being tops among them. The other 3, maybe not who you think. JJ Spawn, Ryan Gerard, and Keegan Bradley. Keegan Bradley's not going to take himself for this Ryder Cup team if he doesn't play himself onto it. When he wins this week at 80-1, then he can be on the team.
Absolutely love it. Keegan Bradley, 80-1. We've might be sharing some opinions there with Keegan Bradley, a guy that we like here on You Better You Bet. But you mentioned Scheffler because that's the guy that's the top of the board. That's the guy that is the dominant face of golf right now. Like just coming off the win at the PGA Championship where he was super dominant. Plus 250, plus 275 over at BetMGM to win the U.S. Open. Like most people don't want to do that. So what's the way? How do we bet Scotty Scheffler if we want to have something on him heading into this week?
So, while not unbettable, that number to anyone who bets on golf is unbettable. Like that's just a lot of win equity you need to eat up at the top of that board in order to pay off Scotty Scheffler. So I started asking some people, working it around. What is the best number if you want to get some action on Scotty Scheffler? What could it be? Is it minus 1,000 to make the cut? Probably not. That sounds terrible. Is it minus 410 for a top 10 in the tournament? Well, no, that's also an awful number. How about this? Scotty Scheffler not only gains in 20 of his past 22 first rounds in majors, he gains more than a stroke on the field of those who gain. So right now, and he was inside the top 10 here as an amateur in 2016 as well, in his first major start that he ever had in 2016 at Oakmont. First round, top 10, Scotty Scheffler is plus 150 right now. Seems like a really good number.
I agree completely. And I think those first round leader bets are always fascinating to me, Pat, because I think a lot of guys that maybe don't have the win equity, maybe they do have the first round win equity when the pressure is significantly less. And you do get some very intriguing numbers. Is there a strategy this week with first round leader bets? To me, it's probably my favorite prop to bet, especially in a major championship. Is there something that maybe we should keep in mind, or maybe a couple of players a little bit further down on the board that are good bets for a first round leader?
See, what's going to happen at Oakmont, Andrew Landry was the first round leader last time, who I believe was 300-1 to be first round leader. Now, DJ should have been first round leader. He just didn't make enough putts. But in a single round, a hot putter will lead you an awful long way. So I like these triple digit guys. You want to invest $10 to win 1,000 or 2,000. There's plenty of guys out there. I mentioned Ryan Gerard's name already. I actually bet him to win along with a top 10. But first round leader, he's 120-1. Mathieu Pavon, the Frenchman, he has a top 5 at a U.S. Open. He has a top 25 at a U.S. Open and putts on these very fast surfaces really well. He has 160 to 1 right now. And who is the other loser that I bet to be first round leader? Jacob Bridgman, 140 to 1. Out of all of the players who played Oakmont in 2021 at the U.S. Amateur, which is another USGA setup, there was him, Ryan Gerard, who I also bet on, and Joe Highsmith. Jacob Bridgman was the low of all of those guys, making the round of 16 that year. So at least he has a bit of familiarity with this course under USGA conditions. Obviously not as tough during the US AM as it is at the US Open, but it's the only real comp that we have of guys playing in these sort of conditions outside of a US Open. He's actually just playing some pretty good golf right now. And the best thing is, one of the premier putters on tour, top 10 in strokes gained putting so far in 2025 in his rookie season, that he just needs one round where he beats everyone on the greens and hits a few fairways, and it could be him. And these are ways that you can play those with top 5s as well, and those all pay like 28 to 1, 30 to 1. Just put them both together, because there'd be nothing more heartbreaking than your guy getting to the end. 160 to 1. This sounds great. He missed a 2-footer on the 18th hole to come in second in the first round. You still want to be able to cash your 30 to 1 on that.
Yep. Yeah, we don't want the bad beats this weekend, especially at the U.S. Open. This is You Better You Bet Femi at Bet Buffet. Jared Smith. We're hanging out with Pat Mayo, golf betting and fantasy expert, or host of the Pat Mayo Experience on Twitter at the PME. So you mentioned Keegan Bradley, 80 to 1 is one of your outright bets that you like. Anyone that you like near the top of the board in the outright markets, or kind of a medium shot? What's the rest of your outright card looking like here for the U.S. Open?
So I mentioned Straka, but if it is the 30, that's out the window. 50, listen, if you just want to get in at 45, get in. I don't think it's a very good number, but 50 or 55 would be my preferred Straka number, because he's sort of Scotty light. He's the only player averaging more than a stroke per round on approach. The only guy ahead of him is Scotty, and he hits more fairways than basically anyone in this field. And he can go kind of nuclear with his putter. He's either great on the greens or horrible on the greens. But he did just win in Philly against all of the best players on the PGA Tour a month ago at the Cricket Club. So worth noting that very similar green surfaces between those two places. So I like him a lot. Everyone likes Seb Straka this week. So if you just want to bet him to miss the cut and watch the rest of us suffer, that's probably the best way. You play like the don't pass line here on Seb Straka, and you might end up being a big winner. But Bryson's going to win. So just bet on Bryson. The easiest route possible. There's either two ways people win this tournament. It's the Scheffler way that I broke out. Doesn't get himself into a lot of trouble, makes his 8-foot putts, is able to scramble, dominates an approach, or just like each of the past 9 U.S. Opens, the guy that hits the ball the farthest is going to end up in the top 5. And the biggest thing with Bryson is he and Rory hit it the farthest, along with Min Woo Lee. He's the best putter of that group. And his crappy iron play isn't that big of a negative at the U.S. Open like it is at all of the other majors. That's why he has trouble winning the other majors, because you need to get to -10, -12, whatever it might be. You get to -3 this week, you're probably going to win. And Bryson has been there for like a week already. He knows what the strategy is. The strategy is, if you're not going to hit the center of the fairway, it's miss it as far left as possible. Because you know where the ball is sitting down the most in the rough? 1 yard off the fairway. You know where it doesn't sit down? When you hit it into a group of people, because that grass is trampled down. Bryson's got all the angles worked out.
You're going to miss big, baby. I think that's a fantastic strategy for Bryson this week. And we haven't seen back-to-back U.S. Open winners in a long time. It's happened, like once in the last 30 years with Brooksy. So is that like a bar? And I think Curtis Strange, right?
Yeah, I mean, even Tiger wasn't able to do it, but this is what he is geared to do. His power, his strategy is geared for a U.S. Open. There's too much minutia. There's too much creativity that goes into Augusta or an Open Championship. He doesn't have that. All his clubs are the same length. Like, it's ridiculous. But this is what he is designed to do in a lab, is win U.S. Opens. And this is a classical course. Wingfoot, where he won, is a classical course. He didn't even really win Pinehurst. Yes, he got the very fun named U.S. Open trophy. Rory lost Pinehurst. Bryson was just standing there to collect the win. He won Wingfoot. I think he's going to go out and win this week as well, because of all those top guys, Scheffler included. Not only is Bryson the longest, he is the superior putter of all those guys. What he sucks at is hitting his approach shots, especially after setting himself up so well from all of these giant drives. But everyone's going to be putting from 45 feet this week. He's used to that. He can 2-putt from there, no problem. Everyone else, they're used to hitting it to 10 feet, maybe making a birdie or two. No, it's not even a part of Bryson's game right now.
All right, we got about 60 seconds left here, Pat. Anything that you like in the derivatives, like the top 10, top 5, top 20s, and also any matchups that you like here before we let you go?
All right. Matthew Pavon, low Frenchman, plus 150. I really like that. Cam Davis, low Australia Asian, because that includes both Fiji and the New Zealand market. I like that. Cam Davis at 9-1 to beat the 8 other guys. He'll either be first or last of that group. Good market to play him in. The one that I've really doubled down on the most, and it's quite ridiculous. There's a guy named Justin Hicks, and he's 14-1 in the low senior market. The only two guys he has to beat are Phil Mickelson and Richard Bland. Not that I think that he's going to win, but in a three-way market, being 14-1 in the plus 50 market seems absolutely ludicrous. He could miss the cut and win that bet.
Wow. And this might be Lefty's last go around here, so we're looking to fade him with Justin Hicks in the low senior market. He is Pat Mayo, golf betting and fantasy expert, host of the Pat Mayo Experience at the PME on Twitter. Pat, we appreciate you. Good luck with all the bets this week, man. Talk soon.
Thanks, gang.
Good stuff.
NBC Sports Now Power Hours up next. Linda Cohn of ESPN joins us to break down the Stanley Cup Final here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Fans. Meanwhile, Angel Reese scored 4 points, but did have 12 rebounds. Jenks, I continued to stand in amazement at some of these shooting splits for Angel Reese. And, like, maybe there is a difference between the women's game and the men's game, but, like, for a post player, she's shooting 38% from the field. 38% from the field.
Yeah.
And most of these are layups. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, she's an elite rebounder, and, you know, obviously she brings something to the game. But, you know, there are guys in the NBA that shoot 38% from the three-point line. And I'm not saying that's easy. I'm just saying 38% from the field when you shoot mostly in the paint, it ain't great.
No, it is not good. She's a hell of a rebounder, but there's a whole thing on, and I am not into gambling Twitter, gambling X like you are, but there's been a whole thing now since the start of the season on betting on Angel Reese to miss her first shot. Like, I don't know where that market is, but there's all sorts of highlights like she's going to miss, she's going to miss. And these are, obviously, she's not taking long-range shots. These are shots inside the paint, and she misses a lot of them. So, obviously, when you're hitting shots at a, 38% clip, it's not good, but some gamblers have tried to take advantage of that.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Oh, bring it up, Jake. Let's go. Known as the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Jared Smith on this Tuesday. Jared's been doing an awesome job filling in for our guy Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us coming up on Wednesday ahead of the NBA Finals, Game 3 between the Pacers and the Thunder. But Jared's been holding it down for the first 3 hours, and we're going to have a blast in the final 60 minutes here of the program, because 20 minutes from now, we'll get into all the headlines from NFL mandatory mini camps. Our guy Brad Thomas, our NBC and Peacock teammate, will join us to talk all things U.S. Open, as well as 40 minutes from now, Gambling Night in America. All of our best bets across the world of sports. Not a whole lot going on Major League Baseball, WNBA, but damn it, we have bets on it, and we'll give them out to close out the show at 6:40 Eastern. But this is a real treat, because joining us right now, friend of the show, I think we can say, because this is the second time she has been during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. It is the great Linda Cohn who joins us, longtime ESPN Sports Center anchor, hockey expert, to break down the Stanley Cup Final. Find her on Twitter at Linda Cohn. Linda, what's going on? How we doing? How are you enjoying the Stanley Cup Final so far, 3 games in?
First off, great to be back with you guys. I kind of like this thing. I'll make it a regular deal right now, okay? Because it's fun. Always great, and it's always great to talk hockey. I'm enjoying the Stanley Cup Final, of course. Game 3, which I'll get to in a second, left a lot to be desired in many ways. But I was at Game 2. I was telling you guys in the break that I'm always a fan first, always have been. I think that's one of the reasons for my longevity in this business at ESPN, because I feel like I've always been one of the fans of the game, of sports, whatever sport. And since I played the game of hockey, it's always been hockey first. But so I had never been to Edmonton. My brother and I took a road trip from Los Angeles to Edmonton, broke the bank. I mean, spent a lot of money, and we sat. Anyone who follows me on Instagram at Linda Cohn, as well as and then Twitter at Linda Cohn, I posted some stuff. We sat behind the Panthers bench, so you can imagine how much that ticket cost. It would have been double if it was the Oilers bench. But I wanted to experience being at a Cup final in Edmonton and being in those stands, because it's just such an emotional situation, whether it's the national anthem where the guy sits in the stands and sings that, and the fans are just all in one. And then being behind the Panthers bench was incredible. And then that double overtime game, that first period alone, I hope you picked the over on the total of goals, because there were 5 goals. Oh, yeah. Even last night, I think it was a 1.5 total for the first period, and there were 2 goals scored, so people won. But anyway, so that was a great experience. We saw a lifetime of incredible Connor McDavid's amazing Hall of Fame assist to Corey Perry scoring in the last 17 seconds to tie it, send it in overtime. And of course, Brad Marchand, who's become the chief rat of the Florida Panthers. And I say that complimentary, because that's what he's all about, and that's what the team's all about. But it's been great. Game 3, which was last night, all you guys know, it was just, I didn't like it. Not that the fact that the Florida destroyed Edmonton, but the Oilers are not, it's going to be a quick series if the Oilers continue to get frustrated and, take a few cheap shots, because you're not going to win with Connor McDavid on the bench, because you're always killing off penalties. You just can't have that. You can't have 2 of the best players sitting on the bench for 40 minutes and not on the ice. And so the Oilers have to, and I believe they will in Game 4 coming up. I think they will get back to what we are used to seeing in Games 1 and 2 from them.
That's such a perfect segue, because I think we say this in basketball a lot, if teams that press, they don't like to be pressed. Well, maybe Edmonton tried to take a page out of their book and out of the Panthers book and a little of that bully ball, but it didn't work. So you expect there to be a much different approach for the Oilers in game 4?
I do, and it didn't work. You have to be yourself. I said on the radio back on Monday, I said that, there is a part of Edmonton that needs to have a little more sandpaper in them, right? That's like a hockey term. Be a little more gritty and gutty and, uneasy. And that's where they miss Zach Hyman, who's their standout player, who's out for the series. He's that guy. He's the Oilers' Sam Bennett. That's because Sam Bennett from Florida is the guy that, falls on top of goalies and make it look like an accident. And he also is an amazing hockey player. He hits and he scores goals from all areas of the ice, not just in front of the net. But just like the goal he had last night on a breakaway was amazing. After he hit 2 Oilers and knocked them down, So there's a point where there's one thing to be physical, and the Oilers were successful at being physical the first 2 games, but then something happened when they were down 2-0 quickly in that first period. They just decided to take more cheap shots, which I hate that part of hockey, and I don't like the fighting in the postseason. You hardly ever see it. It was unnecessary. There were a lot of cheap shots. The Oilers were trying to start fights. You're not going to win games. You're not going to win a Stanley Cup that way. Save that for the regular season, for goodness sake, where the games don't really matter, until March. So I think, again, we'll get back to what makes Edmonton so great. And listen, I'm going to be at game 4. I'm going as a fan. I'm going to Sunrise, Florida. I've been there before. And those fans are great too. They're loud. They were loud last night. I was bursting through my TV, but that's I'll be a virtual must-win for Edmonton. You don't want to. Look, I was ready to say you don't want to fall behind 3-1 to Florida. They fell behind 3-0 to Florida a year ago and tied up the series. Divorced in game 7, but this Florida team with Brad Marchand on it, different animal. Still a rat, but different animal.
Yeah, he takes him to the next level, and him scoring the goal Friday night to win it, and then scoring once again last night as well. The guy has been remarkably good for the Florida Panthers. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith. We're hanging out with longtime ESPN SportsCenter anchor Linda Cohn, hockey expert, talking all things Stanley Cup Final here on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. So it's interesting to hear you say that you think Edmonton will get back to doing what got them here, because right now the betting market, at least at our show sponsor, BetMGM, has Florida as a decent-sized favorite, minus 150, Edmonton plus 125. Do you think the Oilers win Thursday night to even up this series heading back up north to Alberta?
Yeah, if I was betting, I would bet on Edmonton. We saw what they went through a year ago. They don't want to fall behind 3-1. They knew how difficult that was last year. I like Edmonton, and I like Edmonton Thursday, and I like them in a very close game. I like maybe definitely 1-goal game, and maybe an empty netter, to give your 2-goal margin. I just feel it's going to be more like games 1 and 2, and it's going to be a 1-goal type of game. And the thing that does worry me, if you would say, "Hey, Linda, what is your number one concern about Thursday?" What do you think I'm going to say? Stuart Skinner. Okay, I can't blame all the goals on him, but there were at least 2 that I could, because Sergei Bobrovsky has been a man on a mission for Florida. I played the position, of course, at a very lower scale, but Sergei Bobrovsky defines making timely saves. This guy comes up with big saves, like in the first period yesterday when it was when it was only 1-0, because Brad Marchand's goal was in the first minute. But in game 2, before the Panthers won it in double overtime, he made such a huge save right before Marchand scored in double overtime. Stuart Skinner has to make more of those type of saves. He's making all the pretty routine ones. He's got to make more of those out of this world type saves. You're in the Stanley Cup Final. You're going to have to do it. Would I be shocked if the head coach Chris Knobloch starts the backup Cal Pickard for this game 4? No, I would not be shocked. Do I think he's going to? Remember, Cal Pickard is 6-0 in the postseason as a starter.
Yeah.
So I will not be shocked. Would I disagree with it? I would not disagree with it. Would I give Stuart Skinner another shot at this? Yeah, I would. So the team still, at least out loud publicly, they still believe obviously in their teammate Stu Skinner. He's great after looking bad. So I want to see Stuart Skinner back in the net Thursday, and I believe Edmonton's going to win, tie up the series.
I think the total is another one that's been intriguing. We've seen 3 high-scoring games, 3 overs so far, Linda. I expect at some point last year we had several lower-scoring games in the series.
Yeah.
At some point we're going to see a defensive game, right? A 2-1, 3-2 kind of game. Do we think it could be Game 4?
No.
She likes the over.
Like the over. Go on, baby. Go.
It's working for you. We got something going on. It's so exciting, except for last night. I know people who bet the over won, but just in a competitive standpoint. No, I think it's going to be back and forth a little bit. I think it's going to be, I don't know what in the first period, if it's going to be like 1.5 again, but I would bet
Probably.
the over on that too. I really would. I mean, these Bobrovsky's been great, but Edmonton's a great team. Also, each team is getting power play opportunities, right? So your odds of scoring obviously should increase, usually do. And you can count on Edmonton being better, okay? And they play well on the road. Last night was whatever. There was a hiccup for them that they just weren't ready. I think they got too much sun on the beach. I don't know what it was, but it didn't look like them, but they'll return to their form. So I think there won't be I'd be shocked if it was a 2-1 game tomorrow, Thursday. I think it's definitely going to be, it'll be like a 4-3 type of game, I think a 4-3 at the lowest ebb.
Yeah.
Might be 5-4.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm in lockstep with you. Like I've been betting this over the first 3 games. I'm gonna keep doing it until it goes under. So I think we're gonna get another high-scoring game in this Stanley Cup final. I did want to ask you, because we have a few minutes left here. The Conn Smythe, we were discussing it earlier in the show. Like if Edmonton wins, we all believe it's probably going to be Connor McDavid again, outside of maybe Draisaitl like scoring a bunch of goals late to decide this thing. On the Florida side, though, I think that's where it gets a little bit more interesting. Sam Bennett is now the favorite to win it. Sergei Bobrovsky not too far after him, and Alexander Barkov also in the mix. If the Panthers win the trophy, who do you think wins Conn Smythe?
Yeah, no chance for Barkov. I think it would be Sam Bennett. You can make, if Marchand keeps scoring the way he's scoring, you can make a tiny case, but I think it would go Bennett, Bobrovsky, and if Marchand keeps scoring, you can also make a case, man, I think it would have to be those 3 because they usually don't give to defensemen. But, man, the job that Gustav Forsling, keep your eye on him, number 42 for Florida. When I went to that double overtime game in game 2, and I just watched him, and when you go in person, you can really focus in on one guy if you want. That's the beauty of going, worth your ticket. You can really focus on what you want to. This guy saved about 4 goals in that game. Diving, just blocking shots. Unbelievable stuff, man. That's an art form when you can do it. But I think Sam Bennett right now, no question about it. It's an easy decision. The guy is a guy that you have to have your eyes on all the time. That way he affects a goaltender. And also, of course, he's leading the team in goal scoring. And he's just a playmaker. Yeah. And this guy's a UFA. He's an unrestricted free agent after this year. He's got between him and Marchand, they're going to get paid.
How about that? That's never happened before. And I was reading that this morning. I didn't know that a player winning the Conn Smythe going to a free agent, off season. That you talk about a payday. I bet his agent's loving what he's seeing throughout this season. Let's close, Linda. We share this in common. We are both Knicks fans. Very disappointing end to the season for us. Although I'd say the season as a whole was relatively positive. How did you feel about the firing of Tom Thibodeau, and where should the Knicks go next with their head coaching vacancy? We got about a minute left.
Okay. I don't know. The season, I can't be as old positive as you. I mean, if it was the ball of the bounce by Halliburton didn't go wee up in the air and then pop it, I mean, would have won the series. Tom Thibodeau would have his job. Okay, so very quickly, it was a ridiculous. He deserved another year. What a joke. Agreed. What an absolute disgrace. I was really, I don't know who they're going to get. Doesn't matter. I don't care. This is not, it's just wrong. Jalen Brunson, you heard him as soon as the game was over in the post game when someone asked the New York media that question. And he's like, are you kidding? You just asked me that if he was going to be back. That guy had some inside info. So, yeah, you could be positive, but no, I thought it was disappointing. I thought they should have been in the final.
Yeah, well, the Eastern Conference is still wide open this upcoming NBA season, and we'll see if the Knicks, the Pacers can be there as well, because the Boston Celtics without Jason Tatum might be tough for them to get back to it.
Hey, and
She
don't
is
count
Linda
the
Cohn.
Pacers winning it all, by the way. Don't even count them out yet.
Hey,
Might win the
Game
championship.
3 tomorrow night. We'll see if they can go ahead and grab a 2-1 series lead. Linda Cohn, longtime Sports Center anchor, hockey expert. We appreciate you. We'll talk soon, Linda.
Can't wait. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
All right, Brad Thomas joins us next here on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think he's going to be one of those guys, especially if you're on auction salary cap draft. His name will get tossed out there, probably at like a mediocre price, and it's going to be like going once, going twice. It's going to be crickets. And at that juncture, I might jump in because the price is going to be too nice. Go the extra dollar, and I think he'll be able to profit for a lot of fantasy managers that are out there. Mike Clay's got it predicted to be the 15th best quarterback in fantasy this season. I believe in the play calling power of one Liam Cohen. I believe in Travis Hunter. Of course, I believe in Brian Thomas. I also believe in Diami Brown being somebody that could be more than just a bye-week filler, as you mentioned, with that McMillan type of role. I like both these guys, especially at their ultra cheap and affordable price tag. So I'm starting to kind of buy into the hype. And again, it's early. It's only June. We'll see how this winds up once training camp opens. And, of course, the preseason gets underway. All right, let's go to Bear Down, Chicago Bears.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All the good vibes of the NBC Sports Now Power Hour rolling along here on a Tuesday. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith hanging with you guys on Peacock on the BetMGM network. Thank you to Linda Cohn, who joined us in the last segment, longtime SportsCenter anchor, hockey expert. She will be in Sunrise for Game 4 between the Oilers and the Panthers. Always fun to catch up with Linda Cohn here on You Better You Bet. 20 minutes from now, Gambling Night in America, all of our best bets across the world of sports, and also golf bets from our guy Tyler Morales, as he will be boots on the ground at Oakmont at the U.S. Open this weekend. But speaking of Oakmont and the U.S. Open, joining us right now to talk all things golf bets is our NBC and Peacock teammate, our buddy Brad Thomas, Mr. Brad Thomas, to you and yours. Brad, what's happening, buddy? How we doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good. Listen, another major, which means there's more eyeballs on golf, which is always a great thing.
Hell yeah, we embrace it, and it's on Peacock and NBC as well,
yeah,
which I think is a great time with the U.S. Open. So nice little NBC and Peacock for the final two majors of the year, the U.S. Open and the Open Championship next month at Royal Portrush. So let's not waste any time. Let's talk about the outright market. Scotty Scheffler is the favorite, plus 275 at BetMGM. Bryson DeChambeau, plus 750. You got Jon Rahm and Rory McIlroy at 12-1. Could you go further down the board than those guys there? Because it feels like it's a pedigree player who's likely to win to me. How are you betting the outright market this week?
Yeah, I think about 30-1 is probably going to be the biggest outright favorite you'll see this week. But I'm actually taking Ludwig Åberg. I got him around 35. I know that market was kind of stale, but I still like him in the 25 to 30 range. Åberg plays really well at courses where driver is a weapon, is a major advantage. Here at Oakmont, the rough is really thick, the fairways are really narrow. But a thing about Åberg is he's peaking at the right time. Two very good tournaments, or at least a tournament and a half of gaining strokes off the tee on approach. If he didn't have a quad, he probably would have been in contention at the Canadian Open. I think he carries it over to another difficult course.
Brad, I think the most intriguing part of this tournament is not necessarily who's going to win, but who's going to blow up, because the carnage is real. Is there, and Rory has to be on the list after what happened last week. Are there other prominent golfers that are prone to the blow up that maybe we should either not bet or fade in terms of missing the cut or in some other way?
Yeah, Rory's definitely on the list. He said he shot an 81 with 2 birdies today in his practice round. He's certainly searching for something after he had played that non-conforming driver. I want to bring up Justin Thomas, right? Because Justin Thomas is either hot and he's cold, or he's cold, right? If his driver's not cooperating, he's the guy who's prone for a blow-up. Did not play well at the PGA Championship, and this is going to play even more difficult. You're going to have to find fairways, or you're at least going to have to not compile the mistakes, and that's something Justin Thomas really does.
Do you have a favorite, like, because that's interesting you say that about Justin Thomas, because like that guy, like we talk about how he sprays the ball over the course with his driver there. Yep. Do you have a favorite kind of non-outright bet? So maybe a derivative, top 5, top 10, top 20, a matchup, any of the superlative markets, a favorite bet outside of the outrights for this weekend?
Yeah, I do. It's going to be Jon Rahm in the three-way market over Rory McIlroy. I mean, if you can't find your driver, this is not the place where you're going to want to try to find it. And with Jon Rahm, I was trying to poke holes in his game, especially with the whole he plays on live narrative. He has 21 consecutive top 10s. But you can't. He's been gaining strokes tee to green, been gaining strokes off the tee, and it looks like his putter's finally cooperating. He's starting to contend again, and it's just, I think he's playing better golf right now. Rory said this, and I thought it resonated a lot. After completing the career Grand Slam, he's struggling to find motivation. How does he have motivation if he goes out there and he's 3 or 4 over on the front 9 on Thursday to just grind out a really nice, like 1 or 2 over round? I don't think it happens. So I'm taking Jon Rahm in the three-way market over Rory McIlroy.
All right, Brad, you got $100. You can make one outright wager. Who is going to win the 2025 U.S. Open?
$100, one outright wager. I think it's Bryson DeChambeau. His driver is the catalyst, right? He's not only long off the tee, but he's extremely accurate. Driver's your weapon here. There's a reason why Bryson DeChambeau has won multiple U.S. Opens. There's a reason why he competes at almost every U.S. Open, because this is a driver-heavy golf course. And what I mean by that is The driver, if you hit it well, it will be the biggest weapon in your bag.
Yeah, I mean, and nobody hits it further than Bryson DeChambeau. I guess Rory is the only other guy in contention, but the way his headspace is at right now, like you just outlined, I wouldn't be putting my hard-earned dollars on Rory McIlroy to win the U.S. Open. He is Brad Thomas, Mr. Brad Thomas to you and yours. NBC and Peacock teammate, betting analyst, does an awesome job, not just with golf, but with UFC, does football, basketball, soccer. He's in those streets as well. But Brad, we appreciate you. Thanks for coming on. Good luck with the bets, and we'll talk to you soon.
Have a wonderful day. Take care, guys.
Good stuff.
That is our guy, Brad Thomas. Absolutely love it when he comes on and spits a little golf for us here. So he likes Ludwig as a guy, but Bryson's the guy if he had to make one bet. Bryson, who is becoming very, very popular, and makes sense. He's the second shortest guy on the board to win the U.S. Open. We do have a handful of baseball games, Jared, that are about to get underway in the 6 o'clock hour. We'll give out the rest of our baseball stuff in the next segment with Gambling Night in America. But we have Tigers, Orioles, Reds, Guardians, Marlins, Pirates, Cubs, Phillies. Any bets for you in those games? I have a couple of bets in the game, but do you have any bets in these 6 o'clock baseball games that are about to get underway?
I do. I bet the Nerfy in Cleveland, Cincinnati. That game, it starts. You mentioned it starts at 6:40 Eastern. Abbott, Sassoni. That's your pitching matchup there. How about Andrew Abbott? 12 straight Nerfies for Andrew Abbott. He's been fantastic in that market this year. Ooh. Slade Sassoni. I might not be pronouncing his name right. Maybe it's a hard C. I don't know. 9 straight. I think it might be hard C. Sacconi. There you go. How about that?
I think, but I'm not like 100% on that one.
Neither am I. Either way, he's been really good with the Nerfies. I know how to pronounce that. 9 straight. And Progressive Field's been a Nerfy field so far this year. 66% Nerfy rate at Cleveland's home ballpark, which is tied for the third best in baseball. The Pittsburgh game also was intriguing against Miami. I bet the under in Sandy Alcantara's strikeout prop tonight. Alcantara's been brutal since coming back from his surgery this year. And he just hasn't found whatever he had when he won the Cy Young and had that great run. He hasn't regained that form. And I thought 4.5 for Pittsburgh, they're kind of an average strikeout team, but I thought 4.5 was a little bit too heavy of a number for Alcantara. He might not even make it past 3 innings in this game if he continues to kind of spiral downward. So under 4.5 Ks for Mr. Alcantara.
All right, awesome. We're in the same game here. I like the Cincinnati Reds in the first 5 on the money line against Cleveland. Like you, Andrew Abbott has been really, really strong. I hope the Nerfy hits for you with Abbott. I'm hoping that nobody scores for the Cleveland Guardians. He has come off a bad start against Milwaukee, but I think it's a nice spot for him to bounce back against Cleveland. And Slade Sacconi, I'm not really buying it. Up and down, young pitcher. I don't think he's going to be only plus 115, plus 110 against this Reds lineup and against Andrew Abbott. So I'll go with Abbott and the Reds in the first 5. And then finally, I'm with you. I'm fading Sandy, man. Give me the Pirates first 5 on the money line, minus 135. Yeah. Now, you can throw it back in my face and say, well, Mitch Keller hasn't been that great. He's been better than Sandy Alcantara. He's been better than Sandy, which, I'm not sold after Sandy's last start. I think that was more about the Colorado Rockies just being horrendous as to why he actually had a good outing. But you look past that one start he just had coming off of that, it's been brutal this season for Sandy Alcantara. So I look to fade him, and I think the Buccos at home get it done, at least in the first 5. I'm taking the bullpen out of it with the Pirates. I don't want no parts of that bullpen. I'll go Pirates in the first 5. Mitch Keller getting it done. So first 5 with the Reds, first 5 with the Pirates here for the 6 o'clock games. We'll give out the rest of our baseball bets coming up in the next segment, Gambling Night in America. But while we have time, let's go ahead and get into the National Football League, because mandatory minicamps got underway today across the NFL. And the biggest story is out of Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers, day 1, making his first appearance on the field as a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But coinciding with that out of Pittsburgh is that TJ Watt, their best player, is not there. He is absent, wanting a new contract. TJ Watt trying to exercise a little bit of leverage by withholding his services. I don't think it's a big deal now, but Jared, it could become a big deal later on in July and August if this thing continues to string out with TJ Watt not getting a contract extension. He is still a DPOY caliber player and a Steelers team that I want to bet the win total over on. I just need them to get this sorted out before I really dive in and bet on Pittsburgh, because once they get TJ Watt sorted out, I'm here, baby. I'm in on this team winning at least 9 games. But up until that point, I think I'll be cautiously optimistic with TJ Watt, the Steelers, and Aaron Rodgers now as the new quarterback after what we saw last season.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to block Watt, and also not having him on the field at least 100%. We're going to know he's playing is a reason to block me from getting to the window on anything positive for Pittsburgh. I know. I'm sorry. That was my dad joke of the day. We'll move on from that.
Okay. You get one.
Didn't happen.
You get one a day.
I get one a day. Although I made one earlier about the word salad and the lettuce, so I don't know if that counts too. Although you did laugh at that one, so maybe that one doesn't count as a dad
I actually
joke.
legitimately like that one. So, so call me corny, I guess, if you want. But I legitimately like that joke. But the rest of yeah.
I even got the approval from Jake, who is he's a tough crowd behind the scenes.
So Gen Z Jake is giving you the approval.
If I get Jake's approval, then I know I made a good joke. But the Watt news, like that is a reason. Like we talk about, does this move the needle? The Watt news would move my needle about, hey, I'm not going to bet on anything Pittsburgh related until whether or not I know he's going to be on the field. The Rodgers thing, I'm very happy that all sides are kind of in a positive direction with Aaron Rodgers. I think the bigger news with Aaron Rodgers today was the fact that we found out that he's married. That is just like a mind blow. That one really came from out of left field. I did not expect that. But yeah, the Watt situation, that is something to monitor over the next month or two as we get closer to training.
Yeah, and just to kind of hammer that point home, like you can see the on-off numbers when they have TJ Watt versus not having TJ Watt, it's bad. Like it is bad. Like when Watt doesn't play, they pretty much never win. And when Watt plays, they're like a playoff team. So like they need to get this done. And I don't think they're ready to have this 2025 season without him. Just go ahead, give him his money. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the all-time greats that's worn a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. Pay that man, and let's see if they can make the playoffs in 2025. Their division rivals, the Cincinnati Bengals, also working through a tumultuous situation with their edge rusher, Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks this past season. Hendrickson still holding out, wanting a new contract, did not show up to much of the OTAs. Actually, he showed up to the OTAs just to talk to the media and kind of voice his opinion and tell his side of the story, but did not participate. He is not at minicamp today and is not expected later this week, so he is collecting fines, just like TJ Watt is, by the way, $100,000 if you miss all 3 days. This situation feels a lot worse, though, to me than the Watt and Steelers one, because this feels like the Cincinnati Bengals, who are very, very stingy, to say the least, can get dug in on an opinion and not move off of that. If Hendrickson's willing to drag this thing out, I think the Bengals will be right there with him, and I'm not sure we're going to ever see Hendrickson in a Bengals uniform, which is devastating to their potential playoff chances. In Joe Burrow's prime, the fact that they're messing around with this, I don't understand it. I get it. Like, there's only so much money you can pay, but like, you already know that you need to improve the defense, and this is your best defender. Why are you messing around with him? I think the Bengals have the potential to miss the playoffs for a third straight year, which should not be the case when you have Joe Burrow as your quarterback.
So I'm just going to read something that I wrote in April in my mock draft for the Bengals, who, by the way, I had them mocking Shamar Stewart. So I analyzed the situation correctly. I'm going to read this sentence here. Pass rush will become an extreme area of need if Duke Tobin decides to pull the trigger on Trey Hendrickson's trade request. I would re-sign Hendrickson, who has posted 17 and a half sacks in back-to-back seasons and accounted for a staggering 32% of the Bengals' pressures last year. But this is the same Duke Tobin who allowed the stench of Marvin Lewis to linger for way too long, and a historically frugal Cincinnati ownership led by the Brown family. I can't sum up, again, this was 2 months ago I wrote that mock draft analysis. I cannot sum up the situation any better than that. It just, you have a guy in Hendrickson who is not only a key cog, 32% of the pressures for Cincinnati last year. Man. You're willing to let him walk, you don't want to re-sign him. So then you draft Shamar Stewart. Oh, that's great, we've got a replacement. Well, what's going on with Shamar Stewart right now? Go look up his name in the news and see what's happening. I think this Hendrickson situation is worse when you compound it with what's happening with Shamar Stewart. I don't see it ending well for Cincinnati. It definitely looks like we're veering in a very negative direction.
Yeah, and even if they get it right with Shamar Stewart, who currently is unsigned as a first-round pick, he's missing valuable time as a rookie. Because, like, if a veteran guy misses OTAs and minicamp, like, in the grand scheme, it doesn't really mean that much. But a rookie, like, these are all valuable moments for them to get acclimated to the NFL. You want them to hit the ground running at training camp. Like, we're 2 days away from Shamar Stewart having done nothing on the field for the Cincinnati Bengals. And if it drags into training camp, like, you can't really expect him to be like an instant impact contributor, which is what they actually need, given the fact that they already lost another pass rusher in Sam Hubbard to retirement.
Yeah.
So the Bengals, they're playing with fire.
Hubbard's name.
And I think they're going to get burnt this 2025 season with the likes of Baltimore and Pittsburgh, in my opinion, better than them in the AFC North. We'll wrap up the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on the other side with golf bets and gambling night in America here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
We have been hitting a ton of NFL today. We are going to talk to Max Starks in just a little bit. He is the sideline analyst for the Steelers. Also, a two-time Super Bowl champ. Pretty good. Pretty good when you can have a couple of rings.
And he's also 6'7", 350 pounds, just a massive human, massive individual.
That is a massive, massive human. And listen, Clay, you are not a small human yourself, but for you to say that someone's a massive human, that's really saying something.
The thing about being like 6'3", 6'4", in between there, 6'3" and some change, when somebody's like bigger than you, you know they're extremely large. And that's a guy you walk by and you're just like, wow, how does he fit in a plane? You know, he's got to get 2 seats.
And how often does that happen to you though? Like you are not a small man, Clay Harbor. So like that doesn't happen to you often, I imagine.
No, but in the NFL locker rooms, I'll be honest, I felt like I was a little guy. Like they would make fun of me for being small. Like in the say New England Patriots, Gronk's 6'7", 270 pounds. Martellus Bennett 6'7", 275 pounds. Then you got me, you know, I'm 6'3 and a half, 250. Like, oh, we got the little guy, Clay. So I always thought I was small because I'm hanging out with all these monsters. Little did I realize that these guys are just ogres and I'm actually the normal one.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. The final segment here of You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Hanging out with you guys during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith. It's been a fun show, fun 4 hours that we have on the show. And we couldn't have done it without the crew that we have working with us here this day. Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Haas. Shout out to all of them and their contributions to the show today. And also to the guests that we had. And if you missed any of the guests, make sure you check them out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast, Apple, Spotify, the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast. You can go out and check out interviews like our guy, Zach Harper, who's an NBA writer at The Athletic, who helped us break down the NBA Finals. How about Pat Mayo from the Pat Mayo Experience, golf betting and fantasy expert, talking all things U.S. Open. And then earlier during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, Linda Cohn of ESPN joined us, hockey expert, breaking down the Stanley Cup Final, and then more golf bets from Brad Thomas, our NBC and Peacock teammate. Once again, just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast if you missed any of those interviews throughout the show today. But after us here on the BetMGM network, you'll want to stick around because from 7 to 11 Eastern time, it'll be Ryan Horvat and our buddy Brad Evans on BetMGM tonight as the two of them sweat out tonight's slate in Major League Baseball and the WNBA. And we welcome in our friend Brad Evans like we do each and every weekday. Brad, hola amigo, how we doing on this Tuesday?
Hola, amigos! And shout out to my guy, Pat Mayo. A good Canadian he is.
Yeah, he gave you a shout out during the break. Joined us and then during the commercial break. You popped up. He's like, hey, look at that. There's Brad Evans. So a nice little synergy between Pat Mayo and Brad Evans. Brad, what do you like tonight? Because we got some Major League Baseball, a full slate. What are we betting and why?
All right, let's go to the Cubs and Philadelphia Phillies matchup. And I don't think it's going to be a Colin Ray kind of day. I'm going to say he issues at least a pair of walks at a plus 142. Yeah, roll the shoulders because I got some news. The juice. And the reason being is very simple. You look at Philadelphia. They have a number 9 highest based on ball percentage here the last couple of weeks. Earned that free pass, 9% of their plate appearances. Colin Ray has done this, guys, in 7 of his last 8 starts, averaging 2.65 based on balls per 9. He's got a lowly 26% call plus swing rate this year. And on top of that, he's already done this against who? Oh, what a quinky dink. The Philadelphia Phillies back in a start on April 25th. He issued exactly 2 walks. So just replicate that output. And we're cashing in, baby. But lock it in now. They're trotting on the field. Plus 140 there at BetMGM.
Absolutely love it. Get it in at the buzzer with this Phillies and Cubs game.
Buzzer.
He is our buddy, Brad Evans. Once again, BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 Eastern time. They're sweating out baseball, sweating out WNBA. You won't want to miss it here on the BetMGM network. Brad, have a great show. Good luck with the bets. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Angel Reese under 11.5 points. I have to take it. I'm out.
Whoa.
Absolutely.
Fading Angel Reese. All right, we'll get to the WNBA here in a little bit. I know, Jared, you have bets in the WNBA, but before we do all of that, we got to let our friends know about all the fun promotions that we have over at BetMGM as our Jake Hassan drops the dope-ass beat, and we can let people know how they can take advantage of these cool promotions. How about this? BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. And we know NFL mandatory mini camps are underway. That's the perfect time to hang out with us here on the NBC Sports Now channel, specifically our buddies at PFT Live, whether we know there's no offseason when it comes to the National Football League. Tune into PFT Live with Mike Florio and co-host Chris Sims to get all the latest news from around the NFL. Watch PFT Live weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on Peacock and the new NBC Sports Now channel, or listen wherever you get your podcasts. All right, how about that? We got a lot going on in the National Football League, a lot going on in the world of sports. So before we get to Gambling Night in America, how about the U.S. Open with our golf aficionado here at You Better You Bet, as sharp as they come with the golf bets as we try to get to the winner's circle. Unlike the RBC Canadian Open that just happened this past weekend, our buddy, our friend, Tyler Morales, who joins us now with his best bets for the U.S. Open, because Tyler will be boots on the ground at Oakmont starting tomorrow, and we'll be hanging out there for the first and second round this weekend. Tyler, what do you like for the U.S. Open and why?
Femi, we're still talking about the Sam Burns missed putt in the playoff. Like, I haven't gotten over that still. Yeah, Jared, I had Sam Burns 30-1 to win that tournament, and he blew up on the playoff. It was as bad as you could think. All right, here are my outrights. Yeah, it was very bad. Bryson DeChambeau, I love him this week. If you've bet him all year and you're just skipping him at the U.S. Open, I think you're making a terrible mistake. Like, this is as good as a setup for him, and he got bet out at the PGA Championship a ton. It's the same price here. I love him to win this U.S. Open. So Bryson DeChambeau is my pick to win, and I got two long shots. Love Keegan Bradley here. He's been playing really well of late. The tee to green numbers are off the charts. I like Keegan a ton. And one of my guys that I actually think could have a long shot here that could win this thing, that could steal it, Harris English, I like a lot at 100-1. His last 5 U.S. Opens, he has a 3rd, a 4th, and an 8th, and he's also good at. He's also on a major run right now. He finished 12th at the Masters and 2nd at the PGA last month. So Bryson, Keegan Bradley, and Harris English are my bets. And just quickly, I got some other stuff. Justin Thomas to miss the cut. I'm going completely against them. I also like Ludwig Aubert against JT full tournament. And here's a long shot that I'm going to ladder. Bud Cauley, top 40, top 30, top 20. He's been our guy this year. We bet him a few times, cashed top 5 at the Charles Schwab for us. His last 8 tournaments, he has 4. He's finished in the top 6 4 times. He's popped up out of nowhere, and he's played really well. I also like Akshay Bhatia, top 20 at plus 330. So those are all my U.S. Open bets. Let's go, Bryson. Finally, can we please close one of these tournaments out? I love him this week.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Close it out. He's going to close it.
Yeah, and all the pedigree guys are winning the majors this year. We got Rory at the Masters, Scotty at the PGA. Bryson, it's his turn. It's his time at the U.S. Open. I absolutely love that Tyler said we bet Bud Cauley top 5 at the Colonial, or at the Charles Schwab. This is what we're talking about with the golf bets. Our guy Tyler Morales, golf aficionado. He's in the weeds, and we hope he has a blast at Oakmont for the first couple of rounds at the U.S. Open. All right, it's time to get patriotic and give out the best bets for the night. It is time for Gambling Night in America. Let's go ahead and bring that music up, man. Oh, yeah. Here we go, Jared. We got a full slate of Major League Baseball headlined by an ALDS rematch in Kansas City with the Yankees and the Royals. Got Max Fried on the mound, and I'm curious to watch this one. This Noah Cameron kid has been lights out. Can he keep it up against this Yankees lineup? I think it's a very, very fun matchup. Dodgers at the Padres, of course, that's a headliner. Mariners at the Diamondbacks. What do you like tonight in Major League Baseball, and why?
Mackenzie Gore over 6.5 strikeouts. Nats, Mets tonight. Actually, really good pitching matchup in this game. Griffin Canning's been pretty good for the Mets as well. I think this one has Nerfy potential, but Mackenzie Gore's been all over the place, so maybe we stay away from the Nerfy. We just bet the strikeout prop because he's over in 9 of his last 10. In those overs, he's averaging about 8.5 strikeouts. He's not going to win the Cy Young this year because I think Paul Skeens is having a better year. A couple other pitchers in the National League having better years, but he's right on the cusp. I would not be surprised to see Mackenzie Gore's Cy Young stock rise over the next couple years and him eventually to win that award. But tonight, over 6.5.
All right, so you're rocking with Mackenzie Gore over 6.5K. Is that everything you have for baseball, or do you have a little bit more that you have left?
Yeah, nothing more in MLB. All the games that I liked were earlier today, and they just started. So
there we go. Perfect, which we gave out in the last segment. So if you missed it, tough luck. I know Jared has some WNBA bets as well.
Hit in Cleveland. The Nerfy hit in Cleveland.
Hey,
so
there we go. Absolutely love it. Cashing tickets in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. I will go contrarian over, though, in the game you're talking about between the Nats and the Mets. It's a real plug your nose special because, like you mentioned, Mackenzie Gore has been a stud, but every now and then he has one of those starts that reminds you as to why he never wins the Cy Young Award, and it kind of brings him back down to earth. And Griffin Canning also, he's coming off an awesome start on the road against the Dodgers. It doesn't get much better than that. I think it's a really good sell high spot with both pitchers. Give me the first 5 over in the Nats and the Mets. I'll also go first 5 over between the Braves and the Brewers. It's 4.5 minus 115. Grant Holmes has been due for some negative regression. I think it's coming this month. Had a bad start his last time out. I think he has another bad start here at Miller Park. Meanwhile, we cannot trust Quinn Priester. Like, against his Braves lineup that has the potential to have a really, really high ceiling, not doing that. So over 4.5 in the first 5. And then finally in baseball, this is a very big plug your nose special. I'll go with the Angels in the first 5 against the Athletics, minus 130. Mitch Spence, not your typical starter for the A's. So I'm like, on the surface, I just want to fade those kind of guys. And then Jose Soriano, this man plays with fire. Eventually he's going to get burned. He got burnt last time against the Boston Red Sox. I think it's better tonight. So give me the Angels in the first 5 on the money line at minus 130. The WNBA, we got a couple of games on the hardwood at the Fever and the Dream. No Caitlin Clark once again for Indiana. It sounds like she's making progress, but this quad injury, a little bit of a bummer for the WNBA and their momentum. That game with the Dream, a 5.5 point favorite. And then the game tonight on ESPN, national TV, New York Liberty, the other unbeaten team as additional to the Minnesota Lynx. Liberty 17.5 point favorites against Chicago Sky. What do you like tonight in the W, Jared?
Got to lay it with New York. I mean, the Sky have been brutal.
Ooh,
so they played earlier
lumber.
this year. I got to. I mean, they won by 25 at home earlier this year. And the Sky, without Caitlin Clark, just got beat by 27 to the Indiana Fever. So I think, again, I don't love laying big numbers, but our buddy Tyler Shoemaker makes this game 23. So I've got to lay it with New York tonight. And I'll take 5.5 with the Fever. Listen, they've been playing a little bit better without Caitlin Clark the last couple of games. Had a nice win the other night, and they've been covering some numbers, even though they were favored against Washington and Chicago. Covered both, won both. So maybe the Fever as a 5.5 point dog tonight, playing a little bit better at Atlanta.
All right, nothing for me in the W tonight. I'll just be watching the games. I had Brianna Stewart to win the WNBA MVP. I'll be rooting for her to drop like 30 and 20. That's what I'll do.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if she's going to win it. Yeah, Nafisa Collier is on another level right now. She is definitely a certified favorite as an odds-on favorite over at BetMGM and other sports books as well. But that does it for us here on You Better You Bet. Jared, it was fun doing this on a Tuesday. Usually we're Friday partners. Today it was a Tuesday. Nick Kostos will be back with us tomorrow, but good luck for the bets tonight, Jared, and I'll see you soon, buddy.
Yes, sir. Enjoy. Good luck with your move this week, too.
That's right. I'm not working Friday because I got to move. All right, but I'll be back tomorrow with Nick Kostos. So for Jared Smith, I'm Femi Bedface saying good luck with all the bets. BetMGM tonight coming up next here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
What's my favorite team in college sports, PJ? You know this. Oh, that's right. ILL. And I'm trying to bury the bias the best way that I can here, but it's too irresistible a price. Illinois is going to win the Big Ten this year. Yeah. That's right. You're here to hear first, folks. At 40-1 right now at BetMGM. I know Penn State is the odds-on favorite. Oregon's going to be up there in the conversation. Ohio State as well. But Illinois got 18 starters back from a team that won 10 games last year, including Luke Altmaier, who could really be a sensation at quarterback. Yeah, they've had some turnover wide receiver, but they got a number of key transfers. Shouldn't skip a beat in that category. The strength of schedule, only the 40th hardest in all of college football. And a team, too, you look at the overall schedule, here are the toughest games. At Indiana on September 20th, USC at home for homecoming in Champaign on September 27th against Ohio State. Also in Champaign on October 11th at Washington, October 25th at Wisconsin on November the 22nd. Let's say somehow, some way they can go 3-2 in those matchups, take care of business at home, and some of the other ones, it gets more meat competition. Illinois has got more than a fighting chance to win the Big Ten. So at 40-1, I think it is an outstanding value.
Let the chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another sizzling edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by the Glassman, PJ Glasser in the house in for the vacationing Ryan Horvath. We got a heavy program for you tonight. Of course, we're going to view our top plays on our cards here momentarily. Whole lot of Major League Baseball, maybe working a little WNBA. Maybe we're looking at the futures market or some of the props associated with the Stanley Cup Finals or the NBA Finals. Stay tuned and find out what our top plays of the day are. From there, we're going to get more bets on the board. Parlay Pete's going to strut on over and get his parlay of the day locked and loaded. We're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. From there, Sean Hammond is stopping in, and we're talking bear down Chicago Bears. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, thank you, Brando. Working the board here on BetMGM tonight. All the monsters of the Midway all the time, and hopefully they're going to live up to that storied nickname. We'll break it down with Sean, followed by another edition of Better Up. We got 3 left coast matchups tonight, and we're going to get you some action in every single one of those affairs. Following that, Rob Brown is going to get down with PJ and I on the program, breaking things down in Major League Baseball. The NBA Finals, the NHL, Stanley Cup Finals, maybe work a little pigskin conversation as well. Don't want to miss that interview. Followed by Hoop Scoops, so looking at Game 3 of the NBA Finals. And I'm going to work in a little WNBA, possibly a live dive on a certain someone that is always commanding everybody's attention on social media, followed by NFL in the news and notes, another 4-pack of topics we're going to break down, a lot of mini camps underway, some pertinent information coming off the wire for those of you who are fantasy football minded or looking ahead at the futures market in sports betting. And finally, another 3-point stance on guess who? Yes, the Chicago Bears. We're going to talk fantasy values. We're going to do a little prop stop, and we're going to give a team lean on the over-under on wins for the franchise. It's generated quite a bit of hype, quite a bit of buzz this offseason. I'm bringing my esteemed and handsome colleague right now, the Glass Man, PJ Glasser. But before I do that, a quick reminder, by the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to talk anything sports betting, you can. All you got to do to talk to PJ and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: bear down, what Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at its current overall ADP? We're always scoring for a half point per reception. Is it Caleb Williams at pick number 127.31 overall? How about DeAndre Swift at 131.49, DJ Moore at 67.74, or Roma Dunze at 121.20. So far, nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and bring the noise. Drop us a comment on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. All right, PJ, let's talk a move that wasn't necessarily earth-shattering, but did have some ripple effects in the fantasy football waters, and that was J.K. Dobbins signing on the dotted line with the Denver Broncos. Now, I'm an R.J. Harvey enthusiast, but Dobbins comes in. It's going to be a knock on the rookie's value, or will it be? Dobbins, a guy, certainly showed he still had a little bit left in the tank, coming off myriad injuries last season for the LA Chargers, getting him ultra late right now in fantasy drafts, well after pick number 150 on average, although that could slice off some of that value here in the coming weeks and really next couple of months. But look at Dobbins, second hardest overall strength of schedule. He was number 25 last season, YAC per attempt, number 22 in total missed tackles forced. Not terrible advanced metrics by any stretch, but what do you make of Dobbins as a member of the Broncos, and estimate how many touches per game you feel he's going to get this fall?
Yeah, I mean, look, RJ Harvey's still listed as running back 1 for Denver. I would still expect him to be the featured guy for Sean Payton in that offense. But again, Sean Payton has shown us throughout the years, whether it was with New Orleans or whether it was last year with Denver, I mean, even when he's got a Kamara, or even when he's got a Mark Ingram, one of the guys, he'll use them together. So Dobbins should get his fair share of touches. I would think, Brad, on average, Dobbins will be anywhere from like 8 to maybe 12 at the most kind of touches a game. Harvey is a rookie, right? So even though they're expecting big things from him, they don't know how he's going to pan out in the NFL. When Dobbins is healthy, he's a heck of a player. Now, unfortunately for him, he just hasn't been able to stay healthy the last couple of years. But what's nice for Dobbins, Brad, is that he doesn't have the Ravens on the schedule this season. I mean, the poor guy, last 2 years with Baltimore, season-ending injuries. Then he's having a great year with the Chargers. Plays the Ravens on Monday Night Football, gets hurt. Broncos don't have the Ravens this year, so that's probably a good thing for J.K. Dobbins, and hopefully he can stay healthy. I think he's going to absolutely score some touchdowns this year. They're going to use him short yardage and goal line. We talked about Chubb yesterday and how he's going to factor into the Houston offense. I would think Dobbins is going to be much more of a factor for Denver than Chubb is for Houston this upcoming season.
Yeah, look, he's got a top 10 offensive line also. So I think you got some road graders up front. Going to open up some holes for him. I think you're right. I think he's going to have a prominent red zone role, being that power back between the tackles. So a guy I think is going to get around 9 to 11 carries per game. The biggest knock is Audric Estime. If you've been sitting on him in dynasty leagues, it's like no bueno. As a result, but he'll be a decent RB5 bench back and maybe be able to plug and play with the bye weeks to really start kicking in. So don't completely fade J.K. Dobbins, and I will take the discount on R.J. Harvey. I completely agree with you. That guy is going to be a 3-down door if given the opportunities. I still think he's going to get around 13 and 15 touches per game, many of those coming in the pass game. He could catch upwards of 60 balls in his inaugural campaign in the NFL. So I think R.J. Harvey is somebody I'm going to be targeting in a ton of fantasy drafts this year. Real quick, PJ, tell me who you would rather have in a head-to-head scenario in a half-point PPR league. J.K. Dobbins or Austin Eckler?
I'd rather have J.K. Dobbins, I think. I'd still rather go with Dobbins.
Yeah, Dobbins for me, slight edge, because I think a lot distance him in the touchdown category. J.K. Dobbins or Zach Charbonnet?
Now that I'd rather go with Charbonnet. Again, Kenneth Walker's going to be the lead guy, but Charbonnet showed us last year. I mean, he's got some serious boom potential where he could have 30 points any given week, so I'd rather go with him.
Yeah, give me Charbonnet. Last one, J.K. Dobbins or Rashad White at Tampa?
I think I'd rather go with Rashad White as well.
I got J.K. Dobbins. So, again, that's about the tier where he's going to wind up somewhere in the 40 range of fantasy running backs. All right, let's get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays in the world of sports betting. PJ, you're up first, my man. Numero uno on your card. Serve me up, mi amigo.
All right, Brad. Well, I've given out this play before on the show, and it did not work out too well for me. So I'm hoping we get a better luck this time around. I'm going with the Yankees on the run line, -1.5, -120 against the Royals tonight. They got Max Fried on the bump, who's been terrific this season for New York. But it's really a fade for me of Noah Cameron for Kansas City, who's been terrific this season. I see some regression coming. Yankees have the highest OPS in baseball against left-handed pitching, so I'm going with the Yanks on the run line today at -1.5.
Yeah, they absolutely crush southpaw pitching, to say the least. Good call there. Numero uno on my card. Let's do a little same-game parlay. Give me a George Springer on the over 1.5 HRR, hits +1s plus RBI, or her. And I'm going to take the under 11.5 in the game against Minnesota. And the reason being is very simply this. You look at George Springer, a guy that has gone over 2 on the HRR, and in 5 straight games. Now, here in the month of June, only a .222 batting average, but an .878 OPS. Springer taking on Miles Mikolas and St. Louis not playing Minnesota. You look at Miles Mikolas, a guy he's got a lot of success against. 5 for 9 lifetime with a home run and 1,444 OPS. And on top of that, Miles Mikolas, a 3.95 home ERA, though he has allowed a 42.4% hard hit rate. So I like the under in this Blue Jays and Cardinals matchup. Runs will not be plentiful. I'll take that under on the all total 11.5. But George Springer, I think, cashes the over with 2+ HRR, his plus runs plus RBI or her. And that shakes out to a plus 106 on that parlay there at BetMGM. Números on your card. PJ, give me another.
Let's go with the over in Red Sox and Rays, over 9 runs. You got Lucas Giolito's got a 6.4 ERA on the mound for Boston today. Pepio's on the mound for Tampa, who's had a pretty good season. But, Brad, I like the fact that these two teams went to extras yesterday. Both bullpens are pretty taxed. They've seen each other's bullpen because a lot of arms had to throw yesterday. So just kind of one of these games, you know, the second game of a series, you're coming off extras. You got two pretty good offenses, obviously in a great hitter's park there in Fenway. So I just think 9's too low. Giolito's been getting shelled so far this season. I'll go over 9 in Boston and Tampa.
All right, numero dos on my card. Let's do a live dive in this Cubs and Philadelphia Phillies matchup. I say Colin Ray issues not 1, but 2 free passes. Give me the over 1.5 walks at plus 176 on that live line. He's already done this against Philadelphia earlier this season. Back on April 25th, issued a pair of walks in that game. He's issued a pair of walks in 7 of his last 8 games. 2.65 walks per 9 mark on the season, only a 26% call plus swinging strike rate. And you look at Philadelphia, the 9th highest base on balls percentage in the bigs for the last couple of weeks, getting that free pass on 9% of their plate appearances. So again, Colin Ray over 1.5 walks on the live dive at plus 176. Numero tres on your card, PJ. Bring it home.
Yeah, Brad, I'm going with the Rangers tonight on the money line, plus 105 against the Twins. They got Tyler Mahle on the mound, and man, he just has been getting no run support this season. He's having a terrific year. He's got a 5. He's 5-2 with a 2.02 ERA, which is 7th in all of baseball. The problem is his team just gets him no run support, Brad. I mean, the last few games, they've given him 1, 0, and 1 run support. So he's doing his job. He's not giving up runs, but Texas' offense just has not been able to give him a lift. They've lost 3 straight starts in which he has taken the mound. I think he's due at some point for his offense to pick him up because the consistency has been there for him throughout the season. I'll go Texas money line plus 105. I think they give some runs to Mahle today.
Yeah, Papa Mahle. I like that one quite a bit. All right, numero tres on my card. Here to mention the Yankees. You're on the run line. I'm going to take the under in this game at 8.5, and I think it's going to be a sweat, to say the least, at a minus 105. You mentioned there could be a correction on the horizon for Noah Cameron, and the Yankees have really teed off against LHPs this season. Heck, they've been teeing off against everybody last couple of weeks. Number 1 in all of Major League Baseball and WRC plus. Kansas City no slouches offensively as well of late. And number 13 in WRC plus. Well, Max Fried has been magnificent away for the Bronx. 2.15 ERA. And he already faced Kansas City earlier this season, went 6 2/3, only gave up a couple of earned runs. Cameron only a 0.85 ERA and 0.79 whip. So hopefully New York won't score too many runs. Something like, 4-2 would be just fine. And Danny, you win, I win. I'm taking the under. Yankees Royals 8.5 at a minus 105. Deuce. All right, we got exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to get Parlay Pete's butt over here to get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, roll the shoulders at plus money and get seduced by the juice and work at some bonus time action as well. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with you alongside the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, on this Tuesday edition of BetMGM Tonight. And we're going to be getting some more bets on the board. Yes! We're going to get Parlay Pete prime away from the bar, get his parlay of the day locked and loaded. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders at plus money and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time action as well. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you got any questions for us, whether in a fantasy football, whether in sports betting, maybe tied to NFL features, college football features, Major League Baseball, the NBA Finals, or the Stanley Cup Finals. Hell, if you want to share something you got going down in the W tonight, or possibly in the PGA Tour, we got a major coming up. All you got to do to contact PG and I is you pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also submit your comments or questions on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: bear down, what Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP? Your choices are Caleb Williams at 127.31 overall, DeAndre Swift at 131.49 overall, DJ Moore at 67.74, or Rome Odunze at 121.20. So far, over 115 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep bringing your votes and also bring the noise. Drop us a comment. We're going to read them a little bit later on in the show. So give us your 2 cents on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of the king of sportsbooks, let me tell you about this sweet promo going down right now. It's the Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost Token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and on SGP. So opt in right now on the Anytime Sport Parlay Boost Token only at the king of sportsbooks. That is indeed BetMGM. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at this inebriated son of a you-know-what at the bar. Hey, you drunk guy, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house. I gotta get his parlay of the day on the board to the masses. Simple little two-legger in the world of Major League Baseball. Leg numero uno, go with the Yankees. Max Fried over 17.5 outs. And leg numero dos, Carson Palmquist of the Colorado Pebbles. 3 or more earned runs. I'll reserve the juice. Let me give you the reasoning straight from the cold, dead hand of one Parlay Pete. Again, going back to leg numero uno, Max Fried over 17.5 outs. Folks, he's done this in 9 of his last 11 starts. Outstanding 2.15 road ERA on the season. And he already did this earlier this year against the Royals with cheese back on April the 15th. 6 2/3 innings pitched. That's well north of 17.5. And, you know, if you don't do simple math, all he needs is 6 or more outs completed, or 6 or more innings, completed to cash in. Kansas City, modest number 13 WRC plus the last couple of weeks, but Fried usually keeps that pitch count down. Not a real high K per 9, 8.5 on the air, and only at 2.00 walks per 9, so not issuing a lot of free passes. That's why Parlay Pete loves Max Fried over 17.5 outs. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Carson Palmquist of Colorado, 3 or more earned runs. He has done this in 3 of 4 starts this season. Abhorrent 8.50 ERA in the air. Equally abhorrent 5.00 walks per 9 mark as well, giving up a 40.3% hard hit rate. He's taking on the San Francisco Giants. They're in the Mile High City. The Giants just over 25 in WRC plus, but they should tee off against Carson Palmquist, at least according to Parlay Pete. So to recap, yeah, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete on this 2-leg parlay today. Max Fried over 17.5 outs. And Carson Palmquist, 3 or more earned runs. That is a cool plus 125 at BetMGM. Fade or follow, that is up to you. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, PJ Glasser. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's gotta have it. And Brad, tonight we gotta have the over in Atlanta and Milwaukee. Over 8.5. We got Quinn Priester going up against Grant Holmes. Both pitchers are at pretty decent years, both with ERAs under 4. Grant Holmes with the 3.99, Quinn Priester with a 3.88 ERA. But I look at the way that Atlanta swung the bat last night. I think they're starting to pick up some momentum a little bit. Talked about I'm expecting some regression from a couple of the starters today. Kind of see that happening in this game as well. I think we get some runs. Obviously, Sale was on the mound last night, did Chris Sale type things. I think tonight both offenses score some runs, Brad. I think 8.5 is too low. I think this should be like 9.5. So sledgehammer for me, going to be the over in Atlanta and Milwaukee.
Oh, let's go back to that Colorado Pebbles matchup and wield the heavy equipment. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh, yeah. To bet that is all too enticing. Carson Palmquist, again, Parlay Pete's taking 3 or more earned runs. So let's correlate, synergize, and bring it all together. I don't think he's going to survive the innings necessary to cash the over on 14.5 outs. I'll live in the land down under on that 14.5 outs prop. Believe it or not, it's plus 115 there at BetMGM. Again, Colorado welcoming the San Francisco Giants. Palmquist, as Parlay Pete already laid out. He has actually been under 14.5 outs in 3 or 4 starts. That disgusting 8.50 ERA, equally disgusting 5.00 walks per 9 with a 40+% hard hit rate. At home this season, he's only got 4 1/3 innings pitched with 6 earned runs and a 4.76 batting average against. I think San Francisco rips him a new one. Give me Carson Palmquist under 14.5 outs against the visiting Giants at plus 115 as my sledgehammer special. All right, PJ, it's time to get more plus money on the board and roll the shoulders, my man, because we're going to get seduced by the juice. Again, all plus money all the time. Thank you, bartender, for the handsome pour. PJ, I want to catch a buzz. What are you taking a shot on tonight?
Taking a shot on the Chicago White Sox. Brandon, we might need another pour because we're back in the Sox tonight. But we're going with Shane Smith, who is 2-3 with a 2.45 ERA this morning. Thank you, Brandon. Again, back in the White Sox, we're going to need some alcohol. They're going up against Lance McCullers tonight, who has not been all that great, Brad, this season. White Sox are battling. You know, they're playing some good baseball, and Shane Smith has been very good this season. Also, Brad, you know, I'm a guy that bets numbers and not teams, and this was one of those lines I was going through, and I saw Houston at only minus 180. I don't know, man. It feels like when the Astros are playing the White Sox at home, they should at worst be minus 200. So Shane Smith's been the real deal. I think there are a lot of smart people that think he's going to pitch well tonight. White Sox got a chance to pull this upset, so give me the Sox, plus 145.
All right, let's go ahead and double down on the White Sox. I think you and I are both feverish. You know what, Brandon? Pour me another drink to sleeve the bottle. I think we're going to need it because we're betting, yes, again on the Chicago artist that I call the White Sox, and hopefully that will not apply tonight. I like Shane Smith, man. I'm going to take the under on 4.5 hits allowed against the Stros at a plus 110. So a little baby seduced by the juice, if you will, but I feel confident this is going to cash. He has gone under 4.5 hits in 4 of his last 5 starts. At home this season on the south side, giving up just a 2.18 ERA and a 190 batting average against. Now, what makes it feel a bit uncomfortable is the fact that he's a lot of 41.2% hard hit rates, a lot of hard contact. But Houston's not making a lot of that right now. Over the last couple of weeks, they're number 27 in all of Major League Baseball and WRC Plus, batting just 224 as a collective. So, yes, back-to-back bets on the White Sox. What has gotten into us? Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Taking the under on Shane Smith. 4.5 hits against the visiting Astros at plus 110. All right, PJ, it's bonus time. Bonus time. Weather on the diamond. Maybe you're looking ahead to the PGA Tour action upcoming this weekend. Possibly futures in the NFL, college football, maybe the NBA Finals and game numero tres, maybe the Stanley Cup Finals. I will certainly allow dropping the puck and making some bucks. Whatever pick is your pleasure. All I need is another one, so give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, Brad, I'm going to golf. Yesterday, I gave you Xander Schauffele top 20 as my bonus bet. Today, I'm going Bryson DeChambeau top 10 bonus bet. I was on with you before the PGA Championship. I gave this out. Bryson cashed the top 10. He's going to cash it again this week at Oakmont. Brad, this might be the hardest course in the entire country. It might be one of the hardest courses in the entire world. Oakmont is no joke. Its nickname is the Beast because it is just that. I'm sure people have seen all these videos this week of the rough and how insane it is, these greens and how fast they are. You want the best players in the world. This is not going to be one of those weeks where like 100-1 long shot wins the U.S. Open. Scheffler's going to be in the mix. Bryson's going to be in the mix. Xander's going to be in the mix. You want to back the chalk this week, and I want to back the guy who's been the very best in major championships over the last couple years, and that is DeChambeau. He's won 2 U.S. Opens. Brad, he was made for the modern-day U.S. Open. Golf courses that are long, that are difficult, where you got to drive it far and you got to drive it straight. And you also got to have a really good short game. DeChambeau checks all those boxes. He likes Oakmont a lot. And U.S. Open's all about mentality. There are a lot of people that just show up and just know the course is too hard, they don't have a chance. DeChambeau's not one of those guys. Love him, top 10. You got to lay some juice at minus 135, but it's worth it. That's my play. Bryson top 10 at the U.S. Open.
Oh, and shout out to Ian Happ. Just hit a solo shot, a laser beam going 394 feet there to Citizens Bank Park. It is dose to dose. Cubs and Phillies right now in that matchup. They are on the top of the 3rd inning in the city of brotherly love. All right, my bonus time action. Let's go to the W. Ladies first, certainly not last, but Angel Reese, I'm going to live it and land down under on your points prop. I'm one set at 11.5, taking on the New York Liberty at a minus 125 juice. She's only gone under on 11.5 points, much to all the negative headlines in 3 of 7 games this season, but shooting a disgusting, repulsive, repugnant 30.9% from the floor. You look at New York, she already went up against them back in late May, only had 2 points. She was 0 for 8 from the floor overall in that game. At New York, numero uno in defensive rating this season in the WNBA, allowing just 0.886 points per possession. Now, I'm never going to fade Angel Reese on rebounds. I'm not going to touch that line at 12.5, but I will certainly live in that land down under on Angel Reese points. That number being at 11.5 against New York at a minus 125 juice. PJ, I know for your big W better, is Angel Reese going to really not come through for her fans, but come through for your boy tonight?
Man, I hope so. I mean, look, the Liberty are 8-0 this season. They're one of 2 teams that are undefeated in the W. Reese has obviously struggled at times to score the ball, and she's going up against a really good team with a good defense. So I think you got a good bet there, Brad. I mean, there's a reason it's juiced to the under, minus 125. I didn't play anything tonight in the W, didn't play anything in that game. If I had to take the over-under, though, on Reese points, sir, I would follow you and take that under 11.5.
Oh, the top prospect of Major League Baseball, Rowan Anthony, just got his first couple RBIs of his MLB career. He just knocked in 2 on a double. It is 2-0. Boston over the Tampa Bay Rays, and Cubs and Phillies tied at 2 in the top of the third. Miami up on Pittsburgh on the road, and Mitch Keller 2-0 in the top of the fourth. Cleveland, Cincinnati scoreless at the end of 4. Your Baltimore Orioles, Cade Povich not getting rocked tonight, hanging tough against the top team in baseball, that being the Detroit Tigers, 1-1 in the top of the fourth. We'll keep you up to date on that action in MLB, but right now we got to hit the reset button and take a little siesta. When we come back, bear down, Chicago Bears. We're going to be talking to Sean Hammond, all Chicago Bears all the time. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. The Glass Man, PJ Glasser in the house. We're going to be talking to Sean Hammond from the Chicago Tribune. All things Chicago Bears all the time for you fantasy football and sports betting enthusiasts. By the way, fantasy football and sports betting enthusiasts, if you want to talk to PJ and I, maybe about fantasy football, NFL futures, college football futures betting, and Major League betting, or baseball betting, in the NHL betting, in the NBA, all you got to do to contact PJ and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: bear down. What Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at its current overall ADP? Your options are Caleb Williams at pick number 127.31 overall, DeAndre Swift at 131.49, DJ Moore at 67.74, Orome Odunze at 121.20. So far, nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise it democratic right. Keep the votes a coming, and drop in your comments, aka bring the noise, on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Let's go out to the phone lines right now and talk to Sean Hammond, Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Make sure you follow Sean on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Sean_Hammond. Again, on X, at Sean_Hammond. Sean, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, the fantasy community is abuzz right now about Caleb Williams and numero dos. Currently, in early drafts, he's going as a back-end quarterback one in 12-team formats. What kind of implementations do you think Ben Johnson plans to install to unlock the former top pick's overall potential? Also, Sean, give me an answer to this: over or under 22.5 passing touchdowns this season for Caleb Williams? That is the number available right now at BetMGM, -110 in either direction.
Ooh, we're getting right to it right off the bat. I love it. Man, I'm going over. That's my gut feel. 20 touchdowns last season. I think he's going to eclipse that number. I think I would go over on that total. And if you're a Bears fan, I think you're getting pretty excited about Caleb Williams and this Ben Johnson offense. I think the real interesting thing, at least from a fantasy perspective, a betting perspective, is how do you see that? How can Ben Johnson get that rushing touchdown total up? We didn't see Caleb do that. That was something he did really well in college, and I think that the fact that they didn't add a running back super high in the draft, they still got DeAndre Swift, of course, but I think that could potentially be a surprise addition here in the red zone if Caleb Williams is able to use that scrambling ability and find some open spaces. We might see him getting a few more rushing touchdowns this season.
Sean, I was going to ask you about those running backs. How do you expect the usage to look with obviously Swift leading the way? Because we saw Ben Johnson in Detroit, loved using the two backs with Montgomery and Gibbs. Yeah. So how do you kind of expect the dynamic to look in the running back room in Chicago in year one?
Yeah, it's interesting because everybody thinks of Ben as just that, like using multiple backs. And then you look at what they have. Swift is clearly the number one, I think, in this backfield. And then you look at Roschon Johnson, you look at the rookie Kyle Monangai out of Rutgers. He was a 7th-round draft pick. If somebody's going to step into that number 2 role, who's that going to be? I don't think Roschon Johnson really got like a fair chance last year. They really didn't use a second running back a whole lot. I think he had something around 50 carries. Or is it going to be the rookie who was super productive at Rutgers? We've seen running back is one of those positions where you can pick a guy in the 7th round and he can contribute right away. And maybe this is one of those cases. But my thinking of it here is that Swift is going to be the guy until somebody else steps up.
You mentioned Monungai as a rookie. Another rookie is Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan. And a surprise to a lot of people, Sean, was when the Bears decided to take Loveland over Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State, with that 10th overall pick. So how has Loveland been looking? How do you think he's going to fit into the offense this season?
Well, unfortunately, Loveland had surgery on his shoulder, I believe in like December or January, which was like, pretty late after his college season ended. So he's still been out. We actually have not seen him on the practice field yet. He said actually today, we did get to speak to him today, and he said that he expects to be ready day one for training camp. So hopefully that is the case, and he can hit the ground running. I mean, we don't really know what it's going to look like with him and Cole Kmet out there because we didn't get to see that much this spring. You do wonder with a rookie. I'll throw Luther Burden, the wide receiver they took in the second round. I'll throw him in this conversation too, because he has missed most of the spring with a soft tissue injury. And two rookies who are supposed to be playmakers in your Ben Johnson offense, you wonder just how much missing the spring is going to sort of set them back in terms of getting a rapport with the quarterback. Now, if they're both back, day one for training camp in late July, it's probably not an issue. But if either of those injuries lingers a little bit, then you start to be concerned.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're talking to Sean Hammond, Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Give him a follow on X, where he's always bringing it to you there at Sean_Hammond. Again, on X at Sean_Hammond. Sean, let's talk wide receivers. You brought up Luther Bird. Now I'm going to get to a question on him in a second, but let's start with DJ Moore. He's widely perceived to be the WR1 in the Windy City this year, but many, including yours truly, are bullish on Rome Odunze in year number 2. Would you classify him as a breakout candidate? Also, give me your thoughts on Burden. Assuming, he gets back and healthy from that soft tissue issue, could he be a poor man's Amon-Ra St. Brown in this Bears offense?
Man. I mean, he's got the potential to be. He's got the speed. You get him the ball out in space, he can make some plays. Certainly got the potential to be a really dangerous weapon. You do wonder how they're going to, it's really weird to say this about the Bears, but how are they going to feed all these mouths, That's not really something that we've had to be too concerned about here in Chicago. But with the Rome Odunze discussion, I think he has a chance to have a really fantastic year. I think he looks really good. He was kind of banged up early in the year last year. That kind of gets overlooked. He dealt with some stuff, I think, in week 2, week 3, somewhere in that range, that may have been lingering a little bit. And obviously that passing attack just wasn't good. It wasn't really the type of you didn't really get the type of numbers to support a second wide receiver all that much. I do think that Rome is poised to have a really big year. I think people nationwide are maybe sleeping on him a little bit just because he didn't have statistically a huge rookie year, but he's still the same athlete, if not better. I think he's looking really good out there next to DJ Moore. We'll see once Luther Burden does get back healthy. We'll see what that trio looks like together. I'm feeling pretty good about the direction things are going for Rome.
Yeah, outstanding stuff there. I totally agree with you on Rome Odunze, a guy available well after pick 100 in average fantasy draft. Sean, we'll get you out of here on this. On BetMGM, the Bears over-under team wins this season sits at 8.5. They're also plus 155 to make the NFL playoffs. What are your thoughts on both those markets?
Yeah, that's a tough number. I think when the schedule came out, I went 9-8, if I recall. So I guess that would have me at the over. I'm seeing this team. Look, it's super early. My opinion might change come late August, but right now, I need to see what the offensive line looks like in motion, not just on paper. Before I start thinking that this is a 10-11 win football team. Certainly, we've been excited about. There's been excitement around the Bears in some of these past seasons, and it doesn't always pan out. You hope that Ben Johnson is a difference maker there. I don't think I'm ready to go playoffs at this point in time. I think they're more somewhere like an 8-9 win football team. But again, that's me talking here in early June.
Wow, outstanding stuff. We appreciate the insights. I think it's going to be an exciting season in Chicago. We'll see. You're saying they're maybe not going to make the playoffs. It is a really tough schedule overall there for the Monsters of the Midway, but should be able to make some progress and some advancements in the new era under Ben Johnson. We've been talking to Sean Hammond, Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Make sure you follow him on X at Sean_Hammond. Again, on X at Sean_Hammond. Sean, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the summer months, and we'll be talking to you soon when the real bullets start flying later this year.
All right, good stuff, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he goes. Thank you, Sean. We appreciate it. Sean Hammond, tremendous insights there on the Chicago Bears. I want to go back to the running back discussion because he did eliminate the possibility of Kyle Monangai being heavily involved, possibly in this Chicago Bears running back room, PJ. DeAndre Swift was arguably the biggest winner of this year's NFL draft. The Bears reportedly were going to take a number of guys, but they got sniped by other teams before they could pull the trigger on the guy that they wanted. So they end up getting the kid out of Rutgers, who was a tackle breaker extraordinaire in the Big Ten last season, put up a ton of stats there for the Scarlet Knights. He's looked reportedly impressive, according to Ben Johnson, so far in OTAs and some of the spring workouts. We'll see what happens in minicamp and the reports that come out of there. Of course, we'll see what happens once training camp gets underway in the preseason. But I still believe Kyle Monangai has got shocker special appeal. You're getting him for nothing right now in early drafts, largely going undrafted. And he's a guy that could come out of nowhere and may be a surprise sensation in fantasy. Do you agree or disagree?
I completely agree with you. I like the upside of Monangai a lot. Again, he could kind of be that David Montgomery role that Montgomery was in Ben Johnson's offense in Detroit. So I like the Monangai angle. The Bears offense is going to be fascinating because Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, Monangai, like all these guys, there's just so much unknown with them, obviously, with all them being rookies. But, I mean, what are they going to look like? Is Caleb going to have great chemistry with some of these guys? It's going to be interesting. I'm totally with you on Monangai, though. I think there's great upside there.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, we got to take a little CS here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're at the Diamond for another edition of Better Up. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Fly ball, left center field. That'll do it. Petro Armstrong going back. It's off the base of the wall. A little exclamation point from Brandon Marsh.
Oh, man.
Everybody touches their bag, and the Phillies win it in the bottom of the 11th inning by a final score of 4-3.
Hey, just a reminder, you got to touch the bag. That was outstanding stuff. Great call. Credit to NBC Philadelphia as the Cubs were sunk last night in extra innings by the Philadelphia Phillies. But maybe, just maybe, the Cubs are in process of exacting their revenge. Currently up 3-2 in the matchup, heading in the bottom of the fourth inning. There at Citizens Bank Park. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, here on this Tuesday edition of the show. We're going to be talking some more MLB bets here momentarily. Another rollicking edition of Batter Up. But before we do that, let me tell you about this sweet promo available at our sponsor in BetMGM. Don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. So opt in right now on the MLB no sweat home run token, available only at the king of sportsbooks, that, of course, being BetMGM. A quick scoreboard update around the world of Major League Baseball. The Tigers, sorry. PJ, you're a big Orioles fan. It's Kate Povich night. The guy has gotten rocked steadily all year long. Tonight's no different. It is 5-1, hanging the bottom of the fifth inning. Detroit up on the Baltimore Orioles. Cleveland and Cincinnati right now in a pitcher's duel. 1-0 in the top of the sixth. Reds on the road in the battle for Ohio. Miami up 3-0 on Mitch Carroll and the Pittsburgh Pirates in the top of the sixth. In P-Town again, Cubs up 3-2 in Philadelphia in the bottom of the fourth. Boston up 2-0 on the Rays in the bottom of the third. Washington up 3-1 in the bottom of the third against the New York Mets. Aaron Judge, a 2-run shot in the first inning, gives the Yankees the edge so far, 2-0. Top of the second against the Kansas City Royals. We got 0-0 Atlanta, Milwaukee early on. 0-0 Rangers and Twins early on there. And Toronto 3-0 already in the first inning on the road against the St. Louis Cardinals. So with that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of Batter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, here's how this little exercise works. PJ has a lead to speed at 99 out of 100 on MLB The Show. He is going to be the guy who's going to step in the box first. Only he's going to wrap a hit into the outfield, take his base, maybe seal a couple of bags, and give us a quick 1-0 lead. So he's going to give his first bet in this segment. He's going to give you the reasons behind the said bet, and then he's going to drop a little baseball phrase. At that point, Brando, working the board here on BetMGM Tonight, will drop a sounder. Maybe it's a famous baseball call. Maybe it's a movie reference. Maybe it's entirely something else none of us have really accounted for. We'll find out, and that'll be my cue to take the torch and run with it and offer my first bet. We'll go back and forth, work at as many bets as we possibly can in this segment. Then we're going to do our crew to cash, our hot hit parlay of the night. Didn't cash, unfortunately, last night. Jacob Wilson actually cooled off, did not get a single, double, or triple, or even a home run there over the fence. So hopefully tonight we'll make up for it on our 4-layer. You got to stick around to find out which picks we have to click in Major League Baseball and what that exciting juice, and it's a high one tonight. All right, PJ, again, your batting leadoff. What is your initial batter up?
Going with the Padres on the money line, -120 tonight against the Dodgers. We got Dylan Cease on the mound against Lou Trevino's getting the start for L.A. Trevino was a late addition, Brad. They didn't have a starter announced this morning. They decided to go with him tonight against San Diego. Look, Cease has not been great this season. He's 1-5 with a 4.72 ERA. But I think they have a big advantage tonight at home. Dodgers got the game last night. Feels like this series is going to be tied up at 1 heading into the rubber match tomorrow. So I like Cease and the Padres tonight at home. This line has kind of been moving up throughout the day. You know, it was minus 120, minus 115. Padres are taking some money. I still think at minus 120 it's a good buy. So give me San Diego money line against L.A. Brando, give me the Heat.
That's it well. Deep right field. Hernandez watches. Bump by Pete Crow Armstrong. Annihilated that baseball. 2-run shot deep into the bleachers. It's 7-4 Cubs.
MVP. We love PCA here on BetMGM tonight. All right, again, let's go out to the Golden State, and I'm going to go with Logan O'Happy of the LA Angels. I'm going to take the deal on 1.5 That's hits plus runs plus RBI. Take it on the Athletics from the sack. Minus 110 on this juice. You look at O'Happy, all 4 games against the Athletics this season. He has gone over in the HRR market, and that always being 1.5 unless your name is Aaron Judge. And that number, I think, is permanently fixed at 2.5, and he's still obliterating it. Again, hit a home run already tonight. You look at a Logan O'Happy going against Mitch Spence of the A's. He is 5-12 against him in his MLB career. And Spence has got a 4.09, not terrible ERA this season, but he's given up a 44.6% hard hit rate, not good there, along with a 10.6% barrel rate. So a lot of hard contact. I feel O'Happy's got to get it on the base, and hopefully the big boppers behind him, looking at you, Mike Trout, knock him in, and we cash the over on 1.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HER at a minus 110 there at BetMGM. Hey, batter, swing batter.
Against Romano, he flied out against him in the 9th inning on Monday. Rutschman, high in the air to right field. Springer at the wall. Springer waiting. Goodbye! Walk-off home run. Game over.
So that is now 4 home runs in the last 3 games for Adley Rutschman.
Thank you, Brando. I miss what it felt like to hear an Adley Rutschman home run call. I'll go with Freddie Freeman over 1.5 total bases at plus 115 against the Padres. So I do like San Diego tonight. I think Cease is going to pitch pretty well, but he has not fared all that well against Freddie in his career. Freeman is 5 for 11 against him. Obviously, Freddie, future Hall of Famer, professional hitter, went over this last night. I think he goes over it again tonight. So over 1.5 total bases plus 115. Think that's a great price for Freddie Freeman. Brando, give me the Heat.
That ball hit deep into left center field. Wise back, makes the catch. What a play. Wade Wise makes the catch. What a play by Wise. Mercy.
All right, I'm going to go back to the A's and Angels matchup. Let's go with the leadoff man of the Athletics, and that is Lawrence Butler. And, of course, I'm going to back another market. Hits plus runs plus RBI. I'll take the over on 1.5 in that category. A little bit heavier juice, but I'm willing to slap the wallet at a minus 125. He is going to face Jose Soriano in this matchup, pitcher for the Halos, 3 for 8 against Soriano lifetime with 3 RBI. So nice little rate of success. Butler has gone over on 1.5 HRR in 3 of his last 4 games against the LA Angels and 7 of his last 8 games overall in the month of June, batting robust. 333 with a 1,012 OPS is Lawrence Butler, and throwing 2. Soriano has a lot of 5.92 home ERA. Chalk it up. I think Lawrence Butler hits the over on 1.5 HRR against the Athletics, against the A's at a minus 125. The Angels, he plays for the Athletics, get it straight, Evans. On top of that, book it out of the box, Brando.
The pitch to Bond. Swing! And a long one to center! And he's done it again! This one is over! Who's writing the script?
All right, last one for me, guys, is going to be the D-backs on the money line, -130 tonight against the Mariners. You got Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, who has not been good so far for the D-backs this season. Now, his win-loss record's really good at 7.4, but his ERA, 5.51, that is not good. But you know what is, Brad, is the fact that when he takes the mound, somehow, some way, the Diamondbacks usually win. I mean, he's been getting rocked as of late. 6 of his last 7 starts, he's given up 3 earned runs or more. In 4 of those, he's given up 4 earned runs or more. But again, they've won 3 of those 4 games. I think the fact that they're favored tonight, and not just favored, I mean favored where you got to lay some juice at -130, tells you that Arizona is the right side. Seattle has really been struggling as of late. They're a team that I want to continue to fade, especially when this offense goes on the road. So I'll take Arizona tonight, -130 on the money line. Even with Brandon Pfaadt and his bad ERA, Diamondbacks win when he's on the bump. Brando, give me the heat.
The quick pitch. And Baez sends it deep to left. Pagan is there at the wall, and it's in the basket.
Oh, PJ had such a convincing argument on Dylan Cease, and I'm going to back him tonight. Let's do a little same-game parlay, one positive leg, one negative leg on the front man for the San Diego Padres. Give me Dylan Cease, 6 or more Ks. Give me Dylan Cease, 2 or more walks in the Battle of SoCal, taking on the Dodgers, +100. So a little even money at a babysitter's by the juice there, but I think this one comes through. You look at Cease, he's only got over both of these feats in 4 of 13 starts this season, but he's got 11.14 K per 9 and a 3.15 walks per 9. Now at home, the ERA at 3.66, decent but not great. You look as well, the walks per 9 at home at 2.81. But the Dodgers, they have the 6th highest base on balls percentage the last couple of weeks and 9.2% of their plate appearances and the 11th highest K rate. So really unique matchup as the Dodgers struck out 23.5% of the time over that span. Put all together, Dylan Cease, all the SGP, 6 or more strikeouts. Dylan Cease, 2 or more walks, +100 against the Dodgers one more time. Brando, throw me a yakka.
There's a long drive. Way back in the left field. Near the wall. The Cubs win. The Cubs win. The Cubs win. Holy cow. The Cubs win.
Hopefully Harry Carey's going to be shouting that from Cloud9 tonight. All right, we got to get our crew to cash, our hot hit parlay tonight. All these guys got to do is slap one in the outfield or take it over the fence. We don't care how. We just need a hit. I will lead off again. Logan O'Hoppe, I'm on him tonight. I'm taking the over on that a hit. He's got a hit in every single game, all 4 against the Athletics this season. 5 for 12 lifetime against Mitch Spence, who's got that 4+ ERA and that 40+% hard hit rate on the season. I think he splits a gap. PJ, who is your pick to click?
I'm going with Freddie Freeman. I also like him over 1.5 total bases, so I'm just going to take him to get a base hit tonight against Dylan Cease. 5 for 11 in his career against Cease. So my pick, Brad, is going to be Freddie Freeman.
I like that call. War Daddy, our producer, Mario, who logs a hit.
Yeah, you guys might have heard of this guy, Shohei Ohtani. He's not bad at baseball. He's got pretty good numbers against Dylan Cease. He hits .316 against them. Also has 3 homers on the day. So I'm going to go ahead with Shohei Ohtani. Please bring it home for me.
Konnichiwa with Shohei Ohtani. Brando, you're batting cleanup. Who do you got?
I'm going to go with the Mariners catcher, Cal Raleigh, having himself a phenomenal season. They are going up against Arizona. It is Brandon Pfaadt, and PJ is right. They do win with Brandon Pfaadt, but when he is at home in Arizona, 30 innings pitched, 33 hits given up. So he gives up a lot of hits at home. So give me Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, Brendan Fott, no doubt, is a guy that giving up some fat numbers there to the opposition. Love that call on Cal Raleigh. All right, to recap, our hot hit parlay of the night, also known as Crew to Cash. Logan O'Hoppy is my guy. PJ going with Freddie Freeman. War Daddy, our producer Mario, with Shohei Ohtani, and Brando, look at the board, Riley in here with Cal Raleigh. So O'Hoppy, Freeman, Ohtani, Raleigh, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, mi amigos. All four legs get a hit. A cool plus 284. Ooh, some sexy juice there at BetMGM. As I always say, fade or follow. That is up to you. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown. Breaking things down, the NBA Finals, the NHL Stanley Cup Finals, Major League Baseball, and maybe some football too. We'll find out. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the ever-exciting BetMGM Network. Stick around, would you?
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with it. The Glass Man alongside for the ride. PG Glasser here on this Tuesday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our good friend Rob Brown here momentarily about the smorgasbord of sports betting goodness. He's got action in myriad of sports. You don't want to miss his 2 cents and opinions. Really going to win you some money there in the process. By the way, if you want to talk any sports betting with us, maybe tie the NFL, the futures market, college football futures, Major League Baseball, the WNBA, the NBA Finals, the NHL, Stanley Cup Finals, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: bear down on what Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP. Your options are Caleb Williams at pick number 127.31 overall. DeAndre Swift at pick number 131.49. DJ Moore, hey, Mr. DJ, 67.74. Or Rome Dunze at pick number 121.20. So 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes are coming. And give us your 2 cents. Bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude, Rob Brown, co-host of Bet for the Cycle, right here on the BetMGM Network and host of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back, my friend, to BetMGM Tonight. First question for me, it's 1-1 right now in the NBA Finals, heading back to the Circle City. What's your reassessment of this series between the Sirs and Thunder? I'm a lunatic who's still back in Indiana, and the series, regardless of the winner going to 6 games, you still get that, by the way, on the 6 games, whether it's the Thunder or Pacers winning at a plus 190 right now at BetMGM. Am I truly insane in the membrane? Are we cueing the Cypress Hill in the background? Do you think Indiana has a remote shot at winning this thing? And how many games do you believe this series ultimately goes?
First off, fellas, sup, Glass Man. Good to see that beautiful shining face one more time again. I do not think you are insane in the membrane, insane in the brain at all, Brad. In fact, I am with you. The minute that game 1 went the way of the Pacers, I went and took an old looky-poo, and in that moment, you could grab Indiana in 7 at 10-1 or grab them in 6 at like 350. I took a bet out on both. I will take a flyer on them to finish either one of those 2 numbers, and I'm happy about it. Listen, this is a Pacers team that has been overlooked and undervalued by the public every series of this postseason. Remember the Milwaukee series. Now, in fairness, you could say it's because they lost Dame Lillard, and maybe that is accurate. But in the Milwaukee series, they came in as undervalued. Not necessarily as underdogs, but just undervalued as favorites. Made a play in there. They go to the Cleveland series. Oh, Cleveland's got the best record in the East. There's no way they're keeping up with that. They were undervalued there. Snagged them, turned a plus money profit to win that series. Same with the Knicks. And I've made the point that, and I said this to you last week, and I asked the question, am I bananas for this take? And I felt completely validated because Brad Evans said, no, Rob Brown, not only you were incredibly handsome, but you're a stinking genius too. And I felt real good about myself. That's a quote, by the way. Don't go back and listen to it. Trust me, he said it about me. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder had the easiest route to the Western Conference Finals. And by the time they went up against the Timberwolves, the blueprint was out there to figure out how to get by a team that also skated to the Western Conference Finals. It's a damn good team. I'm not taking anything away from them, but I do not think they are this advanced electronic juggernaut transformer Megatron style that everybody made them out to be. Very good basketball team, but I do not think they are leaps and bounds and miles ahead of the Pacers. And more importantly, and how many times have I hammered this over the past 3 weeks, the Pacers are the best coached team in the NBA. Listen, The Thunder have blown out everybody they've played at least once in a series. This is true. But I would also like to point out that the Indiana Pacers lost the game to the Milwaukee Bucks by 15, and everybody flipped their lid, and then they won that series gentleman's sweep. And then they lost the game to the Cleveland Cavaliers by 15 plus, and everybody flipped their lid, and they won that series gentleman's sweep. And then the New York Knicks beat them by 15 plus, and everybody lost their mind again, and they won that series 4-2 and were dominant in Game 6. Do me a favor, America. I am begging you. Look at that loss in Game 2 to the Thunder, undervalue or overvalue the Thunder again, undervalue the Pacers again, and let me and Mr. Evans just keep stacking the 401k, please, and thank you.
I love it, Rob. Great to see you as well. It's a lot better to see your face than watch the Orioles play baseball, so great to have you on. We were talking Chicago Bears with Sean Hammond earlier in the show, Rob. I want to get your thoughts on the NFC North. Should be a really good division again this year. You honestly could make the case for the Packers, for the Lions, the Bears, or the Vikings. Who do you like to win that division?
First off, Peach, are Braves bros and Orioles bros just absolutely brothers in misery right now? Like we are,
1,000%.
like we need a support group centered around Silver Tequila because I can't find any other way to watch these bleeping baseball teams play right now. We'll come back to that later in order to prevent me from having to call the mental health crisis line to talk about the Atlanta Braves. Listen, I'm going with Detroit again, man. Like, this is a team that last year going into the playoffs, and I know that they kind of went out blaze of glory, but also let's talk about the fact that the Lions roster into the playoffs last year was a mash unit, man. Like Hutch was out, just about out. Like, I don't want to say just about, but a solid chunk of their offensive line was down. Like, they had injuries everywhere. I don't see any reason to believe this team's going to backslide, right? Like, I don't see any reason to believe that this team takes a step back. In fact, if anything, they've improved. Now, obviously, Chicago's the very interesting wild card with Ben Johnson showing up, Roma Dunze making his advancement. Caleb Williams now has a guy who isn't an idiot running the football team, so I'm sure that's going to be a big help for Chicago and for their young quarterback. I like where they are. I saw somebody write on Twitter earlier that Jordan Love is on his way to not only replacing Aaron Rodgers in the hearts and minds of Packers fans, that he's on his way to establishing himself as a top 3 quarterback in the National Football League. And I think Jordan Love is good, but I think he's got some growing pains he's still got to go to. Great player, but there's still those occasional mental brain farts that I think cost you a division. Minnesota under J.J. McCarthy. Like, I appreciate that KOC is still on board and saying this dude's the man, he's the guy, we trust him, and that's all well and good. But your other option was Aaron Rodgers, and like half the country was going, I'd rather have PJ playing quarterback than Aaron Rodgers this year. So let's not sit here and assume that Kevin O'Connell is telling us the truth and he genuinely believes that JJ McCarthy is like a dog. Now, he's got the best out of quarterbacks, and we'll see what happens with Sam Darnold this year. But you sent Kirk Cousins down to Atlanta. Kirk had like 4 good weeks, and then he just fell apart. I firmly believe that Minnesota gets the best out of QBs. Do they get the best out of the QBs to go toe-to-toe with the Detroit Lions for all season long? My answer is probably not, to be honest. Like, I just don't know why it is everybody thinks there's going to be this enormous Detroit backslide from winning the division last year. I don't see it happening. I will go with Detroit again. Unfortunately, it's not going to make you a ton of money with a minus money favorite line there, but I don't see how anybody thinks that they're less talented than they were last year, healthy, early.
What about the Stanley Cup final, Rob? We got Game 4 on Thursday. Panthers up 2-1. Who do you think wins Game 4, and who do you like to win the series?
Let's start with the WWE pay-per-view that these two teams put on last night. Somewhere Triple H was taking notes about how to put together a Royal Rumble. These two teams combined for, and I had to go back and check these numbers to make sure they were right, 35 penalties and 130 penalty minutes served between these two teams last night. But here's the thing. That's what Florida wants. We're not calling them rats because it's a cute nickname. We call them rats because they play like rats, and it works out for them. They broke Edmonton last night. So we're going to find out very quickly in Game 4 as Edmonton decided late in that game, you know what? We're down 5-1. We're down 6-1. They've been scoring at will at this point. Let's just go get into a bunch of fights, right? Like, let's add a little kerosene onto the fire. And that's a pretty good hockey mentality. The problem is And as somebody who grew up on the beaches of Florida, boys, let me offer you a piece of advice in case you take a trip down to the Sunshine State. Don't try to out Florida man. You can't out Florida man. Florida man's Florida man for a reason. So Edmonton, I think last night, tried to out Florida man. They reacted. They allowed Florida to poke and prod them into doing a bunch of dumb things. They did the dumb things, and it ended up costing them. I'm not saying there's not a world where Edmonton doesn't bounce back, but I'm going to live bet this, and I'll tell you why, PJ. Because I think we're going to know in the first 2-3 minutes what direction this game is going to go, and there may be some live line value there. If Edmonton comes out throwing hands like there's a championship belt hanging from the rafters, then I think you can say Edmonton is broken. They're in trouble because they're playing Florida ball, and you're not going to out Florida man. But if Edmonton comes out, they're not reacting. They're playing good hockey. They're playing good form, and they're being a disciplined hockey team, which is what they were back in game 1. Then I might go ahead and take an Edmonton money line or even a puck line win because they'll be going revenge. Right now, I'm not going to make a pick on this game because I just don't know if Edmonton got broken mentally and is going to come out looking for a fight, or if they're going to come out and try to win the damn hockey game and make sure this thing goes back to Canada level. I'm going to make that play 2 to 3 minutes into game 4.
We're talking to our favorite Florida man right now. He is the one, the only, the incomparable Rob Brown, co-host of Bet for the Cycle, right here on the BetMGM Network. Host as well, the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, you and Cody Decker host the aforementioned baseball show right here on the BetMGM Network called Bet for the Cycle. Since you're a certifiable seamhead, my man, we have 3 late night docket games on the diamond. Give us your favorite wagers in A's, Angels, Dodgers, Padres, and Mariners D-backs. What you got?
I'll give you a couple of them. I will start with the Mariners and the Diamondbacks. This is going to be a run fest. I grabbed it earlier today with the line at an over-under at 8.5. It has been bumped up now to 9.5. It still might be worth the play. You got Brandon Pfaadt going, who has been beyond atrocious in his last couple of starts. And then you got Logan Evans going for Seattle, who is kind of a hit or miss guy, but he can give up some runs. Neither one of them has a K prop over. I think Pfaadt is 4.5. I'm not saying do or don't play that. I'm saying play the over on this one, 9.5. Again, it feels like a lot. It is a lot. I'm usually looking for 7.5, 8.5 max, but the way he's been pitching the last couple of games, I'm going to try to ride the, opposite of the hot streak in that one. And then I'm going to go Dodgers, Padres. First off, give me Dylan Cease on a K-prop. I know that he's up against the Dodgers, and I know that a lot of people get a little afraid of taking a K-prop against the Dodgers, but Dylan Cease is my K-prop machine. I have won more K-props, thanks Cody Decker, off of Dylan Cease the last 2 years than anybody else. It is at 6.5, which does feel high. But they've got Dylan Cease on a bit of a long leash right now, and I do think that the tension's rising a bit between two NFC West or NFC. You got football on the brain, PJ. NOS rivals. The Dodgers are getting aggressive at the dish, and I think Dylan Cease takes advantage of that. It's a big number at 6.5, but I think he can go into the 7th and 8th. I might also go with the over outs as well, which is only at 16.5. I think you could look for him to get to 18, certainly closer to 17. So Dylan Cease over K 6.5. That's at plus 110, and over his outs prop of 16.5 at minus 130.
Yeah, I love that outs prop and the K prop in particular. It's unanimous. PJ, you and I are united. We feel it's going to be a Dylan Cease kind of night against the LA Dodgers. All right, Rob, we'll get you out here on this. It's bonus time. Bonus time. Any other additional action that catches your eye, whether in baseball, the NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, football-related futures, or elsewhere? What do you have?
2 things. Number one, I like to pat myself on the back because I'm relatively sure this is the first interview I've ever done with the boys where I made it to bonus time. So good job, May. Yeah. Way to be succinct for the first time in your life. That's a great question, Brad. I'm not going to answer it. Instead, what I'm going to say is something completely unrelated. If you're not enjoying these NBA Finals, you're not a basketball fan, and I need you to say you're not a basketball fan. If you don't enjoy it because there's no big-name superstars outside of SGA, if you're saying you don't enjoy it because it's not New York or LA or Boston or Chicago or whatever, I need you to just look in the mirror All right, Michael Jackson style, take a look at the man in the mirror. Oh, yeah. And say to yourself, I'm not a basketball fan. I'm a drama fan. I'm a gossip fan. I'm a tea fan. I'm a sports entertainment fan, but I'm not a true fan of basketball because, fellas, I've said it before and I'll say it again. These are the two best teams. And I'm not saying best teams. I'm saying they play the best team basketball. These two teams are playing the most pure version of the sport of basketball that we have seen in the NBA in a very long time. The series is going to continue to be compelling. If you're not enjoying this NBA Finals, do me a favor. It's okay. I'm not judging you, but just be honest with yourself and recognize you're not a fan of the sport of basketball. You're a bloviating sports yelly face head guy. And that's okay, but this is a damn good NBA Finals, and I think it's only getting better, fellas.
All right, we got to go, buddy. We appreciate the time. As always, when we come back, speaking of NBA, we're going to do another edition of Hoop Scoop. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. The Glass Man, PJ Glasser in the house. As I'm watching Ian Happ, not once, but for the second time tonight. Rounded the bases, 2-run shot as the Cubs have regained the lead in Philadelphia. Now up 5-4 in the top of the sixth inning. This one has been quite the nail biter, to say the least. Both starters out of the game. As Colin Ray was the last to exit. Rocky night for him. Mick Abel didn't even survive 5 innings, but the Cubs have gotten the game, the upper hand, 5-4 right now, as the top half just ended with Kyle Tucker striking out. But the slimmest of margins, they have the lead, 5-4 again, going the bottom of the sixth in that contest. We're going to be doing some hoop scoops here momentarily, covering action not only in the NBA in the next game coming up, but possibly the WNBA if we want to look ahead, or maybe some series props there in the NBA Finals. I can tell you this, spoiler alert, it's going to be all NBA Finals Game 3 because we have a pair of WNBA games, and they've already started, and I'm sweating out the under right now on Angel Reese. 11.5 points. By the way, if you want to talk with us about the NBA Finals, you want to talk a little NHL Stanley Cup Finals, you want to talk Major League Baseball betting, futures bets in the NFL, futures bets in college football, fantasy football, you can. All you got to do to contact PJ and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking in this, bear down. What Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP? Your options are Caleb Williams at 127.31 overall, DeAndre Swift at 131.49. DJ Moore. Hey, Mr. DJ. Yeah, you want to throw that party? Well, you can get him at 67.74. Or Rome Odunze, possible breakout candidate, year 2, 121.20 overall. Right now, nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. Bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. One more update. The Yankees up 5-1. Way to go, PJ, on Kansas City. I am sweating out the under. I think that one is going to be rolling and smoking a ticket. I don't think it's going to come through on the under on, I think it was 7.5, 8.5, 8.5. Is what I got at -105. Still registering a pulse, so already 6 runs in total in the bottom of the 4th. But Aaron Judge already with a 2-run homer. Austin Wells with a 3-run homer. Again, Yankees correcting that Noah Cameron ERA of 5-1 in Cowtown, taking on the Royals. All right, with that business put to the side, we got to kiss it off the glass with another edition of Hoop Scoops.
Let's hit the hardwood to bring in the cash.
Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win! They win it! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers!
And find the Cinderella story.
Clark in a straight check. Oh, he didn't use it out. He threw it away.
It's Hoop Scoops on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, here's how this whole exercise works. PJ, much like Ryan Horvat, just continues to grow. I don't know what kind of condition he's got, but he has got gigantism, to say the least. He's now over 9 feet tall. He's 9 feet 1 inch tall at the current moment, so he is going to win the tip. And when he does, he's going to secure the rock, throw it up the floor, and a guy hopefully is going to convert a wide open 3 bottoms. And we go up 3-0. So he's going to give me the first bet here in Hoop Scoops. He's going to give me the reasons behind said bet. And when he is done, he's going to say, hey, Brandon, working the board tonight on BetMGM Tonight. hit me with the hoops. And then Brando's going to drop a little basketball sounder. It could be an NBA Jam little sounder. It could be something related to a famous call. It could be something from a movie. I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to play it, and that's going to be my cue to take it from there. I'll give you my bet, and we're going to rock and roll through as many bets as we possibly can here in this segment. So once again, PJ, are you ready for that ball to go up? What is your first hoop scoop?
Chet Holmgren over 14.5 points, Brad, at minus 125. Laying a little bit of a juice. He had 15 points in game 2 against Indiana. Chet has been pretty good on the road so far this postseason. Against the Grizzlies in the first round, his highest scoring output in that series was on the road where he had 24. Against Denver, his two highest scoring games were on the road in that series. And then against Minnesota, he had 21 on the road in one of the games as well. So Chet's had this ability to go on the road and be another scoring option outside of SGA for OKC. I think that continues against Indiana. He's taken 9 shot attempts in game 1, 11 shot attempts in game 2. I mean, there have been some games so far this postseason, Brad, where he's taken 17, he's taken 19. So this to me feels like the game where Chet shoots the ball a little bit. I think 14.5 is too low, so give me the over 14.5 for Chet Holmgren in game 3. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
LeBron James with no regard for human life.
All right, let's go with a guy who is a pickpocket extraordinaire, and he's going to have those active hands slapping some leather, and he's going to get a pair of steals, and that is the one, the only, the unbelievable Tyrese Halliburton. Give me him on the over 1.5 steals, and look at that plus money at a plus 135. Yeah, rolling the shoulders again, seduced by that juice. Now, in game 1, he only had 1 steal, but in game 2, he had not 1, but 2 steals, so moving in the right direction. He's only gotten 2 steals in a game in 2 games of this entire postseason. So the trend has not been high for him by any stretch of the imagination. But those active hands that we've seen early and often by Oklahoma City, Indiana is going to have to replicate that level of success, getting that palm out there in the passing lane, and hopefully deflecting some of those, laser beams that are coming through, and hopefully he can secure a couple of them to register that steal. Now, Oklahoma City has allowed the second fewest opponent steals per game at 6.3 in this NBA playoff stretch. Again, the numbers that are out there, the trends that are out there, not exactly supportive evidence to back Tyrese Halliburton. 2 or more steals is more of a gut feeling for me. And yeah, I got sucked in by the attractive plus money. So Tyrese Halliburton on the over 1.5 steals at a plus 135 there at BetMGM. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Buddy, you get the ball. Give the Merle on the picket fence. He's going to take the last shot. All right, let's go. What's the matter with you?
I'll make it.
All right. Buddy, get the ball to Jimmy. Top the key. Preston, spread the floor. Let's go. Let's see.
All right, Brad, I'm also going with Halliburton, but I'm looking at the points, and I'm taking a special on BetMGM, him going head-to-head with Jalen Williams and scoring more points in Game 3. That's plus 155, which I just think is too good to pass up, right? Understand why Jalen Williams would be the favorite, the more consistent scorer. But look, the Halliburton game, the offensive explosion is coming. He's usually has a game or two in a series when he goes for 25, 26, maybe even 30 points. He scored 14 in game 1, 17 in game 2. And Brad, he did the damage in both of those games in the fourth quarter. He had double-digit points in the fourth quarter. Really didn't do anything the first 3. I think being at home, knowing the importance of this game, right? You did the hard work. You went on the road and stole one in OKC. You've got home court back in Indiana. So obviously a massive game for both teams, especially the Pacers, because they can really put some pressure on the Thunder in Game 4 if they're up 2-1 in the series. So I would expect Halliburton to be shot hunting. I think he's going to be a little more selfish than we're normally used to him being. Plus 155, Brad, on top of it. I think it's too good to pass up. So Halliburton head-to-head, scoring more points than J-Dub in Game 3 will be my next bet. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
And it's a deflection by Ruffin. And the play continues. Peterson got it! I don't believe it! I don't believe it! If it's good, we're going into overtime and a Hail Mary 3 by Mo Pete! I don't believe what I just saw! Onions, baby onions!
Oh, man, hopefully we're going to get a couple of long-distance bang and bang again from a guy with a bone polish similar to mine. That's Alex Caruso of the Thunder. Give me an over on 1.5 made threes at plus money. Yeah, plus 110. I have backed this bet repeatedly this NBA postseason, and it's continued to be profitable. Yeah, Indiana has allowed the sixth fewest opponent made threes per game this NBA postseason, giving up 12 even in that category to be exact, only 33.9% from distance. You look at Caruso averaging 1.8 makes from way downtown in the NBA postseason, shooting a blistering 41.6% beyond the arc. Game 1 only made 1 3, but Game 2 made 4 threes. Slice that in half, and I still win. Give me Alex Caruso. Do it for us follically challenged dudes out there. Over 1.5 made triples at plus 110. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Bryant, yes! Serving up a facial on Yao Ming.
All right, Brad, I'll be quick at this one. Both teams to score 25 or more in the first quarter at minus 125. Just need Indiana to go over this because OKC's gone over 25 in the first quarter. I think being at home for the Pacers is going to help them do that. So give me both teams to score 25 or more first quarter, minus 125. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
It's the play. Shot clock is down to 5. Bryant goes to work. Bryant the drive. Oh! Kobe Bryant on a rack attack.
All right, last one. Let's make some money on TJ McConnell. Give me the over 3.5 assists at a minus 130. He's done this in 3 of his last 4 postseason games. His NBA postseason averaging 4.1 dimes per game. Game 1 had 4 assists. Game 2 had 6 assists. Probably another 17, 18 minutes played. He dishes out at least 4 assists. Again, a minus 130. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back in the news on the NFL. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you, the Glass Man, PJ Glasser in the house on this Tuesday edition of the show. We're going to be talking some NFL in the news. Again, a lot of mini camps getting underway this week. We're getting some trickles, spin a slow drip of some meaningful news and notes that are coming off the wire. So we're going to break some of those stories down, give you a fantasy football perspective, giving you a sports betting perspective as well on a number of key players. Got to get the juices flowing because the Pistons got to be ripping and flying before we know it. There was some meaningful action. And, of course, fantasy football peak draft season beginning in the month of August. I've got a draft scheduled here at Casa de Evans on August 2nd, believe it or not, PJ. And everybody's going to be in attendance. We do a salary cap / auction. It's a drunken massacre. There's sloppiness abound. Drinks will be flowing. I'm probably going to hate my team by the end of it, but somehow, some way, I'll scratch and claw and hopefully make the fantasy football postseason. So, like millions of Americans, we're thinking about fantasy football, and we're always thinking about sports betting right here on BetMGM Tonight. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy with us, if you want to talk NFL features, college football futures, MLB bets, NHL and the Stanley Cup final bets, the NBA finals and bets, WNBA bets, we don't care. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. Bear down. What Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP? Your options are Caleb Williams at pick number 127.31, DeAndre Swift at 131.49, DJ Moore at 67.74, or Roma Dunze at 121.20. So far, nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop in your 2 cents, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Give you a quick scoreboard update before we get to the action on the gridiron. The poor Baltimore Orioles down 5-2, top of the 9th inning. Sorry, PJ, to Detroit. Cincinnati, behind the brilliance of Andrew Abbott, had a 3-hitter complete game of night, shut out the Cleveland Guardians on the road 1-0. Miami won 3-2 over Pittsburgh. The Cubs up, going to the bottom of the 7th, 5-4 in Philadelphia. Boston up 3-1 on the Tampa Bay Rays in the top of the 7th. The Nationals up, going to the bottom of the 7th, 4-2 on the New York Mets. The Yankees up 5-1, bottom of the 5th against Kansas City. Milwaukee up 2-1, head of the bottom of the 5th against Atlanta. 5-2 Texas over the Twins in the top of the 5th. 6-4, bit of a shootout in St. Louis. Cracking up with an ice cold Busch and enjoying that action there. Top of the 5th inning, 6-4 Toronto. The White Sox up 3-1, looking good for you there, PJ. In the bottom of 3rd against the Stros. San Francisco already up 1-0 at the end of the 1st in Colorado. So there's an update there. So let's go ahead and shift gears from the diamond to the gridiron. Talk a little in the news in the National Football League. And let's start with the first headline the last couple of days. ESPN's Ben Solak suggests that DK Metcalf is, quote, an uncertain fit, end quote, with Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. There's a lot of uncertainty around Aaron Rodgers and who he wed as well. Apparently married some unknown woman a few months ago. Everybody's asking about that. But we don't care about his whole life. We care more about his relationship on the field with one DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf, the former Seattle Seahawk, going at wide receiver 27 early fantasy drafts, pick number 107.38 overall. So, PJ, I'm going to ask a question, which you're going to hear often in our next couple of segments. We'll do this again, 3-point stance. Metcalf, a wide receiver 27, with Aaron Rodgers in tow there in the Steel City. Is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, given that uncertain fit.
Yeah, I think he's undervalued. I think DK Metcalf could have a really good year, regardless of how old Rodgers is. The one thing that remains throughout his career, when he has a guy that he trusts and he likes, he's going to feed that guy, right? Whether it's Greg Jennings or whether it's Jordy Nelson or whether it's Devontae or whether it's Devontae again or Garrett Wilson, whoever it is, when he has his guy, he's going to feed him. And with the investment that Pittsburgh made in DK Metcalf, trading for him, paying him all that money, and then getting rid of George Pickens to make him the no doubt about it number one receiver for the Steelers, I mean, they're going to feed Metcalf this season. So, Brad, I think he's undervalued. Again, there is uncertainty, right? And you wonder how he's going to fit in that scheme. But with the way that Rodgers can throw the back shoulder, still the touch passes that he has on some of the go balls, I think Metcalf could have a good season. So I think he's undervalued. I think he should probably be closer to somewhere in like the wide receiver 23, 24 range.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be that bullish on him. I got a wide receiver 30. I think he's slightly overvalued right now. I may move him up. I need to see more. I got to really see this relationship in a couple of series there in the preseason, read some of the insider takes of how that relationship is building, that chemistry is building in training camp when the mercury really starts rising come late July and August. Here's the thing about DK Metcalf, just wildly inconsistent. We saw it throughout his career in Seattle. Mike Clay at ESPN's got it projected for 123 targets, 73 catches, 1,049 yards, 6 touchdowns. Clay agrees with it, PJ. He's got him at wide receiver 23. Last season, he finished wide receiver 30 in per game average in PPR leagues. He's got the 7th hardest strength of schedule for a fantasy wide receiver. He was only number 51 in catchable target rate. That should improve this year because Aaron Rodgers was number 10 in deep ball percentage last year. And if you look at DK, he was number 10 in unrealized air yards. So some of those unrealized air yards could become more realized. Though he's number 38 with subpar in total yak, though he averaged 15 yards per catch. So you're saying he's going to be a back-end wide receiver 2. I think he's going to be more middle-of-the-pack wide receiver 3, near 1 with Aaron Rodgers. But we're already seeing pictures of them on the golf course, like laughing and being chummy and hugging it up. So maybe there is some chemistry already building between those two. All right, let's go to the LA Rams. OC Mike LeFleur said, thanks to Devontae Adams' advice, Puka Nacua's releases off the line and route running look, quote, sharper, end quote, according to Rams.com. Puka Nacua right now, ADP of wide receiver 6, 10.82 overall. I already give you my answer. Grossly undervalued, in my opinion. Do you agree, PJ, or are you going opposite of me?
I think he's properly valued. I think like 5 or 6 is probably the right number for Puka. He's one of my favorite receivers in the NFL. If you told me, Brad, that he would play a full 17 games, I would say undervalued. I think he's a top 3 wide receiver in fantasy football, and I agree with you. But as we all know, Puka's one of the most physical receivers in the NFL. He's such a great blocker. At times, McVay will use him as a runner. And then he's just an absolute yak machine. He's always dragging defenders with him after the catch. So because of the physical nature that he plays with, Brad, it's just, you always got to keep that in the back of your mind. Obviously, in football, everybody's at injury risk, but there are obviously certain guys that are better at avoiding injuries than others, and with the way that Puka plays, that's always a concern for me. I do love the Devontae Adams addition, and I really think that's going to free him up and help him. We obviously saw when he broke out and Cooper Kupp was still playing at a high level what that did for Puka in his rookie season. So, Brad, I can see why you have him as high as you do. I'm just a little concerned. He only played 11 games last year. I think there's probably a great chance that he gives us 14, 15 games this year. Because of that, I think he's properly valued at wide receiver 6.
I got him a wide receiver 2. Again, I think he's in the conversation to be the one-on-ones at the wide receiver position. To lead the NFL in yards, he's 14-1 right now. I think that's worth a ticket. I already have an investment in that category. I love Nacua. You're right. The injury downside is very real and very apparent. Though Mike Clay has got a projected for 144 targets, 99 catches, 1,312 receiving yards, 6 receiving touchdowns. Got him at wide receiver 4. Again, I think he's going to be better than that. He was wide receiver 2 last year in fantasy points per game in PPR. He averaged 9.6 targets per game. So the volume is still going to be high and healthy. Yes, even with Devontae Adams in tow, he was number 1 in yards per route run. He was number 12 in total yak, despite missing several games. He played just 11 games. He was number 5 in expected fantasy points per game, though he's only number 44 in route win percentage. He has the 11th easiest fantasy strength of schedule. I love everything Puka Nacua. I think he's got a chance to go nuclear this season. This could be a career year. So I am going to be a bullish investor in him in all of my drafts. Reach, extend that Go Gadget Arm and Snake drafts. Go the extra dollar in salary cap / auction draft. So again, I love me some Puka Nacua, especially at his current ADP at 10.82, wide receiver 6 overall. Let's go to Amon St. Brown. He admitted he underwent a cleanup procedure on his knee this offseason. But he himself said he will be ready for training camp, according to Tim 20 Man. The ADP for Amon-Ra is at wide receiver 4, 9.07 overall. So he's going ahead slightly of Puka Nacua. So I ask you the question again. Amon-Ra St. Brown, no, he's coming off a minor knee procedure, but still a bit of risk that's baked in as a result of that. Is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? A wide receiver 4, pick number 9.07 overall.
I think he's actually a touch undervalued, Brad. I'd probably have him as my wide receiver 3. I think it'd go Chase, Jefferson, and then probably Amon-Ra for me at 3. Then you're looking at like CeeDee Lamb in that range. Puka we were talking about. Nico Collins will be up there as well. But I think he's about 3 for me. And it's just about the consistency. I mean, the Sun God is ridiculous. He's been on my team the last couple of years, and I just absolutely love him. He's so durable, Brad. 4 years in the league. He's only missed 2 games. And, I mean, he's just a machine. 3 straight years with over 100 receptions. He gets over 140 targets a season. He gets over 1,200 yards every year. Double-digit touchdowns the last 2 seasons. You mentioned the injury. Obviously, no more Ben Johnson, no more Frank Ragnow to help protect Jared Goff, which all these things are concerns, no question. But when you're drafting the top receivers at any position in fantasy football, you want consistency. You want steady. You want guys that you know are going to be out there and giving you a solid 15 to 20 every week. And again, outside of Jamar Chase, with the questions around Justin Jefferson and McCarthy this year, is there anybody that you would trust with consistency outside of Chase more than Amon-Ra? Probably not. So because of that, Brad, slightly undervalued. I'd put him probably wide receiver 3 for me.
Oh, ever so slightly overvalued from yours truly. Got him a wide receiver 5. I guess not really a knock. We're splitting hairs here. I've got a Jamar Chase, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, then Amon-Ra in that order, 1 through 5. Right now at thegamingjuice.com. Go to that website. It's mine, and it's absolutely free. Check out all my rankings at thegamingjuice.com. But, you know, you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown. Is an accumulator of catches. That's what he's really exceptional at. You look at Mike Clay, ESPN, projected for 140 targets, 106 receptions, 1,124 yards, 7 touchdowns. He's got him also a wide receiver 5. So we're on the same wavelength there, Mike Clay and I. He was only number 88 in ADOT. That's in the name of his game. But a guy that gets appreciable yards after the catch. He was number 15 in that category last year. He was number 15 average yards of separation per target. Number 12 in total route wins. So he gets that breathing room. Number 17 in contested catch rate as well. So a guy that can get done in high traffic. And here's the benefit where I might be wrong and you are terribly right, my friend. He has the easiest schedule, Detroit does, of any team in the NFL for fantasy wide receivers. So I got Amon-Ra slightly overvalued at wide receiver 4. I got him a wide receiver 5, but PJ could be right in the end. All right, let's go to your neck of the woods there on the Beltway. You're a Ravens guy. He plays for the Commanders, and that is Terry McLaurin. He is seeking a contract extension worth at least $30 million, and according to Jordan Schultz, he could be a holdout candidate. Both sides expect this deal to get done during training camp or sometime during training camp. We shall see. ADP wide receiver 14, 33.11. Or is the ADP tied to Terry McLaurin? Knowing the slight risks attached, what are your feelings on him? Overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I'm going to go properly valued. He feels like about 14, 15 wide receiver to me. Now, some people might say number one wide receiver with Jaden Daniels. What I love about Terry, he's out there every Sunday again. Durable, Ironman, always plays, always gives you 1,000 yards. But Brad, before last year when he had 13 touchdowns, before that, never had more than 7. Obviously never had a quarterback like Jaden. I would expect that touchdown number to come down, but I still think 14, 15, I think he's properly valued.
I got him at 16. I'd say he's slightly overvalued. I like Devontae Adams a little bit more. I like Tyreek Hill, though there's questions around him a little bit more. No knock on Terry McLaurin, but I think he's going to be a high-end wide receiver, too, in 12-team formats. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, another 3-point stance on the Chicago Bears. Yeah, Papa Goose Island. Sit back and listen to the conversation. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
From the 45, Williams, another nice throw. Keenan Allen, touchdown. Back-to-back outstanding throws by Caleb Williams. Hits Allen 45 yards, another Bears TD. Talk about arm talent.
Oh, yeah, talk about arm talent. Caleb Williams got us all hot and bothered with excitement right now, and the city of Chicago is going to be breakout season under the tutelage of Ben Johnson. We shall find out. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside the Glass Man, PJ Glasser. Credit to Fox for that highlight rejoiner. We're going to be another edition of 3 Point Stance here in a minute. Of course, it's going to be on the Chicago Bears. They're going to be breaking down favorite fantasy values, do a little prop stop, and a team lean over under on wins. And speaking of the Windy City, the Cubs, baby, PJ, all of a sudden up 8-4. We just got a stolen base from Kyle Tucker. So we got runners on third and second, one out. Top of the eighth in Philadelphia. So Cubs looking good. Hopefully PCA is going to add to what we are praying is going to be an insurmountable lead in this game. We'll keep you up to date there. And by the way, too, if you want to talk MLB betting with us, you want to talk fantasy football, NFL futures, college football futures, maybe the NBA Finals, maybe top of mind, or the Stanley Cup Finals for you. Maybe the PGA Tour, the big major upcoming this weekend or starting on Thursday. Hey, guess what? You can contact PJ and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: bear down. What Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP? Your choices are Caleb Williams at 127.31 overall, DeAndre Swift at 131.49, DJ Moore at 67.74, or Rome Odunze at 121.20 so far. Close to 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep bringing the votes and also bring the noise. I'm going to read your comments coming up here in the next segment. So drop in your 2 cents. Odex at BetMGM Tonight. Odex at BetMGM Tonight. With that business put to the back burner, it's time to get after it with another 3 Point Stance.
Ready, set, hike. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath are lined up in their 3 Point Stance to blitz through every NFL team on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, let's get after it. Fantasy values, player prop action, and a team lean over under on wins. We're covering another of the NFC North this week. By the way, if you missed our Minnesota Vikings breakdown last night, you can always listen to that at your leisure on the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Subscribe and download wherever you get your podcasts, the BetMGM Tonight podcast. So we're going to be covering the Green Bay Packers tomorrow, but tonight it's all bear down, Chicago Bears. Yeah, Brando, who is in Chicago at 670 The Score Studios. And, you know, we love the Bears. This is why we drink. This is also why my liver is the size of Texas. Because the Bears have been a rough road, to say the least, here the last several seasons. But I think they're getting back on the right side of things. I think that ship, which has been capsized, is going to resurface. And the Bears could have a banner year, but we'll find out. Let's talk fantasy football first. Here's how this works. I'm going to throw out a player. I'm going to throw out the ADP at the position and the overall ADP. Then I'm going to ask PJ Glasser, is that player overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? So, PJ, let's get after with Caleb Williams. The second year, will it be a sensation or is it going to be a slump for him for the USC product? QB 12 overall right now, so very back end, quarterback 1 at 12-team leagues with a 127.31 ADP. So with that valuation, PJ, is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I think he's slightly overvalued. I think Caleb's probably in like the 14, 15 range. I think he's just slightly in front of like middle of the pack in the NFL. There obviously being 32 teams. Obviously, got to love the upside with Ben Johnson now taking over. Great offensive mind, the weapons that they have, and on paper, again, major upgraded offensive line. That was the big story of last season. Caleb was running for his life, didn't have time to throw. So if everything works out like we think it will, where the O-line plays better, he's still got these good weapons, all the young rookies, Loveland and Burden, and maybe Monungai is running back too, all of them step up, and then Ben Johnson really develops Caleb in year one, then, I mean, by season's end, he could absolutely be a top 10 quarterback. That's a lot of ifs, though, Brad. So until I see it, especially if in leagues he's going, as like you said, right on the tail end of a quarterback 1 in a 12-team league, can't quite get there. I think he's slightly overvalued to me, more so like 14 or 15.
No, sir. I say that he is due for a breakout season. Maybe it's my Bears bias bleeding through, but I'm trying to be as objective as humanly possible. I got him at quarterback 10 at thegamingjuice.com, and my quarterback rankings, I think he is going to take that step forward this year. I mean, you look at Mike Clay's projection, 3,439 passing yards, 22 passing touchdowns, only 10 INTs, only had 6 last year with the 20 TD passes. The key will be the rushing data. He had, pretty good ground output last season, close to 500 yards, didn't have a rushing touchdown. Clay's kind of projected for 394 in the ground, so a little bit of regression there, and only 1 rushing TD. Let's say he rushes for another 400. But let's say the touchdowns actually happen on the ground. Maybe he gets like 2 or 3 to go along with like 24, 25 passing touchdowns. He's going to be right there in that back-end quarterback 1 conversation in 12-team leagues. Yes, I understand he was outside the top 22 in every imaginable adjusted completion percentage category that is out there. But the Bears, they were number 8 in pass blocking efficiency last year. They're going to be even better in that category. I believe that Roma Dunes is going to take that step forward. I love DJ Moore. You add Colson Loveland to the mix, go along with Cole Kmet. You add Luther Burden. Hopefully he's going to get healthy, dealing with the soft tissue issue as well. Look, Bears going to be pretty good, and I think Caleb Williams will hopefully silence a lot of his critics that are out there. So I think he's going to be quarterback 10. I say he is slightly undervalued. Let's go DeAndre Swift. Again, one of the biggest winners in this year's NFL draft. RB30 is the ADP, 131.49 overall. Again, at a half-point PPR setting. So, PJ, is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, my man?
No, he's way undervalued, Brad. I think he's closer to like the 20s with Swift. I mean, we were talking with Sean Hammond, right? It's going to be Swift. He's going to be the number 1 guy. There's no question. And if you're DeAndre Swift, not only do you have to be thrilled that the Bears didn't go after Genti or a running back, but the fact that they brought in Ben Johnson, who, I mean, saved Montgomery's career when he went over there and then turned Jahmyr Gibbs into a superstar. So now you got this revamped O-line. You're going to be the number 1 running back. I think there's going to be a focus to run the ball too, not put so much pressure on Caleb. Brad, I think running back 30, I mean, he's undervalued there. I think he's closer to running back 20, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I got him at 25 right now. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm a little bit bearish. Oh, you see what I did on DeAndre? So I probably should be more bullish on it because of lack of competition, though I still feel that Kamanungai is going to be a guy in the conversation. Clay's got him projected to be RB22 with over 1,200 total yards and 9 total touchdowns. 9 for Swift. I know he's supposedly reportedly bulked up this offseason, preparing his body for a more rigorous workload. He still saw 75.9% of the opportunity share last year, but he was terribly inefficient. Number 39 in yards created per touch, only 4.6 yards per touch. Number 24 in missed tackles, forced, and the 4th worst yards after contact per attempt. So we got to see improvement there, but the offensive line is going to be a top 10 unit. Caleb Williams takes that step forward. DeAndre Swift is going to benefit from light fronts and that duality as well of one Caleb Williams. So I agree, undervalued. You seem to be more bullish than I am, but RB30, regardless, way too low. Let's go DJ Moore, wide receiver 20 overall in the ADP in that position in the full spectrum in terms of pecking order, 67.74. PJ, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued on DJ Moore?
No, another undervalued for me. I think DJ is probably closer to, 16, 17 range, somewhere in that neighborhood. I mean, Brad, last 2 seasons, 96 and 98 receptions for DJ Moore. This is going to be Ben Johnson's Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? Amon-Ra obviously has had over 100 receptions the last 3 years. So we've seen what a possession receiver, kind of guy working those intermediate routes, a great route runner can do in a Ben Johnson offense. And if Caleb takes a jump like we all think he will, DJ Moore, his production should as well. So I think there's value on DJ. I think he's going to have a really solid season. I expect him to be one of the more consistent receivers in football because, again, he's got Ben Johnson as the play caller. So I think he's undervalued, Brad. I think 20 is too high.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you there. I think 20 is too high. I think it's going to be a borderline wide receiver 2 in a 12-team format is one DJ Moore. Clay's got a projected for 124 targets, 82 catches, 981 in terms of yardage, 6 total touchdowns. Got him a wide receiver 15, so far more bullish than we are. 8.2 targets per game last year. Love that. But he was only number 34 in total air yards. And a guy as well. They really got it done after the catch. He was number 3 in total yak. He was top 10 in total route wins. Again, there was some appreciable and eye-popping advanced numbers that are out there, but with Rome Odunze's maybe ascension with Luther Burden there, Colson Loveland, the 11 personnel, they're going to run with Cole Kmet. I think Moore takes a step back. Is it a body language issue? Maybe. Rome Odunze, wide receiver 36, 121.20. PJ, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I think he is properly valued there at 36, maybe a touch undervalued, but I think that's a good number. I am worried about Luther Burden cutting into his production, Brad. I am. I think Burden's going to be a really good player. I think he could be a nice fit in that offense. The skill sets for both guys are a little bit similar. Obviously, Rome will get his fair shot. He's going to start as wide receiver 2, entering his second year, being a top 10 draft pick, having some nice moments last season, 734 yards, 3 touchdowns, but I think 36 is a good number. There are some weeks where I feel like Rome's going to get you 4 or 5 fantasy points. Then there can be some weeks where he gets you closer to 20, which is just about right in that kind of 35, 40 wide receiver range. 36, Brad, I think properly valued.
Now, all I got to say is this. Beep, beep, beep. Back up the truck and dump it on Rome Odunze. I'm going to spend every last dollar I have to get him on pretty much every single fantasy franchise imaginable. Wide receiver 36, way too bearish in my estimation. I think he's going to be maybe a top 30 wideout this year. Mike Clay's got exactly a wide receiver 30. He was number 14 in total yards last season. Number 11 in average depth of target. Number 9 in total red zone targets, which is crazy. Number 2 in unrealized air yards. He was number 32 in total route wins. He actually had a pretty good rookie campaign and is always going to build off of that. When we talked to Sean Hammond earlier on from the Chicago Tribune, he believes he's going to take maybe a quantum leap forward, and I am buying into that belief as well. Buy. Not the NSYNC version, but the BUY version. All things Rome Odunze this year. Prop stop. Caleb Williams over under 22.5 passing touchdowns, minus 110 either way. What say you?
I would go, Caleb Williams. I'll go over on that, Brad. I think he's probably like 25, I think. I'll take the over with Caleb.
That's a weak number. Way too low. Over and over. You know what? Daddy would. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it. Give it to me, Brando. Ooh, yeah. Breaking out my little friend. Number's way too low. These guys throw at least 24, maybe upwards of 26 passing touchdowns this year. DeAndre Swift, I made this number up. Nobody has it. BetMGM, not available there. 925.5 rush yards on that prop. Over or under?
Yeah, this one I think is too high. I would go under on this. I do like Swift. A lot has to go right for him, though, to get 926, so I'll go under.
Yeah, slightly under. I kind of with you there. How about Colson Loveland? This is available. 695.5 coming on number -115. The over -105 and the under. What say you?
Would probably go under just because rookie, no idea what to expect. It could be a wrong number, could be way low, could be way high. I'll go under.
Yeah, he's already behind the 8 ball, way under. I'm not really sure he's going to hit 600. Team lean over under 8.5 wins for the Bears, -110 either direction. Go, PJ.
It's a good line. I'm going under, though. The schedule is just brutal for Chicago.
That's the wrong answer, my friend. Over! The Chicago Bears going to win 9 games. They're going to make the playoffs at +155 as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our cards. How we doing tonight? I'm doing lousy. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Bears.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with it. The Glass Man, PJ Glasser, along for the ride here on this Tuesday. We're going to be viewing our cards here momentarily. I should go ahead and just roll and smoke mine, to be honest. But PJ's having a decent night. We're giving you an update on some of the action on the diamond. A phone line still wide open. If you want to talk fantasy football with us, NFL futures, college football futures, maybe some MLB late night bets. Got a host of games about to get underway. One just started between the Angels and the A's. Dodgers and Padres just got underway, and Mariners and Arizona Diamondbacks also just got underway, but we can do some live dives. Pretty simple. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our poll dancing poll question today. Let me go ahead and shut that bad boy down right now. Who was asking you this? Bear down. What Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP? Your options were Caleb Williams at 127.31, DeAndre Swift at 131.49, DJ Moore at 67.74, or Rome Odunze at 121.20. Officially 118 votes cast. PJ, who led the way?
Going to go with DeAndre Swift, I think, led the way.
Let's see. Ding, 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 ding. Correct! At 36.4% of the vote, Rome Odunze, who would have been my pick, at 30.5% was the silver medalist, the bronze medalist, Caleb Williams at 19.5%, and dead last CJ Moore at 13.6%. We had a couple of comments. Brando, work of the board here on BetMGM Tonight, chimed in, as he always does, and he said, this offense starts and ends with Caleb Williams, and under Ben Johnson, with stability in the coaching staff, I believe he will be better than last year. He very well could be a top 10, that's where I got him at, quarterback 10, quarterback this season. So Brandon and I on a similar wavelength. Marcus Busmonte said there should be a fifth option, all the above. Interesting. That was not one of your options, but he said all the above are undervalued. I don't think DJ Moore is remotely undervalued at his ADP, but the other three, you could definitely make a case for each and every one of them. Make a case, I think, for Cole Kmet, even Colston Loveland. You can make a case for Luther Burden, but Loveland and Burden got to get healthy, got to get involved. Ben Johnson called out both those guys today and said, hey, you're missing valuable time right now because you're not healthy. They can't help it, but it's not, the greatest development for those two guys, getting further and further behind the eight ball, but plenty of time to get on the right side of things and make some waves come the start of training camp. So we shall find out how those rookies can bounce back and maybe be impactful in year number one. So appreciate all of you that voted. Tomorrow, it's the Green Bay Packers going to be the poll dancing poll question of the day. We'll tie it to fantasy, get your thoughts. My curiosity with Green Bay, PJ, who the hell is going to be the WR1? Do you have a guess? Is it going to be Matthew Golden in his first season? I'm thinking it could be.
Could be. Probably Jaden Reed, I think, would be the guy. It's going to be tough, though. I mean, it's going to be... I think this is what makes LaFleur such a great coach, is when Love got hurt earlier in the season, we were wondering what was going to happen with Willis. They just found ways to win games. So with obviously Watson hurt, they're just going to do it by committee. I don't know if they have a true number one, Brad. Like, somebody might emerge, but I think it's going to be a new guy that kind of steps up every week for the Packers. Obviously going to lean on Josh Jacobs as well. If I had to guess, though, I'd probably go with Reed as the guy I would think would be wide receiver one.
I would think he would be, but man, he is just a king of inconsistency. They use him in a kind of jack of all trades capacity. He'll get some handoffs on occasion. Can run those deep down the field routes with a lot of success. Pretty good ball tracking skills. A guy they utilize in the screen game. Get some of those tough over the middle catches as well. I don't think he gets enough of an overall target share. I'm more intrigued by Golden. He's got elite speed. And
He
he's a
does.
guy that can beat you inside, beat you outside. We saw that. I think he's got a lot of Xavier Worthy to his game, and it may be a slow start, but it could be a spectacular finish, much like it was to the Kansas City Chief. Golden product of UT. Xavier Worthy also a product of UT, so they could carve a similar year one in the box score for the fantasy football and sports betting masses. But stay tuned tomorrow for the conversation, the Green Bay Packers, breaking everything down from a fantasy football point of view and also sports betting. Rob Brown's going to be in. PJ is off. Horvat is off. Horvat, I think, is going to be back late this week with me, and I'm off on Friday. So a lot of moving parts. Hey, it's the summer. What do you expect here across the BetMGM network? That's how it usually goes down. All right, PJ, let's get to it. I got to endure my misery with our cards this evening, our top three plays tonight. I'll just go ahead and tell you mine. 0-3. How are yours looking?
I right now look like I'm going to go 2-1. I lost the Red Sox Rays under, but the Yankees, I took them on the run line. They're up 10-2 in the 7th, and then I took the Rangers on the money line. They're up 10-4 in the 7th. So unless we get some insanity that breaks loose, should be a 2-1 night for me on my main plays.
Yeah, I had George Springer, 2+ HR. That's great. But I parlay with the under 11.5 and the Toronto St. Louis game. So that was a loser. At Conway, 2 more walks. And he shoot a single free pass. That sucked. Although the Cubs just won 8-4. Way to go, Chicago. Go Cubs, go. I had Yankees, Kansas City on the under like a moron. I felt kind of bad about that on the 8.5. The Noah Cameron correction came as you so astutely pointed out. So the under 8.5, it's 12 total runs, and they're still in the 7th inning. So 0-3 night. Parlay Pete, Max Fried, the front end of his parlay hit over 17.5 outs. Ding, 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 ding. Waiting for Carson Palmquist for 3+ earned runs. Only has 1 so far, which is like a masterful all-star level performance by his very low standard. Just got out of a jam. So Palmquist through 4 innings, already throwing 86 pitches, only giving up 1 earned run. It's going to have to happen in the next inning if it happens at all. So it could be an over night completely on the card. Palmquist was my sledgehammer under 14.5 outs. I think that could come through at +115. Shane Smith didn't hit on Seduced by Juice. I had under 4.5 hits. He gave up more than that. Another loser. Oh, let's see what Angel Reese has done. She's probably having a stellar night. PJ, you would have guessed how many points Angel Reese has before I look it up?
I'm gonna go. Brad, with the night you're having, my friend, I'm gonna say I'll say 10. I think you're gonna have a winner.
No. All right, so the Sky at 59 points with 1:55 to go. Your leading scorer for the Chicago Sky, damn it, it's Angel Reese with 17. She's 8 of 13. Against the best defensive team in the WNBA. I royally suck at gambling tonight. All right, it just happened. So that's a loser. We still have some late night action again, just underway on the diamond. Give me some plays you're going to be sweating out in these 3 matchups between A's and Angels, Dodgers, Padres, Mariners, D-backs. Give me some winners, man. I'm losing my high tonight.
Well, yeah, I'm on the Padres on the money line, so I like them. I got them -120. They're up to -185. They got a leadoff double, so that's good. I had Freddie Freeman over 1.5 total bases. I saw that he got robbed of an extra base hit in the first, so really enjoyed that. But those are the 2 plays that I'm on in that game. And then I liked Arizona on the money line. They were -130. Now they're -170. Talked about Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. Obviously hasn't been good. But I think this matchup against Seattle could be a good one for him. Also, usually when he pitches, the over's usually the play. Because the D-backs win these games that he pitches. He's just not very good, and he gives up a bunch of runs. So maybe looking it over in that game as well. Nothing for me in A's Angels, though. That game was a complete pass. I'm going to continue rooting on my White Sox. Hope that they finish off the job. They're up 4-1 over the Astros as well. The over does not look like it's going to come home in Brewers and Braves. That's 4-1. So, unfortunately there. But those couple plays in Dodgers, Padres, and then D-backs money line, I like that as well.
All right, let's see. I had a Logan O'Hoppe over 1.5 on the HRR. He's 0 for 1 so far. Lawrence Butler also 0 for 1 so far. I had the over 1.5 HRR, but a lot of action to go. Dylan Cease had 6 or more strikeouts, 2 or more walks. He did have a K in his first inning. No walks issued yet against the LA Dodgers. Cal Raleigh, way to go, Brando. On our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay tonight, he's already got his hit. So, Brando, you're good. 1 for 1 on your leg. Again, I got O'Hoppe for mine. You had Freddie Freeman. And Mario, our producer, had a certain dude named Shohei Ohtani. And we got no hits so far for the Dodgers. You said Freddie Freeman got robbed and Ohtani punched out. He was at K for Dylan Cease and his first at-bat. So we shall see. You just get these clunker nights on occasion. It's a 162 damn game season, folks, in Major League Baseball. You're not going to have winners all the time. You're not going to have winners every week. If you always follow my always free, always follow transparent spreadsheet at thegamingjuice.com, your boy has been basically right around a net +1 or net -1 in the last couple of weeks running. We're getting into the middle part of the season. The values are kind of disappearing. I'll have these hot streaks that'll be just otherworldly. We'll have a couple of cold streaks. I'm still up 52 units on the entire season. Again, I'm tracking everything, PJ, so I'm having a good year. We're just in a bit of a slump right now, but we're due for a slump buster, and hopefully he's going to come tomorrow because I don't think it's going to happen tonight.
Look, everybody knows who gambles. I mean, you have hot streaks and you have cold streaks like you were talking about. So, the beautiful thing about gambling, Brad, is the sun will come up tomorrow. There are more games to be bet. We got game 2 of the finals. We got the U.S. Open upcoming. We got the Stanley Cup. More baseball, WNBA. We got a whole lot to bet on. So it'll be fun bouncing back. What I always tell myself is when I have nights that are not great, it's just that I'm due to get hot, right? I'm due to get some winners. Because when you're hot, the regression's coming the other way. So when you're cold, it'll only be a matter of time before it goes your way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sage advice on the glass, man. All right, I'm going to exit stage. Let PJ stick around for a bonus hour. Until next time, adios, amigos. I hate you, regression monster.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser here with you, BetMGM Tonight after dark, filling in for Ryan Horvath. We got a great final hour coming up for you guys. Rob Brown gonna join us in about 20 minutes. Gonna listen to hear what Rob has to say, talking all things. Give out some bets that I like for the U.S. Open out in Oakmont, and we're gonna play a fun game here in a sec. But to update everybody on what's going on in Major League Baseball, you got the Mets just walked off the Nats 5-4. Yankees up 10-2 on the Royals. Brewers 4-1 on the Braves. Rangers 11-4 on the Twins. Blue Jays 8-6 on the Cardinals. White Sox 4-1 on the Astros. Giants and Rockies tied at 2. Scoreless Angels Athletics. Scoreless Diamondbacks Mariners. And scoreless in Padres and Dodgers. So that's what we got going on in the MLB. I saw the U.S. men's soccer team played an international friendly today, and Switzerland, they lost 4-0, so not great, as we're getting ready to host the World Cup about this time next year. So it got
already that quick, Pete.
Dude, already that quick.
Wow,
about a year to figure it out. I'm already, so my 30th birthday, Mario, is June 21st of next year. And I'm already planning. I kind of think that's what I want to do for my birthday, is go to a World Cup game, right? Because this might be the only time that we ever get to see a World Cup. Sure. So I'm trying to pick and choose like which cities I want to go to, maybe parlay it with like a good golfing trip or something like that. But it's already here, dude. I mean,
what country is going to be your? So obviously you have Rhode Island, America.
Yeah.
But we're probably gonna get bounced pretty quick.
Yep.
What's the backup country?
Oh, whichever one's making me money, honestly.
Okay, that's
you know?
fair. That's a good answer.
Yeah. So they already have the schedule out for which cities are going to host games on certain days. And all the host countries, U.S., Canada, and Mexico, you can already see where they're playing in certain cities. But we obviously don't know where, like, the Spains and the France, they're going to do their draft whenever it is, whenever that happens. But, yeah, if you want to go see city near you when the World Cup is, go look it up online. They already have the dates out there for it. So I believe it starts June 13th of next year. Last night on BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, we had an awesome segment. We were talking about athletes that are currently playing that absolutely 100% will get statues outside the arenas when they are done playing, right? Alex Ovechkin for the Capitals, 100% will get a statue when he is done playing. Patrick Mahomes, 100% will get a statue when he was done playing. Guys like that, right? Steph Curry, you get the idea. Well, we decided tonight that instead of looking at the pros that will get a statue when they are done, we would look at current pros that will get statues for the college teams that they played for. And our guy Mario is giddy about this. He says he has 12 names written down for college players that he thinks are going to get, for pro players that he thinks are going to get statues for the colleges that they played for. Brandon, I only have, let's see on my list, 1, 2. I only have 4. I have 2 in college football, 2 in college basketball. Now I know there are way more in college football. I'm sure Mario dove deep into the weeds. He was thinking of everybody. So I wanted his list, see if we could maybe think of some more. But how many guys did you think of off the top of your head?
I have 5. I've got 3 in college football and 2 in college basketball.
Okay. I'll tell you guys my 2 in college basketball. The first one was Zach Edey. Did anybody have him written down?
I did not have Edey written down.
I did not.
Okay.
Nope.
2-time National Player of the Year. Made it to the national championship. Obviously didn't win it, but, I mean, just one of the most dominant college players of all time at a great college basketball university. I think Edey gets a statue.
I think he gets, yeah. Robbie Hummel would have gotten one if they would have done anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brandon, you think he gets a statue as well?
I do think he gets a statue at Purdue, for sure.
All right, so I'm going with Edey. And then the other college basketball guy I had written down was Al Horford with his Florida guys.
Ooh. Son of a gun.
So you have him with Joakim Noah, Corey Brewer, I'm sure Billy Donovan. It'll be like a group one, obviously commemorating the Florida Gators teams that went back-to-back with all those guys that came back. So Horford obviously still in the league. Him and Edey were the 2 that came to me for college basketball. I really didn't dive much into it. I was looking through at, like, schools that have won the national championships and player of the years. But Mario, was similar to like when we were talking about Yankees and Dodgers players last night, right? Like Anthony Davis, one of the best college players I've ever seen, won a national title.
Yeah.
But it's Kentucky. Like, does he get a statue?
It's a tough one.
I don't know.
I have
if he
Anthony
does.
Davis on my list.
Same. I have him on my list.
And
too.
I understand why. It makes a ton of sense. And if he didn't play for any other school that wasn't Kentucky, Duke, or Carolina, or Kansas, I think it makes a lot of sense. At Kentucky, I don't know. See, I think at those schools, you have to be a phenomenon. Like, I think if Zion turned out to be an all-time NBA player, won a national championship, think he could get one at Duke. John Wall, I think the same thing. Like, those guys were phenoms. They were events to watch. Yeah. Anthony Davis, as incredible of a player as he was, just didn't really have that buzz to him. So I don't know if he'll get one. That's why I left him off the list, because I wasn't sure.
So the AD I put him on, and maybe Brando, you can share this line of thinking. That's also considered like one of the top college basketball teams of all time. And he's considered like top 5, top 10, maybe best college basketball player. So that's why I threw him in that. That like maybe it's like and he's like the one and done finally worked. Essentially, I know it already was working. Yeah, like you couldn't win a title with it. You couldn't win a title with it. Then he finally won the title.
Yeah.
My other honorable mention was Ja Morant, obviously going to Murray State.
I had him too.
But with all the legal trouble that he's had in the NBA.
Yep. Get to.
I don't, right? That's what held me back. But obviously
I had one in college football that was like that.
Was that Antonio Brown? Well, he's not playing anymore.
No. Well, when we get to college football, you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But
I thought football is easier, honestly.
I thought it was. I didn't think it was easier. Just because, my criteria is a lot different than the University of Colorado's. So you just don't get a statue just because you played for a season.
That's true.
Or because your dad coached. So my criteria was a little different. Well, that's why in basketball I had AD. My other one that I had was Jalen Brunson at Villanova.
I had them too.
So Villanova's interesting. Do they do the Brunson statue or do they do the iconic Chris Jenkins shot?
Why bring that up?
I'm so sorry. And then I didn't even think about that. And then commemorate the national title team. Brunson, obviously National Player of the Year, all-timer. Yeah. Could argue the best Villanova player. I think it makes sense. But I feel like that team was so good, and it has arguably one of the greatest shots in the history of college basketball. Like, they commemorate that some way. So Brunson's a good pull, though. I could see that. I just kind of think like they got to do something with Jenkins' shot. Have to.
My honorable mention in college basketball, though, and Mario's probably going to hate this, Zion at Duke.
No.
I don't think so, because it was kind of a disappointment. They didn't even make the Final Four.
Yeah.
But he is one of the most talked about players of the last 10 years in college basketball, though, too. That's why I put him on honorable mention. Not getting a statue, but honorable mention.
Again, case to be made because, like you said, I mean, Zion was it, man. I mean, they would talk about it every second. The one school that I feel like somebody's getting a statue, but I didn't know who it would be, is Gonzaga's got to have somebody.
I was on the Gonzaga track for a while. I'm like, it's got to be someone, but no one stood out to me.
Nobody stood out. Drew Timmy's not in the NBA, right? Adam Morrison's obviously retired. Jalen Suggs isn't great enough and didn't win a title. See, they haven't won a title yet.
Yeah.
I feel like once Gonzaga finally breaks through, if they were to have a guy like a Drew Timme would have been the perfect candidate.
Drew Timme would have absolutely.
If they won a title and he was in the NBA, Drew Timme would have been before Edey and before Horford and the Florida guy. He would have been first in line. Lock of locks.
Who's the other white guy with the headband that plays for the Wizards now? I'm blanking on his name.
Kispert.
Yeah.
Kispert.
I mean, talk about two guys you want to punch in the face. Was him and Timme every freaking game. My Lord.
So, college basketball, really not many. And then college football for me, fellas.
I got a couple college basketball for
go
you.
ahead.
I have a lot more.
Oh, nice. Go ahead.
Kevin Durant, Texas.
Yeah.
That one at Texas.
Yeah.
I don't know if he gets a statue or just like the jersey in the rafters. See, that's
they're
the thing.
going to give him a lot. Maybe name on the court. name on the
For
court.
college, I think it's different than the pros where they can really just like hang your jersey in the rafters as opposed to like statue. I don't know
Yeah.
if Durant's getting a statue because he only played 1 year.
I'll hit you with
I think
this
he's getting
then.
the jersey.
Draymond Green.
Draymond's a good one.
Yeah, I think he's statue ability.
I think
Such a leader for the team.
I think he's just jersey in the rafters, if I'm being honest with you.
Just jersey in the rafters?
Yeah, I do.
So here's the obvious one, Curry. Davidson.
Absolutely.
You put him on the map.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Curry's definitely
up there.
Definitely.
And
I'm mad at myself for not thinking about
Me
that
too.
one.
Yeah,
Curry's
I was really
great-
surprised you guys didn't do that one.
Because I was thinking of the mid-major teams, right? I was thinking of like the Wichita State team that made the Final Four. Like I was thinking, like, does Van Fleet get one? Or I was thinking, like obviously FAU made a run recently, or San Diego State, but Curry that's the one.
My honorable mentions was Dame and CJ McCollum for their little runs that they had. Probably lean more Dame, but that's if.
Honestly, I'd maybe lean more CJ because they had the upset over Duke.
They did have the upset over Duke, so probably CJ. CJ would get one.
It's not a bad call. Good polls, Mario, with these smaller school guys.
This one's probably my craziest one. I have two more for NBA. Markelle Fultz was the number 1 pick.
Yeah,
Washington will never get anything close to that ever again.
Nah, he's not.
It's a reach. That was a reach. That was a reach. I'll admit. And then this program's just a sad ass program. So Jaylen Brown. So they're just really sad, and that's the best that they've ever will get. And it's crazy that he went there.
No, it'll be like when Kawhi Leonard at San Diego State went back, gets the jersey retired, hangs it in the rafters. It's going to be like that with a lot of guys. Statues in college, I'm telling you, you got to be all-timer. Like, you think that school, and that player's the first one. You think Davidson, Curry, immediately.
Yeah.
You think Purdue, you think Edey immediately, right? Like, it's like that kind of thing. So for a lot of these college players, they'll just put their jerseys in the rafters. Like, that's what they'll do. Statue, I mean, you got to be like, it's Carmelo Anthony. It's like, it's like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like, just like all-timers, change the program. So, like Drew Timme, we would have been the perfect Gonzaga guy if they had won a title.
So happy he did it.
So he won't get a statue, but he'll get his jersey. He'll get his jersey
yeah.
in the rafters for sure.
They'll some Gonzaga fan will
See,
tattoo him.
another one I thought of that was honorable mention that was tough was what about Jimmer? Now he's obviously not in the he's not in the NBA anymore. And like Kemba Walker, does he get a statue at UConn? Like I think Kemba could get one.
I think because he kind of sparked that second run for UConn with what's his name?
Jeremy Lamb.
No, the
Jim
coach,
Calhoun.
Jim Calhoun.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was like his second
True.
stint.
Yeah.
So I think that's he'd get one for
So
that era.
those guys obviously aren't playing now, but I mean,
That's a
just
good call.
2 basketball players that were like, I mean, they were it in college hoops. So
that was fantastic.
that's good. Brandon, any more for you in college hoops?
Not in college hoops, no.
Okay. Who are your 3 in college football?
So college football, I have Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
I had him as honorable mention. I agree.
I have Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Obviously. Yep.
Yep. And then my last one that I had getting a statue is Baker Mayfield.
I had that too. I had Baker too. I had him as
Baker
well.
Mayfield. And he's had such a good NFL career too. And so that's where I was there. My honorable mention one that I was telling you about, though, that got in a little bit of trouble, and he probably is never getting a statue, but probably could have if he didn't, Deshaun Watson.
So that Brendo, I wrote Watson, and then I deleted it. I go, I think it's Lawrence. I think they'd give it to Lawrence now.
Yeah, could
You know
be,
what
but
I mean?
I don't know.
But I do agree
so
Watson,
bad in the
though.
pros.
Watson would have been a
good.
slam dunk.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
question. Your other 3, Brandon. So you said I can't remember. So you said Mahomes. I don't think Mahomes is getting a statue.
Texas Tech?
Dude, I think he is.
He's getting a statue at Texas Tech.
Yeah, probably doing horns down.
Yeah, he's like, who else at Texas Tech football is getting a statue?
I know,
You gotta
but
think,
he
like,
wasn't.
guys
He
that will-
wasn't Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. Like that's the problem.
No, he was a losing quarterback, but now he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Exactly, and that's all you need to put it up there.
Maybe
He's gonna get one.
But like, is Michigan ever going to put up a statue of Tom Brady? Like I don't think they're ever going to do that. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't be surprised. Doesn't Tennessee have one of Manning? Because I swear I saw his ugly head on one.
But Peyton
Tennessee
was like
does
the
have
number
one
one
on that
overall
end.
pick. I mean, he was like Peyton led him to I think he led him to the title game. I mean, he was
did.
he was great in college. Like my
Does
thing with
Jordan
Mahomes,
have one at North Carolina?
Jordan does not have one at North Carolina, which is surprising.
That
He was
is-
really good there.
That is surprising. So, I get what you guys are saying, obviously, right? Texas Tech, you have one of the great quarterbacks ever, but he wasn't that way in college. So, that'll be an interesting one. They'll definitely honor him in some way. Maybe it becomes like Pat Mahomes Field or Pat Mahomes Stadium.
Oh,
whatever,
yeah.
you know,
He's a big donator now.
He is. And then, Brandon, who were some of the others you had? Got 30 seconds.
That was it. That was
it. Okay. My quick two that you didn't mention. Joe Burrow's getting one at LSU.
Absolutely.
Lamar Jackson's getting one at Louisville.
Wow, how did I not think of Lamar? Son of a nut.
I mean, Lamar to me is the biggest. Lamar's the biggest layup. Guy put
a layup.
Louisville on the map. He won a Heisman. So I think both those guys are getting one. Very good. Rob Brown joins us next.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with it. The Glass Man alongside for the ride. PG Glasser here on this Tuesday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our good friend Rob Brown here momentarily about the smorgasbord of sports betting goodness. He's got action in myriad of sports. You don't want to miss his 2 cents and opinions. Really going to win you some money there in the process. By the way, if you want to talk any sports betting with us, maybe tie the NFL, the futures market, college football futures, Major League Baseball, the WNBA, the NBA Finals, the NHL, Stanley Cup Finals, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Bear down on what Chicago fantasy football target is the best value at his current overall ADP. Your options are Caleb Williams at pick number 127.31 overall. DeAndre Swift at pick number 131.49. DJ Moore, hey, Mr. DJ, 67.74. Or Rome Dunze at pick number 121.2. 2-0, so 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes are coming. And give us your 2 cents. Bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude, Rob Brown, co-host of Bet for the Cycle, right here on the BetMGM Network and host of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate Foam on X, where he's always giving it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back, my friend, to BetMGM Tonight. First question for me, it's 1-1 right now in the NBA Finals, heading back to the Circle City. What's your reassessment of this series between the Sirs and Thunder? I'm a lunatic who's still back in Indiana, and the series, regardless of the winner going to 6 games, you still get that, by the way, on the 6 games, whether it's the Thunder or Pacers winning at a plus 190 right now at BetMGM. Am I truly insane in the membrane? Are we cueing the Cypress Hill in the background? Do you think Indiana has a remote shot at winning this thing? And how many games do you believe this series ultimately goes?
First off, fellas, sup, Glass Man. Good to see that beautiful shining face one more time again. I do not think you are insane in the membrane, insane in the brain at all, Brad. In fact, I am with you. The minute that game 1 went the way of the Pacers, I went and took an old looky-poo, and in that moment, you could grab Indiana in 7 at 10-1 or grab them in 6 at like 350. I took a bet out on both. I will take a flyer on them to finish either one of those 2 numbers, and I'm happy about it. Listen, this is a Pacers team that has been overlooked and undervalued by the public every series of this postseason. Remember the Milwaukee series. Now, in fairness, you could say it's because they lost Dame Lillard, and maybe that is accurate. But in the Milwaukee series, they came in as undervalued. Not necessarily as underdogs, but just undervalued as favorites. Made a play in there. They go to the Cleveland series. Oh, Cleveland's got the best record in the East. There's no way they're keeping up with that. They were undervalued there. Snagged them, turned a plus money profit to win that series. Same with the Knicks. And I've made the point that, and I said this to you last week, and I asked the question, am I bananas for this take? And I felt completely validated because Brad Evans said, no, Rob Brown, not only you were incredibly handsome, but you're a stinking genius too. And I felt real good about myself. That's a quote, by the way. Don't go back and listen to it. Trust me, he said it about me. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder had the easiest route to the Western Conference Finals. And by the time they went up against the Timberwolves, the blueprint was out there to figure out how to get by a team that also skated to the Western Conference Finals. It's a damn good team. I'm not taking anything away from them, but I do not think they are this advanced electronic juggernaut transformer Megatron style that everybody made them out to be. Very good basketball team, but I do not think they are leaps and bounds and miles ahead of the Pacers. And more importantly, and how many times have I hammered this over the past 3 weeks, the Pacers are the best coached team in the NBA. Listen, the Thunder have blown out everybody they've played at least once in a series. This is true, but I would also like to point out that the Indiana Pacers lost the game to the Milwaukee Bucks by 15, and everybody flipped their lid, and then they won that series gentleman's sweep. And then they lost the game to the Cleveland Cavaliers by 15 plus, and everybody flipped their lid, and they won that series gentleman's sweep. And then the New York Knicks beat them by 15 plus, and everybody lost their mind again, and they won that series 4-2 and were dominant in Game 6. Do me a favor, America. I am begging you. Look at that loss in Game 2 to the Thunder, undervalue or overvalue the Thunder again, undervalue the Pacers again, and let me and Mr. Evans just keep stacking the 401k, please, and thank you.
I love it, Rob. Great to see you as well. It's a lot better to see your face than watch the Orioles play baseball, so great to have you on. We were talking Chicago Bears with Sean Hammond earlier in the show, Rob. I want to get your thoughts on the NFC North. Should be a really good division again this year. You honestly could make the case for the Packers, for the Lions, the Bears, or the Vikings. Who do you like to win that division?
First off, Peach, are Braves bros and Orioles bros just absolutely brothers in misery right now? Like we are,
1,000%.
like we need a support group centered around Silver Tequila because I can't find any other way to watch these bleeping baseball teams play right now. We'll come back to that later in order to prevent me from having to call the mental health crisis line to talk about the Atlanta Braves. Listen, I'm going with Detroit again, man. Like, this is a team that last year going into the playoffs, and I know that they kind of went out blaze of glory, but also let's talk about the fact that the Lions roster into the playoffs last year was a mash unit, man. Like Hutch was out, just about out. Like, I don't want to say just about, but a solid chunk of their offensive line was down. Like, they had injuries everywhere. I don't see any reason to believe this team's going to backslide, right? Like, I don't see any reason to believe that this team takes a step back. In fact, if anything, they've improved. Now, obviously, Chicago's the very interesting wild card with Ben Johnson showing up, Roma Dunze making his advancement. Caleb Williams now has a guy who isn't an idiot running the football team, so I'm sure that's going to be a big help for Chicago and for their young quarterback. I like where they are. I saw somebody write on Twitter earlier that Jordan Love is on his way to not only replacing Aaron Rodgers in the hearts and minds of Packers fans, that he's on his way to establishing himself as a top 3 quarterback in the National Football League. And I think Jordan Love is good, but I think he's got some growing pains he's still got to go to. Great player, but there's still those occasional mental brain farts that I think cost you a division. Minnesota under J.J. McCarthy. Like, I appreciate that KOC is still on board and saying this dude's the man, he's the guy, we trust him, and that's all well and good. But your other option was Aaron Rodgers, and like half the country was going, I'd rather have PJ playing quarterback than Aaron Rodgers this year. So let's not sit here and assume that Kevin O'Connell is telling us the truth and he genuinely believes that J.J. McCarthy is like a dog. Now, he's got the best out of quarterbacks, and we'll see what happens with Sam Darnold this year. But you sent Kirk Cousins down to Atlanta. Kirk had like 4 good weeks, and then he just fell apart. I firmly believe that Minnesota gets the best out of QBs. Do they get the best out of the QBs to go toe-to-toe with the Detroit Lions for all season long? My answer is probably not, to be honest. Like, I just don't know why it is everybody thinks there's going to be this enormous Detroit backslide from winning the division last year. I don't see it happening. I will go with Detroit again. Unfortunately, it's not going to make you a ton of money with a minus money favorite line there, but I don't see how anybody thinks that they're less talented than they were last year, healthy, early.
What about the Stanley Cup final, Rob? We got Game 4 on Thursday. Panthers up 2-1. Who do you think wins Game 4, and who do you like to win the series?
Let's start with the WWE pay-per-view that these two teams put on last night. Somewhere Triple H was taking notes about how to put together a Royal Rumble. These two teams combined for, and I had to go back and check these numbers to make sure they were right, 35 penalties and 130 penalty minutes served between these two teams last night. But here's the thing. That's what Florida wants. We're not calling them rats because it's a cute nickname. We call them rats because they play like rats, and it works out for them. They broke Edmonton last night. So we're going to find out very quickly in game 4 as Edmonton decided late in that game, you know what? We're down 5-1. We're down 6-1. They've been scoring at will at this point. Let's just go get into a bunch of fights, right? Like, let's add a little kerosene onto the fire. And that's a pretty good hockey mentality. The problem is, and as somebody who grew up on the beaches of Florida, boys, let me offer you a piece of advice in case you take a trip down to the Sunshine State. Don't try to out Florida man. You can't out Florida man. Florida man's Florida man for a reason. So Edmonton, I think last night, tried to out Florida man. They reacted. They allowed Florida to poke and prod them into doing a bunch of dumb things. They did the dumb things, and it ended up costing them. I'm not saying there's not a world where Edmonton doesn't bounce back, but I'm going to live bet this, and I'll tell you why, PJ. Because I think we're going to know in the first 2-3 minutes what direction this game is going to go, and there may be some live line value there. If Edmonton comes out throwing hands like there's a championship belt hanging from the rafters, then I think you can say Edmonton is broken. They're in trouble because they're playing Florida ball, and you're not going to out Florida man. But if Edmonton comes out, they're not reacting. They're playing good hockey. They're playing good form, and they're being a disciplined hockey team, which is what they were back in game 1. Then I might go ahead and take an Edmonton money line or even a puck line win because they'll be going revenge. Right now, I'm not going to make a pick on this game because I just don't know if Edmonton got broken mentally and is going to come out looking for a fight, or if they're going to come out and try to win the damn hockey game and make sure this thing goes back to Canada level. I'm going to make that play 2 to 3 minutes into game 4.
We're talking to our favorite Florida man right now. He is the one, the only, the incomparable Rob Brown, co-host of Bet for the Cycle, right here on the BetMGM Network. Host as well, the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, you and Cody Decker host the aforementioned baseball show right here on the BetMGM Network called Bet for the Cycle. Since you're a certifiable seamhead, my man, we have 3 late night docket games on the diamond. Give us your favorite wagers in A's, Angels, Dodgers, Padres, and Mariners D-backs. What you got?
I'll give you a couple of them. I will start with the Mariners and the Diamondbacks. This is going to be a run fest. I grabbed it earlier today with the line at an over-under at 8.5. It has been bumped up now to 9.5. It still might be worth the play. You got Brandon Pfaadt going, who has been beyond atrocious in his last couple of starts. And then you got Logan Evans going for Seattle, who is kind of a hit-or-miss guy, but he can give up some runs. Neither one of them has a K-prop over. I think Pfaadt is 4.5. I'm not saying do or don't play that. I'm saying play the over on this one, 9.5. Again, it feels like a lot. It is a lot. I'm usually looking for 7.5, 8.5 max. But the way he's been pitching the last couple of games, I'm going to try to ride the, opposite of the hot streak in that one. And then I'm going to go Dodgers, Padres. First off, give me Dylan Cease on a K-prop. I know that he's up against the Dodgers, and I know that a lot of people get a little afraid of taking a K-prop against the Dodgers, but Dylan Cease is my K-prop machine. I have won more K-props, thanks Cody Decker, off of Dylan Cease the last 2 years than anybody else. It is at 6.5, which does feel high. But they've got Dylan Cease on a bit of a long leash right now, and I do think that the tension's rising a bit between two NFC West or NFC. You got football on the brain, PJ. NOS rivals. The Dodgers are getting aggressive at the dish, and I think Dylan Cease takes advantage of that. It's a big number at 6.5, but I think he can go into the 7th and 8th. I might also go with the over outs as well, which is only at 16.5. I think you could look for him to get to 18, certainly closer to 17. So Dylan Cease over K 6.5, that's at plus 110, and over his outs prop of 16.5 at minus 130.
Yeah, I love that outs prop and the K prop in particular. It's unanimous. PJ, you and I are united. We feel it's going to be a Dylan Cease kind of night against the LA Dodgers. All right, Rob, we'll get you out here on this. It's bonus time, bonus time. Any other additional action that catches your eye, whether in baseball, the NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, football-related futures, or elsewhere? What do you have?
Two things. Number one, I like to pat myself on the back because I'm relatively sure this is the first interview I've ever done with the boys where I made it to bonus time. So good job, May. Yeah. Way to be succinct for the first time in your life. That's a great question, Brad. I'm not going to answer it. Instead, what I'm going to say is something completely unrelated. If you're not enjoying these NBA finals, you're not a basketball fan. And I need you to say you're not a basketball fan. If you don't enjoy it because there's no big name superstars outside of SGA, if you're saying you don't enjoy it because it's not New York or LA or Boston or Chicago or whatever, I need you to just look in the mirror. All right, Michael Jackson style, take a look at the man in the mirror. Oh, yeah. And say to yourself, I'm not a basketball fan. I'm a drama fan. I'm a gossip fan. I'm a tea fan. I'm a sports entertainment fan, but I'm not a true fan of basketball because, fellas, I've said it before and I'll say it again. These are the two best teams. And I'm not saying best teams. I'm saying they play the best team basketball. These two teams are playing the most pure version of the sport of basketball that we have seen in the NBA in a very long time. The series is going to continue to be compelling. If you're not enjoying this NBA Finals, do me a favor. It's okay. I'm not judging you, but just be honest with yourself and recognize you're not a fan of the sport of basketball. You're a bloviating sports yelly face head guy. And that's okay, but this is a damn good NBA Finals, and I think it's only getting better, fellas.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser here with you. BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Final segment of the show. Filling in for Ryan Horvat on this Tuesday. An update of what's going on in Major League Baseball. Yankees are up 10-2 on the Royals. We have the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs. Yankees, I swear to God, don't you dare do anything funny. Rangers, 16-4 winner over the Twins. We love that. Blue Jays, 10-9 over the Cardinals. How about the White Sox up 4-2 on the Astros? Rockies up 3-2 on the Giants. San Francisco plus 210 now on the money line. Angels and A's are scoreless. D-backs up 3-0 on the Mariners. And the Padres are up 3-0 on the Dodgers in the third inning as well. So your boys having a good night on the diamond, picking sides. Not so much with the total, but with the sides, doing pretty good. Again, that's really all we got going tonight. Game 3 of the NBA Finals is tomorrow. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals is going to be on Thursday. So just a baseball kind of night. Some WNBA games throughout the day as well. But Game 3 of the NBA Finals tomorrow should be good. We got the U.S. Open upcoming on Thursday as well. I got a whole bunch of bets and picks that I'm going to give out here in a moment. But to wrap up our conversation that we had in the first segment of the final hour, we were talking about the current athletes in professional sports that will have a statue someday outside of the colleges they attended. Got to be 100% locked. Can't be like on the fence. We give out some honorable mentions, but the athletes, pro athletes, that are going to get statues with the colleges they played for. We were on college football. Mario, I gave out Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. You did not have Lamar, but you agree with that one.
Yes, that was, it was right there and just completely missed it. That's a fantastic one.
So what else did you have for me in college football?
Allen.
Josh Allen at Wyoming.
At Wyoming.
Okay.
Max Crosby.
At Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, he also sends a lot of money towards there. So
Okay.
I see them doing like, oh, you're a fantastic player, you're a Hall of Famer, and you care a lot about the program. He does like half their NIL money now or something.
Do we
nuts.
think he gets a statue, or they just name the stadium after him, or both?
I bet statue because I bet like maybe he passes away and they're like, let's get a statue up of him.
Gotcha.
My line of thinking.
Sure.
Mac for Buffalo.
Ooh, Khalil Mack for Buffalo. That's a good one too. Okay.
That's a good one.
CMC Stanford.
That's
a big
interesting.
if.
That is.
Heisman conversation.
He
Broke
was
some records.
great player. Yeah. Again, I don't think statue. I think jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they'll honor him in some way. I don't know if it's going to be a statue though.
Zach Wilson. BYU.
No.
Almost won the Heisman.
No.
Yeah,
No,
but BYU you were probably too young to remember this, but BYU in the 80s and 90s was a really predominant football program.
Steve Young, Ty
Really?
Detmer.
Yeah. Steve
No
Young went to
way.
BYU.
Dude, they
Yeah.
had a couple of Heisman
Yeah.
Trophy winners. Oh yeah, they were.
The Mormons were packing it in.
Dude, they were legit
Oh,
in
yeah.
football.
Wow.
Yep.
Big time.
They were Notre Dame's biggest rival back then.
Catholics versus Mormons?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I wish that was going on today. I would have so much fun with that. Oh my God, I had so much fun.
Can't give you Zach Wilson.
This one was a reach, Russell Wilson.
No.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a reach. Ashton Genty.
Ooh.
I think he might.
At Oregon?
Nah, I don't think he's. If he had won the Heisman, then
Yeah.
I think so. Without the Heisman, heck of a player. They'll absolutely honor him. You'll see his name up in the stadium, embroidered. But I don't think he gets a statue.
Travis Hunter, I think if Deion's there, he'll give him one for Heisman. And if he can do the both sides thing in the NFL, they will give him one. They won't get.
I
a
think
guy
if
like
you
him
went to
again.
Colorado, you get a statue.
I think so too. In a pack of weed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could get behind Hunter.
I know I joked about it last night, but I mean, think about it with Tyson Bagent. Shepherd, Division III. This guy is a backup who could, if he ends up somewhere after his rookie contract is up, he could this kid is good enough he could be the starting quarterback on the Cleveland Browns right now.
It could be a really solid bridge quarterback for multiple stops.
For a
Absolutely.
D3, I think he has to make a name for himself in the pros, Brandon. Like you're a D3 player, he breaks all these records. I think if he doesn't do anything with his NFL career, they will absolutely honor him in some way. But to get a statue, I think he has to be like a good NFL quarterback, would be my guess.
I think he gets one. I think if he gets a job and like someone gets hurt and he plays half a season, he's getting one. By far. By far. Maybe he donates a little bit of money.
Maybe.
I got two more for you.
Okay.
Paget's a really good one. That's overlooked. I think he does get it on that one. In that same vein, Adam Thielen, he was D2, wasn't he?
Thielen was D2. I don't think he gets one, though.
I don't think he gets one, but flirt with it. Carson Wentz. He might.
Wentz.
Couple titles now.
Did. It's not a bad one.
Really high up. Had an MVP year. You have a Super Bowl ring, even though you were just kind of chilling.
Do you know Tyson Bagent's numbers? I was just looking it up because I was curious to see what his numbers were at Shepherd.
I mean, the way you're framing the question, I think they're just like video game like.
Yeah, you can entertain us.
So 69% completion percentage over 4 years, 17,000 yards passing, 159 touchdowns to 48 interceptions.
Jesus Christ.
It's not bad.
How many interceptions in his last year?
In his last year, he threw 8.
Wow.
Okay.
He threw 8. His most that he threw was 13, and he did that in each of the other 3 seasons. But he threw 29 touchdowns to 13 interceptions, 36 to 13, 53 touchdowns in 2021 to 13 interceptions.
That is insane. He's getting a statue. 53 is nuts. That'd be so fun every game. Like, I'm just gonna toss this puppy up.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a good one. Carson Wentz, gut feeling tells me he doesn't get a statue. I don't know why. They'll obviously honor him. I don't think he gets a statue, though.
Yeah, I don't think he's that well liked. One left for you. Ian Book.
No chance.
That was just, I want to see Brando's reaction. That was a late addition that I thought would be fun.
Is he not an Ian Book guy?
No.
Oh.
I'm actually so I collect autographed memorabilia. I've got a whole bunch of stuff in my basement. Like if you ever saw my podcast, you'll see a bunch of stuff hanging in the background. Even a autographed photo of Hulk Hogan in the background, right? I have a Notre Dame helmet from the Pinstripe series where they played at Yankee Stadium. Ian Book is the signature on the helmet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. What team is he? Is he still in the league?
I thought Saints.
I
think he's a practice
somewhere
squad.
new. Yeah.
Last time I saw him, I told him thanks for the cover. They didn't cover. He did not think that was funny either. I thought he would think it was funny. He looked at me and goes, "What's your problem?" I go, "Didn't cover."
Didn't cover. Oh, that was fun. Well done, boys. Some good polls. College hoops, college football. Got a lot of good stuff. All right. We got a major championship on Thursday. We got the U.S. Open at Oakmont, which is just, I think it's my favorite U.S. Open because I think it's the hardest course that there is. And when people want to watch the U.S. Open for golf, like this is what you want. You want the toughest test. You want to see guys struggling to make par. And that's what you're going to get at Oakmont. Wait until people watch this event and wait until they see the rough. Wait until they see the speeds of these greens. I mean, it's insane. Now, birdies will be made. You know, if you hit good shots, if you hit the fairway, hit good approach shots, you will make birdies, but also there will be a lot of triples and there will be some quadruple bogeys as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I made one bet for a guy to win the tournament. Just one. Bryson DeChambeau. That's it. Plus 750. Bryson is my pick this week. He's already won 2 U.S. Opens. I think he's going to win a third. He was made to win U.S. Opens. He was made to play at the toughest courses because of how long he hits it and how straight he hits it and how good of a short game that he has. Bryson's approach game, his iron play isn't as great as as a Scheffler, as a Morikawa, as a Jon Rahm, some of these other guys. But at a U.S. Open, I mean, he separates himself because of his driver and his short game that, when all these other guys, he doesn't have to go 12, 13 under to win at Oakmont. He just has to go like 2 under to win at Oakmont. And because of that, I think he's going to win again. So I like Bryce at a plus 750. Some 3-ball pairings that are out that I would look at for Thursday. These are only for the first round. So of which guy of the 3 is going to shoot the best score on Thursday? Some guys that I would look at. J.J. Spahn against Taylor Pendrith and Tom Kim. J.J. Spahn very quietly having one of the best seasons of anybody on the PGA Tour as a ball striker. He's been terrific with his irons. I'd look at him. Also, give me Brian Harmon against Cam Smith and Phil Mickelson. Phil has come out and said this might be his final U.S. Open. He's going to miss the cut. Cam Smith, ever since he went to LIV, has just not cared anymore. So it's Brian Harmon in that 3-ball for me. Justin Rose, Shane Lowry, and Rory are in a pairing together. 3 really good friends, very comfortable pairing. Rose has a knack for playing really well in the first round of majors. I would look at him in that 3-ball. John Rahm over Spieth and Dustin Johnson. Rahm just, superior game to those two. You're getting him at minus 110. Matthew Pavone is a guy that always does well first round at majors. Would look at him at plus 210. And then Cam Young at plus 170. I love looking at golfers that are like the last guys into the field because those guys tend to play pretty well. It's kind of like the last teams that get into like the tournament in March Madness usually win a game. So Cam Young, I look at him at plus 170. First round matchups, Ludwig over Cantlay, Keegan Bradley over Ben Griffin, Justin Rose over Wyndham Clark, Keegan Bradley, Bud Colley, Matthew Pavone, all first round leader bets that I like. Tournament matchups, Tony Finau against Brooks Koepka. Brooks is cooked. He does not perform well in these majors anymore. And then give me Harris English against Maverick McNeely. Top 20s, Patrick Reed, Keegan Bradley, Russell Henley, Xander Schauffele. And then top 10 parlay, Scotty, Bryson. It's that easy, folks. Just put those 2, top 10, parlay them together. It's going to be one of them who wins it. It's going to be Scotty or it's going to be Bryson. They're the 2 best players. They fit this course the best. And I think they're going to be dueling it out to win the U.S. Open. Those are my plays. Can't wait. Great show tonight. Brad Evans, Rob Brown with you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your evening. Let's go, Bryson. When it's the U.S. Open.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner, the pride of Hockinson High, the 62nd greatest offensive line prospect in Hockinson High School history. Look it up, Google, fact check it. You will find that I am correct. It is good to be with you here this evening on the BetMGM Network. Will, good evening. How was the old gambling weekend? Did we partake much in the gambling? And how you doing?
Not doing too bad. Got out on Saturday morning, first golf round of the new summer. Not too bad. You got to start the golf season off with a best ball. I think that's the best way to kind of work your way back in. You need spring training. You can't just go out there and try and shoot your best round ever. You need to be with the buddies, kind of ease your way in. You're going to have some bad shots. You're going to have some real bad shots, and you'll have one or two good shots. Are you disagreeing with me? I'm seeing you're making faces. You don't think best ball is the way to start off your golfing season?
So you guys collectively each hit a tee shot, and then you all just choose the best tee shot and then hit from there?
Well, it was a tournament. It was a best ball tournament. I think the best way to sign up.
You didn't specify that it was a tournament. You said I got out from my first round of the year, and it's the best way to do it is best ball, which it's like if that's just a regular round, that's bullish, man. You got to go out there and golf for yourself, and if you shoot on 110 or you shoot a 90, your score is what your game is at. So, like, you didn't specify it was a tournament. Had you said got out, golf round, good tournament, we did a best ball style, I wouldn't have given you a face, but you made it sound like it was your first round with just your boys with no real stakes. And I'm sitting here going, why would you play best ball? What a ridiculous way to play with a round that doesn't matter.
You've never wanted to go out with your boys and tried to shoot a course record? Like, every once in a while, we used to do that all the time.
But it's not a record. It's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's just a different way of getting to the course record. Like, let's see if we can
What?
if four of us together can beat one guy. Come on, man.
If you're in
That's
a tournament, sure. That's how we do our radio station tournament out here in Portland. You know that at the Fan Golf Classic.
Yes.
But if you're just you and your boys at your local muni and it's just a regular foursome at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm screaming at you guys if you're playing best ball if I'm behind you. Like, get this amateur hour stuff out of here. What are we doing? Have some course etiquette. Have some respect for your golf game.
That is respect for the course, and it has great course etiquette because we're not searching for balls that are lost in the woods. We're motoring through. We're probably done in less than 4 hours.
You're still looking
what
for the
this
ball.
Is? No. You know
Everybody
what
looks
this
for the
is?
ball.
This is the 100 men versus the gorilla, except we're just doing it 4 men versus the golf pro. That's all that it is. It's just, your Tiger Woods or whatever your course record champion is versus us 4. And that's a fun way to get going. It's a nice way to ease into your season. If you're doing it in August, that's different. Probably don't do that then. But if you're doing it at the beginning of like May, end of April, when the golf season just starts, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but the problem is you said it was a tournament, but you didn't start it as a tournament. Then it's a tournament, and now you're arguing as if it wasn't a tournament because you know how ridiculous it is if it's not a tournament. So were you in an actual tournament, or are you just saying you played around with your boys and played best ball? Which is it?
I was in an actual tournament raising money for my alma mater, the Hawkinson Hawks. Go Hawks.
Okay. Then I'll tell you, as a bad golfer who loves to golf, yeah, play best ball. But if it's just you at Tri Mountain on a Saturday at noon and you play best ball, shame. Absolute Game of Thrones, shame on you. Be better than that.
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I think sometimes it's okay to go and do a little bit of spring training. Sometimes you need to go to the par 3 course and get warmed up for the year.
Kenny asking the important questions. You were 71st last week. How did he move up? Unfortunately, 9 kids died since this last show. So he went up to 62nd because 9 of them perished. So there you go. Sorry, Kenny. That's what happened. We don't have to name names. Let's not talk about this publicly anymore, Will. We don't want to make people feel bad, okay? It's Mother's Day, for God's sakes. We have a lot to get to on the program tonight. Let's start the NBA playoffs as we await the start of Game 4 between Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana stealing 2 on the road. Cleveland coming back with another great Donovan Mitchell Game 3 performance. Legendary, some say, in Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton was having a good run, and then he went out there and had maybe the worst game of his entire career in Game 3, and the Pacers really just stunk it up. So we'll wait, and we'll keep you updated as Game 4 is just minutes away from tipping off. Let's start with the other game that happened today. Let's start with the big one. At least we thought it was a big one. Maybe it was a big one. It sure didn't feel like it when we watched it. 2 teams shooting 24% from 3. We had the lowest scoring first quarter in NBA playoff history. The Nuggets had an 8. Yes, you heard that correctly. They had 8 total points after the first quarter, and somehow these teams got to the back end of the 90s and the front end of the or back into the 80s, front end of the 90s. 92-87 was the final somehow after like a 16-8 first quarter, 17-8, whatever it was. Just atrocious basketball. But it ended up being a close game and coming down to the wire. And the Thunder, even up the series, they are tied 2-2 as they go back to Denver. Takeaways. Let's start. What were your takeaways from that pivotal Game 4?
I was impressed that the Thunder kind of learned from some of the mistakes that they've made in the fourth quarter. It felt like that they didn't, come together and feel the pressure. It didn't feel like they tightened up in this one, right? It was a back and forth affair at different points early on in the fourth quarter. Even the Thunder had the lead. I mean, when Russell Westbrook is hitting 3-pointers on you, that's got to make you not feel awesome if you're the Thunder. And going into the playoffs, what did we talk about with this Thunder team? If they don't win it, it's going to be because they are inexperienced, and it feels like they've gone through some of those punches. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world right now for a reason, and he's come out in this series and absolutely put on a clinic. Whenever they needed, the Nuggets need him to score, he's scoring. When they need him to get rebounds, he's getting rebounds. No one's better at finding open teammates than Jokic, right? So it felt like the Thunder kind of looked at, hey, we lost Game 1, we lost Game 3. Why? Late fourth quarter collapses. How do we find a way to make those adjustments and win this ball game? I felt like Caruso's defense was otherworldly. He was all over Murray. He was all over Braun whenever he got it on the top of the three-point lines trying to start the offense. It felt like, the Nuggets weren't able, if it didn't get to Jokic, they weren't able to get a clean look. So I was just very impressed on the changes that the Thunder made to make sure that they got out of Denver tied up with this series.
Yeah, what's interesting is like SGA was seen smiling at the end of Game 3. He played just an awful game. I know it's SGA. I know he's going to be the MVP. I really wish Jalen Williams would have got the look at the end of the ball game SGA just didn't have it going at all. They go to overtime, they lose. Aaron Gordon was amazing in that game. He kind of vowed that he was never going to be that bad. I actually didn't think he was much better, except when it mattered, and that was the fourth quarter. OKC outscored Denver 29-18 in the fourth quarter. He talked in the postgame what was the difference? It was their defense. Their defense came out today. Now, look, I say this understanding how ridiculous the box score looks versus what reality is. Jokic has had a struggle here now for 3 games. Now, he still finishes with 27-13, which is we all grew up seeing centers get that stat line and be like, oh, what a monster. And it's a good stat line. But he's not shooting very efficiently. His percentages are dipped. He's 5 points per game less in his last 3. And I don't know whether this is a combination of OKC throwing 2 to 3 at him every other and getting him to throw out. You know, it's interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we both love basketball. And, I grew up with Shaq and Duncan and Dream and, all these bigs, back to the basket, traditional bigs. They get that ball on the low block, and sometimes they initially throw 2, and they'll throw it back out. And then sometimes they get that second defender off. They'll throw it right back in, and then the big will operate. Denver's not doing that. I find that very interesting. Jokic should be getting more looks, better looks. He outweighs Chet Holmgren by 380 pounds probably. When he gets rid of it the first time, Denver doesn't go back to him. And I find that odd because, that seems like a recipe that should work. And they went away, and you know what? He was awful. They were collectively awful. It was finally the bad Russell Westbrook game. Christian Brown wasn't really efficient for them. Watson couldn't do much of anything. Porter had a big game 3, couldn't do much in game 4. And, Jamal Murray was inefficient as well. So it's a combination of stuff, and I don't know how to exactly pinpoint the Jokic stuff other than to say maybe it's the combo of great team defense, swarming, mixed with this dude's 7'1", 300 pounds. It's just natural for these guys to wear down, especially playing the style that he plays.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, with the Thunder is the amount of bodies that they have. I mean, you go through the stat line, and it's SGA has 25 points, but then it's you get a little bit from Hartenstein, right? He's got 8 points, 14 boards. You go to Chet, he's got 8 points. He's got 13 boards. Wiggins had a big 3, right? When it seemed like Denver was coming back at the end of that fourth quarter. You're going through Jalen Williams, the smaller one. While he's not having his typical, what people were hoping he would step up to and being that second scoring option, it still feels like when he needs to get a bucket, he has the opportunities to go get him. Alex Caruso gets a steal late in the game that leads to a foul, right? That gets Denver in the bonus early. So it just feels like, too, the Thunder, while maybe it's not one player truly asserting themselves up above everyone else, it's that depth that we always talk about with this team of everyone is doing a little bit more of their part. Now, I understand that, hey, this could all flip back on its head in game 5 if Jokic goes off, or you have another big Aaron Gordon game where it just seems like whenever their back's against the wall, he makes a big crucial play late to help push them to victory. But I wonder too if not just the bodies that are being thrown at Jokic is wearing down Jokic, but it's the bodies that are being thrown at the Nuggets as a whole. Because right now, I mean, you've got half of a Michael Porter Jr. and then everybody else. Yeah, Russ is back from his injury, but he's not at 100%. Murray's had moments where he looks like he's healthy again. He has moments where he looks like he's not. I just wonder if the depth of the Thunder is just going to overwhelm this Nuggets team, and that's going to be the difference in who wins the series and who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at this series a million different ways, and everybody can come to similar or if not slightly different conclusions, and I'm like, OKC probably should have won game 1, choked it away, Aaron Gordon 3. All right, they blow him out in game 2. And SGA just was all-time bad. That's one of the worst games I've seen him play this season. I'd say one of the worst games I've seen him play the last 2 years. In game 3, blown opportunity to lose. This one, it felt like they were trending towards that loss. And then in the fourth quarter, the updated series odds are Thunder minus 620, Nuggets plus 460. I just want to add before I ask you where you lean, because this is a no-brainer decision for me. I thought everything that those role guys did that you named off, their numbers won't jump out. It was when they did it, at the moment they did it, right? So, Jalen Williams did not have a great game by Jalen Williams standards. I thought he made a lot of plays, though, without scoring and even necessarily getting the technical assist. I thought Cason Wallace and Joe, and they come out there. They're not afraid to shoot a three. They let it fly. You mentioned Caruso and his help side defense and ripping Murray a couple times. I thought it was kind of the collective throughout that ended up wearing out. Chet also at the end of the first quarter was like, kind of a short rest. It feels like a back-to-back for them because they had a late overtime game 2 days ago. Then they turn and burn and they get the early game on Sunday. And it's like it physically looks like everybody was kind of going through it. And the Thunder are younger. They're deeper, as you mentioned. Now, the series odds are Thunder minus 620 again and the Nuggets plus 460 at BetMGM. I personally think this is going 7 games. I know what I would do if I was to have to lay a bet now. What would you do?
I bet the Thunder before the playoffs started to win the whole thing. I put money on the Thunder to beat Memphis, and I put money on the Thunder in a couple different parlays to beat the Nuggets, and that's where I'm going to stick with my money. I understand why the Nuggets could force this to Game 7. You have the best player in the world right now on one side, and it feels like whenever there's a close game, Aaron Gordon seems to take a big step up. This is the one game in the playoffs this entire season where he hasn't taken that gigantic step up. And as far as Russell Westbrook goes, look, this is probably his first bad Russell Westbrook game in a crucial game in this playoffs. It felt like in that first series against the Clippers, like when they needed a big play, he found a way to make it. In this game, he didn't. I'm not saying that good Russ is going to come to stay and we should bet on Russell Westbrook being good. The only worse bet than that is James Harden in an elimination game being good. But I do feel like the Thunder are going to be able to get it done simply because of that depth. And yes, they are younger, so they haven't gone through some of the hardships, but they also don't have the scars. They don't have the wear and tear. They don't have those injuries that are lingering, right? They haven't been beaten up. So I think that the Thunder are going to be able to use their youth to get steals, to make big plays, to make hustle plays. And then I think with their depth, they are going to be able to overwhelm this Denver team.
OKC in 7, according to BetMGM and our super producer, Zach. OKC in 7 is plus 175. I have the Thunder in this series. I took them before it started. I have the Thunder getting to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're going to take on the Timberwolves, which we'll get to because, unfortunately there's an injury in that series that's kind of changed the landscape of it. I still think Thunder can get to the finals. Now, that being said, this is a show where we talk about futures. And if you want to talk about futures and you want to talk about value, I don't know how you don't toy with Nuggets plus 460 to win the series. I just don't. I feel like those numbers are a bit high both ways. Like OKC in 7 or even in 6, maybe it happens. They're so playoff and championship tested. And I think OKC in a lot of moments in this series are still looking like that young team that are figuring this out. And so if the other team has the best player in the world and then other veterans that know how to get it done, I think plus 460 is insane value. We got a lot to get to here, Will. Give you an update on this Indiana-Cleveland game as it's already had a timeout for one team. And we'll get some NFL stuff today and some of the other playoff conversations to be had. It is a loaded show. Back to the Future's back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Futures will be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Flux capacitor, and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Nice little off-air conversation involving Bill Belichick and everything going on there. We won't get into that today. But update on the Indiana-Cleveland game, 16-10. They're challenging an out-of-bounds call. Halliburton claims he did not touch it. They ruled it Cleveland's ball, but it looks like on the replay that Indiana should get this back. Let's dive into the Celtics-Knicks game. Game 3, they got Game 4 coming up in just a second here. Here's updated playoff series prices, okay? This is from our friends at BetMGM, because we are on the BetMGM Network, and Zach Kroll. Here it is. Cavs-Pacers. Cavs going into this series, minus 160, Pacers plus 135. Knicks are a plus 260. Celtics are a minus 325. The Dubs are plus 625. The Wolves are minus 1,000. And the Nuggets, as we mentioned, are plus 460 and Thunder minus 620. Is there one that jumps out at you, like when I give you those numbers?
I think it's a little interesting that the Pacers are still plus 135 with all the injury issues that Cleveland has had. And maybe it's just because the Pacers are up right now on the Cavs. But it feels like to me, this Pacers team just has a bunch of different people that they can throw at the Cavs. And when you're missing Garland, Mobley's been banged up. I believe the other injury was to Allen, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so you have 3 Cavaliers who have had to miss time. That they rely on Hunter. Thank you. I knew it was one of the other key contributors, right? So one of your leaders stepping up into that shooting guard role. So you're now losing 3 players or getting a lessened version of those 3 players. And when you had all but Garland healthy, the Pacers took it to you twice on your own home court, right? And I know that they had to come back in game 2, but it feels like Tyrese Halliburton, take away game 3, to me, it feels like an anomaly, is kind of ascending, and he's making up for a lot of his early season woes and a lot of, some of his woes that he had in the offseason playing on Team USA, right? Like he comes into this year and he admitted probably 2-3 months ago, he did an interview and he says, hey, I was reading all the negative comments about myself. And so he tries to go out and show everyone how great he was. And it really detracted from his game. He got into a funk. He was in a bad mental headspace. And he finally just stopped reading all the press clippings. He stopped going through Twitter like Kevin Durant and trying to see who loves him and who hates him. And he just started playing basketball again. And you can tell that he has a lot of joy. He finds it fun. I wish the Cavs were 100% healthy. It doesn't sound like Garland's going to come back in any capacity anytime soon. When you have that type of toe injury, it sounds stupid, but it really does affect you and your game and how you move. It's constantly in pain. And if he does come back, you're going to get a lessened version. I just think the Pacers, they're ascending at the right time. And unfortunately for Cleveland, you have that injury luck that just didn't go your way. And I thought I was smart. I went in and I bet money on the Cavs after they lost game 1. I was like, ha, 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 I'm going to buy the dip. And instead, I'm the dip because I bought the wrong team. I think I'd put money on the Pacers.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, look, Garland was not very good in game 3. He was out there, but he wasn't really effective. You could tell it bothered him. Mobley's out there. They're playing tonight, but they're only down 6 as we start early. The funny thing about the dip is it didn't dip. They lost game 1 and they were still favorites. It didn't change all that much, and now it's just changing. I'll just say this before we get to Knicks Celtics. It's pretty disrespectful, I think, to have the Warriors at plus 625. Now, should the Wolves win that series? Yeah, I won't argue that. I picked them to win the series in 5. But the Curry injury and seeing what they did yesterday and seeing what they did in game 1 despite losing Curry after just 13 minutes, if anything, the Curry injury is telling me if they had Curry, they probably win this series. I don't think Minnesota's been overly impressive. And Edwards had a great second half yesterday. Will he do it again? I don't know. So I think Timberwolves win it, but if you're going to go for value, the Warriors are really disrespected at plus 625. I also think the Nuggets are too. I have the Thunder and the Wolves, and I'm telling you as a better of both those teams, that is value worth jumping at, worth putting a unit on. If I was to actually lay a bet, because I don't want to fade myself yet, the Pacers, I'm with you at plus 135. I go there. And the Knicks Celtics one's the one I feel the weirdest about because I think to not make any changes in game 2 after how you lost game 1 is wild. I also understand the thinking of Mazzulla and the Celtics of no, we've been one of the best teams in the league playing this way. We're not going to overreact. And they didn't, and they lost game 2. But then those threes went down in game 3, and that energy could not be matched by New York. Peyton Pritchard was awesome off the bench, 6th man of the year, and the Celtics hitting 50% of their threes or whatever the final percentages were. Being that good from 3 is going to win you every game. The Knicks don't have the depth, I think, to compete with Boston. Now, if they're bouncing back, they win game 3 in blowout fashion, which was such a bummer to my Saturday. I was so excited to watch this game. And it just never felt like the Knicks were going to seriously come back. Boston was, 50% from 3. They were 20 of 40, so that finally switched sides. And I just ask, have the Celtics regained control for you? And where are you at as a series better as the Knicks are plus 260 and Boston right now is a minus 325? What were your takeaways from game 3 and how you feel about the series going forward?
My takeaway is that Boston fans are insane because after game 2, you would have thought that the world was falling and crumbling. You would have thought they had already gotten swept the way that some of the big Boston proponents were kind of reacting to it. And I just felt like you've seen how this team has shot from the 3-point line the entire year. And what Coach Maz is doing is he's going by the law of big numbers. Hey, we have this amount of 3-point shooters and they shoot at this percentage. You're going to have games where you dip below that percentage. And I understand that it's a 7-game series. And so you might not have the biggest sample size to work from like you would an entire season from 82 games. But it just felt like you're in both of those games. You barely lose both of those because of historic comebacks by the Knicks and Jalen Brunson just being, a top 5 player in the world right now. And you shot less than 20% from 3 combined. You had 100 3-point shots in 2 games, and you made somewhere between 20 and 30. Like it just felt like this is one of those where the numbers are going to go back to their average, right? So eventually the Celtics are going to shoot what they shoot from 3, and they're going to get back into this series. I don't know that I like the Celtics at minus 325, but I still think that they should be favored, right? They have more depth. I know that there's some more guys who are banged up. Porzingis is dealing with his illness than the Knicks. But right now, the Knicks really have 6.5, 7 guys that they're going to throw at you. And they've played a lot this year because that's what Tibbs does. I just feel like eventually, as long as the Celtics can get back to more of what their average is from 3, and I trust that they will do that, especially since they are a former, NBA champion. They're the defending NBA champions. I think I'm still going to side with the Celtics. You just went through 2 games where you shot well below your mean. Sometimes that happens. If you have 2 games where you shoot well above your mean, guess what? You're right back to where your averages are, and this series is 2-2 going into Game 5 where you're back at home in Boston. I don't think I can.
Yeah, no, is it not weird though? Like I don't disagree with you. What's more likely, I guess, is there's a little brouhaha going between Indiana and Cleveland. Sorry for looking away from the camera for a second. I just wanted to see what was happening between Hunter and Mathurin. But what's odd is like I have a lot of Knicks friends in my life somehow, way out here in Portland, Oregon, but I got them. And I always usually give them crap, but like I'm rooting for them more than I am Boston in this series just because I'd rather see Brunson versus like having everybody shove Tatum down my throat as if he's the real face of the league, which is ridiculous. But like what's more likely? Boston losing 20-point leads the rest of the way, or Boston winning by 10 or more because their threes actually go in? And like as much as I enjoyed those first 2 games, I think I agree with you that Boston should be the favorite. Now, I don't know what that number should be, but it's 325 because it's like the math won't math. They're going to lose 4 games after they're going to blow 4 20-point leads. I don't know if I mathematically am in on that. So like it was fun. Brunson and Bridges, who was 0 for in the first half of game 2, just absolutely ignited that flame in game 2 in the second half and got it going. And then Brunson got it going late. And like, that was fun, but it doesn't seem likely to gamble on the fact that like Boston is going to blow 4 leads of 20 plus in a series. Whereas like, it feels like that's the only way the Knicks are winning because they haven't won a different way. We haven't seen it. If it gets in the final 5 minutes and it's within 5 and it's clutch time, you're going to like having Jalen Brunson for sure. But the depth of Boston and just what surrounds the Brown and Tatum combo is just like, it's hard to get by that. So to your point, they should be favored. I don't know if I'd want to bet them because that's not insane value. I'm betting $325 to win 100. But like, you just got to take math, and just like 20-point leads blown 4 times in a series doesn't seem likely. Now we'll see what game 4 ends up being, but Boston being the favorite shouldn't be a surprise, but it does make sense for sure.
I also think too that like you talked about the way that they win, right? Like Knicks had to come back from 20 points down twice. How often does that really happen? Look at the 3-point, percentage from Boston shooting in that series. They shot 2 of their worst statistical games from 3 all year. Are you banking that they do it 2 more times in this 7-game series? Are you really banking on them doing that? Are you banking on the Knicks saying, we're going to come back in the 4th quarter where we're down by 20 and just go off. It's clear that the Knicks have some clear matchups that they're exploiting right now. OG Anunoby is doing fantastic work on the defensive end against Tatum. For whatever reason, Tatum really seems to struggle against OG. So there's a hat tip there, right? Jalen Brunson, he has been one of it. Well, he was the clutchest player this year in the NBA. And you can see why, because he's finding different ways. Some games he's doing it from the 3-point line. Some games he's doing it with intelligence, getting to the foul line, right? Sometimes he's doing it by finding the open man and they're making shots. Mikal Bridges has been great in crunch time defense. That steal that he had to end game 2 on Tatum, I don't know many players that can make that play, and he put himself in the right position there. But to continue to bank on the Knicks finding a way, thinking that the Knicks have found the secret recipe, the winning formula to beat this Boston team again and again and again, I just don't think that I've found it. Like right now, your recipe is what? We're just going to bank in the second half that they don't make any three-pointers, and then in the fourth quarter they get tight, and Tatum and Brown take ill-advised shots the entire time? I just don't see that being a winning formula for the rest of this series. It doesn't make sense in my head. Maybe it happens. It just doesn't make sense in my head.
So I'm a little confused. So Zach's going to have to help me out here. DeAndre Hunter and Ben Mathurin got into a little bit of something. Mathurin doesn't like punch him, but he bumps into Hunter. Hunter walks up to him, just two-hand chest pushes him to the ground. Mathurin sells it a little bit. They then have to come together and separate. The ref reviews something, and all I have seen is that Mathurin got ejected. Now, look, I'm not a fan of these players getting ejected, especially for that. Mm-hmm. But I'm confused why Mathurin's ejected and Hunter didn't get any. Hunter just shot free throws. I'm very confused what the official call here was, because you can say that Mathurin's in the wrong, but Hunter straight up went up to him and just shoved him to the ground. I'm just very confused by what the official call was here. So Zach's going to look it up as we do a little play-by-play. Let's talk about the other game. Golden State, Minnesota. Now, I had Minnesota in this series. I had Minnesota in 5. That could still technically happen, but I don't know how likely it is because Golden State had opportunities in game 3. Ant Edwards was awesome. He went absolutely insane in the second half, and his 30-plus burger carries the T-Wolves to a series lead. Now, there's still no Steph Curry. I don't think we're going to see Steph. I think if we do, I'm not convinced he's going to be Steph. So, if anything, he's a distraction that Minnesota will quickly figure out as a distraction. But where are you at on Minnesota? They're a minus 1,000 to win this series now, and Golden State's a plus 625. What did you think of game 3? And are you expecting Minnesota to win this in 5? What do you expect for game 4?
Monetarily, I'd like this game to get to game 6 just because I have this series going over 5.5. But I also bet that before Steph Curry got hurt. And not to be, the fat, out-of-shape sportscaster who's going to tell you how long an injury is going to make an elite athlete sit out of a series, it's going to be a lot longer than we think. And even if he does come back, like I had a grade 1 strain of my hamstring, right? It bothers me to this day, and I did it when I was 20 years old. And I understand that, I'm not Steph Curry, and Steph Curry isn't me. What Steph Curry knows
glad you
best
understand
for
that.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit taller, so
you know what I
take that
figured
shit
out?
off.
I'm not Steph Curry.
Yeah, and a shocking development. Guess what? We're a little different. But he's known for his ability to run around the court and use his speed and his quickness to get open looks. He's not going to have that ability with the hamstring, right? And so he's going to turn into more of that distraction, like you said, or a spot-up shooter. And that just completely changes what this Warriors team is. Now, I do worry about the Wolves playing with their food, right? Like it took Ant Edwards waking up and going off for 28 in the second half for that Wolves team to get going and win this game. And it was much closer than it should have been. And the Wolves seem to do this, right? They play up or down to their opponent. So I just worry about the Wolves playing with their food a little bit, making this series go long. I still think the Wolves win. I think they're the surest bet of anyone. I get why they're minus 1,000, but I worry about playing with their food.
I want to carry something over on that series, and then we got some NFL to talk about, give you a score update as well. Our last segment of the show, Back to the Futures, Will Orton and Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back in. Step into your batter's box with BetMGM. Snag the odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. We'll get to some football stuff here. The NBA Draft Lottery is tomorrow. Will Ortner, the 74th best player from the offensive line out of Hopkinton High School.
My number.
It's a big day for us tomorrow here locally. The Trailblazers did not tank properly in the Cooper Flagg draft. They valued Alex Sarr more than they valued Cooper Flagg. It's one of the most mind-numbingly stupid things I think I've seen in a long time. Will the basketball gods shine upon thee? or will they stay right at 10 or fall to 11? So it's a big day. So we'll talk about that a little bit here. Just to follow up on the Timberwolves, I don't have a lot on it, but I agree with almost everything you said. I think what I did this playoffs, because I've been wrong a lot, is I didn't give enough teams or stars enough credit on championship moxie. And so, I still lean Timberwolves get this done in 5, but if you tell me they lose in Golden State and the Warriors tie it up, I also just wouldn't be shocked because I've watched Minnesota in this series and they've been really weird and odd. And Jokic, I did this too. I haven't given enough stars, and I've leaned a lot on the younger teams taking that step, whereas sometimes the league tells us they need to take 2 to 3 years before they take that step. So I've given these star players a little bit of LeBron treatment of, yeah, you're 22, you can get it, when most of the league history says that's not normal. And I've overlooked, I guess, championship moxie, right? Like Aaron Gordon's been big. Murray's had mostly some good moments. Jokic, even though he's slumping a little bit, has had good games. And Jimmy Butler has done finals runs before. So I think part of the problem is, for me, I'm taking into what I saw in the regular season, and I'm applying that and saying the Thunder were the best team I saw all year, and it wasn't close. They'll win that series in 5. And then Jokic and Gordon do Jokic and Gordon things, and role guys step up, and Thunder are still kind of learning their way through the playoffs. So I tend to think the Timberwolves will get this done in 5. I would hope for them to get this done in 5 because of my bet. But I'm not going to overlook Golden State and the idea that they could tie the series, send it back to Minnesota, and maybe your bet cashes. Or maybe Steph Curry miraculously comes back with that hamstring. So, that's just kind of my only follow-up I have on Minnesota is maybe they're, to your point, playing with the food a little bit, but also to credit to Golden State, their culture, Steve Kerr, they've been here a million times, so they're not rattled by this moment. Let's get to some NFL news and notes here. I don't know how big this is. I think it was noteworthy and newsworthy, but he's been such a weird player. Derek Carr announced his retirement after 11 seasons, and he's going to save the Saints a lot of cap money, and he's going to basically keep his signing bonus, but he's going to save the Saints on their cap. The Saints quarterback room now is Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and Tyler Shuck. Ben Solak of ESPN.com basically wrote that it's probably going to be Tyler Shuck who is going to get the start, the second-round pick of the Saints. We saw him play out here in Oregon. I watched that dude play all 15 years in college, and I'm just going to tell you, never once did I walk away from a Tyler Shuck game going, oh, man, it's too bad. They got to play Tyler Shuck. They're in trouble. Not once. You could tell me he had good games. I'll believe you. He never once wowed me in any way, shape, or form. So if he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, it will kind of more prove the point of nobody knows that position and nobody can quantify how you can tell anybody's going to be good at that position.
Well, it's the ultimate, how do you fit with the system that's going to be built around you? And the reason that the Saints went with Shuck, I think everyone in that organization knew what was about to happen. Like they knew that Carr was going to retire, or like it had come out before the draft that he had his injury issue, and there were conversations about what he'd do with his career going forward. Let's say he doesn't retire on Saturday. He wasn't going to be in the league next year because he wasn't going to play this year because he wasn't going to pass his physical. His shoulder, from everything that I've read about it, is just completely gone to garbage. It's trash. It's shredded meat. It's string cheese in there. And look, sometimes when you have those types of issues with your shoulder, torn labrums, AC joint tears, AC joint sprains, it just goes to garbage. When it's on your throwing shoulder too, he was going to be done and he was out of the league. So they were already looking for their next QB. After watching last year, Spencer Rattler, like he's not that guy. Hopefully, he ends up having a backup career where he's hanging around like Chase Daniels. But he's not a starter. I don't know that Tyler Shuck is a starter. But you know what? I would have said probably the same thing for different reasons about Josh Allen, right? The conversation when he came out of Wyoming was, hey, man, that guy makes a ton of great plays. He also makes a ton of horrible plays. His decision-making is poor, but he can make all the throws, and he's as athletic as all get out. Shuck might not be as athletic as Josh Allen, but he can make all the throws. He's a big, tall quarterback. He's got a strong arm. Yeah, he's not as accurate.
He's
right?
24. He's missed like 2 seasons with season-ending injuries. I mean, I get what your Josh Allen point, but like Josh Allen didn't have this. 3. Yeah, thank you. You're proving my point. Like, I hear what you're saying in some ways. Like, there are anomalies to this of guys like Josh Allen, but I mean, I just he's older and the injury history is already existing. I'm just baffled. And if he's good, I'll come out here on the show and be like, yo, can't believe it. Couldn't have been more wrong. I'm baffled by the idea that that's a second-round pick. I really am. I understand that quarterback was going to be a virgincy and all that, but like Tyler Shuck wowed you so much that you gave a second-round pick to Tyler Shuck. I can't believe it. I'm still shocked by it. And also in the same vein, I don't know if I could have cared less about a quarterback retiring or announcing retirement than Derek Carr, who I don't think has been good for 4 years. I mean, I've watched him play, and nothing about it's been impressive. And middle of the road Derek Carr, who had a nice lengthy career, made a lot of money for him and his family, but never once you were like, oh man, Carr could win the Super Bowl. I don't know if you ever had that moment. So I don't know.
Right.
I think it's all weird.
And I think with Shuck too is this is going to make or break how long Moore stays there with the Saints. Like if he's able to turn Shuck into a service, yes, 100%. Because you're going to give him
sucks next year. Let's run through this real quick. If Shuck sucks next year, which I would argue he did in college, and they are in prime position for 1 or 2 pick because they're not good. They don't have a quarterback. Rattler, I don't know about Rattler, and I sure as hell don't know about Haener. Okay? You think they fire Kellen Moore and don't draft a quarterback at 1 or 2? Because I think they could just as easily say, all right, second-round pick was a bit high on that. That did not work. We're in the second pick of the draft. We're going to take the Norris Sellers, who I think is going to be an absolute monster. Or we're going to take Nussmeier out of LSU. Like, you don't think that they would just pivot the way Arizona did from Rosen to Murray, and you think Moore is tied to how successful Shuck is?
No, not in that scenario. If your scenario is they are the worst or second worst team, then no, they're not tied. But in my scenario, they're not the worst, right? They're in the top 10 area. And I think that Kellen Moore is going to design an offense, and he's shown that he has the ability to do this, where there's going to be moments and flashes of Tyler Shuck. Remember, they're also in cap hell, right? So they have to get younger.
This helped them a lot, actually, this Carr announcement.
It did, 100%. But they still have a bunch of guys like Cam Jordan on the defensive side, Alvin Kamara on the offensive side that have clearly taken a step back. And so they're going to have to move on from those guys. Now, if the Saints look at this in that front office and they say, hey, there's a little bit of signs of growth from Tyler Shuck. We want to keep Kellen Moore around with Tyler Shuck and continue to try and grow our team around him. Then, yes, I do think he's going to be tied to him, much like Brian Daboll was for the most part with Daniel Jones. Like, the only reason that Daboll isn't completely tied to Daniel Jones is because he was so horrific in the last 2 years after the 1 year when Daboll got brought in. Because remember, Daboll was brought in to make Daniel Jones become a star or at least a serviceable starting quarterback, and he did for a year. But last year, Daboll doesn't get fired. They're able to get rid of Daniel Jones, but if it doesn't work this year, Brian Daboll will be fired. If they go 0-4 to start the year, Daboll will be fired. And I think that Kellen Moore could have this same thing if Shuck shows growth. Like, remember, this is the same league that drafted Christian Hackenberg. Christian Hackenberg was horrible in college, way worse than Tyler Shuck. But he was a big kid with a strong arm, and NFL teams loved him. That's what Tyler Shuck is. And if he shows any signs of being halfway decent, and this Saints team isn't, a bottom 5 team, I think they will stay with Shuck. I don't think they'll draft a QB. And then it will completely depend on Kellen Moore and his time in his career with the Saints on how Tyler Shuck goes. He was brought in as a QB whisperer, and he went out and he said, Tyler Shuck is the QB that I want. So unless it is a Josh Rosen historically bad pick, and you get to be a 1 or 2 pick next year, he will be tied to Tyler Shuck.
Very quickly, Pickens got traded. Pittsburgh traded him to Dallas. Dallas gave a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Steelers for Pickens and a 2027 sixth. I don't know about you. I just thought this was a big nothing burger story. It's only newsy because of the team that traded for the player and the player being kind of polarizing. Is he good? Is he really good? Is he overrated? I just, I kind of thought it was a nothing burger. I don't think this is going to be amazing for Dallas, and I still don't know who the hell is throwing the football for Pittsburgh. Though I talked to a Pittsburgh guy this week, and he maintains Pittsburgh knows they're getting Aaron Rodgers. Like, that was his takeaway, basically.
Yeah, I've never really been on the George Pickens bandwagon. I don't think he's very good. I think he's like a lot of wide receivers in the NFL. Chase Claypool was another version of this, where they have all the talent in the world, but they have a 2-cent head, and it's different. Chase's or Claypool's issues were his own issues, and George Pickens' issues seem to be a little bit more aggressive towards others than necessarily what Claypool's issues were. But I think he's got a 2-cent head, and that's going to be the difference between him being successful in the league and being successful with the Cowboys and him being out of the league in a couple of years, just like Claypool is. Like when Mike Tomlin says, hey, you're too much of a problem for me to deal with you, you're out of here at his age, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Just a team. Give me the team that wins the Cooper Flag sweepstakes tomorrow. Just a team.
Just the team, Blazers.
Wow. I'm going Hornets. I think he's going to stay in the state of Carolina. He'll stay in that area, and he'll be a Hornet. Thank you to Kenny. Thank you to Zach for the 88th greatest offensive line prospect, Will Ortner and Hawkinson High. I'm Brandon Sprague. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. It always flies by. And we'll catch you guys next week. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back. Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.